Hello and welcome to our third and final European Cup for the Mythic Dungeon International. Today we'll be finding out who is going to be moving on into the global finals this summer, and we'll be looking at our top 4 teams. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined on the desk right now by some of the best in the business. We've got Nagura, we've got Dratnos, and we've got Zyronic. And it's a bit of finality coming up onto this one, Zyronic, as 3 teams in particular, are trying to get those 3rd and 4th place spots.
Yeah, we have a really tight standings race right now with, like you mentioned, 4 teams within 30 points of each other, and a lot of potential tiebreaker situations that might have to come out tomorrow, based off of potential standings at the end. Of course, we're talking about our 3 through 6 seed teams. At this point, our 1 and 2 seeds are pretty much locked in. We're going to see both Mdi Eu and Perplexed moving on to our finals later on this summer. But yeah, it's a really close race between these 3 through 6 teams, and they've all looked kind of in differing ways. They've looked good in some situations and bad in some situations between them. I don't think there's really any standout team that we can talk about between all these teams. It's just really close between them right now. Yeah,
without a doubt. And as we take a look at said standings, let's talk about those standout ones that you mentioned that are looking to be locked in. Mdi Eu absolutely tearing through the first 2 cups with 420 points. They have been setting the bar both in previous seasons and in this one for some of the fastest dungeons possible. But Perplexed has been giving them a run for their money as they're sitting pretty in 2nd place and have consistently been making it to that 2nd place spot and been fighting for the first seeding at the beginning of most of the cups. Deplete from Beyond had a rocky start for the first cup season, but they've really came back and began to impress in a big way. While the boys, Reliance, Paint for Femme, these teams have been fighting in and day out. While you see the boys have had a big bursts of consistency, they've really been able to show their limits in when they were practicing for specific dungeons and when they just were not prepared. Reliance has had very consistent high time trial times, but in many cases their cup play has been inconsistent. Pain for Femme has been an absolute grinder of a team as well in this one, Nagura, but they've also had their moments where they're starting to fall short. So these teams that we've been looking at are all in all contesting, for those 3rd and 4th place spots from the global finals, and we got to look at which one today are going to make it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really close race between those couple of teams that are competing for that 3rd and 4th spot. Now, of course, this time around, Perplexed had the number 1 seed coming into the time trials, and Mdi Eu the number 2 seed, which I think happened also in the very first week. Either way, Mdi and Perplexed just doing extremely well. But for those teams who are competing for the 3rd and 4th, I think anything can happen because a lot of times we expected a team to do well in a specific matchup, and then it ended up being the complete opposite. And it's really hard to make predictions because these teams do well one day and the other day they just mess up and don't do a dungeon perfectly. And we'll see how it goes today.
That's right, and the tight contention really continues. So we take a look at our bracket as well to see where we're going to be going throughout the day. We also have some 7th and 8th place C's that are coming in that we haven't seen before here, Dratnos.
Yeah, we got Diegal Way, don't know if I'm pronouncing that one right, and ECLATAX. Diegal Way here is going to be in our first match up against Perplexed, and they've been running just kind of the same comp in all of their time trial keys. So it'll be pretty exciting to see them take that up against Perplexed and see if they can take a series off of one of the most powerful teams in our tournament.
That's right, it'll be a tall task to come into this, and it's also been very interesting as well, Zyro, where for both NA and EU, we've been seeing pretty much the top 6 same teams every single week.
Yeah, it's actually, I wouldn't say it's necessarily too surprising a concept that there are 6 teams that are consistently in the top 6. We've talked, throughout the past 4 or 5 weeks now about how difficult the amount of practice you have to put in, the time requirement for this sort of competition is, and there's only, a certain select few players who are actually good enough and have the time commitment available to put that time in. So yeah, the top 6 teams being the same, not too surprised about that, but it is cool to see, that 7-8 slot. We're seeing new teams up and coming, qualifying on a week-to-week basis, so it's good to see, new blood come in every week.
That's right, and the new blood's going to be put to the test as we start looking at our schedule for the day. As you mentioned, we're going to be having Perplexed squaring off against Diegal Way. Diegal Way? We'll work on that. We'll find out. Self-Reliance versus the boys. Then Method EU squaring off against, and I just, there we go, sorry. Method EU squaring off against ECLATAX, and then Deplete from Beyond versus Paint for Femme. So, I think some of the biggest matchups we're going to be looking at as well, Drados, are going to be a lot of these teams in tight contention. Who moves on to the upper bracket? Self-Reliance, the boys, Deplete from Beyond, Paint for Femme. Match 2, match 4 of today, I'm extremely excited to see.
Yeah, it's a double elimination bracket, so nobody's going to be sent home from this first set of matches, but it's a really important, first round between these teams that it really matters not only how they finish, but how the other teams finish that are close to them in points.
That's right. And as we start looking at our first series of the day, let's bring it in as we're going to be looking at a couple different dungeons between, I believe we have Perplexed and Diegal Way going to be starting us off. Let's start talking about some of the dungeons we have starting us on this one, Nagura.
Yeah, so interesting to see that they actually banned Atal. Now, Atal was a time trial match, and theoretically it makes sense to ban it because it's the number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed, so there's a really big difference in the time trials. But in the past, we've seen teams not ban the time trials, even if they were very far behind, just because they already had practiced that game, so they were hoping for the other team to just make a mistake. But Diegal Way actually chose to ban Atal, which is interesting because it seems like they've also practiced all of the other dungeons then, not just the time trial. So we'll see how that one goes.
We'll have to see on that one. And out of these, I don't think there's really too many that we're going to be having a lot of struggles with. It's kind of weird looking at this and not seeing any bolstering, but we're ready to go as Underrot between the first series is about to get underway in Underrot.
All right, so we already see a very interesting comp by Diegal Way, which I believe they've played in almost all of the dungeons in the time trials as well. So it looks like they're really playing their comfort picks here with the Mage, Rogue, and Demon Hunter, while Perplexed is playing Hunter and DK.
Yeah, it's definitely a comfort thing for sure with the Mage, and I think that the rest of their comp kind of really lends itself to that, right? You have the Demon Hunter, of course, for the extra magic damage intake as well, and on top of that, it's just gonna be, I don't know, it's just kind of lends itself to that comp, right? But unfortunately, we can see that it's not really working out so well for them, as already a full team wipe on the board in this first trash pack. Now they're able to sort of get back to the trash before it resets, but still, everything is raging, and yeah, this is just not looking great for them at all here.
Yeah, and this is one of those wipes where people release and then they die again and you release and they die again. So definitely a lot of deaths already. Okay, maybe they can finish up, but the tank just charges in and it immediately goes down again. Yeah, I think they need to reset this. It's very difficult for them to finish this off. So yeah, looks like they're completely resetting here. So huge time loss for them. They already have 14 deaths on the board, unfortunately, and they didn't manage to finish off the trash, so huge time loss. While on the other side, Perplexed, they did use their Bloodlust for the boss, and it's already on 50%, so no problems for Perplexed at all. They only have that one death on the board where they didn't need to use their Battle Rest for either.
Well, let's see how fast Perplexed can get through this dungeon at this point, right? I mean, I think... I don't think a team like Perplexed is really going to wipe too much in Underrot, which is for the most part a completely figured out dungeon, right? I think the hardest part of this dungeon is going to be those massive middle pulls. If they do end up going for them, of course, raging on the Feral Bloodstormers can be difficult, but they've got 2 Soothes in the form of the 2 Hunters. I could see Explosive being an issue, right? It could definitely spawn a lot of explosives and they could have issues with that, but I'm just interested to see how they're able to pull off these big pulls with these affixes, because both of them lend themselves to making these pulls kind of dangerous.
Yeah, and interesting to see that they're only running 1 DK, because in Underrot, when there were no affixes like bolstering, we've almost always seen 2 DKs where they would pull a lot of trash on top of Kragma, a lot of trash on top of Sancha, and then you just nuke it all down with your DKs, and then you get that single target damage amplifier. But with their double hunters, that might not be a strategy that he can play with unless you do have enough damage with only 1 DK. And maybe that's because of the explosive, because they don't want to risk those huge pulls because of it. I'm not really sure.
Well, I guess it's for a number of different things, I'd have to guess, right? Yeah, like you mentioned, explosives definitely really easy to take care of with 2 hunters. It's tyrannical, so you don't really need 2 DKs to deal with all of the AoE damage. They need 1 DK should be able to do all the AoE output they need. And then, I mean, I think that's really it, right? Hunter's definitely better for tyrannical, consistent single target damage. Of course, DK is really only good if they have Army of the Dead up. So I think the double Hunter really lends itself to the tyrannical section of the dungeon that we're talking about. And you can see that the DK, even without, because they don't even need the DK cooldowns to do good damage on trash. The Hunters can take care of most of it on their own, especially when it's not fortified. The trash doesn't have that much HP. And they really only have to make sure that they're soothing the dangerous targets like the Feral Bloodstormers we were talking about, and they should be totally fine. And they're like, yeah, because of the affixes, they're not going for as big of pulls that we've seen in previous weeks. But that just lends itself to the teams knowing, you know, how to run the dungeon on the affixes that we've chosen for them this week. But here we go, pulling the rest of the trash of the room. Looks like they're going to pull us into Kragmaw. Looks like they're gearing up for it anyway, so I'd be surprised if they didn't end up doing it here.
Ooh, double fixed it on Smog here. He needs to be a little bit careful as he bubbled himself. A Shine going down immediately. They do have 1 battle rest, so they could get him back up. But yeah, some trouble here as they pulled all of this trash together without the boss. Maybe they wanted to pull the boss, but then decided otherwise once the start didn't go so well. I'm not really sure, but looks like there's some AoE spells going through as well, especially because they had Raging on top of it. So we'll see if they can finish this off. But Binding Shot really helps so much when they're all Raging and your tank needs to start kiting at the end.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think they were gearing up to pull with the boss. Like, you could see the routing that Divine Field was tanking there. He was pretty much flirting with the boss, like going right next to him, and then just ended up not pulling at the last second. Probably like you said, because they got the double fix it on the healer, and then a Shine ended up going down, so not really an ideal situation. And on top of that, they probably know that they're ahead by this point in the dungeon, because we are about on a 2-minute or so delay on stream, so they will have seen that the other team is not exactly going at a blazing pace. So 2 deaths on the board for Perplexed, not really what you want to see from your number 1 seed from the region, but also didn't have any major wipes. They were able to contain their deaths to a minimum and not actually end up having a full team wipe from it, so good control of the situation there from them.
Yeah, so on the other side, Diegal is finally getting into that Kragma room, pulling everything a little bit slower. They, of course, do not have this DK to do those huge AoE pulls. Now, they do have a mage, so theoretically, whenever Combustion is ready, they could do a big pull as well. And they have a rogue, which really helps for control, specifically in this room. If you have Blood Swarmers and Maggots for frontals and lashers that need to be interrupted, then rogues definitely help out because of the huge amount of single target control they provide. And then they also have the DK. So I definitely think Diegal has more control compared to Perplexed, because the DK and the Double Hunters maybe don't provide as much as a Rogue or a Demon Hunter would. But yeah, obviously Perplexed are pretty far ahead because of that initial mistake / wipe that they had on Diegal's way.
Yeah, I mean, getting 3 full team wipes in there is definitely not ideal at the start of the dungeon, albeit the very first pull of the dungeon. So, yeah, you could definitely say that one again. I mean, the mage combust damage is actually pretty solid, but I feel like the Unholy DK Hunter comp is just way better in this particular situation. It is nice to see different, ideas coming out from the newer teams, but I think one of the interesting things we've had this particular season with the way that class compositions have worked out is we've seen teams actually opting to tailor make their comp for the particular dungeon that they're running, right? We're not just seeing triple rogue, slap it on there, go to the dungeon, don't even think about your comp. We're actually seeing the teams think about the comps that they want to run, right? We're seeing triple hunter in dungeons where hunters are incredibly good. We're seeing double hunter with a DK in some dungeons where the extra DK damage is needed for the trash damage. We're seeing, rainbow comps with 1 rogue, 1 DK, 1 hunter. And yeah, you're seeing a lot of DK hunter and rogue, but you're seeing different makeups of that composition rather than just always 3 of the same class. And I think that's kind of breath of fresh air in terms of, compared to what we saw a lot last year.
I agree, and this time around we even get tank swaps now and then. I mean, sometimes we get a Vengeance Demon Hunter, specifically in Siege we've seen, in Tol Dagor, and now even in Workshop, because Workshop was a time trial for this EU Cup, and we've seen a bunch of teams actually run that Vengeance Demon Hunter. We're not 100% sure yet why they're running it, but we will see later on when we actually see that in Cup play. But yeah, big pull coming in by Perplexed as they pulled a lot of trash on top of the boss. Unfortunately, a Shine going down though.
Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, Shine going down. They don't have a battle res for him, so they're going to have to 2 DPS the rest of this boss down. A tyrannical boss at 80% HP is, it's a lot of HP to chew through. They'll have a battle res in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, but that's going to be a big time loss for them here.
Yeah, not really sure what he went down to, but there's so many abilities going out when you pull this amount of trash on top of Sunshine. It literally could have been anything. So we'll have to see. He did have a lot of defensives available as well, or maybe they were still on cooldown when he actually went down and they just now came back up. We'll have to see. But yeah, tyrannical boss on 65%, still gonna take a while. Interested to see that they didn't choose to reset. I think we see different teams make different decisions. Sometimes we see a team 4-mana boss from like 90% to 0 instead of resetting, and sometimes we see a team resetting even when the boss is like on 40%. So I think it just depends on the shot calling in that moment, because it's really hard sometimes to tell if you would be faster by resetting and resting your 5th player back up, or by just finishing it with one less player. Sometimes that decision is not so easy to make, and in hindsight you could have been like, oh well, resetting would have been better, but in the moment it's just really hard to make these kind of calls.
Yeah, I think in this particular situation they committed the DK cooldowns to it, so you don't really want to reset at that point. Yeah, one hunter, you're losing out, as you can see, you're losing out on like 7 million damage from the hunter being dead, but at this, they already have the boss down to 30%, so you wouldn't even consider resetting anymore, and they're also, a solid 4 or 5 minutes in the lead too, so you don't really need to make any difficult decisions. If the boss is doable with the 4 people, they probably just said, you know what, we'll just deal with it.
Yeah, and Razgula, on the other hand, also went down on Kragma here on Diegal's Way. They also decided to not reset the boss. Now they get their battle rest back up, and they actually are committing it here on their side. Now, Kragma is a more difficult boss, I would say, compared to Sancha. So getting their DPS back up here makes more sense for them in case, maybe they're running out of defensives for that tantrum. Maybe they don't want to get an extra 1 at the end, so it makes sense for them to get the Demon Hunter back up. While Spurcaller Sancha, I think definitely does not need all players to be alive, because you still get that upheaval and you can still clear the mushroom. So if it takes a little bit longer on Sancha, it's not as big of a deal as on Kragma.
Yeah, not at all. And I'm actually curious to see how this is going to compare to some of the times we've seen previous cups, because we've seen a lot of fortified Underrot where, of course, the trash is a lot more difficult. Many teams have been counteracting that by running the double DK comps just to really make sure they get through the trash quickly. Perplexed is still going through this dungeon at a nice pace, already only at 11 minutes right now, going to the final trash pull of the dungeon. They're going to be pulling all this trash into these final 2 corruptors at the end here. Of course, you do have to kill these 2 corruptors in order to make it to the final boss, so that's why they're going for this trash pull. But pulling all this trash in is going to be dangerous. Of course, all of the trash behind them is going to be spawning explosives at a random pace, so the hunters are going to have to keep an eye on that. But it looks like now all the trash is on top of the corruptors, and they're just going to start AoE blitzing this down. Of course, this is not an easy pull like we've mentioned in previous weeks. Those 3 corruptors do frontals all over the place. You have to make sure you're dodging with tentacle slams. There's a lot that can go wrong here.
Yeah, and there's also a horror they're in combat with at the very end here that keeps casting death bolts. They are out of range here, but they're definitely going to be careful to not step too close to it, because otherwise they're going to get hit by that AoE. And now we see all of those corruptors enraged as well, so definitely want to make sure you don't get hit by any of those abilities. Now, pulling 3 corruptors on top of other trash can definitely cause some issues just because of these tentacles that spawn everywhere. And on top of that, you also have the frontals that need to be dodged, and if they're not aligned properly, like if you get one frontal by one corruptor and then the other frontal from the other, then you can definitely maybe be in a situation where there's nowhere for you to run. But hunters are very, very mobile, so they shouldn't have any issues on their side, and they can also dispel the raging effect off of the corruptors as well to help out a little bit. So now they're on 100% trash. They have all 4 obelisks still there, so they're gonna fight all 4 obelisks with the tyrannical boss, and they also will use their bloodlust here, of course.
I didn't even realize that they didn't pull any obelisks. Man, 4 obelisks on top of tyrannical Unbound Abomination is scary. There's so much that they have to deal with here. Looks like they're focusing down can't quite see the name of it there. It's Void Weaver they're focusing down. Yeah, makes sense. Void Weaver with 2 hunters, you can't get every single interrupt, so you want to make sure you get that down first. Wouldn't be surprised if they go into Beckoner of Chaos afterwards, because they're going to slowly run out of just spells for the Fear Circles. But, I mean, everything's just kind of melting for them, right? Once Void Weaver goes down, they'll be able to get Samric down pretty easily afterwards, because it's already at 20-30%. I mean, they're absolutely destroying this trash.
Do you think this might also be a big reason why they're running the double hunter instead of a double DK? Because of this like very last pull, hunters providing just so much more control with the taunts of the pets and being able to run dwarf, right? Both of the hunters are running dwarf racial on Perplexed side, so they're able to dispel that fear off of them. And then they also have turtle for another fear. Maybe that's also a reason why they're committed to those hunters, so they can do this 4 obelisk pull here in the last boss.
Yeah, that could definitely be something. And now all of the obelisks are dead except for that Blood of the Corruptor, but it's slowly getting whittled down. And in the meanwhile, while cleaving all of this down, they've already got through a third of the boss, of course, dealing with one of those sets of Blood Visages. You can see Titan Keeper Hezrol on the screen right now. Just finished off shooting that Blood Visage with his light beam, helping the group out. Just have to get through 2 more of those phases. Of course, once that blood bar below the Unbound Abomination's health fills up, he'll spawn 2 Blood Visages, and those together will do a combined 1/3 of the boss's HP. So I gotta get through 3 of those phases, and they just, coolly cleave down 1/3 of the boss's HP while dealing with the 4 obelisk mobs. That's pretty efficient, right?
I would say it's decently efficient. Now, on the other hand, Diegal Way unfortunately lost their Demon Hunter again. Rascula down again. That means they have to 4-man Spore Collar Sancho as well, since they don't have any more battle rests. Well, I mean, it was their first game, maybe also nerfs as well. It's their first cup game, so, and specifically because they had a pretty huge wipe at the start of the dungeon. So it can be difficult to get your head back into the game when something like that happens at the very beginning. So still good on them for finishing or trying to finish the dungeon, while Perplexed, on the other hand, of course, not having any of those bigger issues. They're now on 33% on Unbound Abomination, so the last ones are already up, the Blood Visages, and there we go, finishing the dungeon 1-0 against Diegal Way in Underrot.
That's right, Perplexed. A bit of an awkward start at the beginning there, but they do take game number 1, and that's really just one of those things that we've seen a couple different times in the past years, Ratnos, where some of these teams, we saw it last week out of Method EU, for example, where kind of had a rocky start to their tournament, and then they really started building up momentum later.
Yeah, that's definitely, sometimes that very first pull of the dungeon just can come and get you as well. And when that, often teams practice these really big pulls for the start of dungeons, and they're the most, aggressive pull of the whole run. And then that can go wrong, and the whole run from there is south.
Yeah, and it quickly starts kind of okay, we need to kind of check ourselves as well, because, yeah, they're facing off against a lower-seeded team, and this one's ironic, but we also have a lot of high expectations for Perplexed because we know what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, Perplexed, I feel like they're kind of, I don't want to say this, I don't want to write them into a hole already, but this is the final cup for EU for this season already. They kind of are in that abracadabra section, right, where they're more Method NA last year, where they were clearly one of our best teams, but they were always just slightly behind Method EU in terms of how they played in tournament cups, and also, sometimes getting the first seed like we're seeing them get this week, but it really comes down to how they play in tournaments. I'd really like to see them play better than this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they only had 3 deaths, but 3 deaths against a team like Method EU isn't really gonna, secure you a win, because we know how strong Method EU is. So, yeah, it was a relatively clean run, but I'd like to see them play just a little bit better than this.
That's right. Let's start breaking down some of the highlights and lowlights that you got for the Stratos.
Yeah, so I think I'd agree with Zyronic that this was kind of a standard Underrot for Perplexed. We saw a lot of those, big Death Knight pulls that are pretty characteristic of this dungeon when something like bolstering isn't active, and that worked pretty well for Perplexed. They did have a few of those costly deaths, and most notably when a Shine went down on their 3rd boss, they didn't have battle res available. So I agree with Zyronic that actually, if this matchup had been against Method EU, I think we would have seen Perplexed lose here by, minutes rather than seconds even, as a result of that run being having that degree of sloppiness to it. So even though it looked pretty normal, looked pretty standard, and is good enough to be to win that map here. I think that they need to be stepping up their game going forward for the rest of the tournament.
They really do, and they can start kind of building back that bit of confidence as well, Nagura, because we got Freehold coming up for our next dungeon, and we're not having any bolstering right now, so a little bit of free reign for these guys.
Yeah, so Freehold, Tyrannical, Teaming, Volcanic. So Volcanic usually a non-affix, specifically because it's hunters and melees who are just so mobile. And then you have Teaming, which in Freehold should not be as big of a deal at all, because you can just pull a bunch of extra mobs on top on the existing pull that you've done last week, and it should be fine. So interesting to see what kind of comps they will be running. And of course, it will also be interesting to see how they're dealing with the last boss and the obelisk, because we have seen so many teams start to kite now, where the healer kites are for obelisks, and we've also seen some teams just deal with the obelisks and the boss and then pull trash on top of it, use that friendly fire damage from the artillery on Harlan Suite. So we'll see what Perplexed does this time around.
That's right. I mean, that's also very high stakes that would be coming in on this one, Zyro, but what better way to practice and start building up your momentum, though?
Yeah, I mean, knowing... I don't know, like... Just thinking about it, right?
Yeah.
Extrapolating a little bit further about the Underrot there. Underrot was the time trial map for the Europe region in our second cup 2 weekends ago. And Perplexed had the #1 time by far overall, even leading to a point where Method EU banned it against them in their matchup because they didn't know what made Perplexed better than them in that dungeon. And watching how they ran that dungeon, yeah, we had different affixes this week around, but watching how they ran that dungeon, I wasn't like necessarily too impressed with how they ran it. The time could have been incredibly fast if they didn't have that death on the boss, but I don't know. I feel like if that's one of their better dungeons, I feel like that's just not really too big of a positive if you're not comfortable enough in that dungeon at this point as one of the top 2 teams to not have a clean run, majority of the time. Now, of course, one run doesn't make or break a team, but that run worries me.
Yeah,
that run worries me.
Do you think that they maybe changed their strategy a little bit because they knew they were so far ahead? And that's why they had problems? Because usually when you didn't practice something, even if it's theoretically an easier pull, just because you're not used to it, there's like mistakes that can happen.
Well, I think potentially that run was also slower as well, so I don't want to go too far in the direction that I was going there, because like we were talking about, right, they didn't pull the trash into Kragmaw because of the way that pull went. I think they would normally do that. And then, of course, they lost probably 30-45 seconds due to having a DPS dead on the third boss. So I couldn't go too far in either direction, right? I just think not having a clean run in the first match of the day is kind of... For a team that wants to come and take a win for the first time in the year, that's not the way you want to see them start out a tournament, right?
And that's always the interesting idea of like expectations as well there, Dratnos, is like, we want and we expect more from these guys.
On the other hand, it's the first match of the day. One of the benefits of being the first seed is you kind of get a little warm-up series that you maybe don't even have to prepare the maps for as much. If you're confident that you can take down the 8th seed without really super practicing those specific dungeons, maybe you spend your practice time in the days leading up to the tournament on future series and the maps from future series, and you just kind of, take this as a little bit of a warm-up, series instead.
Yeah. I mean, I think you would hope so, and I mean, you guys were talking about it mid-match, Zyro. I feel like it's a lot easier to, cut down on your route a little bit and go slower just to make sure you get it done right, rather than trying to, do something last minute to go faster. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, and of course, we're just speculating about a lot of this stuff. I think what Drano said is definitely true. Like, they could just be practicing for further matches in the day because they don't really expect too much from the 8th seed who isn't really running a meta comp. They kind of, in their minds, I would think they should be able to beat that team even with mistakes. So that also makes a lot of sense that they wouldn't put too much practice into this for the maps for this first series.
Yeah, I mean, when we've already looked at a number of times to further reinforce that theory. We've looked at a number of times at how it seems like the boys or Self-Reliance, Deplete from Beyond, for a couple of examples. We've seen a number of times, Nagura, where those teams would get into that 3rd, 4th place spot and start fighting through the lower bracket, and then you quickly saw the dungeons they did and did not practice.
Yeah, that was always a huge deal, specifically in the first couple of weeks, the first and second tournament, where all of the dungeons needed to be practiced from scratch because of the new Awaken affix, so you couldn't just take your strategies from the last MDI. So lots of teams had certain dungeons where they were really good at and had those really refined strategies. And in other dungeons, they were going back to their comfort picks, didn't really run a meta comp, basically just did life key pulls.
Yeah.
But in the second week, it got better. And in the third week, I really expect all of those teams now to have very refined strategies in all of the dungeons, because this is the last cup, right? So there's no more time for them to just not practice certain dungeons at all.
Exactly.
The time for ramping is over. This is the end of the ramp.
That's right.
Well, I think it's funny because whoever made the time trial dungeons for the third cup for North America must really, really like Complexity Limit, because they chose their 2 worst maps.
Now they gotta get ready to practice. Exactly.
Yeah, they're forced to practice them now. So there you go. No more ramping for them. This third cup should be it. But looks like we're ready to go on this Freehold here.
That's right, guys. Let's take it away. Game 2 between Perplexed and Diegal Way in Freehold.
All right, so we already see 3 hunters here for Perplexed, which is very interesting because this is not a it's not a bowstring dungeon, and it's a freehold which has a lot of trash in it. Now, it is tyrannical, so that might be the reason why they're running this triple hunter, but still interesting to see not even a single DK.
Yeah, usually that's kind of surprising, especially on that teaming affix, right? You would expect to see a DK for the extra AoE damage, because we know in Freehold teams like to pull a lot of trash into bosses, so they're not really abusing that at all. But of course, what we were talking about in the Underrot makes a lot of sense as well. The hunters are incredibly good for consistent single target tyrannical damage, and of course they can pump out a decent amount of AoE as well in this trash. You can see all 3 hunters pretty consistently in that just below 500k range, with Shine maybe getting a little extra procs for some more damage. And I mean, they're able to deal with the trash on their own, albeit it wouldn't be as quickly as with the DK, but nice and smooth through, no major problems for them. Whereas for Diegal Way, their tank has already gone down during this trash pack, and they've had to commit their battle rest to getting him up already. And they've pulled Sky Captain Crag as well. I'm not sure if that was on purpose. They were kind of just standing right on top of the boss there. They proc cauterized too.
Well, okay, so they actually recovered pretty well on their side. So they had their tank go down, they don't have a battle rest class, they don't have, I mean, they have the engineering rest, but that one just takes much longer. So they just let the tank beat that and kited out the rest of the pull, and actually managed to finish it off pretty nicely. So well done for them for being able to recover here, even though their tank went down. And look at the pull that they did on Diegal Way. They actually did the same pull as Perplexed. They also have 22%. And they also engaged the boss at the same time, so this is actually very impressive by them. One thing to note though, Perplexed did not commit their bloodlust, which probably means they're having such a fast time that they can only use bloodlust 1 time, and that will be at the end on Harlan Sweep. At least I think so.
That would be weird.
Right? Yeah, it would be weird, but...
What are our Freehold times that we've seen?
Like 11 minutes? 12?
High end 11 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I think you could at least bloodlust the first trash pack if that was the case, right?
Yeah, also, and I also feel like you don't necessarily need bloodlust for the last boss if you're kiting, right? Because, I mean, you don't need it for, like, because it's not so difficult to deal with the boss by itself, and the healer, of course, doesn't need the bloodlust for kiting. So, it's interesting.
I think you're right. I think in Freehold you can infinitely kite, right? You have enough of a way of clearing trash to where your healer essentially can infinitely kite. It's not like they're gonna run out of mana. So you don't really need bloodlust for that either. It just makes your lives easier, right? Of course, the longer your healer is kiting, the more chance they have to mess up the kiting and snap the mobs unintentionally. So yeah, I think you still do want to lust that.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if they just go for some crazy massive pull onto Council of Captains here, like we've seen in previous weeks, and use their bloodlust there. Because one of the things we kind of pigeonhole ourselves into when we're talking about bloodlust usage is efficient bloodlust, right? In a 12-minute dungeon, ideally you'd see 2 bloodlusts, one at the start, one at the end. But there's the potential to just use 1 bloodlust like halfway through the dungeon on some crazy pull that wouldn't otherwise be possible.
Yeah, obviously, if you can only use bloodlust 1 time, but it enables some sort of pull that will give you, in the end, more time than the double bloodlust would have given you, then obviously it's worth it. And I think a lot of teams maybe don't even think about that as much. So it will be interesting to see how Perplexed actually does commit their bloodlust. Now they're actually engaging the boss. Let's see if they commit it here, or if they're just gonna do this without bloodlust as well and use it later on. But this is a pretty big pull. I think they pulled 2 packs on top of Jolly and Raoul here. Now, thankfully, Eudora is not active on the tournament realm. So Jolly and Raoul, not one of the most dangerous comps. Whenever there's no Eudora, it becomes a lot easier.
Going back on the point we were making earlier, It actually wouldn't make any sense to use Bloodlust here because the Bruce would just kill everything for you.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you can see they got a brew on that entire trash pack there, and everything just got destroyed. Now I think the one thing that we're seeing that's different from what we normally see in Freehold is that we're not seeing a rogue from Perplexed. Usually a rogue is pretty mandatory because the rogue is the one who goes off and deals with the Trothak RP. And we see, if you look at the damage meter, you can see Swag is below the tank on damage. It's not because he's a bad player. I'm pretty sure it's because he was doing the RP. He was off screen doing the RP. Yeah. So them showing us you don't need a rogue to do that, I think that's pretty interesting.
That actually helps so much because we all know that rogues, they have a lot of utility, but they only ever use rogues if they can enable some sort of pull with either Shroud or with their stealth or something like that. So we've seen that in explosive environments and in Tol Dagor and also here in Freehold because of the stealth and starting the RP. But if you can actually get a hunter to do that, as you mentioned, that is a huge bonus because hunters overall are so much better than rogues when it comes to damage and just overall control that you need in these dungeons. So that is very interesting to see by Perplexed. And one thing that I wanted to mention about the Bloodlust here is what if they actually, instead of kiting, just deal with the obelisk with the last boss, and that is why they're saving the Bloodlust. Maybe they're just this fast, but they're reaching the last boss before 10 minutes, and they just want to like deal with the 4 obelisks, because that would be a very valid reason, right? If they just want to deal with all of the trash with the last boss, use their friendly fire, kill off the obelisk to get the X percentage, then they, needing Bloodlust for that would make sense because dealing with 4 obelisks and the boss is very difficult.
Yeah, that would make the most sense, right? If you're ever if in practice you're ever engaging the final boss and you find that you don't have Bloodlust available, like if they're engaging at like 9 minutes 30 seconds into the dungeon, yeah, that would make total sense. They would absolutely need to have it up for that. Like you don't say no to having Bloodlust up for that. You change your route to make sure that you have it up for that. And of course, remembering that if you pop your Bloodlust on your first boss or on the first pull, you're going to do that section of the dungeon faster, so you'll get to the final boss maybe 30 seconds faster as well. So even if they do get to the final boss and engage it at like 10 minutes here, you have to remember that if they Bloodlust it on the first pull, they might engage it at like 9:40 or 9:45, which would mean they wouldn't have it. So yeah, lots of interesting discussions about Bloodlust usage in this dungeon because of how much faster these teams are going now versus how fast they were going at the start of the season. I'm just curious to see what strategy they end up going with, and I'm sure we'll pretty easily be able to figure it out based off of the trash percentage they have when they get to that final boss platform section area.
Yeah, and also one thing I wanted to just mention here about their strategies in general is the fact that this is their first game, right? And they play against the number 8 seed. And they already know from the time trials that the number 8 seed is playing an unconventional comp. They were quite a bit slower than most other teams. So maybe there was actually... Yeah, this is a really big pull by Perplexed here. But maybe there would actually be a reason to not show your best strategies already from the get-go, because other teams, they're watching right now. And they see what Perplexed is doing in Underrot. They see what they're doing here in Freehold. And if another team actually thinks, oh, their strategy is better than ours, they could theoretically adapt latest for tomorrow, right? So I feel like sometimes there might be a reason for those kind of teams to not show their strategies off in the very first game here when it's number first versus number 8 seed. But Perplexed not hiding anything, it looks like, as this looks like a very, very refined strategy and a very new strategy as well, which is super cool to see that they don't just play the last week's strategy, but they actually completely reworked it with the triple hunter, no rogue, no DK. So very nice to see here by Perplexed.
I mean, that pull was...
That was nasty, yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, they misdirected and pulled the entire bridge. I think they pulled the pack on the end of the bridge as well. The one that blocks the bridge to Harlan's Suite's room. They just pulled a ton of trash on top of the boss there. And yeah, just basically lived it down. No problem. They didn't need the DK AoE at all. I mean, we talk so much about how DK, that kind of pull is what makes DK strong. And they're showing that they just don't need it because the hunter brings better single target damage. That's kind of crazy to me. Yeah,
and I definitely do believe that DKs would kill the trash faster, but as long as your tank survives and you manage to control the mobs, you're definitely gonna be better off with the hunters. Better single target DPS, right? So if you manage to survive the trash being alive for a couple of seconds longer until the hunters finish them off, then this is a better strategy for a tyrannical environment to run this kind of comp. But as you can see at the time, they're 9:20 into the dungeon right now, so not 10 minutes yet, and they're about to, what I assume, engage the last boss with all 4 obelisks, meaning this is the reason why they did not commit their bloodlust at the very start, so they're incredibly fast.
And we also saw that they specifically didn't clear those center trash packs between the Council of Captains and Trothex, so we know that they will not be going for the healer kite here. You need to clear out that center area in order to have your healer, in order to give your healer enough room to kite. So likely what we're going to see them pull off here is, well, unfortunately they've pulled this officer. That's definitely not in the books for sure. They're going to have to single target down. This is probably going to cost them about 30-40 seconds of time. Actually, more like 20 seconds of time. It doesn't have that much HP. It's not fortified. But yeah, they're more than likely going to Bloodlust, cleave down these 4 awakened mobs, which is still pretty crazy dangerous, but we saw them pull it off in Underrot, which is probably a more dangerous scenario, and they even had explosive then. They have affixes right now that aren't really going to be dangerous for this. They won't make this pull more dangerous, but we'll likely see them also pull all of that on top of that middle pack that's off on the left hand, or now the center of the screen of Perplexed side, and use the Cannonball Barrage from Harlan Suite to cleave that down as well. And that's just going to make up the rest of the trash of the dungeon. They're going to use the Cannonball Barrage to cleave everything down. So here we go. Bloodlust should be popped here for them. I think we saw it come out, or it will come out shortly, hopefully. Don't tell me they forgot to hit it. That would be weird.
That would be very weird. There we go. Okay, so Bloodlust being popped finally. There we go. We see all of the obelisks now just all gathered up. Now we need to look at the hunters to see how well they're taunting all of those Tankbuster casts and how they interrupt all of those Void Weaver spell casts as well. But looks like they're doing a really good job. We see that pets already have that shell up, which is the defensive ability for them to not die to the Spirit Breaker cast from the Tankbuster. So well done by them. And they have 3 hunters, so they can just rotate the taunt between them and rotate the interrupts as well. They also are running dwarf racials. Again, the dwarf racial can be used to get rid of the magic debuff that is the fear from the fear mob. And then you also have the revival by the Mystery where you can also get rid of one set of the fears. And then they also have turtle. So they have lots of abilities to get rid of that fear debuff basically. So they can ignore that ability and they can finish him off last because they don't have to deal with this at all. And the rest of them are just being dealt with the hunter pets as well. So well done by them to finish off all of those obelisks without any sort of trouble or deaths at all on their side. Still on 0 deaths. And as soon as this boss will be below 60%, we will probably see them pull that trash on top of Harlan Suite, like Syra mentioned, to use that friendly fire from the Cannonball Barrage.
Yep, of course, once he hits 60%, he starts targeting all players in the group with his abilities instead of just one of them, so they'll have multiple Cannonball Barrages in order to deal with the trash. They still do have to deal with 18% of the trash, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them do it here shortly, but they're not really positioning themselves in a way to get to the center. We see Swag kind of starting to move out there. They'll probably go on the next one, because they'll actually have the timer for that after the phase. And yeah, they're going to slowly whittle their way over towards them. And Divine Field's just going to hop right into the trash pack and they'll start getting to work. He pulled both trash packs at the same time. I mean, this is crazy. Probably has all the cooldowns popped on the side of Divine Field here, but these next Cannonball Barrages, when they come out from Harlan Suite, will deal with all the trash on their own. Or the Hunters might just kill it on their own.
Yeah, I mean, who needs the friendly fire damage if you can just use the Hunter AoE? But looks like they are perfectly using it there. Beautiful. So they used their Ring of Peace to gather them all up, and then they all stacked up for the Cannonball Barrage. So very well done. Finished off everything there except one of the, looks like one of the officers was still alive. Buccaneer actually, that is still alive. But yeah, Harlan Suite below 30%, so he does get the damage increased. 100% trash for them as well. And what a run by them. They have 0 deaths. Only a little bit of a mistake here at the end where they pulled the officer. But yeah, 2-0 first game, Perplexed against Diegal Way.
That's right. Very well played from Perplexed right now. Like when we talked about it, this is what we were looking to see from these guys, Ranos.
Yeah, this was a much better run, I think, than we saw in the Underrot. You know, it wasn't flawless, but 0 deaths is not. 0 deaths in 13 minutes, 20 seconds. That's a pretty good outcome here for a Tyrannical Freehold.
Yeah, that's really nothing to sniff at as well. And, you know, kind of building back that momentum in many cases as well, Zyro.
Yeah, I think the really impressive thing from Perplexed here is the fact that in this Freehold, we've seen them run so many different strategies just based off of the affixes, right? In the first week, we saw them, of course, unveil that healer kiting strat that so many teams have now sort of taken into account. But then the cup afterwards, they decided it wasn't the best strat and just cleaved down all the awakened mobs. Even taking that to the next level here this week with no DK, pulling all the trash on top of the boss and getting a perfect cannonball barrage cleave in as well. They've shown 3 different strats on how to deal with this final boss with Awakened, and I think that also shows just what a cool affix this is for the MDI and what these teams can run when they're at the top level.
It really is onto that one, and right now, looking at how these teams, let's talk more here at Dreadnought as we check out some of the replays about how they've continued to grow, develop strategies for a dungeon, which we always kind of think is like, all right, here's how you do it, very straightforward, and they're continuing to, set the meta.
Yeah, so Freehold has been kind of I wouldn't say solved, but it's been a dungeon where there's been a pretty consistent metagame of 1 rogue, 1 death knight, 1 hunter in most affix weeks. Perplexed here breaking out the triple hunter, so they lose the shroud, which means they have to come up with some clever ways to get around that at various parts of the dungeon. But once they figured out that, they get this benefit of massive sustained single target damage. They lose the huge AoE burst from death knights, but they gain this kind of sustained single target and sustained AoE as well from hunters that means that the same sort of pulls generally work out for them as long as they last a little bit longer at the start, but they can pull off the same kind of trash onto bosses strategy. And especially with this tyrannical affix active, this means that they are just melting those bosses in a way that no other composition really could. Maybe a Death Knight composition would look pretty similar, but that requires that fuel of pulling all that trash onto bosses, which isn't feasible on all the bosses in Freehold. So I think this is a really cool evolution to the strategy, and a really cool way of them figuring out how to go without that rogue, because the rogue has been something we've seen in Freehold so often for the utility it brings, but Perplexed are like, you know what? We can use clever, shadow melds and stuff instead of a rogue, and then we get all this extra damage from the hunter instead.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things is of the, rise of Hunter in many respects to Gura, but also Rogue just starting to be used less and less frequently.
Yeah, I think Rogues just didn't scale so well into this, specifically the corruption, I think, made Skulls just, made Rogues just scale less compared to Hunters, just scaling so much better with the crit, for example, and other classes scaling much better with other corruption effects. And on top of that, the utility that rogues provide is just not needed anymore, right? I think teams find more and more ways to play around not having the rogue's utility. Either you just run DKs, which provide so much AoE burst damage that you don't need the control from a rogue, so you don't need the interrupts and the stuns because you're just gonna nuke them down before they even do anything, or you just run with the hunters and you use your kiting abilities and your pets and your feign deaths and misdirect to just replace the rogue tricks of the trade and replace the rogue stealth as well on the shroud.
Yeah, and in some cases you could just completely run everything over and just destroy everything before you have to start worrying about shutting it down. And it also kind of seems like more of like the DPS power creep in some respects, Ratnos, where they're just able to power through these things or heal through them with Way of the Crane or something like that, rather than actually having to consistently be shutting them down like we've seen out of like live keys, for example.
Yeah, here at the end of the expansion, our characters are pretty powerful, and the kind of pulls that these teams are able to work out in these dungeons, they are definitely... There's a lot that is just being, Way of the Crane is taking care of that, or, our huge damage is taking care of that before it becomes an issue. It's definitely an interesting dynamic. I think it's pretty cool, though, to see, after these dungeons have kind of been beating us around for a couple of years, we really get the chance to turn it around on them.
Exactly. Be able to turn around on them and get our revenge. We'll be taking a quick break before we get into our next series. So don't go anywhere, guys. Self-Reliance versus the Boys is coming up on the other side of the break. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our second series is about to get underway between Self-Reliance and the boys, between our 4th and 5th seeds respectively. Now, with all our action, if you'd like to take part in some of it as well, we'll be holding a screenshot contest for your most exciting moves and thrilling plays. Be sure to tweet at Warcraft with the hashtag MDI screenshot to be entered into the contest, as our top 3 participants will be selected on Sunday. So we'll have our, championship Sunday to see who goes into the tournament, and we're also going to have some big champions here. We're going to have some big champions on this one, Tettles. Welcome to the desk, by the way, to see who's going to be on top. How are you feeling about this this little competition coming in from Transmog to now?
I'm feeling real offended. You just call me Dratnos, by the way. That's how I'm feeling.
Oh, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. Sorry, Dranos is being a break boy right now, okay? Don't worry about it.
Stop calling him that.
It's not going to be a thing.
It's already become a thing. I apologize. It's just the way these things are. Just how it is, okay? Let's break it down between Self-Reliance and the boys real quick, though, Tettles. Between these guys.
I think... Okay, so Self-Reliance is actually coming in as the 4th seed, where the boys are the 5th seed right now. I think realistically this should kind of show you what to expect for the weekend. Both Self-Reliance and the boys are fighting for one of those top 4 spots for our global finals. The boys are better seeded because I think they got 3rd place the first weekend, so they have more championship points. Self-Reliance is still within striking distance, though, if they do get a 3rd or 4th place finish. So Self-Reliance really has a lot to work on, and they need to make sure that they show up this weekend pretty strong.
They do indeed. As we take a look at our bracket, Perplexed won the first series 2-0 against Diegal Way. So with these series coming up, I'm most excited for this one and our 4th series as well, Nigger, between Deplete from Beyond, Pain for Femme, because we've seen such great moves out of all 4 of these teams, but we've also seen some disastrous fails where they come up short.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to make predictions when any of those 4 teams are playing against each other, because they're just so close when it comes to tournament play. When we saw time trials, I think there's more of a difference in the time trials between those teams than in the actual cups, right?
Yeah.
Because Pain for Femme, for example, they've showed us some really, really nice strategies in time trials, and they've got some really great times. And then sometimes in a tournament, they almost win against Method EU or almost win against Perplexed, and then they just mess up a dungeon completely, or they don't practice a certain dungeon, and then they lose. And it can go any sort of way when you see these 4 teams play against each other, and that's why I think this game here, Self-Reliance versus the boys, and also Deplete from Beyond versus Pain for Femme, is probably just going to go to a 3-game series, and it's going to be really close.
All right, we'll have to see how to go as our map pool is underway. We've got bans on Tol Dagor and Siege of Borealis, and I could not be more shocked on this one. It's ironic. This is my shocked face.
Yeah, I'll take take a page out of our follically haired challenged friend. I don't know why I said
follically haired.
I don't think that's an actual thing. Follically challenged friend.
There you
go. There we go. Got it right that time. Tol Dagor, shocked and or appalled that is banned. Yep. Quaking Grievous is not fun in that dungeon. Of course, it's pretty difficult to deal with. Quaking in those small corridors pretty difficult, and Tol Dagor being a not very favored dungeon. Not surprised to see that one banned out. And then Siege of Borealis, man, those affixes, those are nasty. I don't want to run that dungeon on those affixes either, so I'm not surprised that's banned either.
They let Junkyard through.
Yeah.
Junkyard.
Well, so the yard got left through, but European time trials for the first cup did contain Junkyard, and it's fairly lenient on affixes, so I understand why it actually ended up getting left through. It's Raging Grievous.
We'll see. We got workshop.
But last week we had Tol Dagor in time trials, right? And this time we have a lot easier affixes, because last time it was Sanguine.
True.
So it's actually interesting to see that they banned Tol Dagor and not Yards. Because Tol Dagor seems like they already have the strategy down from last week, right?
Yeah, you're right. I just think they prefer not to play it, really. I don't think Europe's ever really played Tol Dagor.
Yeah.
They just try to completely dodge it. But we're already underway in this workshop here. Both teams now dealing with that first set of spider tanks and tonks and all those little nonsense boys. And Self-Reliance has already dealt with all 6 of them, whereas the boys had a little trouble dealing with that one final one. So small little 5-10 second advantage for Self-Reliance right off the bat here.
Yeah, so Workshop, by the way, has been a time trial map as well. So we see the Vengeance Demon Hunter coming out of the boys. They also played that one in a time trial, so no news. We still don't really know exactly what the Vengeance Demon Hunter is being used for, but we're gonna keep an eye on the boys and see what we see out of that Vengeance Demon Hunter to see what exactly the reason for that is, and not just running the Prot Warrior like we see most other teams run. Now we see the Triple Hunter, which is not a surprise in Workshop. We've seen that many times before, just because it's such a single target focused dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I am a little surprised to see the Triple Hunter on Fortified. I would have liked to see maybe like I mean, even a Fire Mage would have been a good option, I think, for this, right? Because you can do those massive pulls into the bosses. I think it would be something that you'd like to see. But I mean, look at the hammer management from both teams there. These teams are really hammering out the strategy over time. I'm sorry, that was bad.
Wow.
They didn't get that last hammer in. Unfortunately, that would have easily killed the boss before, but they get the last shot in, and boss going down at roughly the same time for both teams. They really are like getting that strategy down in both regions now.
It's almost like Sloot is back here with me, as Cyrus doing the puns instead of Sloot, but now we are both very equal here into the next round. Even though the boys had some issues with the first trash, as you mentioned, now both of them are gathering up for the next pull. Now the boys only pulling those two bigger mobs at the start. Interesting. I don't think we've ever seen any other team. Oh, okay, so it was just off-tanking them and now they shadow melt? Yeah, looks like it. Okay, interesting. Let's see what the boys is doing with these first couple of processing units. Seems like they're just killing everything.
Yeah, just, dealing with it no problem. And Rad's dropping super low. I don't think he procced his cheat death there. Yeah, he still has the debuff. No debuff for that. Unfortunately, Petco did go down, and the rest of the group going down as well at this point. Rads is probably going to be able to live with Chaya, but, I mean, 3 deaths on the board. Their team is going to have to run back to catch up with the group. Not the most great situation, and now that meta has run out for Rads, so he's in a lot of danger right now.
Yeah, so 4 deaths on the board already for the boys. Looked like they just didn't do the pull properly. I saw the Shadow Melt go off for Red and Bob, but didn't look like the mobs actually reset. So maybe it was just a Shadow Melt mistake, or they didn't time it properly and then they had more mobs than they wanted to. Either way, definitely lots of mistakes here, lots of problems coming out for the boys here in this early pull, which is, yeah, lots of time loss. While Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they're already fighting Kujo. They did do 28% trash, so they also dealt with some of this trash here that they pulled on top of Kujo. And now you can just see the hunters making use of that mechanic that he can stand behind those boxes and be line of sight for his ability, but still actually be able to DPS. So no downtime at all.
Yeah, I mean, Self-Reliance just played this section of the legend absolutely perfectly, where we saw, pretty major issues coming out from the boys. And I wanted to talk about the Demon Hunter pick here at some point, because Rads has been somebody who kind of likes to who tends to favor that pick more than other tanks. I don't think that was really so much of an issue for them here. I think they just had, bad explosive RNG and bad explosive management on top of that. You could see they had a ton of explosive orbs spawning on their edge, and that is kind of one of the quirks of this affix. It's not, it's RNG. It has a chance to spawn. So yeah. The Triple Hunter comp probably is one of the best ones at dealing with that, but you can kind of work yourself into a situation where if a lot of them are spawning and all of your hunters are trying to deal with the explosives, you could have your hunters target the same ones, which is a very real possibility. And yeah, it looks like that's just what happened to them there.
Yeah, one more thing to note is that the boys actually only got the number 7 seed in the time trials for Workshop. They have done really well in the other 2 dungeons, but on this specific dungeon they only got number 7, which is pretty low for them specifically. They've been doing well in the other time trials. Now, sometimes it could be that they saw another team run like a specific comp, and then you just try to figure out why they're running it, and you just copy it, even though maybe you don't exactly know the reason why. Maybe that could be a thing. Maybe the boys saw another team. I think Method EU was running Demon Hunter as well, right? Maybe they saw, ooh, Method EU is running Vengeance Demon Hunter. Maybe we should do it too. And maybe that's why they didn't really figure out what it's good for, and then they just stuck to it, and maybe that's why they have such a bad time. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I mean, if you look at the time trial times as well, it looks like Warriors just fine because Perplexed ended up having about a 25-second faster time than what we saw from Method EU. So yeah, I think it's kind of one of those situations where both of them are totally fine picks. I don't really think there's like too much to delve into with the tank picks there. I think maybe the big pull potential is better potentially for the Demon Hunter, just with meta being an incredibly strong cooldown, but I am not an expert at all when it comes to tanks. That's more up like Dratnos' field of expertise, so maybe we'll have to ask him about that later on in the day. But looking at where we are in this dungeon right now, we can see that they are at this sort of gauntlet section of the dungeon where you kind of just have to kill trash and wait for the next set to spawn, and Self-Reliance is already on the final part of this gauntlet where the boys, because of that wipe, are just now entering it on the first trash pull, so a pretty sizable lead already for Self-Reliance here playing the dungeon. Quite clean so far.
Yeah, most definitely. And also in the workshops specifically, there's very little room to actually catch up later on because it's a very straightforward dungeon and you can't really do any, let's say, bigger pulls or different pulls just because it's so straightforward, right? We see them deal with the Void Weaver here, which theoretically they could skip the Void Weaver and not play it on the boys' side, but that actually doesn't make up a lot of time because you will have to walk through this gauntlet, avoiding all of these bots, and that usually takes the same amount of time that it takes you to kill the Void Weaver. So it's not a big deal. We've seen almost all of the teams deal with the Void Weaver, and then after the Void Weaver, there's also not that many different kind of pulls that you can do. So it will be difficult for the boys to catch up here unless Self-Reliance makes some sort of mistake.
Also important to mention, dealing with Void Weaver here makes a lot of sense for the final pull because with the triple hunter comp you can't get every single interrupt. Because hunters have that ranged interrupt cooldown of 24 seconds versus the 15 seconds we see from melee classes. So just dealing with that now rather than having to deal with it with the final boss, they don't have to worry about interrupts there. The hunters can just focus on pet taunting the tank buster, and no major issues for them there. But instantly going into this trash pull with the boss, and Harudra goes down instantly on the pull. This could be really bad. They're gonna have to kite this out and have one person potentially get a battle res onto Harudra, but I don't really see how that's gonna be possible. This is probably a worst case scenario for this pull here.
Yeah, this is horrible. They need to reset the boss. They already reset it, but this trash can't be reset. It looks like they're trying to feign death, but the explosive finished them off. So they tried to reset, but didn't manage. Full team wipe coming in for Self-Reliance. This is the time for the boys to come back, but they just now got into Void Weaver's Obelisk. So even now, they're still behind on the boys' side. Self-Reliance can use that portal to skip the gauntlet again, and they can try to do the pull again. But now, maybe, you know, if they're missing certain offensive or defensive cooldowns, it can be hard to do the same pull again.
Now, one small thing to mention, that the boys has an advantage over Self-Reliance. They did pull a slight extra bit of trash before Kuja. They have 8% more trash. Of course, Void Weaver still has to go down for them. They're 8% trash up on Self-Reliance. So that's going to enable them to skip some trash later on in the dungeon, potentially one of the pulls on the bridge leading up to the final boss. So they have that tiny little advantage. So it might actually be closer than we think here. Self-Reliance going in for round 2 here, getting a little bit better explosive RNG here. Tank staying alive also helps you out a lot. And now that everything's set together and the tank is stable, it should be some easy beast cleaves for the win.
Yeah, so we see the boys now also engaging the boss on their side. Maybe this is one reason why they're running the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Maybe it's an easier time for the Vengeance to survive these kind of pulls here, where you pull everything on top of the boss. Either way, it looks like Rats is having a good time on his side. He's basically invincible with his cooldown up. That's the advantage of Vengeance Demon Hunters, right? Once they do have their big defensives up, they're just so tanky, and it's very, very hard for them to die in that moment. So if you have any of those big pulls that you want to do, then Vengeance Demon Hunter definitely does have a little bit of an advantage. As he dropped pretty low while I said that, did manage to recover though.
Yeah, I mean, once the trash is dead, your meta's done its work, right?
Yeah.
So they've definitely clawed their way back into this dungeon and actually have one less death than Self-Reliance does on the board now. So I'd say, yeah, slight advantage to the boys here. Of course, the single target DPS could still bring Self-Reliance back into this one, but seeing as how both teams are running 3 hunters, the RNG should even out over the course of the rest of the dungeon. So really, it's going to come down to how clean they play the rest of this dungeon, how clean they are with their Awaken mob cleave on the final boss, and the efficiency overall of how they deal with trash. I mean, there's still a lot of dungeon left. There's multiple dangerous trash pulls left afterwards. So still plenty of room for the better team to actually, gain an advantage here. So we'll see how it goes. Self-Reliance killing the boss, I'd say about 10 seconds or so before the boys, so they are ever so slightly in the lead in terms of dungeon progression, but that 5% extra trash on the board is a question mark for me. I wonder what the boys are going to be able to skip with that.
They're also dealing with more trash now here. So there were some mobs that they actually had trapped on the side, and they didn't engage them while the boss was going on, but now it looked like they were actually, see, there we go. There's 2 more trash mobs that they're pulling on top of these spider tanks, meaning they will get even more percentage compared to Self-Reliance, and then that probably means they can skip one of the bridge trash packs, I assume. So we'll see what Self-Reliance does on their side compared to the boys. If they can actually do one less pull, then the boys is very fairly in the lead.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, like we mentioned, 8% trash advantage for the boys here. It is 8%. It's not NA maths up in here. We know how to do math. Yeah, this is really, that's a major question mark for me. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here. How impressive would it be if they find a way to kite in this dungeon? I mean, I don't think there's any way you could with the Gigazaps, right? I mean, I guess if you get good RNG, you could feign death and turtle enough of them to where it's possible. Because that would be the 8%, right? I think it's 2.5% per in this dungeon. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm sure I'll know in about 2 minutes when chat yells at me. But I think it could be possible. I don't think it'll happen, but I'd be impressed. My jaw would hit the floor.
Where would he kite them?
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
Back and forth along this platform. A lot. I mean, come on. How cool would that be? It is a fortified boss, right?
We will see, but Self-Reliance actually did skip that last trash pack on the bridge. So we'll see them use their Feign Death and their Shadow Melts now to get off the aggro. Okay, so it really just looks like the boys are skipping these 2 defenders here, which this is the whole secret. So it's not as complicated as we thought. They literally just skipped 2 of the mobs there in the bridge patrolling, which made the last pull a little bit easier, but in the end, Self-Reliance dealt with those 2 mobs pretty easily, so it was not one extra pull they had to do. They just dealt with it with the other trash. So I don't know, it didn't look like a big time loss for Self-Reliance to deal with those 2 mobs. And they also are already fighting the boss with the obelisk as well. They did use their bloodlust to deal with the awakened mobs, and definitely Self-Reliance in the lead now. But again, it can come down to single target DPS if they focus the boss more instead of focusing down the obelisk or the awakened mobs. And there's a 5 seconds difference in favor of the boys as well. So this is still very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the percentage of the bosses here. They're within 10% of each other, and it's on fortified, so it's even closer than it was before. Of course, Self-Reliance has dealt with one of the awakened mobs already. They only have those 2 left, the Blood of Corruptor and the Breaker of Heroes. Of course, they're not going to worry about focusing on the Breaker of Heroes because they have their pet taunts available for all the tank buster abilities. They're just going to go ahead and easily cleave down, and you can see this is really where they're really pulling ahead here. Pulling ahead 30% of the boss's HP because they're just going for that complete even cleave on everything. Self-Reliance is definitely increasing their advantage by a lot here.
Yep, definitely looks like they are very far ahead now. It looks like the boss is even going down before some of the awaken mobs. They have a lot of single target damage on the boss, really just cleaving, as you mentioned. Now they downed everything at the same time, so they downed the boss with the awaken mobs, and now they wait for phase 2 to happen. Yeah, really Self-Reliance in the lead, but both teams having issues in this dungeon. This is a time trial dungeon. They already practiced this multiple times. We've seen the Ladra going down on the boys side. They have to commit a battle rest, and now they're completely even. So now they're 25 seconds both on death penalty timer.
Yeah, and I mean, really, it's what we were talking about earlier on Sparkflux, right? Just playing this section of the dungeon better. Like we said, there's a lot of dungeon left for them to play better in, and yeah, Self-Reliance has played this section of the dungeon way better than what we've seen from the boys. And that's pretty impressive considering that the boys were, they had that entire section of trash that they just got to skip, right? Self-Reliance able to cleave all that extra 8% trash they needed down and then be way more efficient on the boss. Definitely an impressive way to finish off the dungeon after having that wipe on Sparkflux. Being able to, have that good mental attitude of, yeah, we screwed up horribly here. Our tank went down. They even went for they even, like you mentioned, they went for the save and weren't able to pull it off. Having the wherewithal to go for the triple feign death with a Shadow Meld on their healer, they were almost able to pull it off, but just stuck in combat, I believe probably from explosives. A little unfortunate for them, but King Mechagon has now gone down for Self-Reliance in a pretty impressive run. The full team wipe, questionable, but they were able to pull it back at the end with clean play, and they're going to go up in the series 1-0.
That's right, Self-Reliance taking the game, and kind of surprised to see the same amount of deaths, same dungeon. Obviously it's workshop, so obviously not a ton of difference in terms of routing as well, Tuttles.
I'm still super confused as to why the Vengeance Demon Hunter. I didn't feel like it brought a lot more than what you would get from Prot Warrior. Vengeance is really good. Don't get me wrong, Vengeance is actually an exceptionally strong tank. But I feel like they didn't get a lot of value out of its strengths. I don't know. Maybe there's some reason. It's self-sustained, especially since Raz is playing Spirit Bomb. Maybe the healer's able to put out more damage because Raz is a little bit more self-sufficient than Harudra is. Hard to really say. Self-Reliance does end up taking that first game, though.
Yeah, I really liked the Vengeance Demon Hunter for the first minute of the dungeon or something like that. Nagura was like, oh yeah, they can grip all the mobs in together under the hammer. That's awesome,
True.
I was like, all right, what now?
It can just be a couple of small things together, right? If it's just a mass grip here for the hammer, maybe that's maybe it's the whole reason. Or maybe it's because it's a little bit easier to pull the trash on top of Spark Flux, right? Because we saw Harudra go down on his warrior. And maybe this pull is just a lot easier if you have the Vengeance Demon Hunter with meta. And maybe it's just more consistent, and that's why they're running it. I'm not sure.
Could be. Let's talk those wipes as well here, Tettles.
Yeah, so I didn't have the boys wipe. But basically the reason for that is because they were just dying to random stuff. I felt like Self-Reliance actually played how they ended up dealing with the goop really significantly better. They were also ahead more on the first boss, even though Jack was saying earlier, the boys are running that Vengeance Demon Hunter and they have that sigil of chains to be able to grip all this stuff underneath the hammer at the beginning. So Self-Reliance was just playing the first 5 minutes just a little bit more clean. Then Self-Reliance had some issues on Spark Flux, end up having a wipe where they have to reset the boss, and then some of their trash ends up resetting and whatnot. Then both teams are neck and neck, literally within 5 seconds of one another. But then Pathing gets the best of the two teams. Self-Reliance is able to kill their bridge pack just a little bit quicker. Also able to down the Awakened mobs with a little bit more even cleave, making sure that they maintain 3 targets for that rapid reload for the Hunter. Basically, Self-Reliance is just a little bit more optimal in their DPS and is able to take down King Mechagon just slightly before the boys. But very close match.
Yeah. And right now it's also going to be bringing us into Game 2, which is going to be onto Junkyard. So back-to-back from Mechagon, Nagura. And we really don't see a lot of Junkyard so far, especially with Fortified Raging coming into this one. We don't even have that on live servers.
Yeah, Junkyard has been avoided by almost all of the teams in both regions, I think. We saw some Junkyard being played in the very first week of EU and Asia because it was a time trial match, but even then, people tried to avoid it as much as they could, and when they played it, we had a lot of wipes and deaths and mistakes by all of the teams, so I think Junkyard can definitely be very, very difficult for them. There's also a lot of RNG involved because of the random fixates and random trash aggro that you get in the yard. And as soon as you have one death, you lose your shock bots and you lose your damage amplifiers. And I think that's why it's so unforgiving and people just don't want to play that dungeon because of the amount of damage you lose if you have one death.
And we've already seen, just how punishing it can be. And it's also just a much longer dungeon with a lot more variety as well, Zyro. There's a lot more choices these guys have to make in terms of what they're pulling because there's, a little bit of variance in terms of live server routing, but you kind of just do the same things. But when it comes to breaking a dungeon down for MDI, sometimes you see some big variation from what live servers brings.
Yeah, definitely. The major thing to talk about here is the Forbidden Affix combo, right? This is something that you will never see on live because it's probably one of the most dangerous affix combinations in general in the game entirely, and that's of course Fortified Raging. If a mob goes into Raging Unfortified, your tank will just sometimes randomly get one shot. And in this dungeon, in Junkyard, there are some really nasty trash packs, especially in that Gunker area of the dungeon. Some of those slimes can do a ridiculous amount of single target burst damage to players. Of course, the healing taken debuff as well is scary to deal with just in general. Can't imagine how the healers are gonna have to deal with that on these affixes. But one of the things I want to go to which was interesting for that dungeon, and I think we're going to see it in this dungeon as well, is the Vengeance Demon Hunter pick. My question is what the corruption choices are, because I think one of the benefits to playing Vengeance Demon Hunter, right, is you can use the Lash of the Void weapons from Raw Den, but he's running full Gushing Wounds, which is like really weird, I feel like.
Well, that's going to be single target damage. Realistically, the reason that you play Lash of the Void is so you could have more threat, but your threat's going to probably still be mitigated via the shock bots. May not have any problems with the threat, even while not doing that. And you're just going to let your Gushing Wound Corruption more so play towards doing boss damage. I mean, it's why Havoc Demon Hunter. It's why Havoc Demon Hunter plays Blood Barrage in this dungeon. It's because they play Blood Barrage to eliminate the trash, and then they use shock bots to just immediately kill the bosses.
Okay.
So, I mean,
what's your theory?
I think they just run Demon Hunter to buff up Unholy Decays.
That's also a potential.
They say, all right, Vengeance Demon Hunter, we got Cheat Death, we got Grip, we got Blanket Silence, and we're just going to crank up the Unholy Decays. We're just going to pull the entirety of the instance after we get our shock bots, and we'll just try to obliterate everything before we have any problems onto it. That's what I want to see.
High risk, high reward, though.
That's MDI in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they only have one AoE stun in the form of Leg Sweep, where like if you're running something like a Protection Warrior, Mistweaver Monk, and then a Demon Hunter, you have triple AoE stun.
Sure, but I often don't think that you really need, for a lot of the pulls though, you really just need one, right? Because when it comes down to it, you have 3 seconds of an AoE stun. After that, you get like 1 second or half a second or something like that. That's really not the difference between like survivability and otherwise. Like not having any sort of slow can be a pretty big concern if mobs are going to start running after you, but
the Trixie Nano room is probably pretty good for AoE stuns, but the rest of the dungeon, you're probably right. All right,
we'll see. What we're going to be looking at right now is Self-Reliance is up 1 against the boys, who are bringing in triple Unholy Decay into Junkyard.
Alright, so the triple Unholy and the Vengeance Demon Hunter combination, while on the other side we see the Havoc plus 2 Unholies and a Proud Warrior. Now, we'll see what kind of pulls to do at the start. We see the boys actually just gathering some of the shock bots, while Self-Reliance immediately is gathering up a pretty big pull. You want to be careful on the bullies here, because the bullies cast a frontal shockwave that randomly targets a player, and it can be very, very hard for those players to see because of the huge amounts of mobs that they're pulling here. And the shockwave's one shot for sure, so if anyone gets hit by a shockwave, they're dead.
Yeah, Self-Reliance saying we don't need no shock bots, going and pulling everything right away. And of course, now once they've cleared out this trash, they can go on to pull some shock bots, but it looks like they haven't even really bothered doing that. Now that the boys have their shock bots, they've pulled that entire trash pull into King Gobamak, but Chaya's gone down. They're gonna have to use their battle res on him, and if he did have a shock bot, that's now gone. So they're going to have to really stabilize here. It looks like they have. All eyes are on Rads right now as he's taking this massive trash pull, but look at the damage coming out of Nala there. Over 2 million DPS on that Unholy DK, just destroying this trash.
And Bob doing 300k HPS on his Mistweaver here, because all of the AoE damage that is happening from the boss on top of all of the trash here as well. The DKs just don't have to deal with the incoming damage because Bob is doing 300k HPS. How are you supposed to die through that healing? So well done by the Mistweaver as well on their side. As they're still having trouble to finish off some of these trash mobs, you still have some bullies alive, and the bullies are the dangerous ones. They cast the shock waves, so they definitely want to make sure they finish that off before they get any more of that. Rat's also dropping incredibly low on that charged smash. Did manage to recover though and get that lightning to activate the pillar. And Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they're also dealing with the boss, but the boys caught up quite a bit, even though they pulled the boss later.
Yeah, I mean, the power of the shock bots there. Of course, we keep talking about these bots, but I'm sure there's some people who either haven't run this dungeon or don't know what we're talking about. The major sort of affix that we have, as unfortunately Mikkel goes down for Self-Reliance here, they do commit the battle. I don't know if you want to use that battle res at 10%. Not taking it. Good heads up play from him to not take that. He can just release and be back with the group very easily after King Gabamak goes down. Yeah, the major I'd say quirk to this dungeon is that there are robots throughout the dungeon. Of course, the most important one being these shock bots that'll give you a buff that will randomly proc large amounts of damage. Of course, if you have more haste, it has a higher chance of proccing. And then there are 2 other bots that apply, I believe, a HP and healing buff and then a haste buff as well. But of course, the most important one is going to be that shock bot that pretty much does each player that has a shock bot will do about 40 to 50% more damage throughout the course of the dungeon just from those zap procs. So it's a pretty ridiculous buff to have, with the major thing being if you die, you lose that buff. And there's only a certain amount of them available in the dungeon, so you really don't want to die in this dungeon. It's a very volatile dungeon for these players to be practicing and playing on.
Yeah, most definitely. We see the boys actually doing a really big pull here in the next boss area, while Self-Reliance chose to do one of the obelisks. Now, I think because most teams have avoided Junkyard in the past couple of cups, those strategies we're going to be seeing from these teams are going to be very different. Just because there's not one refined strategy that we've been seeing, we haven't seen this dungeon that much at all. So everyone is just kind of figuring out their own strategy and trying to come up with the fastest way to deal with this dungeon. The boys seems to not deal with Obelisk so far. They still have all 4 alive, and they did now engage the next boss.
And I think that's an interesting thing to talk about with this dungeon, right? Is the Obelisk strategy, because this the way you deal with the final boss, I don't think the first phase matters too much, right? As long as you have room to kite the boss around. Well, hold up. I gotta stop talking. What is going on with Self-Reliance? What are they doing right now? Is this a boss reset, or are they just gonna AoE on top of the boss here?
I think they're just AoEing. I think they just pulled it all in here for it to be gathered up, because these mobs, they jump around, and they actually want to go away, and then they shoot you from afar, those blasters. And maybe that's why they pull it here, because there's very little room, so those mobs can't actually go very far, and they just all gathered up for that AoE. That looks like a very interesting strategy by Self-Reliance, and it seems to be working out as well, as they now finished off all of the trash.
Yeah, that was super clean, and it looks like they have the line of sight puddle, or they can probably just line of sight around the corner for the Megatase, if I had to guess too. Really interesting strategy, and on top of that, it looked like Nano tried to bring his car inside and couldn't. I'm not sure if that was on purpose. Maybe he can't actually take the car in there as well, which would be a big deal, especially in that triple melee comp. Any melee player knows how difficult his abilities are to dodge unwillingly, and that was really cool. Good, interesting strategy coming out. And that's kind of one of the things with this dungeon. Junkyard, because the teams don't practice it and don't play it on stream much, there are probably a lot of time saves and skips like this available in this dungeon that the teams just don't know about. Really cool to see Self-Reliance pull that one out.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. I mean, it looks like they're behind compared to the boys, but you have to consider that they dealt with an obelisk already. And I highly doubt that the boys will deal with all obelisk with the last boss. I mean, I think it's a possibility, but it's really hard to pull off. So we'll see what the boys do with their obelisk counter, as they haven't dealt with any of them so far. Actually, only the boys is out of battle rest, so keep an eye on that as well. If they have any sort of deaths happening, there's no way for them to get them back up for a while, while Self-Reliance does still have this battle rest because they chose not to use it on Mikkel on the first boss.
Now, it's important to mention, over on the side of the boys, they are now into the Gunker section of the dungeon. In order to spawn this boss, you have to deal with the 3 toxic monstrosities that are in this area. And they actually went for an incredibly dangerous pull, pulling the first 2 of them together, and Bob committing that revival to remove the healing debuffs from all the players at the same time. They do have to deal with this one final one. Now, it's important to mention, this trash is incredibly dangerous. That consume, if you don't get out of that consume, there can be a lot of problems for them. Looks like they're going to be just fine, though. Of course, there are a lot of important interrupts and stuns to get off here. That suffocating smog is a single target stun on a player if it's allowed to be channeled. You could see Rads was stunned there for quite a long time, was finally interrupted off. And now that everything's in that raging affix, they have to be incredibly careful because they don't have a soothe available to the group. So all of this trash is just doing double damage right now, but they're able to just beat out that second consume cast. And as easy as that looked on your screen, you have to know how dangerous these pulls are.
Yeah, definitely. You also have the mobs that explode as well. As soon as they spawn these slimes here, they explode and do a pretty huge amount of AoE to the group, especially on Fortified, and apply Grievous to everybody as well, on top of also having Raging. So these pulls are very, very difficult. And we saw a pretty nice pull come out by Self-Reliance, as they actually just all stood in the consume to be able to continue damage, and Furo just used his revival to get rid of those disease debuffs that the consume actually applies to you. Now, you can always have one player, if revival is not available, you can have one player stand in the consume, and then you can just get a dispel by the Mistweaver. But having that revival, making everyone stand in there and just ignore the mechanic, helps you out so much for some of these like really big pulls that they're doing.
Yeah, and we see the rest of the trash pulled into the boss for the boys, and they now have Gunker down below 40% HP. Self-Reliance just now gathering up that pull, but they're not pulling it into Gunker, so they're losing a lot of time here. I think, okay, they are now pulling it in, but the trash is almost all dead, so that engine of the Unholy Decays isn't going to be as effective for them. They're not going to get a bunch of cleave damage onto the boss like we saw from the boys, so they're probably going to be on this boss for another, I'd say 15-20 seconds just because of that. So not what you want to see right off the bat. Now, of course, the name of the game with Gunker is don't stand in the slime or you get stunned, so hopefully we don't see anybody get gunked. That would be weird. But good job for them so far. They're standing in those cleansing bots and making sure they're not getting hit by any of those pools on the ground. And that's really all you got to do. And the boys have already taken down Gunker, so they really only have to deal with the rest of their trash percentage. And then they're on to the final boss. They do have all 4 obelisks still active, though, so I'm interested to see if they're going to deal with any of those here.
It looked a little bit difficult there for them, for Bob to heal the group, as everyone was on 4 Grievous stacks, but they managed to finish it off. But it looked a little bit dangerous at the very end. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, I don't think there's anything that would prevent you from pulling all 4 with the last boss, except room. But if you have Bloodlust and you have the huge burst available and you get the blob down quickly before you have a lot of pools on the floor, I don't really see what it would what would prevent you from pulling all 4 with the last boss. Of course, they also have the melee interrupts this time around, so they can deal with the Void Weaver. I guess you have a little bit of a problem with the Tank Buster because you don't have Hunter Pads, right? None of these teams are running Hunters, so you can't really taunt off the Spirit Breaker, and that can definitely cause some issues.
Yeah, and the point I want to go back to the point that I was trying to make earlier before Self-Reliance wowed us with that line of sight pull on Trixie and Nano. The thing to think about with this final boss is the really important part of the fight is going to be the single target burn, right? As long as you get that done, you're fine. So I can see a scenario in which they leave all 4 obelisks up and just try to cleave them down with Bloodlust, because you probably don't need Bloodlust for the burn on Fortified as long as everyone has their shock bots. I think you probably could deal with all 4, but I'd be very surprised to see the boys actually go for that.
Do you remember which obelisk Self-Reliance dealt with? Did they deal with the Tank Buster, or?
I don't actually remember.
I don't remember either. Nalara actually went down for the boys. They do have a Battle Rush immediately to get him back up, but again, this is Junkyard, so if you have a death, even with a Battle Rush available, you lose all of your bots, and it's a pretty big deal. Rat's actually getting snapped here, and dropping very, very low as he now snaps some mobs to him. This is raging mobs, and this is why Rats is in so much trouble right here. They need to finish off those mobs quickly before Rats actually goes down.
Yeah, I mean, scary moment there, but able to stabilize here as that trash is still raging. These oh man, those cavalries, when they do that AoE damage on the group, there's a lot that can go wrong there.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, the Coil Bearer, I meant to say the Coil Bearer. Whenever they're doing AoE, they really need to make sure that they don't get the raging affix. It almost reminds me of like the Maw of Souls, the Lantern Bearers. They do some nasty AoE damage when they're enraging, so they really need to make sure that they don't get any of that off. And it looks like they're just going to be burning through it. They left it alive the longest so they could get it down before it did any major group damage. So good job by them there.
Self-Reliance doing a very similar pull on their side. Now you also want to make sure you dodge that rapid fire. Furo dropping very low. I think Furo actually went down to that rapid fire, I think. It looked like it, at least, as he went down almost immediately. But Battle Rush back up, and thankfully missing the shock bots on your healer is not as big of a deal as if you were missing it on a damage dealer, right? So the death here on Furo, not as big of a deal. But now both teams are on the last boss at the very same time. This is so interesting because both teams actually took a completely different route, but now they're engaging the last boss at the same time. And the boys dealing with all 4 obelisks.
Yeah, and committing the Bloodlust to this like we used. But Nala also, like you said, Nala going down, and they don't have the Battle Res available, so you have to question whether or not they're going to be able to pull off that boss burn with the DPS down, but they've already committed their Bloodlust. I think they have to keep going at this point. They can't just choose to reset this boss. They have to commit. Tank Buster is already going down for Self-Reliance, which is crazy. They still have their obelisks off, but Anda has gone down for them as well. That's 1 shock bot off the board. Now, I think what they would want to do here is actually finish off the Awakened mobs as soon as possible. That's going to be a full team wipe from the boys. I mean, that's really unfortunate. The Bloodlust was committed. The cooldowns were committed. I don't really see how they're going to be able to pull off that pull at this point.
Yeah, this is gonna be super hard for they probably have to deal with an obelisk now, especially because Rats is also out of defensives as well. You can see the debuff, he procced his cheat death, so they probably have to go and deal with an obelisk. While Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they had some trouble. They had Anda go down, but they did have a battle res available on their side, so they did manage to get them back up. Now they're missing the bots, right? But it doesn't matter anymore as they now finish up their awakened mobs. They only have to deal with the burn phase now. Which on a fortified scenario plus 19 really should not be as big of a deal. It's not a super big damage race that you have to do here in this boss on a fortified, so they should be able to one phase this even without offensive cooldowns available.
Yep, everyone getting hit by the bots and the electricity on purpose to get ported down in order to set up their boss damage here. And they're going to be destroying this boss here. It's taking a large amount of extra damage, of course, and you have about 30 seconds in order to deal with it, and it's going to be absolutely no problem for Self-Reliance as they destroy the aerial oppression unit. And they're going to be taking this series 2-0 in probably the cleanest Junkyard run that we've seen this entire year, which, I mean, let's be honest, Junkyard is a difficult dungeon to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Self-Reliance taking that 2-0 victory, pulling out some incredibly cool strats along the way, and they're going to be moving on. And we've seen a number of times throughout the European Cups titles, we're kind of looking at what side of Self-Reliance we're going to see, and this one's been great. Innovative dungeons, decently clean execution along the way. Very good.
I mean, it's like we were talking about in the pre-show. Basically, Self-Reliance had to show up and had to have like a really strong performance in this first match, in this first series against the boys, for me to be kind of convinced that they were going to be able to push into that top 4 slot and be able to knock somebody like Deplete from Beyond or the boys out of there, being able to take that. This Self-Reliance match in Junkyard, it looked great. They had some very interesting strategies that Jack was talking about, like in the Trixie Nana room, how they pulled the boss.
Yeah.
I think all in all, it just showed that they had put in a lot of time and a lot of practice in the dungeon.
Yeah, and that was incredibly cool that they were able to see that. And, you know, Zyro, you mentioned as well, you're like, I don't think the car can even go in here there. And all they had to do was bait out any of the grenades first, and they were sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really cool pull. I mean, it stopped us in our tracks what we were talking about at the time. I mean, that's kind of the thing about Junkyard, and we were talking about this a little bit during the cast, is because the teams don't play it that much, because it's banned out all the time, I feel like this is really a dungeon where if a team decided to study it a lot and come up with a really interesting route, kind of like what we saw from Self-Reliance, we could see some incredibly fast times in here, and this could be one of the dungeons that really decides which teams go far in the finals later on this year. I still think there's a lot of room for improvement. Of course, those 3 deaths or 3 extra shockbots that they had to go and find. A 0-death run would probably be, I don't know, a minute or so faster just because of that. So I think there's a lot of improvement, but still, that was a very impressive run to watch.
It really was. And Tattles, let's start breaking down some of the differences between both the boys and Self-Reliance's routes as we saw them throughout this game.
Yeah, so the first thing that was very apparent to me is how the boys were going to use this triple DK composition. They literally ran all the way to Gabamac. They got their bots a little bit earlier. So we see some teams, they'll like kind of slow play getting their first couple shock bots, but the boys get all 5 bots on all their players. They immediately run to Gabamac, pull just the world's largest pull into Gabamac. Somebody ended up going down. I think it may have been Atal'Dazar. I'm not 100% sure on that. Somebody ended up going down. It's fine, like not really that big of a deal. The pull is basically over at that point. They also staggered armies between 2 of their DKs. 2 of their DKs popped it on Trixie Nano, then one of them popped it on that Gabamac pull. That's actually a really good use there. And then they're in a really good position, but Self-Reliance is making moves too. Self-Reliance is in there on that Trixie Nano room, pulling the boss through that graded area. They don't have to dodge Nano at all. Like, he can just do his thing with his wheel, and they just kind of sit in the corner DPSing down the trash. It's pretty scary still with that raging affix. Everybody's kind of okay. The boys have then go into Gunker's area. Again, like I was saying, the raging affix is kind of scary, but they make it work. It's kind of a race at the very end there. Self-Reliance is actually kind of fortunate that they didn't use their battle res on Mikkel on the first boss. Like, because if Mikkel died at 10% on Gabamac, the thing from Beyond. If they used battle res on him, they wouldn't have had it for Anda. The boys end up full wiping on aerial suppression unit. Self-Reliance is able to take it home 2-0.
That's right. Been a crazy series, and hopefully we're going to start seeing some more Junkyard in the future. And we've seen it a number of times as well, Nagura, where it kind of takes some other teams to start setting the pace for a new dungeon before everybody starts catching on.
Yeah, and I mean, with the other dungeons, it took a while for the teams to figure out a strategy for, let's say, Freehold or for other dungeons because of the new Awaken affix making strategies completely different. But with Junkyard and Workshop, it's not only a different affix, you also have a completely different dungeon that has never been played in the MDI before. So the strategies that we see specifically in Junkyard are going to be very different from those teams. Workshop is a bit more straightforward and there's not that many kind of different strategies you can do, but Junkyard is a very, very open dungeon and there's so many different kind of strategies that are possible. So I really like to see things that we saw from Self-Reliance here with the pulling it behind the corner and also the 4 obelisk attempt of the boys. Hopefully we see some more of that kind of stuff later on today and tomorrow.
Cannot wait. We're taking a quick break before we get into our third series of the day. We'll be watching Method EU square off against ECLATAX. So don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back right after this. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our third series of the day is about to get going between Method EU and ECLATAX. The latter, a team we haven't seen just yet in the tournament. We've got a couple different teams throughout the MDI who've been filling in those 7th and 8th place seeds. And if I'm not mistaken, Dranos, we got a French guild coming up into this tournament today.
Yeah, Zyronic was doing some research right before the right before the segment started, and found a French guild with the same name here as this MDI team. So that seems like a very, very reasonable guess as to who Method EU is being challenged by in this first match of the day for them.
And that's about all we have to go on. We don't know anything else about these guys.
I know that they have a large presence in chat, and now somebody's spamming a baguette and a first place medal.
All right.
I think we're right.
Well, if it sounds like we were correct, then yeah. This is the start of their legend. Here today, if they take down Method EU, that's going to be a name that people will know very soon.
That's right. It'll go down through the annals of history under that one and annals of history, and we'll be able to see how they're going to match up against Method EU, which has been an absolutely dominant team throughout MDI forever at this point here, Tuttles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Method EU has looked super consistent. I got like spam DM'd whenever they posted their 9:44 Atal'Dazar time.
Yep.
Because that looked really, really sick. Like, Method EU is a very storied team, and if ECLATAX could be able to take the match, like, or even a game, this would be monumental for them.
Yeah, and if they take a game off of Method EU, then we get to go to Atal for that game 3, and that. We get to see the 944.
I want to see the 944, and we've posted a number of times where teams have had those amazing like runs in time trials, and they've also kind of had some moments where they start pumping the brakes a little bit in the early series as well. Zyro, how have you been feeling about these teams who have the control to say, all right, we're going to stop right here, we're not going to have a greater risk when we don't really need to. And then when they start going into the finals, that's where they really just let loose.
Yeah, I mean, it's just definitely the teams that are more seasoned kind of understand that it's not really about posting the fastest times in the early rounds. It's just about winning and giving yourself the best chance to win. If you're Method EU, if you're Method NA, if you're Perplexed, if you're one of those top end teams, you probably don't need to pump the brakes. Your chances of winning will be like 99.9% instead of 100%.
Sure.
But I like seeing teams just kind of take it easy when they know they've got the win in the bag and playing the safe play, making sure they get the win. Like you said, it's just the smart play in general. But I don't think we're gonna see that from Method EU. These guys are too into the competition to do that for sure. They want to put up the fastest times they possibly can.
Yep.
Well, for what it's worth, we've seen some 7th, 8th place teams where it's like if they even if the other team had like a full team wipe, they may not be able to like catch back up. ECLATAX is actually, their time trial times looked pretty competitive to the point where they could capitalize on Method U making a major mistake.
And I think that's one thing we've looked at a number of times, Dranos, where these teams by themselves are not able to just beat them, assuming it's super clean on both sides, right? There's never a mistake made or something along those lines. But we've had a number of moments where teams have been able to just capitalize. And in many cases, that's just what they need to be able to do. They just need to be able to quickly and efficiently capitalize when the stronger team makes one error.
Yeah, that's absolutely what this match... I agree absolutely with Settles that ECLATAX's times look like they're in range of catching Method EU on a bad run. Whereas maybe in our earlier match, of Perplexed round 1 opponent against Diegal Way, that one was maybe more of like a 2 or 3 wipe situation before Perplexed would have ended up losing there.
All right, well, we're going to see how this matchup gets going as Freehold is going to start us off between Method EU and ECLATAX.
God, I love teaming Volcanic Freehold on the Tyrannical setting. Really going to be an arms race to see who can pull the biggest, because there's nothing really holding these teams back at this point.
That's actually, it's a prot race. Arms is the DPS spec.
All right, you're stop that immediately.
Both teams here pulling big, but right off the bat on ECLATAX's side, we have a healer down. They're going to get that battle res up, but that is going to cost them that res. Luckily, they're able to survive the pull here. It's still very close.
Okay, ECLATAX had a really good dispel in the tank there. He had 3 stacks of the healing debuff where it reduces his healing intake, but he end up getting it dispelled. Of course, that is a disease, so Mistweaver monks are able to dispel that off of their tanks.
Oh, 10%
please.
HP,
One heal.
drop of healing coming through. And that is going to save them on the first pull. But meanwhile, Method EU already onto the first boss here. Both teams here looking like they're getting about the same amount of count. Actually, a little bit more on the side of Method EU. So bigger pull, executed more cleanly, and quicker coming out of Method EU to... not my surprise. I don't know if you found that surprising, Tettles.
I mean, it was just a little bit more clean. Like, so Bazooka on the side of ECLATAX wasn't able to get like a ton of damage off, where Zalia from Method EU was able to pop a spinning crane kick immediately and spin to win. I think that ultimately could just be the differentiating factor there. Method EU not running a rogue though, so we saw this in the Perplexed series, the first match of the day. How did you feel about the no rogue run in Freehold?
Yeah, another interesting difference as well is so it's not triple hunter, it's double hunter, 1 DK here. So Method EU has a different answer than Perplexed about this, but both teams agree that the answer is not rogue. Oh, Mira's attacked by Sharkbait there.
I don't hate the DK though. Like, so it is teaming and volcanic, so you can make really good use out of that DK, right?
I agree. I think it's got to be about... So Skycap and Crag is not really a boss that's easy to pull a bunch of trash onto because you need to kill trash to spawn him. But the other 3 bosses, I'm really going to be looking for Method EU to capitalize on Death Knight, opening burst with massive pulls into those bosses. Otherwise, I think maybe Perplexed triple hunter strategy might even be better. ECLATAX, meanwhile, playing a little bit more of a standard, what we've seen in previous weeks, Freehold composition, playing that rogue, and look for Alex to be vanishing soon and going to do the RP in the rest of the dungeon. Method EU's decided that they'd rather have the higher damage of the other specs, though, instead of the utility that rogue brings.
Again, I don't hate the rogue pick either, especially from the side of ECLATAX. Like, they're the 7th seed, right? They're definitely not favored in this matchup. The fact that they're playing something that is a little bit more standard, if they have good practice on this rogue in this dungeon, you see Alex running away to go start that RP. I think this puts them in a good position where they would be able to capitalize on Method EU, maybe going a little bit overly aggressive, be able to capitalize on a mistake. ECLATAX going to be downing Skycap and Crack here momentarily. Alex is off starting the RP, where Method EU has already all drank that brew. They're getting ready to gear up for a pull here into the second boss, the council boss here.
Oh, and now is going deep into the dungeon, pulling a bunch of extra stuff.
Ginji's actually running off to the side to start the RP too, but Hunter Camo is a minute CD after it's used, so maybe he melds on the way back?
Or maybe Meld's on the way there and Fane's on the way back or something. Yeah, well, it's got to be a combination of Meld and Fane that'll allow him to do this without pulling stuff.
If you look on the frame, he actually just uses Aspect of the Turtle. You can see him off to the side right there. So yeah, Fane deaths off everything right there. That's not bad.
Very cool play there, and you'll see Ginji pretty low on the damage meters this pull, but that is not relevant because Fragments has just demolished the entire pull there. And now they've also gotten that benefit of starting that RP, even though they don't have the rogue.
Exactly. So I think that's actually going to be more time efficient relative to how the pull ends up working out if you are able to get away with it. But it's going to be more dangerous. Basically, this council boss will end up killing itself with a bruise. Whenever you get a bad brew, it deals significant damage to the bosses. So if you could get away with your hunter or rogue running off during this boss, it could potentially be of greater benefit than like we've seen with like going on Skycap and Crag or whatnot, right?
Yeah, there's kind of 2 RPs that you want to go do as well. You want to do the one to start the pig, and then like later you want to come back and actually click on the pig 5 times. We see sometimes the rogues, vanishing off the first 2 bosses to go and do those 2 different RP segments. Whereas I think Method EU are just going to be going to be grabbing that pig. Oh, actually, it looks like Mirez is going on that stealth mission right now to go do that.
Interesting. Okay, so I wonder why, because like technically Ginji could have dropped combat again and went and done it himself.
Ginji's meld, I guess Ginji's meld did come back, but Ginji's turtle is not available.
Mirez uses the turtle.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
right.
yeah. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so Mirez uses the turtle. That's actually really smart for them to be able to move around the map in that way. ECLATAX is actually playing a crusher with this boss. I think this is a fairly standard pull.
Crusher, I haven't seen that. Like, we didn't see that out of Method EU this time. It's something that sometimes teams do decide to do, yeah.
I mean, it's tyrannical. Like,
it does slow down your efficiency on the boss because it zones your melee out of there from time to time. So I think that's the reason that we see some teams choose not to do that. But it's definitely not unreasonable to pull that onto that boss. Meanwhile, Method EU doing something that is completely unreasonable with their damage. Fragments spiking up there to 1,000,000 DPS.
Now doing a really good job of maintaining threat, running that Strength of the Warden Major, pairing it with that Marechthus Fang, allowing him to peak at somewhere in the 350,000 DPS mark, far more than I could ever do.
Yeah, now he's second on damage. He's owning. He's just destroying these damage meters. Method EU, 58% trash count. So now kind of comes the time where we start to see whether or not they're planning to do a kite strategy later.
Do you suspect that they would be? I mean, we've seen teams be very vocal about how oppressively good the kite strategy is, but we saw Perplexed Cannonball Barrage the middle pack as opposed to kiting the obelisks earlier in the
I
match
think at
today.
58% count, I expect them to be not kiting, because I expect them, with this low count, I expect them to be grabbing count with Harlan instead, and those are kind of mutually exclusive options.
It is teaming as well. So, like, basically they would have to do one singular pull after Trothak to be able to make up the rest of the count. And at that point, you may as well just kite the obelisks. Or not kite the obelisks. You'd rather play the obelisks and Cannonball Barrage the pack as opposed to kiting the obelisks.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense here on the side of Method EU.
Agree.
Meanwhile, ECLATAX actually not far behind here either. This wouldn't be the first time that we saw a team...
The double crusher?
Yeah, it's double crusher onto Ludwig. Ooh, a lot of bounces coming out there. But ECLATAX, yeah, a lot of crushers on their pathing here. Yeah, last time that we were in the NA Cup, we saw, I think it was Complexity Limit losing their first game in a Freehold up against BDG. So it's definitely, there's precedent for this map being something where the underdog can easily emerge victorious. You know, I think that ECLATAX's time is likely to only be 2 minutes or so shorter than Method EU's.
I would like this double crusher pull significantly more if they were running double hunter. Because
Yeah,
they're able
I
to
think I agree
maintain
with
rapid
that.
reload and more range DPS as opposed to Dirty from ECLATAX walking out of melee every single time something happens.
It's definitely a nail-biting situation as a melee DPS to be involved in a pull with a crusher. Looks to me like Method EU have so far avoided all the crushers in the dungeon. Oh, Frag
ECLATAX,
getting bounced
gosh.
around. ECLATAX, though, also getting bounced around. Oh my goodness, Frag has gotten hit by 2 charges and a shark in the last 10 seconds, but he's okay.
That
Zalia.
was a shame from Trike. See, he ended up heroic leaping away from those harpooners, but the harpooners had something to say about it, immediately gripping back. Fortunately enough, this is looking pretty good from ECLATAX. They're dealing with this pull. It'll probably end up going down fairly swiftly. You actually see all the mobs standing in that death and decay, basically meaning that the DK is ramping. You look at Dirty on the damage meter. He's sitting at a nice 900k DPS. Here comes the APOC as well.
Yeah, so ECLATAX here about a boss fight behind, but a little bit ahead on trash count. Actually doing a great job here of staying relevant in this match.
Yeah, they have definitely practiced this dungeon a significant amount since they are just able to deal with all these pulls in a way. Being able to like set yourself up to pull like this takes just so much time. Method EU here is running all the way through this area. You see now heroic leap up to the spot. Everybody group melds, and they're gearing up to pull Harlan Sweet. I think we are probably right in our suspicion that they're going to Cannonball Barrage everything.
Yeah, looks like they're actually going to be pulling Harlan right on pull with a huge amount of trash. This isn't something that we saw Perplexed do, but Perplexed didn't have that Unholy Death Knight who benefits from all this trash in the same way that
Yeah, so you do see the turtle, the hunter pet turtle ability coming out, taunting Urgroth on his first Spirit Breaker cast. Everybody dropping pretty low here, but able to be quickly topped up by Zalia's Way of the Crane. This is... So, pulling that trash pack is actually... I feel like it may be safer than just playing the 4 obelisks by themselves if you do have that DK.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
it
the
does
way of the
melt
crane
things. It melts things nice and effectively. Yeah, both damage and healing, very good. In comes the Officer Patrol. Not sure if this was intended, but it looks like it's going to be fine for Method EU.
It's
Do
pretty
you still have
scary.
Urgroth? Urgroth shouldn't be getting another Spirit Breaker, though, at this point.
Yeah, the officer
Spider.
actually does a cast called Oiled Blade, and it puts it on your tank. That debuff is fairly deadly, but can be dispelled off as it is a magic effect.
Also
so
be
you just
spell
wanna-
reflected if you are if you're really on top of your game.
That's kind of scary. I mean, yeah, it definitely could be spell reflected. I don't know if under these circumstances if that's what you'd be trying to do. I mean, maybe.
I know, look, there's the reflect from now.
Oh,
Coming out.
maybe you're right. ECLATAX is going to be down in Trothak here momentarily. Another Crusher has been pulled.
Yes, ECLATAX trying to fight all of the Crushers in the dungeon. That's their bonus objective here.
Yeah. Do they get a time advantage if they kill every Crusher in the dungeon?
Yeah, it's an alternate win condition. You either kill all the bosses or all the Crushers, and that stops the timer.
Yeah.
Method EU pulling some more trash here. This should be the last that they need for the enemy forces count. In fact, I don't even think that they need all of these things. I think that just the Ravager cast going through will be sufficient for them.
Ravager cast got stopped by Shockwave there.
Yeah, I think they actually want the mobs to stay alive a little longer so that Frag can build a little bit more damage off of them.
I mean, they also have rapid reload for aspect of the wild resets and stuff like that. Maybe they want them to stay alive a little bit longer. The painful motivation cast also does make the mobs do, what is it, 100% increased damage, so it can be kind of scary if they're actively meleeing your tank while that ability is on them.
They do die very quickly though after that.
Yeah, the painful motivation scales by key level.
So it's percent health damage, but that damage scales up with key level, and since their health is scaling, it basically double scales with damage with key level.
Yeah, Harlan hits 30%, he casts his loaded dice ability, making himself take increased damage, and now his health is plummeting. ECLATAX here has now recently engaged Harlan's Suite.
They're going to be kiting the obelisk, it looks like, on the side of ECLATAX. A shame, though, that we are not going to get to see too much of that strategy for them, because Method EU is going to stop the clock here with just 12 minutes and 15 seconds elapsed, taking game 1 in this series.
Oh my
Kinda epic.
goodness. I mean, Method EU, we saw a little slow start for them last week, but they are rip-roaring out of the gates right now with a great Freehold time, taking game number 1 against ECLATAX. And Zyra, this is what we want to see. And, when we talk about our expectations for, our number 1 team in Europe right now, they've set the bar. They continue to do so.
And I think there's a ton to talk about with this particular matchup so far.
Well, that's
with
great.
The way
So
this dungeon went. So, I mean, we were already super impressed with the 13-10 time that Perplexed put up, but Method EU, they're not going to let them rest on their laurels at all. A minute faster for Method EU in this dungeon, showing why the Unholy DK is powerful. Just the size of the pulls that they're able to pull off with that Unholy DK is pretty nutty.
Are you done?
I'll talk more. I'll talk more later.
Oh, okay.
When we do the replays.
I think a large portion of how they are able to save time too is the utilization of the hunters, like melding and feign deathing, being able to start that pig RP without bringing the rogue for it.
I feel like Perplexed did that too. I didn't 100% catch it, but I think that they were using similar techniques to get the same effects with their hunter. But just I think it is just the DK, engine. Method EU found a really good way to harness that here in this dungeon.
Yep. And if you guys remember, in the last European Cup that we saw from previous season, Method EU started playing some very different compositions. They started playing around with very off-meta classes. And that's what, as you guys mentioned, it kind of reminded me of, where Method EU says, okay, well, we don't have a rogue, so let's see what we're going to be able to do to start pig RP, to start getting away from some of those mobs. And you just love to be able to start seeing some of those strategies come in, that you're using the more niche abilities from a hunter to do, say, like a rogue to drop on that one. So those are always a great credit to see to these guys. And now, Zyronic, we're ready for you. What else do you have to say to break down the rest of this game?
So I think it's really easy to talk about how insane this run was from Method EU, but I actually want to focus on ECLATAX here, because this is a team, this is the first time we're seeing them this year. And based off the way they played, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't see them early on, because this team actually played this dungeon incredibly well. They engaged the boss with 100% trash. We saw that they were gearing up to kite the obelisk, which meant they were going to have a pretty fast time, probably somewhere in the mid-13s range. But I think we touched on this I touched on this on a little bit at the end of last week. You're seeing kind of where the difficulty of the MDI comes into play, because ECLATAX, as good as they looked, they were just kind of running an older strategy. They didn't quite adapt to not having a rogue yet, but they played it really well. So I feel like if this is a team that had played in the first cup 4 weekends ago and had been able to ramp up to this cup, we could see an even stronger team now. This could be a team that competes with our top, maybe top 5 or 6 teams. But I think that just because they haven't been able to practice that much leading into this, that this is probably going to be like the top end of what we see from them. But still, with the time that they've put in, I'm incredibly impressed with what they've put together here.
Yeah, and those are always the more interesting things when we start seeing some of those 7th, 8th seeds come in and start, playing more competitive and start putting together games like we talked about before the series, Tettles, where, hey, if the leading team makes a mistake, we're going to be there to capitalize on it.
Exactly, and they would have been there to be able to take advantage of that mistake. Dude, the fact that they were gearing up to kite obelisks is wild to me, because since we haven't seen them in previous weekends, you would suspect that they haven't had the time to be able to put forward that focus to be able to learn how to kite the obelisk. It's not easy, by the way. You have to maintain healer threat on those obelisks while the tank understands how to balance the threat, and then the healer has to also figure out how to kite the mobs, like what's the optimal path and where all the pebbles in every single dungeon are and whatnot, to be able to not snap those mobs to them. So the fact that they were gearing up and looked like they were going to be able to do it successfully, big kudos to those guys.
A lot of credit's going to go to them. And, to further capitalize on it, the part of the surprise that we kind of experienced with it in many cases, Dratnos, is from seeing some of the other 6th, 7th, 8th place teams from previous cups where they start putting together some decent strategies to stay in the hunt. But it seems like in many cases they're pulling just not efficiently enough, not effectively enough to always stay consistently in the hunt, to the point where we've had Method EU wipe against some teams and then still bring it back and destroy a team that never wiped at all,
Yeah, and that was not at all what ECLATAX looked like in that run. Their run was looking 100% competitive. I think it would have been close to Perplexed's time that we saw. Perplexed, the number 1 seed, coming into this tournament, number 2 team right now in championship points. Yeah, I think ECLATAX's Freehold run there, if they successfully kited obelisks on the last boss, which we didn't fully get to see because the match ended, I think they were probably beating every team that wasn't Perplexed and Method EU on average in that run. So that was wild coming out of ECLATAX. I really hope that we get to keep seeing them in this tournament.
Most definitely.
So does chat.
Yeah, so do they as well, for good reason. Tol Dagor is going to be our next game in the series. Do you think there's a little bit of chicken being played right now, Zyra, with map bans?
I don't know. Both Shrine and Siege had some pretty difficult to deal with affixes, so I'm not too surprised that those two are the ones that got banned out here. I think Tol Dagor is probably the easier dungeon to play in terms of between those 3 dungeons, so I'm kind of not surprised that this is the one that's left open. But based off the way that Freehold was played, in what we know about the volatility of Tol Dagor, I think there is a chance that ECLATAX could actually take this map. Now, also, I'm a little biased because I want them to win this map. I want to see Method use Atal'Dazar.
Sure.
But hey, man, they played so well in that Freehold. I want to see if they can do it here too.
I like how you're going. You want them to win so that Method EU's got to show us how they're able to do a 944. Is that right? 944 Atal'Dazar run?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Didn't Now tease us a couple days before Tettles where he's like, what would you guys say if we did a 944 Atal'Dazar run? And it was people were just like, nah, you're kidding. You're trolling us. And they do it.
I think that was in response to something Zamak said, didn't it? Wasn't that what that was in response to? Flame on Twitter.
I think Zamak said something like, there's no way we could do a sub 10 minute, and then Method EU posted that picture. Every single member of Method EU posted a picture. I think Fragnance posted a picture from his phone of his monitor.
Oh, I know, it's the worst.
Dude, what are you guys doing?
In the next episode,
it's a legit proof.
In the next episode of the Mythic Dungeon International, we teach these top players how to take screenshots of their computers. But first, let's go into round 2 between Method EU and ECLATAX as Tol Dagor is ready to go.
And Method EU here, not playing a rogue. I think this might be the first time in the history of World of Warcraft that a team has decided not to bring a rogue here to Tol Dagor. Rogues, of course, so valuable in this dungeon for opening up all the cages and that kind of utility that they bring in this place in particular, and the cannons. And Method EU does not have that.
I was watching my favorite streamer, Dratnos, stream Tol Dagor last night without a rogue, and things did not seem to be going very smoothly once they reached the cannon area, due to the ability to be able to Tricks of the Trade the cannon shots back onto back onto teammates. But right now, you actually see the major difference between the two compositions. Method EU eliminated every single crab known to mankind on top of the Sand Queen at the very beginning, whereas ECLATAX has to keep those crabs up. And
ECLATAX has a death
to go
through
down.
their cheat death as well, and that's going to be a full team wipe from ECLATAX. Oh, what is happening here? Where are they? The mobs are still in combat with them? Some shenanigans, some weird things have gone on here. Okay, no, they're full resetting. All right, I was mistaken there. Method EU, though, have already killed the first boss, and they are making their way now into the dungeon here. They will be using those Monolite Skeleton Keys, the blacksmithing item that is available on the Tournament Realm, as they do not have a rogue. And they'll be skipping on through here with their Lightfoots and Shadow Melds momentarily.
Oh, that was a cool move by the Observer there, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so now Method EU is here, fighting the blob. Do you know which Awakened mob is down there at the bottom? Is that Urgroth that they skipped doing?
It is. I think it is the spider at the bottom of the dungeon.
Okay. I don't know what it is on the Tournament Realm. I know it can either be the spider or Urgroth down there.
Yeah, it's the spider down there, and Urgroth is up in the cannon section.
Okay,
I believe.
Urgroth. Okay, that makes sense. So Method EU here, now playing Blood the Corruptor. You actually saw those tentacles on a stick get annihilated immediately. Now they're dragging the blood all the way up towards that Jess Hallis area, foregoing any buffs that could have potentially been gotten. Ooh, now look at that. That was actually really
there.
good use. Okay, so
That
he's
might
using...
be a Vengeance Demon Hunter snap as well with double jump.
Exactly. The double jump. Okay, so double jump allows you to get like significantly more vertical with how the jump ends up working out. You can snap a lot of mobs in very poor ways. I've seen it be done very poorly in dungeons like Shrine of the Storm, where mobs will then be stuck in the roof for prolonged periods of time. But now does a very good job of making good use of it. He also uses a Sigil of Silence there to be able to
Mirrors goes down,
those...
though. Out comes the B-Res. Life Cocoon active on Zalia to keep him alive. This is really tight, though. Grievous is ticking on players. Gingy goes down. They're going to be resetting Jess Hallis here.
Do you think they meant to pull those mobs that were on the stairs?
I do not know what they meant to do here. I imagine that was not intended, but maybe. Meanwhile, ECLATAX, things might be going slightly wrong for Method EU. Things are going extremely wrong for ECLATAX. ECLATAX have collected 21 deaths and 2% enemy forces count. That is not a good ratio of deaths to enemy forces count for our unfortunate ECLATAX team here.
At what point do you go 18?
Yeah, drop it in 2 chest.
Yeah, drop it in 2 chest.
We've all felt that urge.
I've been here before. Dude,
Yes,
they almost got the first pull dead too.
All right, yeah, they're doing it here. They are throwing their bodies at this. Luckily, on the Tournament Realm, auto hammers are available, so they will be able to keep their gear repaired, as durability would almost certainly be an issue here otherwise.
Also, apparently on the Tournament Realm, from what I remember whenever I played last, whenever you die, you only lose 1% durability.
Oh, Bazook taking huge damage here on the side of ECLATAX.
One
They're going to be able to avoid getting their 22nd death. As we all know, fool me 21 times.
Shame on you.
Method EU setting up their CCs once again, and they'll be pulling into Jess Hallis for the second time. They're out of battle reses here, so this is something that they have to execute pretty well. They used a battle res and then still ended up having to reset it last time. So very much not a clean run coming out from Method EU.
I mean, dude, Jess Hallis is... I have seen more deaths to Jess Hallis than I have to any other boss across all MDIs. Like, maybe Volzith is a little bit more dangerous this season than Jess, but something to do with how people are pulling the Jess floor. So they pull him through that side cage, and then whenever he flees, he has the opportunity to pull every C-Speaker and the Block Warden. And teams normally just kind of wipe if that occurs. But so we're going to see how Method EU is able to deal with all of this stuff here momentarily.
Yeah, it looks like nothing over there unplanned is pulled. A little bit of planned stuff coming in. Yeah, those are the raiders out of the cages, which is part of the plan. And they're going to be pulling in a bunch of trash now. Out goes the Sigil of Flame. The death grips on those casters. Quaking something they do have to be pretty careful of here. Quaking, a very difficult affix to deal with in Tol Dagor because of how narrow those corridors are.
I have personally died to Quaking on this boss because whenever he stuns you, if you're stacked up with your teammates...
Ah, yes. A timeless classic. Meanwhile, ECLATAX, they are working on the boss once again, and some trash with it. A lot of damage coming out. Somehow they're able to survive.
Don't worry. Don't
Cheat death not available
But it is available for our friend
yes,
now.
Now does have the cheat death available, which is a nice insurance policy to have in this dungeon for sure.
Now Demon. How do you like him? He's actually tanking every single one of those blades. The Jest cast ability. Do you think that that's more advantageous on something like Quaking?
Yeah, so it means that they're not going to have any unfortunate Quaking stacks, and it means that the boss is just going to be reliably positioned in the same spot over and over again, instead of potentially like slightly moving and then having the line of sight get scuffed. So I do like that coming out of it, because when he has Demon Spikes up, he's pretty much immune to physical damage. That's, oh, where's Zalia, though? Zalia goes down, Mira's goes down.
This is real awkward.
I think we may have had a issue where we didn't quite get everybody out of combat into the obelisk.
So somebody was opening the cage with the monolite key, and I suspect that they accidentally pulled that trash pack that was next to them, because that door is not open currently.
Oh, no. Now is going to have to try and survive here. Zalia back in there, so they were able to enter the other awakened portal to get here.
Shout out Demon Hunter.
Now able to survive here on this Grievous environment without even... Oh, he did pop cheat death. Okay, so that last resort has been used by now. No more cheat death available for him. Meanwhile, on the side of ECLATAX, the first boss is down. It took them 21 deaths and 7 minutes to do it, but they will be making their way into the prison now.
Well, according to the time, it took them 9 minutes, but yeah.
Yeah, 9 minutes if you factor in the 2 minutes of death penalty.
So now is playing Gluttony as opposed to Spirit Bomb. How do you actually feel about that? Because we know on Live Realms, a lot of Demon Hunter tanks will enjoy playing that Gluttony build because it gives them significantly better survivability. But in MDI scenarios so far, we've seen a lot of people favoring that Spirit Bomb because it allows for better snap threat and just generally better survivability. Survivability damage-wise, but it's less reliable mitigation-wise because they're not going to have what is effectively 100% uptime on their Metamorphosis or Demon Spikes.
Yeah, now is playing a pure turtle build here of his DH. Playing so the goal here, I think, is that, look, as long as I survive on this cannon pull, as long as I survive on the big pull on the beach, it doesn't actually matter how much damage he's doing, right? Because all the damage that they need to do will be done by the cannons, will be done by the Death Knights, depending on which part of the dungeon they're in. So now's only job is grouping mobs effectively and surviving, and that's what his build is optimizing. And look at how many enemies they're pulling here.
Oh,
look at the size of this. 34% is the amount of trash count they have right now. Out comes the Sigil of Chains into the binding after the Sigil of Silence finished wearing off there.
This is scary.
Watch this enemy forces count. That was 52% of the dungeon.
Okay,
the entire floor done in one pull by Method EU.
If those mobs come out of that Sigil of Chains, the millisecond they get in range of Ginji's going to have 100% of the threat because misdirection doesn't work as well as Trix does in the cannons. So he would have immediately been just gunned down by the flame casters and those marines. So they kept the mobs at the absolute maximum distance that they needed to be for Ginji to not get shot.
Yeah, now we get to the second cannon section. One marine here not cooperating, casting that suppression fire in the back there.
Please start get over here.
They will be using the Sigil of Silence there. Into the Death Grip, into the Chains of Ice.
Binding shot too.
Binding shot down. Once again, Ginji gonna drop out of the cannon and feign death in order to drop some threat. And once you can see all the mobs are running at him. Taunt, though, comes out from now. They also have 2 taunts from Death Knights. So as long as those Death Knights... Yeah, look at that Death Grip coming out as well. Chains of Ice, taunt. And that is excellent protecting, get down, Mr. President, from Method EU. Making sure that nobody goes and attacks Ginji while he's inside that cannon. Because as you mentioned, Misdirection does not behave like Tricks of the Trade does with the cannons. It is not as effective there.
I mean, if they're able to play the cannons as cleanly as they are here, I guess you don't really need a rogue, right?
They did 52% of the dungeon with that first cannon pull.
Is now standing in that igniter ability on the floor? Okay, never mind. He moves out of it.
Yeah, I don't think he would choose to do that. It does do quite a bit of damage. He is a Demon Hunter. It probably wouldn't kill him, but it would hurt.
That would have been kind of weird. I was wondering if he was
Mostly
like,
it would hurt for no reason as well. Like the only possible benefit would be like popping his null barrier.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is he trying to like pop his null barrier? Like, what's the point of standing in that? That seems pretty bad.
Yeah, that's the DH reflect. You run and tank some magic damage and you yell, "I'm reflecting." Pretend you're a protection warrior. Alright, Captain Valor, you're going to be dying soon here. Of course, the affix active is fortified rather than tyrannical, so these bosses not going to take too long for Method EU.
On the side of ECLATAX here, they have engaged Jess Hallis, have phased him as well. It looks like they have some of those raiders that are on top of the boss. They do drop the D&D here. All this stuff should be momentarily dying. Everything's looking okay for them at this point, but they are
ECLATAX's Jess Hallis is looking better than Method Eu's first one did. Method EU, of course, did have to reset that boss, but ECLATAX have avoided collecting any further deaths here after collecting 21 in the first 5 minutes of the dungeon. So they're looking clean. They looked really clean in that Freehold. It was really just the beach pull kind of farmed them for a little while.
Dude, they were almost... They literally almost killed the beach pull the first time they did it.
Yeah, that's how these things go, because on the first time you have your Bloodlust, you have your Army of the Dead, you have your Cheat Death on the side of your Demon Hunter and their meta cooldown. You wipe and you try again, and you're just trying to do it without all that stuff, and it's a very easy recipe for disaster from there. Cannon shots coming out from Method EU as they do the final pack here. They're now at 100%. Wait, they're at 100% trash count, but they do still have 2 obelisks here, so they went a little bit over count. Not going to be the end of the world. But it is a slight inefficiency in their pathing this time. We've got Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, and Voidweaver Malthier coming out to attack Method EU while they're fighting the last boss. Not a tough combination with access to that Hunter. Hunter can, of course, taunt every Urgroth, Spirit Breaker. They do have to stand in this Dark Fury.
Yeah. You have to like dodge. You have to manually dodge the cannons, and you have to stand in like the first Dark Fury, which if you get overlapped with that, with that ability from Korgus, then you could quickly go down. But Zalia, with his Way of the Crane, is able to keep everybody kind of propped up. Both of the Death Knights do have access to that anti-magic spell. Gingy does have that turtle if he believes that he would need it. If he thought he was going to die to the Dark Fury or something. But Method EU, everybody looking pretty good. Now
gets hit by he gets hit by the cross ignition, I think.
Honestly, not even close.
He cleverly selected the Demon Hunter class at the start of this run, so does not have to worry about those sorts of things. No, he's not stunned.
Okay. He got really close on.
He got very close, but yeah, when you get stunned, you run out of that. That Heartstopper Venom depletes a lot more quickly than it is right now for him.
Looks like Trouble in Paradise for ECLATAX after their pretty good Jess Hallis pull. Looks like they've wiped to something. I wasn't looking.
There's
but
a Filtrat Lure there.
Now just went down there. What happened?
I'm not 100% sure, but a Battle Res was available and used by Method EU. They are now out of that resource. Grievous stacks on everybody, though. Zalia's going to have to try and get everybody back topped. And I believe he's a little bit low on mana. We can't actually see his mana bar because of that Heartstopper Venom bar overtaking it. But this is the point in the fight where often Mistweavers are out of that resource. He is able to top everybody up, though, and everybody able to help him out, top themselves up.
Tanking the boss here is so scary with Quaking, too.
Yes, it is.
Oh, goodness. All right, everybody piles on in. Overseer Korgus down to 3%, 2%, 1%, and they'll be going down. Method EU will be taking the series 2-0.
That's right, Method EU just showing their strength in a very tightly jam-packed tightly jam-packed Tol Dagor onto that one. And, Quaking is constantly a pain, but being able to see them execute there, especially on the last boss, Zyro, making sure they're min-maxing their positioning and, watching out for their other players is so big.
And min-maxing their damage, too. Voidweaver Malthier didn't go down until Korgus was at like 20% HP, which is pretty bold to do. That's scary. But listen, in all reality, I'm to blame for this one. I talked ECLATAX up like crazy before this match. I said, wow, that Freehold was so good, and then I cast a cursed just about as bad as you can.
But I think that ECLATAX still was. Okay, so ECLATAX's Freehold was actually pretty good. If they were able to pull off that first pull in Tol Dagor, I mean, They would have actually been in a really good spot. They just had problems. Dude, that first pull is hard. Like, yeah. I think that's more of a testament to how much time and how much effort Method EU puts in than, like, down-talking ECLATAX. Dude, that first pull sucks. It lasted after the Sand Queen's upheaval. I am not surprised that they wiped. It takes time. It takes practice to be able to put in, like, the amount of effort that you need to be able to pull off stuff like that.
Well, I think that's one of the big points, too, is that whenever you look at some teams, like we looked at their Freehold, we said, wow, that was actually really competitive. But, you know, Zyro, when you were talking up how good it was, you also mentioned, you know, I'm surprised they had the time to do it. So it goes to show the depth of a team to say, okay, they're really practicing this thing, and now we see what they haven't. Yeah,
for sure. And I did take something from YouTube chat, who have been incredibly supportive of this ECLATAX team. Apparently, it loosely translates to something along the lines of "so bad" in English. So, you know,
the team's name is So Bad.
Yeah. Essentially, which is, you know, maybe
they were not that bad.
they weren't that bad, honestly. I think that's a pretty funny name though, in general. But yeah, no, I mean, realistically, with the amount of time these guys are going to get to practice before the lower bracket match, they could put something together and potentially win that lower bracket series. But, you know, based off that Freehold, I think they're a pretty solid team. And if they were given more time to practice, we could have seen a lot more from these guys.
Yeah, it'd be kind of wild if they were able to take a match off somebody who's trying to position themselves to be able to get into the top 4.
Yep.
Well, now they have the opportunity to really prepare themselves at this point, because they have some time to, you know, get their way out of that lower bracket, and they need to make sure that they're ready to go for those lower bracket series, because it's going to come up quickly, and they're not going to have tons of time to be ready for it, Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, they have. So we have a couple more matches here in our upper bracket. Actually, we have 3 upper bracket matches to resolve, and then we will be going to those lower bracket elimination matches. They have a little bit of time, though, to get ready on those maps, and there is some overlap in the map pools that they're going to from this first series as well. So it should be reasonable for them. I think that they've got a shot to show us what they can do against a team that is not maybe quite as powerful as Method EU.
Exactly, and you know, now as we start looking ahead, we have Deplete from Beyond squaring up against Pain for Femme in our next series. We had a lot of high expectations for Self-Reliance and the boys to be a close series, but any predictions that you have on this one, Tettles?
Okay, so as weird as it sounds, Pain for Femme, their upside is actually normally fairly high, but then sometimes they'll just like randomly tank out of matches, and I don't like, as long as they can continue to play more towards that upside than to like where they'll end up making just like one mistake and then chain it into a second mistake, they should be good. This should be a very close match. I think Pain for Femme's like ceiling is slightly higher than Deplete from Beyond's, but it comes down to consistency at the end of the day, right?
That's right. We'll be watching very closely to see who's going to be pulling through with the series. But first, we'll be taking a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The Mythic Dungeon International will be back after a few minutes.
That's real awkward, Jack.
Yeah, you know, you hate to see it. But you guys know what I was talking about. Lots going to be on the line so far, as both of these teams really need to be able to move on in order to be able to go into those global finals. Dagor, let's start it off. Deplete from Beyond and Paper Fem have had their ups and downs, but I'm interested in seeing what the upsides and the best runs we'll see out of them.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously we don't really know their strategies for these maps that they're going to play here, except on the Workshop. So Workshop is a time trial map, and Pain for Fam actually got the number 3 seed in the time trials, while only getting the number 6 seed overall, while Deplete from Beyond got number 3 seed overall, but number 6 in Workshop. So I guess it's lucky for Pain for Fam that they got Workshop in this series, because in the other 2 time trial games or dungeons, Deplete from Beyond would be ahead in strategy. Now, they didn't ban Yard though, so that'll be interesting.
It will be extremely interesting on this one. We've already seen some innovative strategies coming out onto this one. Settles, what are your ideas going into this one?
Hope that you don't die to raging mobs very quickly, I think would be my key element here. I think that a lot of the teams probably just haven't practiced Junkyard, so the fact that it made it through may be good or bad for one or both teams.
I'm extremely surprised that Underrot got
I mean,
banned.
so... Okay, in the Self-Reliance versus the Boys match, Junkyard got through as well. Both teams looked pretty good in Junkyard. Like they looked like they had really solid strategies going on there. But I suspect that Paint for Fem maybe not gonna look so hot in Junkyard.
Really? Why?
That's some secret intel.
Okay. You can share with class? Yeah. Okay, good talk.
Well, content incoming, smile.
Content incoming. Interesting.
My response, oh no. We reverse sweep, don't worry. I hate starting the series 0-1, smile. So we were promised a reverse sweep though.
All right, we've got some high expectations going to be coming in for them on this one. So following it up, I mean, it's very weird to start seeing more Junkyard getting into the mixed Ratnos, especially when there's affixes that we never see on live servers. But where do you think some of the strategies that we have seen so far, where do they like ripe for improvement? What needs to be changed about them to make it the most optimal?
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of different pieces of the perfect strategy from different teams. Fighting those enemies in Trixie and Nano's area with Trixie and Nano, but outside of the motorcycle range in that little side spot seems like a pretty optimal thing to be doing. Fighting 4 awakened enemies with the last boss, if you can make it reliable, seems like something that's worth doing, but we haven't seen teams really make that reliable yet. We've seen teams wipe to that. So that is, I think, another place where time is on the table for teams that go after it. And then just, pathing through the dungeon as a whole, it's an open question about how aggressively should you be going after bots in the first couple pulls versus how much you should just be trying to do big pulls and not spend 2 minutes of your dungeon walking around doing nothing.
That's right, and we've seen how punishing it has been for people missing out on those shock bots or losing them to just chip deaths here and there. It's even more punishing than ever. And with a lot of the action coming in throughout Junkyard, one of our newer dungeons of the expansion, be sure to use the hashtag MDI screenshot if you'd like to participate in our competition this weekend to get the best action shots that you could possibly get. And we get to see Tettles be, a lovely judge for that one, so that's always going to be a blast. Game number 1 between Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Fem is getting underway as the Junkyard gets going.
Is it going to be a blast to see Tettles judging that? I'm not really sure. Either way, Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Fem are in the dungeon now. So we see a Hunter on Pain for Fem's side, while Deplete from Beyond is playing a similar comp to what we've seen from Self-Reliance with the double Unholy and the Demon Hunter.
I don't think either of these comps are necessarily bad. I think they both have a really big upside. Something that's really weird that I will say from the side of Paint for Fem is that Fem ran around and then ran back through the starting zone and now has obtained a Spark Bot. I feel like that's slightly suboptimal pathing, where Deplete from Beyond has already made their way into Gobamac and has started their first pull.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that's... I mean, Maybe they think they need the shock bots on everybody to make this pull possible that they're about to do. We'll see as they actually gather quite a bit. We saw Shelly on the other side with his Hunter misdirecting a bunch of trash from the opposite side here on top of Fem. So this is a pretty big pull. You want to make sure that you be careful for the shockwaves too, because the shockwaves definitely one-shot you. And you also want to make sure that you do have some defenses left when all of those mobs are raging. But yeah, Deplete from Beyond. They're already done with 15% trash, while Painful Fem just now got done with their pull. And yeah, definitely a big time loss there getting all of those shock bots.
I mean, I think it kind of depends. Like, as long as you can get shock bots on like 3 or 4 people, like for Deplete from Beyond, getting a shock bot on their Demon Hunter is like by far the most important number. Getting it on clicks because he's able to amplify how much damage, or like how many procs that shock bot is going to do, because he does have that haste from Furious Gaze, and the shock bot's shock is hasted procs per minute. Like that's important. But beyond that, it's kind of chill. And Pain for Fem is elected to play the Obelisk or Deplete from Beyond. They do a pretty interesting strategy. You're able to taunt Goblin through those double bullies, allowing you to forego pulling them all together. But the downside is that you lose access to those 2 Lightning Rod pillars, meaning that if you're going to group soak that charge smash, that you're going to have potentially 2 people with that Lightning Rod debuff on them.
Yeah, and Pain for Fem, I mean, interesting to see that they're actually dealing with the Obelisk first here, specifically because they didn't commit their Bloodlust yet. So it seems like they are delaying their Bloodlust quite a bit here. Now they're engaging the first boss as well, and now they're committing the Bloodlust, so everything a bit delayed. While Deplete from Beyond, they're already on 15% on King Gobamak here, about to finish that boss off. Now, we've already seen, well, we haven't seen it, we saw an attempt. We saw the boys attempt to do the last boss with all 4 obelisks. They ended up wiping, while Self-Reliance only dealt with 3. Pain for Fem now dealt with the Tank Buster already, even though they have a Hunter. So I feel like if you want to do 4 obelisks with the last boss, then Pain for Fem does have the correct comp to try it out, but they didn't choose to do it.
I mean, I'm quite concerned with their Bloodlust timing, because if you're doing this dungeon fast and the dungeon is somewhere in the 12 to 13 minute range, like a very, like almost like a perfect run, if you have a couple of deaths, it will end up probably putting you in like the 13 to 14 minute range. Their Bloodlust comes through at like 2.5 minutes. That's not great.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like Deplete from Beyond is waiting for some maybe patrol movement there, or maybe Lightfoot Potion. Either way, Rentari now popping that Lightfoot and gathering quite a bit of trash. Looks like they are not using that strategy that we've seen from Self-Reliance with the line of sighting, but also not really required, as the Ring of Peace is coming out by Igloo to make sure everything is gathered completely to be able to get that AoE on everything. We also see Clicks running Fel Barrage as well, of course, very AoE heavy dungeon here, and also the Fortified makes it very worth it. And there we go, looks like they're using this strat anyway.
Yeah, look at this. So they're doing the exact same thing that we did see from Self-Reliance, where they're taking Tazy, did I call her Tazy? Trixie, Taser, and Nano into that back corner area, or at least they're trying to. Looks like she got off to the side, and if you want to walk up to there, look at that crawler. That crawler's really close. Yeah. That's scary, I will say. Deplete from Beyond, very fortunate that they didn't pull the crawler.
So Shell actually went down on Pain for Fem's side. They did not commit their battle rush. They just finished off the trash pool and got Shella back up. Again, this, like, one death in Junkyard causes way more problems than in any other dungeon, just because you lose all of your shock bots. And not just shock bot, but also the grease bot and the welding bot, which the grease bot also is pretty important to have in combination with the shock bot, because it gives you the haste and therefore it procs the shock bot more often. So losing both of these bots is a definite a big damage decrease. So therefore, any sort of death is a big issue here. Deplete from Beyond not having any problems so far yet. Looks really clean on their side. Pain for Fem though, Fem going down. This is not good, as they also pulled the crawler.
For Pain for Fem, I think. Yeah, you got the enraged crawler and the enraged mechanic at the exact same time. That just leads to disaster. As Shelly did purge off that enrage with his pet ability to be able to get that enrage effect off of the crawler, but ooh, okay, so Fem is actually not, Pain for Fem is actually not going to full team wipe there. That was kind of scary though.
Yeah, that was definitely scary, and that is also, that is one advantage of having the Hunter, because they can dispel that enrage effect, they can soothe it off. well, the Deplete from Beyond does not have a Druid or a Hunter to do that. So that's probably also why we don't see those crawlers being pulled by any of those teams that don't have Hunters, right? I think Paint for Femme was the first team that actually pulled that crawler because of the Enrage effect. And maybe they even adjusted their strategy. Maybe they didn't want to pull it in the first place, but because they had the death by Shala, they figured, you know what, let's kill the crawler so we can get access to the bot that is there.
Yep, Deplete from Beyond doing a fairly MDI standard pull here with the double monstrosity. They will do their consume cast pretty simultaneously. Then you'll see Igloo there. He'll pop his revival. He'll get all those debuffs off of the players like you just saw right there. Basically, whenever that happens, the consume dot could make potentially players fall down, but with the revival, you get the debuff off you. Everything's kind of chilling. The monstrosities go down fairly quickly, and that pull is safe as long as you have double DK and insane damage.
Yeah, that's all you need. Anyway.
And a Mistweaver Monk.
And now, it is very important to make sure you do this revival play correctly, because once you don't have the revival anymore, you can't do the same pull. Everyone will have to run out of that consume. I mean, they do have one single target dispel they can use, and they can use immunities, but then they can't, like, everyone else needs to walk out. So it's really important that you do the big pull once revival is ready, and then once revival is not ready anymore, you just do a smaller pull, so you don't have to deal with too much trash, because once everyone needs to run out, of course you lose a lot of damage. So that's why we saw that big pull come in at the start.
That was kind of sick from Deplete from Beyond. So Rentari used Dispel Reflect on one of the consumes. Both Dr. J and Kurisu end up using their AMS to be able to stand in the whole entire time, and Clicks just gets a single target Dispel, so Igloo's the only person who has to walk out. Kind of sick to be able to maintain the most amount of damage there.
Yeah, for sure. Pain for Femme, on the other hand, slightly behind, because they had so many problems in that earlier boss area with a death here and there. They didn't have a full team wipe, but still, everything is happening a little bit slower for them. Deplete from Beyond, on the other hand, they already engaged Ganker here with a bunch of trash on top of it.
But Deplete from Beyond is yet to play an Obelisk, so maybe they go for the more, like, the really aggressive 4 Obelisk strategy with the HK robot. I would be really scared to be playing that, but, like, realistically, you get a lot of additional damage value via the shock bots, so it could potentially be safer than other boss fights, but, like, with the blob, you also have limited, like, room, just due to how the blob's, like, circles end up factoring in with the circles that spawn naturally from the robots, and then just the HK bot does, like, a big circle cast as well. I don't know. It's kind of scary fight to be playing a bunch of obelisks on. We'll see if Deplete from Beyond elects to play 4, or if they kill something that's up in that Cat Island area.
Yeah, and they also don't have many abilities to deal with those shock bots, right? They're going to spawn in the last boss that just patrol around. They don't really have any, like, roots or stuff like that to deal with. They have a Ring of Peace, but if they all spawn in different directions, then it's going to be hard for them to actually deal with it. They could slow them, but, you know, it's still RNG where those bots spawn, and if you have 4 obelisks to deal with, you can't necessarily move around that much because the Void Weaver is there, and Void Weaver just doesn't like moving. So that's definitely a big risk to take with the last boss. As Ganker goes down for Deplete from Beyond, Pain for Femme, on the other hand, definitely doing everything a little bit slower, as they're still fighting the trash right in front of Ganker here.
Yeah, they have a monster. This is actually a fairly substantial pull. Pain for Femme's ability to be able to get this pull down, honestly, that's a pretty scary pull to be able to do all in one go. So kudos to Pain for Femme there. They're positioning themselves, like, they're pretty far behind from what happened in the Trixie Nano area, but they're putting themselves in a position where they would be able to take advantage of any mistakes that come from Beyond. Rentari drops pretty low there. They have a cat in this pack, though.
Oh no.
But the initial bleed from that cat ended up going onto Rentari, so it doesn't look that bad. And now the pack gets blown up. You do see those Death and Decays go down. The Death Knights just kind of popping off here.
Do you remember where, like, in Legion, when all of the dungeons had a cat sort of mock?
Court of Stars and Darkheart Thicket. Yeah,
yes.
those cats were just god-awful. Yeah. There were many deaths to those.
Anyway, that's why you don't like to pull cats, because they jump in here, they leave a bleed behind, and they do a lot of damage. So that's why almost all of the teams choose to just avoid them. They're also in stealth as well, which They can be made visible with the Demon Hunter, so that's really nice. With the Spectral side, they're able to tell where they are. In case you do want to pick a shock bot that is on that cat island, as Teddles likes to call it, then you can just use your Spectral side, make sure that...
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Curry actually going down here, which is pretty bad because they need this damage because this is a huge pool that they just gathered. So Battle Rush coming up immediately, but now he's out of shock bots and any other bots that he has.
Well, I mean, the shock bot's only going to be like, I would say the shock bot's going to be a pretty small percentage of your damage here. Igloo goes down. That is very dangerous, especially since these mobs are going to start enraging here momentarily. A really good Chaos Nova into Shockwave combination is going to make sure that most of the enraged robots are not meleeing Rintari. Rintari still just staying full HP, kiting out all these mobs.
There we go.
Don't even need the battle res.
being-
Easy
yeah.
game, honestly.
The thing is, they don't have an out-of-combat res, so they needed to use the battle res anyway, unless they wait for Igloo to come all the way back from the entrance. So, okay, looks like they're actually dealing with one of the obelisks here, so they don't want to try the 4 obelisks anyway. Do you think this is a last-second decision they make, or do you think they planned this all along to deal with this one?
I mean, Samrak is pretty bad with the final boss, just because, like, if you get feared out of the HK robots area, then you immediately get like teleported into like a random position on the outer edge of the room, maybe a little bit inwards. And at that point, you can get teleported into the goop, you can teleport it into the robot.
Yeah, but
there's
they
a lot
have
of
AMS
things that
and Revival and Netherlock, so they
I mean,
can
at that
definitely deal
point, you'd
with
have
2
to
fears, right?
I mean, you'd have to focus him down to be only able to deal with 2 fears, right? I mean, potentially, right? I mean, this could definitely be an audible. I suspect that this may have been pre-planned, though, just from what we saw from teams earlier on playing this dungeon today. I mean, it very well could be an audible, because they are substantially ahead, and the only way that they wouldn't be able to lose this match is a wipe, right?
They're also out of battle rests as well, so maybe they were like,
Yeah.
we're ahead, we don't have battle rest, let's just play it safe maybe. Either way, it looks like they are dealing with them right here. Pain for Femme, still quite a bit behind. They're on 3 deaths only, which is, I mean, not a lot if you think about their strategy, but it was just slightly slower. Everything was dealt slower by Pain for Femme compared to Deplete from Beyond.
Ricky goes down.
And Ricky actually goes down here, which is really bad. That's their DK, right? That is their damage that they have. So Ricky going down actually a pretty big loss for them. They want to be very careful here with the rest of this pack without that DK damage.
Yeah, you actually do see Void River Mouth. They're kind of caught out in the middle of the room there. Does get interrupted. Karisu ends up going down. No battle res available for him.
Yeah.
Bloodlust has been popped. Basically, the Awakened mobs need to go down. If the Awakened mobs are not able to go down here, this may be a full team wipe from Deplete from Beyond. Igloo has that curse debuff on him right now. Not able to dispel it, which gives him 50% decreased casting speed. He's able to live through it. Are they going to be able to edge this out? This is so
I'm not sure. This is super
scary.
risky. Rintari also has a Spirit Breaker debuff on him because they don't have a Hunter to taunt off that Tank Buster. And then you see this Dark Fury coming out all the time. This is really sketchy. Rintari needs to make sure that he stays alive here. There we go, Tank Buster finally going down, so he doesn't have to worry about the Spirit Breaker anymore at least. But we still have the Void Weaver alive, and with only 3 interrupts instead of the 4 because of Kurisu being down. If there's some cast going through, you see one of Igloo
Look at
here
Malthus.
going
She's
through.
caught out in the
It's
middle of the room.
really low.
Oh my
There's
gosh,
a lot of cast
Quickstop's
going through
pretty
now.
low. Okay, it looks like everything's going to be fine. Blood of the Corruptor, Void Reaver Mouth there, and the robot, the Tank Buster bot, going to be going down here. I think Deplete from Beyond should be able to one-phase this still, right?
I think so. I mean, the thing is, they don't have the offensive cooldowns anymore, right? They don't have Meta or the DK
Army.
cooldowns. They don't have Bloodlust. And they're missing 1 player, so it could be close, but they're also missing some of the bots, I think, right?
Yeah.
Because Eagle went down before, so the Eagle doesn't have bots. It could be close for sure.
It'll be close. I think that they may be able to capitalize on the fact that it is fortified. But yeah, you're right. They actually just don't have a ton of CDs here. Pain for Femme has pulled the final boss, basically hoping that Deplete from Beyond is not able to one-phase. At that point, the ball would be kind of in Pain for Femme's court, like with ability to be able to capitalize on mistakes, right?
Yeah. It definitely looks like they're bursting the boss quite a bit on Deplete from Beyond side. Looks like it might just not be a problem. The amount of damage they're doing here is pretty crazy. Yeah, definitely looks like they do have enough damage. So it seems like 45 plus 19 is not an issue for for these kind of players, even with one death on the board and even without offensive cooldowns. Now the damage is falling off a little bit though, but it looks like they're... Oh,
everything's fine. It's gonna be fine.
Okay,
It's
that
fine.
was
It's
really
fine.
close.
It's fine.
It
Not
was
even
closer than I thought.
Deplete from beyond by the skin of their teeth, getting that one phase, taking game number 1, and that's just kind of disappointing on the side for Pain for Fem, Dranos. They weren't really quite able to stay in, a competitive enough position to make up for any Deplete from Beyond's errors.
Yeah, I think as Tettles maybe alluded to, this might be a weaker map for Paint for Fem than the rest of the bracket is for him. They're planning to get that reverse sweep, but you can really tell here that their route was just a little bit less honed than Deplete from Beyond's was.
Yep, and at that point, it does put them down 1 in the series and facing, dropping down into the lower bracket in an early situation, but they still have a couple more dungeons coming up. I believe we have Workshop coming up next as well. So we've been doing a lot of back-to-back Mechagon runs so far, Nagura.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, Workshop is a time trial dungeon, and Paint for Fem did have a faster time there. Not by a lot though. It was only like 20 seconds approximately, 15 seconds difference between those two, even if it's a number 3 seed versus a number 6 seed. So it looks like it's a lot, but it's just a couple of seconds between them. So anything can happen. We've seen 2 full team wipes actually already in the Workshop earlier, one on Sparkflux and one on the trash before in front of Kujo. So there's definitely lots of things that can go wrong there.
There is, and a lot that they have to worry about. Dranos, let's start breaking down some more of the Junkyard that we have so far. How are these routes different?
Yeah, so Deplete from Beyond had this strategy involving, it was more of the kind of pedal to the metal, do things, whereas Pain for Fem decided to take more of a bot-focused approach early, clearing out obelisks, that kind of action early in the game. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond just was right into that first boss with their Death Knights doing big damage there. They were looking pretty clean throughout most of the dungeon. A few spot deaths here or there are kind of characteristic of Junkyard at this point, but for the most part, Deplete from Beyond avoided having any catastrophic ones until we got to that last boss. Once we did get to the last boss, that death on their Death Knight was very, very costly for them and nearly cost them the ability to one-phase the boss. Somehow they were able to manage it, partially because it was fortified, made that doable, but still, it was a nail-biting finish to a match that otherwise they would have had more than enough damage to phase that without too much of a sweat.
I mean, Pay for Fem playing double obelisk with the final boss, like right at the very end there, they, like, right as we phased out of the shot of Deplete from Beyond winning, Pain for Fem had killed the Tank Buster. Like, they were going to be able to one-phase the boss, so if Deplete from Beyond missed that would have lost them the match just immediately.
Yep, and that goes to show not only how important the Zapots are, but also on whenever you're bringing all these obelisks into the boss, it just takes that one simple mistake, one error for, another team to be able to hop back into it, Nagura.
Yeah, definitely. And specifically there in Junkyard on the last boss, the amount of time you lose if you don't one-face that boss, it's immense. I don't think there's any other boss where you would lose this much time if you don't make the damage. Now, it is of course a lot easier on Fortify compared to other affixes. But because of the risk they're taking with those obelisks and playing 3 or even 4 awakened mobs like we saw the boys attempt earlier, there's definitely so many things that can go wrong, and just having not optimal damage with missing shock bots, not having bloodlust, not having offensive cooldowns can definitely cause some issues, and it was super close for Deplete from Beyond here. So any more seconds and it would have been Pain for Fem's game.
Yeah, and I think in some cases is this just a level of confidence that we're seeing out of Pain for Fem where they know that they're going to be able to get Workshop down here, Tettles, or it's just like some priority that they had for practice where they just weren't able to put together a strategy that they liked for Junkyard?
Well, I mean, if you have to gamble on maps that are going to be banned, it's like, I think Junkyard is normally a pretty safe ban, especially whenever you look at the pool. So Underrot and King's Rest got banned. I think King's Rest is probably the anomaly here. I think the Raging Explosive Underrot is really scary and it's time consuming to practice. Where the Teeming Grievous King's Rest, kind of strange because I believe Europe had a Teeming King's Rest a couple weeks back. So Deplete from Beyond just banning that out, I think that could have thrown Paint for Fem just off a little bit.
Yeah, and
I mean,
we've seen how Junkyard was banned in the past as well. Sorry, Dredd, I was cutting you off on that one.
No, you're good.
But maybe that's the thing, is they're like, oh yeah, everybody bans Junkyard. We're just not going to practice here.
Yeah, I think Pain for Femme really showing some weakness here in Junkyard. I don't think they're going to be able to rely on anybody else banning it against them for the rest of all time.
Now it's like the word is out from the very beginning as to like, okay, where is this team weak at? What can we focus on? What can we target, you know?
Exactly, because like King's Rest, the King's Rest ban from Deplete from Beyond might just be a case of like, hey, we're confident in King's Rest, but we think Pain for Femme is even more confident there. Or it might just be a case of like, hey, there are a lot of good dungeons here for us, but there's one bad dungeon for the other team, so let's just make sure we don't ban that one, and that one was Junkyard in this case.
And I mean, it's offensive versus defensive banning. It's like what we talk about a lot, like where it can save you a lot of time in time trials to be able to focus on some dungeons that you know that, or like focus away from dungeons that you know that you can ban most of the time during cup play. But then like sometimes you have to rely on, like, there will be multiple of those in a map pool, and sometimes you'll end up relying on the enemy team to be able to ban one out. Looked like that may have just been the case.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Pain for Femme is going to be able to get back into this one as the game is getting underway between Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Femme.
Alright, so it looks like both of the teams are playing that triple hunter comp that we've also seen them play in the time trials. Neither of those teams actually playing that Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is what we've seen from some of the teams, but none of that from Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Femme. Both of them just sticking to that Prot Warrior as they deal with this trash, and neither of the teams using the hammers as well.
Yeah, both of them. Okay, so basically there's two ways that you can deal with that trash without killing it yourself. The first one is the Rocket Barrage cast. You can drop the Rocket Barrage on top of all of the mobs, killing them, but your teammates need to be grouped up. There's also that mob that does the Flying Peck. I believe it's like a taunt. Like, you need to make sure that the Flying Peck cast doesn't go off. Basically, both teams use the Rocket Barrage there.
Yeah, and now you can see both of the teams actually are using that hammer mechanic properly, and even the tank coming in here for both sides. So the more people stand underneath the hammer when you proc it, the more damage it will actually do. So that is why you see even the tank, which usually kites the Platinum Pummeler away, but for the extra damage that you get from the player standing underneath, you see both of the tanks just charging in at the very last second, making sure that they proc that hammer as well to do increased damage.
Yeah, so both... So Deplete from Beyond actually misses their first full vent jet. Pain for Femme very narrowly misses one of their hammer casts, and that's going to set them behind somewhere in the range of like 15 to 20 seconds on this kill of the Platinum Pummeler. Deplete from Beyond has now made their way down to the trash area, and Pain for Femme is following fairly close behind.
Don't remind me. I don't like this dungeon. Alright, so let's see how to deal with these trash groups here. We've seen some teams already have a bunch of issues with this specific trash just because you have all of this living waste here, which does explode on death. You can line of sight it, and you can also immune it, of course, but some teams just maybe didn't have the... If you don't have even damage, right, then some of them explode earlier, then some later, and then it can definitely cause a lot of issues with your immunities or your line of sighting. And explosive too.
It's also explosive, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Ritari ends up going down, just not able to line of sight quick enough. Also face tanking those waste processing units. Looks like the rest of his team is still alive here, but no battle reses, no native battle reses, so they would have to use one of the engineering battle reses, which is not very efficient. It looks like Deplete from Beyond is trying to kite around these waste processing units to try to make sure that the pack doesn't get reset. Igloo does a good job of making sure that he has his Transcend down to be able to get away from that Junkyard dog, but he's going to die to the waste processing unit. Oh, he melds it off. Kind of sick, actually.
Dr. J actually looked like he went down on the Deplete from Beyond side here as well, as they were just trying to kite out that trash until Rentari comes back. Click swing down as well. Now, Hunters are pretty good at kiting, but the problem is as well that you have the debuffs on everybody, which needs to be dealt with, and then you have frontal cast from those mobs, and you have the AoE area of denial as well. So there's just so many mechanics going out, which cause Clicks to die now too. So they're on 3 deaths, and this pull is taking them so long because of that death on Rentari. Well, Pain for Femme, on the other hand, dealt with their trash so much faster, and they're already on Cujo.
I mean, Pain for Fem not being punished for killing the first boss 10 seconds behind because they missed one hammer cast. Things are looking pretty good for them. They position Kujo. So if you have a lot of melee, you'll want to position Kujo like almost in the box to where your melee can continue to hit white swings on Kujo and cast melee abilities onto him. But if you're running a bunch of range, the way that you can consistently hit Kujo through the box is if Kujo is just like slightly further out, then the range DPS can kind of position themselves against the corner of the box, and they're able to cast their ability straight through it. You do see Sebek and Ricky on this left side here. You see they're still shooting Kujo through it just because the box does kind of expand and expands his protection range. Rentar goes down for Deplete from Beyond while I'm explaining how this box mechanic works. They are able to get an engineering res on him, but this is really scary right here.
Yeah, they're having a lot of issues on their side here. They also still have the trash alive. It is getting lower and lower, so they should be able to finish off these processing units. But yeah, lots of problems on their side. Eagle seems to be very low on mana here as well. So they're just gonna be careful to not take any more damage, or not too much, because you also have Grievous, which can cause some issues. Now, because of the full Hunter comp, you can avoid that jump completely by just having the first person that gets jumped on feign death. So there shouldn't be any damage coming in from that ability. Okay, never mind, they didn't do it correctly, but Eagle did manage to heal them up anyway, so no problem either way.
I mean, okay, so for what it's worth, Feign Death is actually way harder to do on that mechanic than Vanish. Feign Death generally, like, the timings for Feign Death are way harder and way more annoying to be able to get on abilities like that than Vanish. So they may just say, we're going to go for it, and if it doesn't work, make sure you're already pre-positioned to not blow up our box, kind of
yeah,
thing.
and I mean, it's all Hunters too, so it's not a damage loss if it goes through, right? If you would have, let's say you have 2 melee and 1 hunter, then it's pretty crucial to get the feign death in, because then the boss doesn't jump around and you actually increase your damage on the boss. But if you have triple hunters, they don't lose any damage from spreading out and going away from the boxes, so it's not a big deal if you miss that feign death either. Now, Pain for Fem, they're already fighting that trash, while Deplete from Beyond did now manage to catch up. But yeah, I mean, they're behind in dungeon, of course, and then they also have the 20 seconds from the death timer. So this will be... I think Deplete from Beyond just has to hope for Pain for Fem to make some sort of mistake here next in the dungeon, or maybe even on the flex pull, which is pretty dangerous.
I mean, Pain for Fem's time trial time in this dungeon was pretty sick, so I suspect that they feel very comfortable and confident in this dungeon. Probably not going to be looking to make too many mistakes. So Pain for Fem is actually doing something that's really interesting with this Blastotron robot. You can see Shelly is off all the way to the side there, where the Blastotron is a little bit off-center from where he normally spawns. That way Shelly doesn't have to dodge around from any of these capacitor discharge casts, or have to dodge that, I don't even know what it's called, like Sonic Pulse, as I see on screen currently. You don't even have to move out of the way of that if you're far enough away. So it allows some casters that are not hunters to have to lose significantly less damage. It's pretty good for stuff like Moonkin Mage, Warlock, Shadow Priest, you know, Elemental Shaman, you know, the stuff that you don't really bring into your dungeons, but maybe you see occasionally.
I'm sorry, what classes? I didn't really...
I don't know, those casters or something.
Casters?
Yeah, like
anyway.
We're casters, but like the other kind.
One thing though that was a little bit of a downside for doing this strategy was Shella actually joined the Obelisk a little bit later, right? Because he's doing the line of sighting strat, so he was like, I mean, maybe like 2 or 3 seconds later into the Obelisk, which is a little bit of a time loss. And I understand when the hunters do it on Quaking, because he can cause some issues here with that discharge, because there's very little space to spread out. So I understood when they did it on Quaking, but with these affixes, I don't think, you know, like, it's not worth to lose 2 seconds on the Obelisk, even if it's not a lot of seconds you lose. But like, why do it? A hunter doesn't lose DPS from running around, right? So I feel like
in addition to that, they could die to the Scarab blowing up, because the first Scarab blows up pretty quickly going into the Obelisk, and if Shelly is, I don't know, like you said, 2, 3, 4 seconds late, the initial Scarab explosion could have already been going off, and he could just like die to some random incidental cleave. Pain for Fem does down Voidweaver Malthier. Deplete from Beyond has recently engaged that Cursed Spire Nihilitha where Voidweaver Malthier resides. Pain for Fem has pulled a bunch of trash into the third boss of Workshop, though.
Yeah, so this trash pull can cause some issues. We've seen a tank already go down in this pull, and we've seen some other damage dealers go down just because of the amount of damage that is happening on a group, on top of also having to deal with all of the boss mechanics, of course. Now, there's just so many things going on at the same time. You see the at spawning, which does a lot of damage to the closest target. You saw Sebek getting a lot of damage there because he got shot by it. And then on top of that, you also have all of these area of effects here in this room that if you get hit by any of those, there's a huge amount of damage to you as well. Even if it is fortified, it still does quite a bit of damage. So you want to make sure you avoid everything as much as you can, while also dealing with all of the trash mechanics and also interrupting as many spells from the trash. But Paint for Fam dealt with it very cleanly, and it looked easy when they did it.
I mean, Deplete from Beyond looks like they're catching up. They were about a minute behind after Kujo's death, but now Head Machine and Spark Flux is down to 80% for them, where on the side of Pain for Femme, it's down to 32%. But the pack is starting to get kind of spread. Some explosives are spawning for Deplete from Beyond, but everything is able to get cleaned up by the triple hunter composition. Not too arduous of a challenge for them to be able to kill those explosives off from a range. All the trash ends up going down. Now the fight is kind of chill, especially compared to what it was 30 seconds prior.
Yep, definitely. As Paint for Femme is on 78% trash, so Deplete from Beyond and Paint for Femme doing the exact same trash pulls. We've seen a little bit of variance in the game that we saw earlier, with a couple of different trash, I mean, it was not super different trash pulls. It was just like a couple of mobs extra here and there, so that it can skip the last few mobs that are patrolling on the bridge. But none of that from those two teams, as Paint for Femme is dealing with those two spider tanks. You see one of them is marked with a skull, and that is the one that will spawn the RP, the robot, to bring you to the last boss. So that is why they're focusing that one down first, just so they don't have to wait around here once both of the spider tanks go down.
Yep. So those two go down. Now they're taking this robot that will RP move them towards the next platform, all the way up towards King Mechagon. Deplete from Beyond is one full pull behind Paint for Femme, just due to those catastrophic mistakes that we saw from the Living Wastes and waste processing units earlier on in the dungeon near the Kujo area.
Yeah, Paint for Femme, they are now ready to do that pull. You see a Ring of Peace come out to separate them a little bit here at the start, so they also don't pull that extra mob that they probably don't need. There's one tank that you see patrolling back up. They probably don't need that one, and that's why they use that Ring of Peace, just to separate them a little bit so they don't proximity pull. So well done, good use of Ring of Peace. And now they're also using those shields to get the damage reduction which they provide, and they even stack. So if you can have two shields overlap, you should stand in both of them because you get both of the damage reduction stacking.
Yeah, so there's two defenders in that pack, and you're able to stack up those shield generators to be able to get immense DR, like Nagura said. Something that's also interesting, if you were playing a class that is a priest, then you can actually mind control the Tinkerers that are in that pack. And the Tinkers, if you guys don't know, spawn the anti-personnel squirrels. And if you do mind control the Tinkerer, spawn an anti-personnel squirrel, it will do significant damage to all of the trash that is around them. But you need to make sure that your team is aware that you are summoning those anti-personnel squirrels, otherwise you would be doomed. I heard that there were rumors that teams were practicing doing this dungeon with a Disc Priest, but then swapped away from it because they didn't feel like it was worth the time investment.
Huh. I've definitely seen that happen before. I actually just did this dungeon yesterday with a Disc Priest where he used that mind control to deal with the squirrels, and it does a lot of damage. He was basically just soloing the whole trash with that squirrel, so definitely an interesting strategy. I kind of want to see it now that you mention it, but yeah, maybe if it takes too much time to practice, and maybe it's not actually maybe it's not as big of an advantage to have it because you can only use it on the trash there and in front of Spark Flux. So yeah, it makes sense that they don't really want to put too much time into it. Specifically because the healers never really play Disc Priest anyway. So if you don't play Disc Priest on live servers, then you would have to completely learn a healer that you never needed before. So definitely understandable. As Deplete from Beyond now, he's also fighting that last boss with the 3 obelisks, also committing that bloodlust, and both of the teams doing a really good job as they have 0 deaths so far.
I mean, Deplete from Beyond is starting to chip away at Paint for Femme's percentage lead on aerial unit, but I think at this point it's almost too little too late. They would have to overcome the health deficit on the aerial unit, plus 20 seconds in death differential on top of that. So basically, Deplete from Beyond is kind of hoping that Pain for Femme ends up having a wipe to like Magneto arm or something like that on the Omega Buster after King Mechagon does end up phasing here. Both Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Femme get down all of their Awakened mobs pretty seamlessly. That is a very dangerous task, and it's super hard to be able to coordinate. So both of those teams being able to deal with them and making it look clean, miraculous moves by both of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, if they pull those obelisks with the last boss, those MDI teams, it looks easy, right? The way they deal with it. But it's actually very, very difficult, and of course it requires a lot of coordination on top of having to deal with the boss mechanics itself, right? You need to pay attention to so many things. You need to make sure you interrupt this Awakened mob, you taunt the other Awakened mob with your pet, you want to make sure you move from the pools on the floor, and then on top of that you also want to deal with the sparks that are flying around because of the boss fight itself, and then you have stabs that go on you, so definitely lots of coordination required on this one, but both Pain for Femme, Deplete from Beyond dealt with it perfectly. They're now in the second phase. Pain for Femme not actually that far ahead anymore, as Deplete from Beyond definitely pulled this boss quite a bit later, so Pain for Femme still, of course, has the 20 seconds advantage in their favor because of the 4 deaths of Deplete from Beyond, but really looked like Deplete from Beyond dealt with this specific boss a little bit faster than Pain for Femme did.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to those deaths that Deplete from Beyond incurred on Cujo really early on in the dungeon. Whether or not they would have been able to be in a position to be able to take the game or not, it's TBD, but at this point, Pain for Femme having a very, very clean run and showing why that they place so highly in time trials for Workshop.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
there we go. King Mechagon going down, and we'll see a third game. I like it.
That's right, Pain for Femme. Hey, they have that confidence. Although the game, I think, was closer than they were hoping it was, as they do take game number 2, pushing us into game 3.
Well, they promised a reverse sweep, so...
True.
That's what I'm about to build up to. They have that confidence in them, and I'm curious to see how they're going to pull it off, Travis.
Yeah, I think that, what they showed here was a really, really cleanly executed Workshop. It was perhaps a little bit slower than Deplete from Beyond's would have been had Deplete from Beyond not had so much go wrong for them near the start of the dungeon. But throughout the dungeon, we kind of saw Deplete from Beyond slowly catching up, and by the end of the boss fight, they were only half a minute behind when they had 4 whole deaths at the start of the dungeon. But still, Pain for Femme with that with any 0 death run, I think that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, and that's where they just want to be able to build it. I'm sure they're already kind of kicking themselves, finding those small areas they were making mistakes. Even if they didn't have the deaths, they're finding other areas that they can start improving on throughout. And Workshop just kind of continues to get cleaner and cleaner throughout the tournament titles as people are just figuring out all those little micro things, as you guys were talking about, of what mobs to dodge, what mobs to shut down better throughout.
I think the back half of Workshop is fairly consistent and fairly easy for most of the players. Those waste processing units with those living wastes are always going to be sort of a gamble, because if you don't get a really good line of sight off on your tank, or a couple of your DPS end up going down, that can end up setting you back. The meta for Workshop is going to be triple hunter probably throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, throughout the rest of our days.
Yeah, throughout the rest of our days of seeing Workshop. So basically, if anybody goes down, there's not going to be an easy way to res them to be able to recover. So the first half of the dungeon is going to make or break a lot of teams, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a lot more perilous than it seems in many cases. Now, Tranos, what do you got for us in the highlight reel?
Yeah, so let's take a look at where things went wrong for Deplete from Beyond. It was really, as Tettles was mentioning, the waste process area, the Cujo boss fight itself. Those were where they started to collect these 4 deaths. None of them individually would have been enough to sink them. I think that had they had just 1 or 2 of those, they would have been competitive still with Pain for Femme, because it looked like they had a little bit more overall damage going on. But all 4 combined really took them out of this map and just hit them with a 30-second penalty they could not really hope to overcome in the rest of the dungeon. Pain for Femme, meanwhile, they just put their heads down, did their thing. They killed their bosses without really encountering any massive failings in the same way that Deplete from Beyond unfortunately did. So really, I'd say a solid performance from Pain for Femme. That these are 2 teams that both have the potential for things to go horribly wrong for them. So 0 death runs, I think, are absolutely what they should both be aiming for. Rather than trying to work on that high end that Tettles is talking about being pretty high for both teams. I think that it's more about making sure you don't hit that low end where both of these teams have shown they're capable of real big depletes.
Yeah, and
beyond.
Oh, Zettles, no. Yes, they have gone, both teams, above and beyond in terms of, the depletes into the roughest dungeons possible. And part of that's also the setup, too, right? Or we've seen a number of times, Dagor, where just as they're getting mobs set up together, as they're putting together some of the big pulls, one person goes down, and then it's kind of like a timing thing as well. If they're not able to kill something quick enough, tank goes down, somebody else gets cleaved, something like that. And Waycrest could kind of be rife with that.
Yeah, I mean, specifically because of bolstering, right? I think this is the first time that we see bolstering in Waycrest. I don't think we've seen it in the other region either. So there's no strategy that you can look at from another team and just go with that one. You just need to make up a completely new strategy with bolstering, because all of the Waycrest we've seen without bolstering were just pull this on top of the boss and pull this other room on top of the boss, and you can't really do that anymore now. So we're probably not going to see any more DK comms, which we've usually seen in Waycrest, and probably going to see a bunch of hunters to make use of that single target damage and that bolstering damage. And then on top of that, you also have to deal with the tyrannical bosses completely by themselves, because you can't pull trash on top of it, as I mentioned, and therefore hunters are probably going to be... We're going to see a lot of them.
Yeah. The solution throughout this entire season has just been, it's bolstering, bring hunters. And
yeah,
it is absolutely slower, than not having the unholy DKs, but I was kind of surprised, Settles, that it's not as slow as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, no. They're just the kings of control damage in that regard. Like DK, if one mob was not in their D&D, then they would just lose all of their damage to that target and not be able to get wounds up on it, and there would be major problems. But the hunters are a little bit easier to deal with than that. Something I can actually see from my screen right here, Deplete from Beyond is running triple dwarf on their hunters, and I don't know why.
I mean, I think we'll be looking to find out
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll have something to do with the last boss if they want to make sure they have an easier time getting rid of the debuffs from Samrak the Beckoner. But we'll see. Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Femme battling to stay out of the lower bracket as Game 3 begins right now.
Yeah, I definitely think... Sorry, you go.
I was going to say, yeah, that's definitely a good point. Deplete from Beyond here is pulling all the soul essences, where Pain for Femme runs all the way through, melds all of their trash off, and is immediately pulling Heartsbane Triad.
Yeah, so different strategies already from the get-go here. We also see a skip coming in here, this patrol being skipped, and shadow melted off by Deplete from Beyond. And this first trash, those elementals at the start, they only get 3%. So I don't know if it's worth it to do this extra pull. We will see what Pain for Femme does, though, to make up for that trash that they're missing. Now, usually we see teams pull the left and the right side on top of this boss, but of course can't be done with bolstering here.
Yeah, so both teams here are on Heartsbane Triad. Both of those protection wards making sure that they make good use of their spell reflect to be able to put damage back on top of those bosses. So Deplete from Beyond has used their Bloodlust, but Pain for Femme is still holding it for prolonged periods of time. It is a tyrannical setting, so I think that there is, good use out of either case. Honestly, would you agree, Niguru?
You mean to hold it for what?
Hold it or using it on Triad. So basically, if you're holding it, you're probably doing a substantial pull in the courtyard area, even though it is bolstering, right?
I mean, yeah, I can see using Bloodlust for a big pull in the courtyard, but yeah, I mean, if it really enables a pull that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise, then I like it. But otherwise, I definitely would use it and try it here because, I mean, it's a single target fight, it's tyrannical. It just makes sense to use it here, and also it just gets it off quicker, off cooldown, I mean. Now, if you don't get an extra usage, though, for holding it, then obviously there's no difference.
Yeah, that's about how I feel about it, too. Deplete from Beyond pulls that guard and that captain, that patrol in the hallway into the bottom little bit of Heartsbane Triad, where Pain for Femme is pulling the Acolyte and all of those toads into the side of the boss as well, just towards the very end. It's good bolstering management. It's very efficient. Pain for Femme, you saw Femme there. He actually used an invisibility potion.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, He didn't have his Shadow Melt available,
What did he
it
melt?
looked like. Yeah, what did they melt? Because they just used it there. Maybe they melted off the Acolyte from that pack because it was bolstered. I'm not really sure.
Ah,
That could have
maybe.
been a
I
thing.
think that's a good call. I think that actually may be it. I think you might be spot on with there. Pay for Fam still holding their Bloodlust though. It kind of makes you wonder how long is too long. Basically, I think that they could get away with it as long as this dungeon is like in the 17, 18, 19 minute range. But like once it starts going to like the 22, 23 minute range, you're just like, you completely missed a use. That was not great.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like Deplete from Beyond is dealing with the same pull as Pain for Femme. They're just dealing with the Hounds first because they have a lot less HP than the rest of the trash here in this courtyard. So you definitely want to make sure you deal with those first so you don't bolster the Thorn Guards and the Rune Weavers here. It's just a lot of issues with those dogs, and that's why they dealt with them first. We see Igloo also pulling some trash here from inside the house on top. So Deplete from Beyond doing a pretty big pull here.
Yeah, very similar pull mirrored by the side of Paint for Femme. I think the only difference here is that Paint for Femme got that corner trash pack with the Thorn Guard and the double Thorn Shaper, which is pretty dangerous, but they do end up using their Bloodlust on it. It looked like one of those
They healed,
FNG
yeah.
reconstruction casts ends up going off. That's a 5 buff Thorn Guard that's very
two.
bolstered.
Yeah, and they don't have Shadow Melt available. Maybe they want to wait until they have the Shadow Melt and then just Shadow Melt them off. I don't think this is worth to kill them.
Fem,
Fem
you're gonna
going
die,
down.
sir.
Yeah, they are taunting them as well with their pets, but the pets going down immediately. There's 3 Thorn Guards. They definitely want to Shadow Melt off the aggro. There's no way they want to deal with those. There we go. Now they de-aggroed them. But this is a huge time loss getting off those heals.
Effigy Reconstruction, got to get those kicked, especially whenever it is bolstering. Pain for Femme comes away with it with 2 deaths on the board for them. Dude, this is going to be a huge time loss to
Nero
play
might
from
be
Beyond.
too close. Look, he's Shadow Melted there, but it looks like he's too close to get out of the Shadow Melt and get the rest out because the Thorn Guard. Yeah, there we go. They needed to trap the Thorn Guards because, of course, when you're Shadow Melted, you can't move.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was too close. He would have pulled it if he went out of there. So this is just even more time loss for them. Yeah, well, Deplete from Beyond on the other hand, they're dealing with Goliath now. It looks like they also want to pull that trash pack in the corner.
They didn't pull
Probably at the
Brindles.
end.
So something that they forewent is they did not pull Brindle. Instead they pulled her off to the side.
Oh, yeah.
And doing like a meld / Bane death skip that we saw used a lot in previous seasons. It's really good on bolstering because she's not the most efficient mob to be doing in a bolstering environment. She's way more efficient if you're able to do her with a lot other trash mobs. Maybe they pull her into the bottom few percentage points of Soulbound Goliath. Maybe they pull that corner trash pack like you alluded to. It's hard to really say.
Yeah, looks like they have to pull Goliath into the fire here at least one time. It is tyrannical also, it does quite a bit of AoE damage, and you want to make sure you don't do it while the thorns come out, right? Because Goliath does cast thorns, soul thorns on a random target, and if it's on the healer in the middle of that AoE, or like right before or right after, then it can cause some issues. That's why we see the tanks usually wait for a soul thorns to go out, and then immediately afterwards kite it into the fire, so you don't get a bad overlap there with your healer. And now they also pull trash on top here once Goliath is low to make use of that cleave damage that they have, and they're not bolstering the boss because it's so low already.
Yeah, it looks like they have a guard and captain pack with that corner pack like you were talking about. Pain for Femme here, doing something similar where they pull Matron Brindle off to the side, pull Soulbound Goliath all the way through, then they're able to pull some trash into the bottom few percentage points of Soulbound Goliath. But that mistake that they had is so catastrophic for them. Honestly, I feel very bad.
Yeah, and it like the problem also was that they just didn't have their Shadow Melt ready either, right? They could have just immediately de-aggroed them and start again, and it wouldn't have been a big time loss. But because of that Shadow Melt just being on a short cooldown, Fem went down, and then everything just took them so long to recover. But now they are back, and they are fighting Soulbound Goliath. There's still lots of things that can happen though, and it just needs one mistake by Deplete from Beyond for Pain for Fem to catch up. So you definitely want to make sure that Deplete from Beyond is not making any sort of mistakes. But so many things can happen with bolstering. It's just such an unforgivable affix. If you have one of those heals go through, or you don't have the proper damage, then things can go south pretty fast.
Oh yeah, definitely can go south in a hurry. Deplete from Beyond here, still pulling some of those hallway packs, really tempering how they're pulling them. You actually did see Igloo there pulling for the tank there, doing a good job though of making sure that while the mobs were aggroed to him, he pulled them through all of the trash that Rentari was already fighting, allowing Rentari to very quickly get threat on everything.
Yeah, look like they are getting some bolstering stacks here on this trash, but Hunter's also really good to help your tank kite in case that does happen. You can just put down the binding shots, and then you can have the tank just make sure you kite it through it, and then you can have the Hunters finish them off, not having to worry about that bolstering damage. But yeah, the better you deal with the bolstering, the faster you're going to do the dungeon. It's not only about survival, but also about dungeon speed. The better you deal with it, the less HP they're going to gain from the bolstering stacks, and you're just going to be much quicker if you cleave everything evenly. Now, Pain for Fam did manage to finish off that courtyard pull, and they're doing a pretty substantial pull here. This is interesting because we do have bolstering, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of mobs that bolster in this pack. They do have some peasants and some of those piglets that bolster. Of course, those maggots were changed a few seasons back to no longer do on-death affixes, but the peasants and piglets, that is 4 peasants, which all 4 of them spawn 3 maggots apiece. That could be pretty dangerous, but it looks like Pain for Fem is going to be able to deal with this pretty cleanly. Deplete from Beyond has cleared out Rawl's room, historically pulled with the boss. Bolstering not going to be the case. Now they're on to our fat friend, Rawl the Gluttonous.
Yeah, so Rawl, a pretty uneventful fight, specifically if there's no trash on top of it, because almost all of the mechanics he does can just be dodged. You can see this tenderize, which just targets a player and then does this like AoE cone, but it can just be dodged, and even if you don't dodge it, it doesn't actually do a lot of damage. So you can even stand in it if you don't feel like dodging it. Even in a tyrannical environment, usually it's not a big problem. Now, the only problem that tenderize will cause is that sometimes when you ignore those slaves that will spawn, if Rawl eats the slaves, he gets a damage increase, and at some point, it will actually do damage. So at the end of the fight, if you had a bunch of those consumes come in, you want to make sure you avoid that cast.
I mean, it's not really that dangerous as long as he doesn't have just a ton of stacks. Deplete from Beyond has pulled the trash that is in that kitchen area, which includes a Rune Weaver Witch, into the boss as well, making sure that those mobs get even cleaved. Whereas aside of Pain for Fem, you do see Ricky and Shelly are kind of on a stealth mission using their camouflage there to be able to trap some of the mobs. In the corner pack, I believe it is a steward, or maybe a double steward, maybe like a steward and a peasant. So they CC those, so they are not going to be mismatching any of their bolster, and then they are able to pull everything back. Looks like they have some of those Grogers with the stewards here. Yes, I did say Groger. And now they're chaining Binding Shot actually really well here to make sure that Fem is taking the least amount of damage possible.
I really like how those teams figured out like the Hunters just basically replacing the Rogues. Now usually you would see, if it's bolstering, right, you would see the Rogues stealth in, make sure they use their CC like Sap and Blinds to make sure just to see either the lower HP targets or the higher HP targets to pull an even HP trash. But this time, without the Rogues, they just use the Hunters with that camouflage, just going in there, using their traps and their feign death and their misdirect to be able to do those kind of pulls. And it's really nice to see that Hunter like utility replacing the Rogue utility.
I mean, it really is interesting to see how quickly metas are able to shift. I feel like this meta that we have in terms of like DPS is one of the most diverse metas that we've seen in a long time. You'll have triple hunter, and basically in dungeons like King's Rest and Workshop, or then anything that's bolstering, and then you'll have like DKs plus demon hunters, every occasional rogue for stuff like Tol Dagor, and then you'll have just like DK demon hunter for stuff that's like looking for a little bit more balanced of a comp. It's a wild amount of variations and combinations that we're seeing of these classes.
I agree. I mean, it's definitely weird to see a triple hunter comp, but hunters are not that OP that you would run triple hunter in every single dungeon, every single affix combination, right? It's really just if it's bolstering and if it's like a single target tyrannical dungeon, then we see the hunters come out. But we also see lots of comps where there's not a single hunter, right? We see the double unholy plus demon hunter comps and so on. So I really like the variety depending on the affix situation and the dungeon that they're playing. I really like that they switch it up depending on that. And I mean, specifically Waycrest is a dungeon where we usually see double DK, right? Where they do those huge pulls. But now with bolstering, you completely switch up your comp and run with the hunters instead because of that one affix. And I think it's really nice to see that they adapt perfectly to it and use the strength of all of the classes for the different affix combinations in the dungeons.
Yep, now you see Deplete from Beyond is actually doing a pretty big pull here down in this bottom courtyard, bottom of the courtyard area. Ooh, this is actually, okay, so this is actually a pretty heavy mismatch of health here. So this is going to be, you're going to need to make sure that you're using the cleave of the hunters really well here because of how much more health Matron Alma has than the rest of the trash mobs in this pack.
Okay, so it looks like Pain for Femme is dealing with this obelisk as well, just like Deplete from Beyond did before. Now, Deplete from Beyond only has 2 Awaken mobs left, while Pain for Femme, after dealing with this one, they have 3 left. Now, if they wouldn't have dealt with this obelisk and they did the 4 with the last boss, there was actually a chance for Pain for Femme to catch up, even without Deplete from Beyond making another mistake. But now that they deal with the obelisk, they're still quite a bit behind. Deplete from Beyond, they're now on 82% once they finish up this mob there. They're good to go. Yeah, there we go. They're on 83%. Remember, it's teaming, so everything gives a little bit less percentage because there's more trash available in the dungeon. So everything does give a little bit less. But they have enough now with all of this trash they're pulling here, plus the horrors that they, will be available after this boss.
Yeah.
And the Awaken mobs.
Exactly. Now you see Deplete from Beyond. They have made their way into Lord and Lady Waycrest's room, making sure that they even cleave all of these. The Soul Essences have a pretty significant lower amount of health than stuff like the casters. Basically, the Diviner here has about twice the health of the Soul Essences. So really good job from Deplete from Beyond, making sure that they even cleave all of this stuff. And the Soul Essences actually die last out of everything in the pack. Kind of wild.
Yeah, looks like Deplete from Beyond now also dealt with everything while they are engaging the boss. Pain for Femme doing the same thing, right? But they have a bunch of soulbinds on the boss here. Femme going down. This is a lot of damage for this bolstered Alma, and also having the, is it called soulbind, right? This the damage buff that can be dispelled that puts 5 stacks. Is it called soulbind? Titles, help me out here.
No. It's
called soul something.
It's the 5 buff. I don't know. Heck, I can't remember anymore. Man, it's the blue circle.
The blue circle buff, yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, it doesn't matter. They had that go off, and it increases the damage done by the mob, and it jumps over once. Like if a mob has the buff and it dies, it will jump over to another one, and that's why Alma was buffed really highly on top of also having bolstering. Finishing off Femme here, they did manage to feign death the rest of the mobs here, and did manage to get the rest back up. But yeah, just lots of trouble here for Pain for Femme. Deplete from Beyond, on the other hand, only have this 1 death on Igloo earlier, which didn't cost them a lot of time at all. So yeah, just much cleaner play by Deplete from Beyond here.
Yep, Deplete from Beyond here now cleaving Lord and Lady Waycrest. Lady Waycrest has now spawning at 10%. I suspect that they're going to be trying... Oh, okay, so now they end up pulling that Mark Sister that's off to the side into this pack to be able to engage rapid reload from the Hunters on Deplete from Beyond side. This is going to be a pretty big time save. I wonder how many mobs or how many Gloom Horrors are going to pull into Gorak Tool, because that can be fairly dangerous. I mean, oh, you're right. It is bolstering. So 0. The answer is 0 Gloom Horrors into Gorak Tool. Never mind. You're right.
Looks like Deplete from Beyond is dealing with the Mark Sister here at the very end of the fight. They want to make sure they don't finish it too early. Looks like the Mark Sister is pretty low, so they don't want to finish it off and bolster Lord and Lady Waycrest. But looks like they're balancing their damage pretty nicely. I mean, this is also the strength of Hunters. They're just so good at actually focus targeting the mobs instead of having uncontrollable cleave like some other classes have. And then it just makes it much easier to deal with bolstering overall.
Yep, now you see Deplete from Beyond. They're not actually playing in any of those elevated spots where there's no path available, so they're going to be face tanking all of the jumps from these Gloom Horrors. This is not exactly the most dangerous thing as long as these mobs don't get any bolstering stacks. This is still pretty dangerous from Rentari because of those cleave abilities that the Gloom Horrors do have, the Shadow Claw. It does a lot of damage to the tank Prot Warrior's not exactly the best at dealing with magic damage. Rentari pops a shield wall there. Now Deplete from Beyond is going into Gorak Tool. While inside of Paint for Femme, they're still trying to DPS through Lord and Lady Waycrest. This is looking like it's going to be a win for Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, definitely looks like Deplete from Beyond is gonna do it. And I mean, if they're able to deal with those 2 Awakened mobs. But 2 Awakened mobs definitely on the lighter side, right? We've seen teams already deal with 4 Awakened mobs here in the last boss, and a lot of teams also dealing with 3. So only having to deal with 2. Still a lot of issues here in this boss specifically, because the boss needs to be interrupted as well. So you need to interrupt the Void Weaver plus interrupt the boss. And then there's very little room as well to kite the blob in. And you see how many pools there already are on the floor. So you definitely have some issues here in this specific boss fight, and makes it very difficult to deal with all of those awakened mobs at the same time.
Yeah, so Blood of the Corruptor actually alternates player baits and then into boss bait on where he spawns the pools. And if the players do like a perfect circle around the room, they can make it all the way through the Blood of the Corruptor with the puddles despawning like you actually see on screen right there. They can just like slowly kite around the room, but it requires almost perfect baiting and everybody to be in melee. The only time that you actually walk out to range is probably Igloo to be able to grab that fire so he can kill off the slavers whenever those do die. The Blood of the Corruptor goes down, all those pools despawn. Now it's just a pretty clean burn on Gorak Tool here.
Yeah, and one more thing to note as well is that while you have to deal with all of the awakened mobs and the kiting, you also need to deal with these. We need to burn the ads and you need to interrupt them, because they do cast that single target stun basically. And if it's not either knocked back or stunned, then it does a lot of damage, and it of course also stuns the target. So that is definitely something you want to make sure you interrupt as well. And they can cause a lot of issues just because there's so many things you need to take care of at the same time. But yeah, Deplete from Beyond. What a nice run by them. Only 1 death throughout the whole dungeon. Now they're finishing off Gorak Tool, and they will win against Pain for Femme 2-1.
Where's my friend Automatic Jack?
I think Jack's muted.
Don't
There we
worry,
go.
I'm right here for you. Just let it sit a little bit. Congrats to Deplete from Beyond getting that big win over Pain for Femme. And, you know, Pain for Femme had a lot of confidence on that one, Tettles, but just weren't quite able to pull through with those mistakes.
I mean, their routing looked pretty good, right? I felt like their routing in terms of how they were doing the courtyard with the Bloodlust, if they were able to not have that Soul Fetish cast go off. The name is Soul Fetish, by the way, I remembered it.
Hey, there you go.
Soul
If they
Fetish.
didn't,
You read it
if they
from
didn't have the
chat.
Soul Fetish and that effigy reconstruction cast go off, healing those Thorn Guards to full health, they would have been really tight and really neck and neck with Deplete from Beyond. But having 2 people die, then having to meld off, and then having to like res and get everything repulled, and now you had to do 3 Thorn Guards by themselves. It was just catastrophic for Paint for Femme, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just, to me, they really were not able to recover from. And overall, even though we had some mismatches in HP on a number of those pulls, Radnos, just Hunters again on display, countering, bolstering with it, you know, to a T.
Yeah, they have so many different tools for that. They have, you know, Trap, extremely powerful to crowd control the mobs that have slightly different health totals. And then they just have this ability to turn on and off their priority damage as needed, switching between using multi-shots and using kill commands. It really makes the Affix much more easy to manage than when you have stuff like Unholy DKs, who are kind of just like a, you know, they're a bazooka that you aim at the trash bowl and you don't really have a lot of control about the on the splash damage.
And just whatever happens, happens. All right, well, we talked about the Hunters ad nauseum at this point. Let's start going over some of the differences in routing you got for us, Radnos.
Yeah, so I think I agree with Tettles that I liked Paint for Femme's
Whoa.
routing a little bit
Ew.
better. I know, it's difficult for me to say too. But I think I liked Deplete from Beyond's routing a little bit less than I liked Paint for Femme's. Killing those soul essences at the start of the dungeon felt inefficient, but Paint for Femme really, in kind of a reverse of what happened in the workshop, they fell so far behind with that death into wipe, into reset some mobs, into struggling to res. That cost them minutes when their route may have made them, you know, a minute faster. They lost multiple minutes as a result of that horrible mishap. Deplete from Beyond, meanwhile, did a pretty good job. They did a nice job of fighting those 2 awakened enemies together and like line of sighting the Dark Furies in a doorway. Like to see that. I think that really ups the efficiency of fighting those 2 things together and not getting zoned by that Dark Fury cast. And yeah, it's just Deplete from Beyond, you know, a cleaner run, taking it home here and getting that advantage in a very, very important matchup here between these 2 teams, both fighting when There are 4 teams fighting for those just 2 invites to the grand finals.
That's right, and at this point, there's a lot on the line for these guys, so every little bit of advantage is going to be making quite a significant difference. And now to grow, we're going to be seeing Deplete from Beyond have a pretty quick turnaround throughout this. They're going to be, we're going to have some upper bracket games, and Deplete from Beyond will be playing pretty quickly. But it also makes sure that they're moving on to tomorrow, or Pain for Femme, we don't really know yet.
Yeah, Pain for Femme does have to play the lower bracket game, which if they lose that one too, they'll be out of the tournament. So they definitely want to make sure that they clean up some of those mistakes, right? I mean, we know that Pain for Femme, they have good strategies. They're veterans. They've been competing for a long time. So just those small little mistakes that they make, they cost them so much time. And it also seems to affect them throughout the rest of the series. It always looks like they make a mistake, and then they make more mistakes and more mistakes. When they have a clean run, they have a perfect run and they run through it and it's fine. But if they have a mistake in one dungeon, it seems like they don't recover as well as some other teams do. And I think that is definitely a problem for them. So they want to make sure that they don't have any of those initial mistakes in the lower bracket later on, so they can keep the head in the game and actually just move on to tomorrow.
That's right.
I still feel like their upside is so high, though. I don't know. It's rough because I think you're right. I think they do fall like to tilt sometimes, or just get frustrated with their own individual play. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's something they got to be able to work out through as a team, as one of the environments that they have to be able to create for themselves. As Method EU, from our interviews with them, they talked about that as a big reason for their ability to come back from mistakes, come back from any errors, that everybody's cohesive and really willing to work together for a lot of those situations. So as we take a look at our bracket, where we've gone so far, the first round has been completed as we see Perplexed, Self-Reliance, Method EU, and Deplete from Beyond moving forward throughout this. And now we got to start looking at our upper bracket, as some of these teams are going forward in the upper semis. Perplexed going up against Self-Reliance. Which side of Self-Reliance do you really think we're seeing this weekend so far, Dratnos?
I think the side from Self-Reliance that we've seen so far has been pretty strong. They came out with that big 2-0 in a matchup that we thought was going to be a close 2-1 up against the boys in either direction. It was a pretty convincing 2-0 in favor of Self-Reliance. So I think that, they're in good shape here. And if they can take a game or a series off of Perplexed, they are going to propel themselves into that grand finals tournament.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that one. And of course, as you're enjoying all the action through MDI, make sure to submit some action of your own for our lovely judges to, take part in and enjoy. Be sure to use the hashtag MDI screenshot tweet at Warcraft to be able to be entered in our weekend competition. Also, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and ringing the bell so you can see when we go live. As we'll be taking we'll be taking a longer break. It'll be a 10-minute break that we have going forward before we enter into our upper semis. Let's get up, let's grab a drink, and let's have a nice, lovely time, as our upper semis will be going on right after this. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our upper semis are set to get underway as Perplexed squares off against Self-Reliance. Throughout this, we're going to be looking at one of the best teams that we've had in Europe for quite a long time, squaring off against one that's had such strong time trial appearances in Self-Reliance, but it's not been able to put together as consistent of tournament success. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined right now by Dranos, by Nagura, and by Zyronic. And as we start our series off, what do you think? I talked to you before about this one, Dranos, about how we were expecting to see a more consistent play today. Are you agreeing with that one as well, Zyro?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, consistency is for sure the key, and it's why the top-end teams like we're seeing Method EU, Method, and Perplexed are those best teams. Not only the consistency is important as well, but another constant theme that we've been talking about throughout the past 4 weeks, I feel like at this point, is in those certain situations where you do make mistakes, is coming back from them and minimizing the mistakes that you do make, and that's why our top teams are just so good right now, so head and shoulders above everyone else.
Do you think that Self-Reliance is going to be that team today from what we've seen? I mean, we haven't seen the greatest depth of dungeons from them, but when they're hot, they're hot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
They just aren't at that level of consistency yet. I mean, they could potentially take a game off of Perplexed here, but I don't think they'll end up taking the series.
How do you feel about this one, Niguri? Do you agree?
I think I agree because the first game is Motherlode, and that was a time trial dungeon, and Perplexed had the #1 seed, being almost 2 minutes faster than Self-Reliance. So looks like that will go to Perplexed if they don't have any huge mistakes. But then we play Yard afterwards, Junkyard. And we've seen so many things happen in Junkyard. Anything can happen. I think it's definitely possible for Self-Reliance to win the Junkyard afterwards. But also Motherlode, we've seen teams do those kind of pulls where you have such a high risk, high reward kind of thing happen at the very start. If you don't do that pull properly, you lose like a lot of minutes of time, which is so huge in the time trials. So if there's something like that Perplexed is doing, where they do those like peacekeeper pulls and it doesn't work out properly, then they're gonna lose so much time, and it's also it can be that Self-Reliance wins that one as well. So I think it's gonna be close.
All right. What are you thinking about this one, Dranos? We've got Self-Reliance banning Shrine of the Storm, Perplexed banning Siege of Oralis. We've kind of got our trend going into the tournament, and in a weird fashion, it's just what are the hardest dungeons to practice, and those get auto-banned.
Yeah, I think the Motherlode is definitely a Perplexed favored map, but I actually think Self-Reliance is a pretty good shot in the other two. Their Junkyard earlier looked pretty clean. They won there with a 14-minute run. A few deaths, but they cleaned it up nicely. I think that they could certainly take that against Perplexed. And Freehold, we haven't seen Self-Reliance play it yet, but we did see Perplexed play it. And though they had a clean run, it did take them 13 minutes and 20 seconds playing that no Death Knight, no Rogue, Triple Hunter composition in Freehold. That was a minute slower than Method EU's run. So if Self-Reliance, can hit somewhere between Perplexed and Method EU's time, which is a high bar to clear, but looked doable given how ECLATAX looked like they were able to get pretty close to that range as well. I think that the Self-Reliance could take this series.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm interested in seeing how it's going to be wrapping up.
Here's the thing. Self-Reliance is playing for an invite to the tournament.
Yeah.
Perplexed is not. Even though Perplexed has got more points and has been doing better in previous cups, Self-Reliance here, this is their, they need to win. Perplexed does not need to win in the same way. Perplexed is playing for, seeding in the Grand Finals tournament and prizes this weekend, but Self-Reliance has it all on the line in a different way.
Good to know. A lot more pressure on Self-Reliance as our first game in the series gets started up right now in Motherlode.
There we go. We see the Triple Hunter comp by both of these teams. Not a surprise, to be honest, because it is tyrannical. Usually we did see a lot of DKs in Motherlode specifically, but because it's Sanguine and because they are choosing to do those Peacekeeper pulls, Hunters just provide much more control compared to DK comp.
Yeah, this is a very EU region thing.
Yeah.
When we see North America play this, they often do go, double Hunter maybe, but last weekend we saw them on a Sanguine Motherlode choosing to play those Death Knights, whereas Self-Reliance, just all about the 3 Hunters, as is Perplexed. It's very much an EU region thing. Pretty much anywhere, the trend has just been towards more Hunters over the past couple weeks in this region.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Self-Reliance did use their Bloodlust here in this very first pull, where Perplexed is holding on to it. It could be that they're saving it for the boss, But we will see, as neither of the teams actually dealt with the very first obelisk that was there at the start. So they both chose to just Shadow Melt or Feign Death off the aggro here at the start, and not deal with the obelisk. And looks like Self-Reliance also just like continuing to pull on top of their already existing pull. There's so many Peacekeepers there.
This is so sketchy with Sanguine because a Peacekeeper at 10% HP can become a Peacekeeper at 100% HP very quickly with Sanguine active. They do a good job there of avoiding it with those 2 low health Peacekeepers. And that actually is looking really strong from Self-Reliance. Meanwhile, Perplexed going into their Bloodlust pull, so their second pull of the dungeon is going to be their lust.
So it looks like Self-Reliance did have some of those Peacekeepers heal a little bit. And in case you guys have never played Motherlode with Sanguine before, it's difficult to deal with. Just because those Peacekeepers, they don't like moving. You see they have so many casts. You see the shield that they're casting, and they can't be displaced. They can't be knocked or stunned or anything like that. So if there's a pool of Sanguine dropping underneath one of those Peacekeepers casting a shield, they will stand in it for a long time up until they heal to full percent. So you definitely want to make sure you use your abilities properly to make sure none of these mobs are dying underneath them.
Yeah, pretty textbook coming out from Self-Reliance here. Of course, a few ticks of Sanguine healing are kind of to be expected, but in general here, this looks like they're going to be able to... Yeah, look at... That is beautiful. Beautiful Sanguine management coming out from Self-Reliance. They're at 48% enemy forces count already. That's going to be right about where Perplexed is, but Self-Reliance a little bit ahead of schedule here, and they're going to have their Bloodlust again a little bit sooner. This isn't going to affect how many total Bloodlusts either team gets in this dungeon, because we expect this dungeon to take somewhere in the 15 to 20 minute range, so we expect both teams to only get 2 Bloodlusts total either way. But Self-Reliance will have a little bit more flexibility about when they use their second one of those. I think most teams are going to be using it on the last boss, though.
Yeah, I believe so as well, as both of the teams also pulled this trash pack that is in front of the boss on top of Crowd Pummeler, which can be dangerous to deal with, specifically because of Sanguine as well. And there's a vendor in the Assassin which needs to be interrupted properly, because if the poison cast goes through on the Assassin, he will leave behind a poison stack on every auto attack and also on the Fan of Knives they cast. So definitely want to interrupt that. And then on the vendor as well, as he does cast the Spritzer, which does a lot of damage. And there we go, the Ring of Peace coming out for Perplexed. As soon as the Assassin and the vendor were low, they drop the Ring of Peace, making sure they don't die underneath the boss or the Peacekeeper.
Yeah, this can get very tragic very quickly if one of those Sanguine Puddles gets under either of the big robots. But both teams have avoided that fate, and they are neck and neck here. We have a very slight difference in favor of Self-Reliance. They are a little bit ahead on boss damage, and they are a little bit ahead on trash in the dungeon overall. So, but that aside, this is still very, very close between these two teams.
Yeah, it looks very interesting because in the time trials they were almost 2 minutes apart in favor of Perplexed. But so far, Self-Reliance look like they are very clean. They have a very good strategy here. So that either means that Perplexed has a lot faster of a strategy after this boss, or Self-Reliance just has a better strategy between time trials and now. Either way, Self-Reliance is definitely doing a very good job as they're about to finish off the Crowd Pummeler here. Perplexed just slightly behind.
Yeah, this shouldn't end up... So it's not in the range where Perplexed needs something to go wrong yet for Self-Reliance. Perplexed can still catch up here by just going faster for the rest of the dungeon. Both teams pulling some trash in on the end of the boss fight to make up a little bit more of that count.
Spec actually went down here for Perplexed on one of those Sapper pulls, unfortunately. It probably was a throw rock or something like that.
Yeah, an Earth Shock.
Or an Earth Shock, yeah. But thankfully they did have the boss down, so if you release, you will spawn right there.
All right, so we got traps coming out on the mine rats on the side of Perplexed, and they are doing a massive pull. This is twice the size of Self-Reliance's pull, which was already pretty big. And there's the Life Cocoon on Divine Field. If Perplexed can pull this off, they will be catapulting themselves into the driver's seat of this match.
Yeah, so it looks like this is one of those things they do that makes them be 2 minutes faster in the time trials. This is, as Dratnos mentioned, is a huge pull, and this requires so much control as well. So many interrupts needs to be done here, and so many, like, making sure that you don't have uneven damage because of Sanguine. If you have 10 or more mobs on top of each other and one mob dies slightly too early, then everyone else will heal and you lose huge amounts of time. So this is why we saw the Ring of Peace come out there at the very end, and it looks like they don't even want to deal with those two drillers,
so the drillers
because they don't give
and
percentage, right?
Exactly, and the trapped mine rats back there, all of that is inefficient. They're just going to run through here with Skystep, and they'll be using their Shadow Melds and Feigned Deaths to drop combat on the other side of everything here. Divine Field going to be the last person through, Leap Meld, and everybody is now dropped combat with all of that. That is really efficient against those stupid drillers that don't give any count.
Looks like Self-Reliance has slightly more trash on their side, and they're now also doing a Shadow Meld / Feigned Death skip to the next boss, Astaroth. Now, Perplexed definitely caught up because of that huge pull they did, but Self-Reliance is not too far behind, and they're also slightly ahead in trash percentage, meaning that they could make up some time later when Perplexed needs to deal with more mobs. Neither of those teams actually dealt with an obelisk yet, so there's still 4 of them up. We probably will see a lot of the obelisks being fought with the last boss, maybe even all 4 of them.
I think all 4 of them is something we can look forward to, because that's one of the strengths of this triple hunter composition, is that the obelisks with the last boss, hunters have a really easy time with almost all of the awakened enemies. You know, they're not forced to lose DPS by moving in the same way that other classes would against the Blood of the Corruptor. They have Turtle for the fear. They have the pet taunt to make the tank buster not very difficult at all. And the spider's the hard part, because they're going to be taxed on interrupts pretty quickly. But they can feign cast the target themselves, so that is a pseudo-interrupt with this many hunters in the group.
Yeah, definitely agree, as it looks like Perplexed just have quite a bit of single target damage, as they're decently far ahead to Self-Reliance. I mean, it is tyrannical, right? But yeah.
Self-Reliance have grabbed the trash pack here. They've grabbed Taskmaster, Scurry, and the other trash there. So they're going to take a little bit longer to kill the boss, but they are going to be collecting even more enemy forces count here. And I think that this means that they are done with count, except for like the robot pulls right after Rixa. They only have that really, really good. Oh, Furrow goes down, though, to the Furious Quakes from the Earth Ragers. They do have a engineering battle res, but that's going to even up the death differential between the two teams, which was previously an advantage for Self-Reliance. And notably, that cost them a battle res, whereas Perplexed was able to save theirs earlier.
Okay, that looks very sketchy there, as Astaroth was standing in between 2 Sanguine pulls, but thankfully did not heal up, so they should be fine to finish off this boss here. But yeah, as you mentioned, evening up that death counter. And Perplexed, they're done with the trash now. Looks like they're skipping all the way to Rixa as well, not dealing with any trash in this R&D ring here, just shadow melting off the trash and immediately going to Rixa. Now, they don't need a lot of trash on their side either. They're probably just going to pull the War Machines on top of Rixa here, which should be almost all of the trash they need at this point. While Self-Reliance, they're in 88% and also doing a skip on their side. All of the Lightfoot potions being popped, and then they can do the same thing and just Shadow Melt off the aggro at the end.
Yeah, so the question is whether Self-Reliance is able to do this in one less pull than Perplexed. If they need one less pull after Rixa, then the teams are probably right about equal right now. If Perplexed can do all of their 18% in one trash pull, then Self-Reliance is behind by 30 seconds to a minute. Self-Reliance is going to pull trash right into Rixa, though, and I think that this might be all that they need when you factor in the count that they will get from the Awakened enemies at the end. So I think that they are not actually going to have to fight trash individually after Rixa. I think these two teams are... this is going to be neck and neck.
Yeah, this is going to be really close. I mean, Perplexed still theoretically could pull War Machine on top of Rixa. It seems weird that they don't want to do that, because we've seen almost all teams so far, if it wasn't bolstering, of course, pull something on top of Rixa here, pull the War Machine just to get a little bit of extra percentage. And, I mean, Sanguine is an issue, but I'm pretty sure they can deal with it, because almost all of the trash can be taunted by the pets, and can be displaced as well, so they should be fine. But doesn't look like they want to deal with it at all, as Rixa is dropping lower and lower, and looks like they just, maybe as you mentioned, just do one big pull to get the last of the percentage that they need.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be their plan here, is like a double machine pull into a meld to the last boss.
Yeah.
Whereas Self-Reliance at 96%, they just need those Awakened enemies, and they will be all set. Perplexed moving into that final pull. It is 2 War Machines, bunch of other things as well. This should be all the count that they need, but yeah, Self-Reliance 35% on the boss. These teams are so close right now on the timer.
And they're so fast as well, right? They're 11 minutes into the dungeon now. They're almost like on their way to the last boss as well. So both of the teams do have to deal with those 4 awakened mobs in the last boss. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that one because it's incredibly difficult for them to deal with it. Nice sanguine management here by Perplexed as they deal with the Ring of Peace perfectly to make sure that the war machines are dying away from the lower HP mobs. So well done by them as they now mount up, go to the last boss. So Perplexed slightly ahead. Self-Reliance, they still have to finish off Rixa. Then they can mount up and go to the last boss too. But definitely a little bit of a time advantage here for Perplexed.
Yeah, Perplexed is going to be... If they can execute this last boss cleanly, they will win this map. But the last boss executed cleanly with 4 awakened enemies is not a done deal by any stretch. They are pulling now, whereas Self-Reliance, yeah, about 20 seconds behind, I'd say. Very, very, very close.
Yeah, looks like they are now gathering those awakened mobs. Now you want to make sure you pay attention to all of these casts by the spirit, by the tank buster being taunted by the hunter pets, making sure it doesn't go on divine field. And then the void weaver needs to be interrupted by the hunters as well. Hunters have a longer cooldown on the interrupt compared to a full melee comp. So there's some casts that actually go through that can't be interrupted. And they want to make sure they have their defensives ready when that happens. You see that crippling cast actually going through on one of the players here. Looked like it was spell reflected by divine field.
Very nice, yes, very nice there, as they focus down the spider first, so now they don't need to worry about those interrupts anymore. Self-Reliance still have all 4 of their awakened enemies alive. Mogul Razdunk about 8% higher on health as well. So they are going to need to make up that difference. Both teams with that Bloodlust used here, right on pull. Very, very thin margin separates these two teams.
Yeah, and it looks like Self-Reliance does have a lot of boss damage as well. I mean, if they somehow manage to just passively cleave most of those awakened mobs down and have more boss damage because of that. Look at the percentage. I mean, they're only 3% behind, 2% behind. They have so much boss damage here. It looks like they're just passively cleaving the awakened mobs while Perplexed was focusing them down.
This is so close here. Self-Reliance closing that gap a little bit further. Pet needs to be rezzed though. Self-Reliance still losing some damage from having that Spirit Breaker taunted by the Hunter pets. They are out of those Core Hound defensives. Okay, another one is back available now. Perplexed has reopened the lead a little bit here. 8% now difference on Mogul Razdunk's health, as they will be moving into this intermission.
There we go. The intermission actually delayed quite a bit. Actually, boss went up at 42%, so got them quite low before the intermission. Self-Reliance on 49%. But they hit the intermission at a very similar time, which doesn't really matter as much just because it's still the percentage that matters afterwards. But now you want to make sure they deal with this intermission phase properly. It can cause some issues because the abilities, the drill smash does do quite a bit of damage on top of also having to deal with the sky screechers, but there's no affix that makes this more difficult. We don't have Grievous anymore like we did last time around in the EU Cup, which definitely caused some more issues for the healers, but without Grievous this should not be a big deal for Smok and Furo to heal away. And now this is the last drill smash for the boss to come back up, and it looks like Perplexed is gonna make it, but yeah, what a close game. I mean, it was only a couple of seconds difference as Self-Reliance really improved their strategy compared to the time trials.
Yeah, this is a remarkably good first map for Self-Reliance. Not quite a win because Perplexed showed up here with a great run of their own, but still, I think we're going to be in for a really, really good series between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, incredible strategy by both of those teams and very well executed by both. So well done as Mogul Razdunk is dropping lower and lower for Perplexed. And there we go. So first dungeon going to Perplexed, but very close.
That's right, Perplexed taking game number 1, and yeah, throughout the entirety of that game there, Zyro, I was surprised at how more easily Self-Reliance seemed to be able to keep pace through and through, and they're only, a couple seconds off here and there.
Yeah, I think this isn't really too surprising. I think just judging by the way Self-Reliance played, we tend to talk about them as one of the teams that is very much either off or on. When they're on, they can compete with the top 2 teams, like we saw them do in this dungeon, and when they're off, they just feed deaths in a chain death fashion to the dungeon. So yeah, I mean, they can absolutely compete with the top end teams like we've seen in this dungeon, but the problem with them is that this isn't the team that we tend to see all the time. And of course, this is only their second match of the day. They played all right in the first match, but if they can continue to play like this throughout the entire tournament, then I would not be surprised at all to see them secure that top 4 slot and end up going to the finals later on this year. But I mean, yeah, altogether, it was a pretty solid route from both of them, and to be expected being a time trial dungeon, of course.
That's true, especially for, some of the top teams in the world at the moment. So I guess that also starts to push us into, from what we're looking at right now, what we're thinking of right now, not only are we looking at Self-Reliance here in Nagura, but we're looking at, other teams so far in Deplete from Beyond winning their game, for example, but some of the other teams just been having a rough day.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Pain for Femme definitely had a rough day. I mean, the Junkyard, they said they didn't practice it too much, so I guess if Junkyard can just be banned by them for the rest of the games, it shouldn't be a big deal. But then also having issues in that Waycrest Manor, that's a dungeon they thought they should be winning, right? They said they're gonna reverse sweep, so therefore they should have been very confident in their Waycrest, and then they ended up having wipes here, missing an interrupt there, having a full reset, bolstering a bunch of mobs, so lots of issues for them. So I hope they can recover and just come back having some of those clean runs as we've seen them do before, where they almost won a series against Perplexed and against Mdi Eu even. So definitely want to see them recover. But Self-Reliance, they're on top of their game. I mean, they played really well against Perplexed in this Motherlode. And I feel like Junkyard can go their way, and Freehold as well, as Dreadnoughts mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And Zyronic, where do you think the big areas that Self-Reliance lost time and where Perplexed was gaining time throughout this Motherlode with the replays?
Well, the actual section of the dungeon that Perplexed gained the most time was in between the first and second boss, but the part of the dungeon that I want to talk about as an interesting strategy from Self-Reliance is definitely the first section of the dungeon before they engage the coin operator crowd pummeler. The way that they pulled this section of the dungeon, where they just chain pulled pretty much every pack, they pulled the pack, they killed all of the non-peacekeeper trash away from the peacekeepers, and then just pulled the peacekeepers into the next pack and kept kiting them around. If they were able to pull this off cleanly, they would have probably saved a solid 30 or 40 seconds over the way Perplexed played this section of the map. And even though they did have some sanguine healing on some of the peacekeepers at some point in the pull, they ended up engaging the crowd pummeler at about the same time as Perplexed with a couple extra percentage of trash. So just the way that they pulled that, even on Sanguine, with how difficult it is to kite those mobs around and not get healing off, I feel like the potential of that pull is incredibly high. They could go insanely fast there, but the volatility of just the timing of the charge shields, a peacekeeper at 2% could start charge shielding and kind of mess up the entire pull for the team, which we saw a little bit happen there. It wasn't as drastic as it could have been, but I like the idea behind that style of pull from them.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've seen as well is the risk associated with it. Even when you're in Sanguine, for example, at Dreadnoughts, it's not so much about, oh no, we're gonna lose people to deaths. It's like, oh, we're just gonna get a ton of healing on a peacekeepers when we don't need to, and now our pull is a minute or two longer.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bolstering type effect, but it's it's a little bit more all or nothing, right? Like bolstering is kind of taxes you over the course of the whole dungeon. But Sanguine is more like 1 or 2 spots in the dungeon. If you're not paying perfect attention, or if you get a bad cast sequence and you weren't positioning well, then you just lose 30 seconds right to that immediately. And that can be a really, really, game-changing thing. It didn't, I think, affect the results of this match, although maybe if Self-Reliance had had that first pull with 0 Sanguine healing, maybe that would have been the difference between their time and Perplexed.
Yeah, it's fair enough, and we'll have to, maybe we're going to be seeing some more Motherlodes in the future, so we can kind of start comparing what the perfect run for them is going to start looking like as well. But as we move on into Junkyard, we've seen Self-Reliance already get some time in Junkyard, but nothing out of Perplexed so far yet, Nagura.
Yeah, and Junkyard is one of those dungeons that we haven't seen much at all in the MDI yet, right? Almost all of the teams have banned it before, or they just didn't want to play it at all, or it was a third game that didn't get played. So we really haven't seen it much, and this is why almost all of the games we've seen so far had teams play completely different routes. I don't think any of the teams have figured out the best route yet, and therefore this is why we see lots of different kinds of innovations and different strategies. So I'm interested to see what Perplex is going to do here.
Early game as well, and Dranos, you mentioned it previously, where they have like pieces of the best strategies going into this one. So let's see what both these teams are going to be pulling out as game number 2 between Perplexed and Self-Reliance gets underway.
Yeah, Perplexed is really the big question mark here, because we have seen a Junkyard out of Self-Reliance. We know what their potential is. They had a pretty good run ending at about the 14-minute mark. I feel like 13 or 13 and a half may be doable for them if they can have it the same thing with no deaths. Perplexed, though, we have not yet seen in this map in a very, very long time. I don't think we've seen him in here since week 1, so this is going to be a really, really exciting thing to see if they have something new for us. Both teams starting off with this kind of massive Self-Reliance. Oh no!
We're actually going down for them. They commit the battle rest immediately, but Mikkel going down as well. Smog dropping really low on Perplexed side, but did recover. But yeah, this is a pretty huge mistake by Self-Reliance, as they missed a whole damage dealer here. And now all of the mobs are raging. This is a fortified raging environment, which is something that is really volatile, can cause lots of problems if you don't finish off the mobs once they are in this raging area. And it looks like Harudra is dropping very low, having to tank these bullies in raging, and they don't have Sooth either. They don't have a hunter or a druid to dispel that effect off.
Yeah, fortified raging is not a combination we ever actually see on the live servers because it is just so nasty. But we've decided to give it to the teams here on the tournament realm to really challenge them, test their limits, and wow, that very nearly wiped the side of Self-Reliance. Great quick thinking on that battle res, able to save that pull. Ended up only costing them, I would say 20, 25 seconds when it could have easily been far worse. So good job by them staying in that match. Perplexed, though, looking a lot better. They also had Zamak almost die, but the difference between almost dying and dying is often the difference between winning and losing in these things.
Yeah, definitely huge for them to recover on Perplexed side. They also pulled quite a bit of trash here on top of King Govamak as well, so they're up to 26%. Also, both of the teams committing their bloodlust for this boss here with trash. Now, this boss can cause lots of problems because of all of the AoE that is happening here from the rocks going down, and then on top of that you also have the charged smash, which needs to be soaked by the team. Does a lot of damage as well. And you have a Grievous, which we haven't really talked about yet, because raging and fortified is the biggest problem for the teams in Junkyard, but Grievous can definitely cause some issues as well.
Yeah, this boss is also tough because they pulled it through those bullies and didn't actually activate those bullies. They can't go over and use the electric thing to charge up the coils over there because they'd pull the bullies. So they just have to tank that dot on many members of their team, depending on whether or not anti-magic shell is available, and actually depending on where the robot ends its little, whirling around sequence.
It looks like Perplexed is doing the same pull as we've seen Self-Reliance do before. So they actually go to this corner. Actually, never mind. Don't mind me. They are not using the corner. They're just gathering everything up, using the DK single target grips to gathering everything up. And now we see the AoE stun come out of Swag Rush to be able to have them just stay together and use their huge AoE burst from the DKs to be able to deal with this trash cap. And there it goes.
Yeah, teams now, Perplexed is moving over to that little side area, and this is the area we saw used earlier that should make it impossible for them to get hit by any motorcycles, which is a good strategy. It does mean that they are losing a little bit of uptime right now, though, as they are waiting for those mobs to run a little bit closer to them. So that might be a drawback of this strategy.
And Perplexed also didn't deal with an obelisk yet. Self-Reliance is dealing with a tank buster now. Which we know they play 3 obelisks with the last boss because they already played this dungeon earlier on broadcast. So they're dealing with this awakened mob, and then the other 3 there are going to deal with the last boss. But Perplexed did not use one yet. Now, we saw the boys attempt to do the last boss with all 4 awakened mobs, but they ended up wiping. So we will see if Perplexed is trying to attempt this 4 obelisk last boss strategy as well, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, there are a lot of options for them. They could activate pretty much any of the other obelisks if they chose to without losing too much time. But, of course, the fastest way to do this dungeon is 4 obelisks. The question is whether or not they have it reliably under control on the last boss, with Grievous active as well. Not an easy combination of affixes to do this on.
Yeah, I agree. As Perplexed is finishing off the boss now. They're in 40% trash as well. So they're pretty fast. Now, Reliance did lose a little bit of time because of those 2 deaths they had in the first pull, but even with even if they didn't have those 2 deaths, looks like Perplexed would still be slightly faster because they're just blazing through this dungeon. Smock actually looks like he pulled something.
They got in combat. Yeah, they tried to use Ring of Peace to avoid a patrol, but they accidentally didn't avoid the patrol and have now pulled it. And that means that they're going to have to... This is not something you like doing in an MDI setting here, is fighting one pack of trash by itself. But sometimes when something happens that's not in the plan, you just have to make the least bad decision. And they've decided that the least bad decision here is to just fight this one pack of 3 mobs all by itself. This is the window of opportunity now for Self-Reliance to get back into this map here. This is going to close that gap pretty much entirely now. Self-Reliance... 10% behind on trash, but they have activated that 1 extra obelisk. Perplexed right now, looks like they're going to bypass that obelisk, so they're not going to be activating an extra one, but they still have that harder last boss fight ahead of them. I think that extra trash count, though, still means Perplexed is favored, assuming they don't wipe on that last boss.
Yeah, they have the 10% extra trash. Now, because that pull that they just did was a ninja pull, I don't really know if they can do one of their pulls that they plan to do smaller, right? Because adjusting your strategy in the middle of the MDI is very difficult to do, because it's hard to know what you can do to make up the trash that you were missing, or what to pull less to do less percentage, to not go over percentage. So maybe that extra trash that they were pulling is just going to go over because they can't necessarily adjust their pulls, which we will see later on. But now they finished off this pull with the Revival by Smock, getting rid of all of those diseases from the consume. So well done by them, as they got a lot of percentage, and what a clean way of dealing with it too, as Self-Reliance is still approximately 10% behind on trash.
Yeah, both teams looking good here in this Gunker area. Interesting that the kind of metagame here has evolved away from going Gunker first. I think that's something that we saw a little bit of in the first couple of cups, because it meant that you could get those shock bots really quickly. But now the teams are just not even bothering with that. They are just going Gobamac first so that their route has as little backtracking as possible. Backtracking, one of the least efficient things you can be doing in Mythic Plus, and it's even more important in the MDI setting because the timers are just so tight that 20 seconds of walking is way more impactful against a 10 total minute run than a 30-minute total run.
Yeah, looks like Perplexed is waiting here for the boss to start, and then they will pull the trash on top of it. We see the Lightfoot Potion being popped by Divine Field, gathering up the rest of this trash on top of Gunker, while Self-Reliance, on the other hand, actually engaged the boss slightly earlier, but still a trash difference. Now, Ashwell dropping really low.
He got stunned. The stun channel went out on him. Wolf down, though, on the side of Perplexed. Zamak goes down, too. No battle reses are available for them, and this is going to be a full team wipe for Perplexed. Self-Reliance now firmly in the driver's seat here, because, yeah, Perplexed has no option here but to wipe. I don't think there's a way that they can... They're going to try and finish this trash pull, but I don't think there's a way for them to be able to beat this boss with Grievous active. Maybe it's doable. This is going to be wild. Divine, though, is dropping really low. Yeah, how on earth is this going to work?
I think the DK's...
Darkness comes down from... They're going to try it. They're going to try and get through this boss fight without a healer, but 4 stacks of Grievous are ticking on pretty much everybody. Divine at 15% HP, gets hit by the Toxic Wave. That's going to be the end for Perplexed. This is going to be a slow and brutal wipe for them as they all slowly die. A Shine just standing out there. This is really, really bad news for Perplexed, but... it is great news for Self-Reliance, who were a little bit behind. They did actually, as you mentioned, pull the boss a little bit ahead of where Perplexed was, but they're still missing a little bit of that trash. But now they are way ahead. They are a boss ahead. They do need to pick up a little bit of extra count, but they also have an easier last boss fight ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Self-Reliance, and we know that they have a pretty clean strategy for the rest of this dungeon. They do have to deal with 3 obelisks on the last boss, but the last time they did a really good job dealing with it. And they are going to have Bloodlust available for it as well. Now we're going to see some bigger pulls coming in by them. So you want to make sure that you deal with that Raging and Fortified properly, as all of this trash is being gathered by them.
Yeah, they've got that cavalry in there with that rapid fire. The rapid fire, I think the thing that is most likely to kill somebody if they are not paying attention. But here comes that huge burst of double Death Knight DH damage. And that cavalry is just dead before it gets another cast. Everything is out of there. 1.2 million DPS coming out from Mikkel there. Perplexed, meanwhile, have pulled Gunker once again, this time for sure. They do need to be careful still, but with no trash on this boss, it is a lot less deadly than the first time they pulled this. Self-Reliance have closed the gap here in terms of trash count. They have probably one more big pull, maybe two, and that'll probably be all that they need for the rest of this dungeon. So here goes Harudra, pops that Lightfoot potion. They're going to grab all of these Mechagon troopers in this area into this pack that guards the last boss. Line of sight being used here by Harudra to get all of those enemies up on top of him. And these troopers, they have to be a little bit careful of because they do a pretty nasty teleport onto the tank if they are out of range. Oh, Furrow goes down. We do have battle res available. That was the rapid fire, I think, that claimed Furrow.
I think the exact same thing happened last time, right?
Yeah.
Furrow went down on this exact same position in the dungeon, so thankfully they didn't have
Harudra down. Harudra and Anda down.
Everything's raging and oh my god, it's gonna be a full trash reset. I think they managed to finish off some of these mobs, but a lot of them reset. So they need to do the same pull again. And this is the way for Perplexed back into this dungeon, is they now finished off Gunker. And if they manage to do one trash pull to get the last percent that they need, it's still a chance for Perplexed to make it back into this dungeon here.
Yeah, both teams here have now successfully thrown the series back at each other. Self-Reliance gonna be... I think they are still slightly ahead here. Self-Reliance against Perplexed. That wipe was a lot less costly than Perplexed's.
3 extra deaths as well, though.
That is true, yeah. 3 more deaths on the side of Self-Reliance. That is a 15-second differential on the timer. And Perplexed are into their next big pull here. This one is one that has not looked too deadly, but I think that they are going to have another pull to go with after that. Harudra, though, going to try this thing again. And yeah, you're right. They killed off some of the trash in this area. Very little, actually. It looks like maybe one trooper is all that they were able to kill. Oh, some of this pack as well. Okay, so they've killed off a handful of troopers, but they did not kill off the cavalry or any of those really damaging mobs. Harudra taking quite a lot of damage here.
Doesn't have shield wall available. He does have last stand, which is being popped right now, but definitely want to be careful here, as some of the offensive cooldowns probably not available anymore. You see Mikkel doing a lot of damage, but the other 2 damage dealers just not having that much available. Ring of Peace.
Oh, the enlarge goes off.
Really low.
Harudra, you have to be so careful here. Look at those, and that is what happens when you try to kite on this pack. Is those troopers will teleport to you and just murder you. Furrow, though, is doing a heads-up play here. No, he's not. He's dying. I thought he was going to try and roll up there and shadow meld and drop combat, but instead, and res from up there. But instead, they are going to be full wiping. And Perplexed now back in the lead here. Despite their wipe on Gunker, Self-Reliance have committed more grievous errors.
I mean, this is also one thing that we didn't mention yet, of course, is the shock bots and all the bots that they lost, right? Both teams having the full team wipe, meaning that you lose all of the damage bots. You use the shock bots, the grease bots, and also the welding bots, which helps for healing as well. So this pull that they tried to... Oh my god, okay, so they're engaging the last fight with all 4 obelisks already.
Wow,
and
that was so cool.
What did they do?
So they send somebody ahead to like run into the boss, you know, meld, drop combat from the trash, and then pull the boss, which then activated this like circle thing and teleported the rest of the group into the... So they snapped their whole team into the boss fight there. Pretty cool.
This is they're not actually committing their bloodlust. They're forgetting about it, right?
Yeah, this has got to be a mistake. There's no way they need the bloodlust for the you know, the second phase. They should be using it right now, but they're not. A shine goes down. They do have 1 battle res for a shine. Wolf Disco is their only battle res. He is dying too. A shine reses as well. 17% HP. Both of them are so low on health here. Zamok trying to keep everybody alive. Wolf Disco in serious trouble. Divine also in trouble. Jumps, snaps the blood of the Corruptor, and that's going to lead to his death. They have no battle reses available. Perplexed. Full team wiping on the last boss here, but they brilliantly didn't use their bloodlust, so they still have that available for their second pull there. Genius plan, knowing they were going to wipe and saving their bloodlust.
This is actually such a disaster because if they would have bloodlusted, maybe this wouldn't have been a wipe, right? So the fact that they forgot about using that huge offensive cooldown maybe cost them the game here, as Self-Reliance now engaged the last boss as well. They only have 3 obelisks to deal with, and it looks like they're not committing their bloodlust either.
Oh no, Perplexed pulled some Mechagon pouncers, the cats, by accident. Those things, of course, are stealthed. So Perplexed now, despite the fact that they don't need the count, but on the side of Self-Reliance, Anta goes down.
Yeah,
they do not have a battle res.
Mikkel going down too. This is going to be a
That's going to be a wipe from Self-Reliance. And the ball is back in Perplexed court. Oh my goodness, what is happening in this match?
Did both teams just forget about using Bloodlust, or is it a mistake? Is it maybe just like a graphic mistake and we don't see the update? Because it seems really weird that both of the teams would be forgetting about that Bloodlust. I mean, maybe it's possible because of the mistakes that happen throughout the dungeon, and maybe they're nervous because they wiped and it goes back and forth, and maybe you just forget about that.
Definitely, no matter what, somebody made a mistake here.
Yes.
Either the teams made a mistake or we made a mistake in our overlay thing. Definitely somebody messed up here. Self-Reliance are going to be getting back to the boss, though, pretty quick. They don't have to do any sneaky meld stuff to get past this trash, whereas Perplexed does because they are not pulling that cavalry pack right in front of the boss. So actually, Self-Reliance here, despite that wipe being most recent from them, are going to get onto this boss about the same time, actually. Perplexed, though, has a 40-second advantage. Well, Perplexed has 40 extra seconds because of that death meter.
That's what all of us here on Self-Reliance side. Now, they need to deal with 4
trying to do
obelisks,
this,
though, right? It's 4 obelisks versus Stray.
Both teams now saying this time for sure, remembering to pop their Bloodlust.
There we go. We did it.
There it is. Yeah, after 3 total boss pulls without Lust, they are finally using that Bloodlust cooldown.
Okay, so they thankfully both remember to use that final... maybe they knew they were going to wipe and saved it for the next pull. Maybe that's what happened.
Genius
Play.
Genius plays.
Oh,
Self-Reliance, no!
They don't have a battle res.
They do not have a battle res. No battle res is going to be available for like 5 minutes here as well, so that is effectively out of the fight for him. They might still have enough damage to take care of the next phase if they can get to it, but Perplexed is making good progress here. If they can kill off these awakened enemies, they only need to survive another 20 or so hectic seconds, and they will be out of the woods here on this last boss. Divine dropping so low, leaps away, manages not to snap anything.
Yeah,
but
no more defense is
out
available.
of
A Shine dropping really low.
A Shine goes down.
No rest available for them either. Divine Field has 4 Grievous Stacks on it. Smock going down.
Smock goes down. Wolf goes down.
Team wipe for them as well.
Perplexed wiping as well, but Self-Reliance has 2 DPS players down there wiping as well. Oh no.
When does it end?
When does it end? Well, I think...
What's the timer in Junkyard?
I don't know, but they're on track for a Depleto for sure. This is
the interesting thing
really,
is
really
right. These teams they can watch the stream, but it's on a 1.5 minute delay, I think. And at this point, they must be, because if they lose, an admin will write in their group chat that they have won or they have lost. So I feel like both of those teams are just staring at their chat frame to see the admin type you have lost, because they think, I mean, if we have 23 deaths, then surely the other team must be winning. But there's no admin writing anything, so they definitely know that the other team is having huge mistakes on their side too. And now they're actually dealing with the obelisks.
Perplexed have decided that 4 obelisks is a little bit too much for them now that they don't have that Bloodlust. I like this decision coming out from Perplexed. But that does mean Self-Reliance is going to have the first shot at this boss. Minus 50 seconds for all those extra deaths accrued on their side, including 2 deaths while running back to this boss here. That is really, really sloppy and may end up costing them here.
Yeah, Self-Reliance is now engaging the boss for the 3rd time.
Yes,
Okay, so.
It's been 27 years of pulling this last boss here. Self-Reliance. Gonna try and take this one down. Otherwise, they're gonna have to send their descendants in to finish this quest for them.
I'm sorry, but they're not. It looks like they're actually dealing with the Awaken mobs pretty cleanly now on Self-Reliance side. Now, most of the time, on all of the wipes they had so far, it was Michaela going down. They do have no battle rest, but the battle rest is actually coming up. They'll get it back.
Yeah.
So they can maybe finish this off. If they deal with these Awaken mobs, they can definitely get Michaela back up.
Yeah, and Mikkel gonna get an early look here at the Shadowlands expansion, as that is currently where he's residing. But the rest of the team are gonna finish off this boss fight. I think it's looking good for them. They just need to kill off 2 more awakened enemies. It's still very sketchy. Meanwhile, Perplexed pulling the boss now. Just 3 obelisks for them. They've taken care of the fear guy. That should make things a little bit easier, although by no means is it a done deal. Self-Reliance, no! Oh no. That's going to be another wipe for Self-Reliance. They are up to 30 deaths on the death meter. Perplexed now has the opportunity to end this series.
Divine?
No, they're not gonna. Divine Field
No
goes
res.
down.
No, this
res
might be a full
available.
team wipe for them
They
too.
can kite out for a little bit
They had
and
a res
try and get
too,
that res.
but
Wolf
no,
Disco goes
no.
down as well. They should just be wiping this.
At this point,
Oh.
I mean, okay, Perplexed dealt with one of the obelisks, but maybe they should just deal with one more, like on both of their sides. Just deal with one of the obelisks at this point, because if they know the other team has so many issues, there we go. Okay, so
Self-Reliance is doing it.
deal with Void Weaver now.
And we'll see if Perplexed answers this by doing it themselves. Self-Reliance here still 55 extra seconds on the timer as a result of their additional deaths. So they need to pull this boss like a minute ahead of when Perplexed does. Perplexed kind of running over towards one of the obelisks now. Looks like they are not going to be doing it though. Looks like they're just going to be doing this with their battle res back. They're thinking this time for sure. This time for sure we can do this last boss.
They could just wait for the Bloodlust too.
5 minutes on Bloodlust. Yeah, they could wait until they have 7 or 8 battle reses. That might be all they need. It'll only take an hour or so for those charges to accumulate. But at this point, that might be the best option for these teams.
But now I do know why Junkyard has been banned so many times before in the other cups and why no one really likes to play this dungeon. But there we go. Perplexed now engaging the last boss again. They still have the 3 obelisks to deal with, so it's still very difficult for them. Let's see, maybe they do have some offensive cooldowns available. Looks like no shield wall for Divine Field though. And the Spirit Breaker going through. This is also a huge problem, right? They don't have a Hunter to taunt off that Spirit Breaker cast, which leaves the debuff behind on the Divine Field, just increasing the incoming damage so much.
Yeah, this is really, really rough. The Lingering Psychic Shell, the Strength of the Warden being used by Divine. Most of those Awakened enemies now getting fairly low. Oh, but there's so little space here. Divine dropping so low. Zamak also taking some damage. The Lingering, the curse goes out on Zamak. He's going to have a really hard time with his cast times, but Divine able to recover somehow. Is going to leap away, and they're going to get out of here. Oh, but there's the ground is just so polluted. The enemies here still have quite a bit of health on them. Wolf Disco dropping low. They do have a battle res here, so if somebody dies, it shouldn't be the end of this pull for them. They're almost done here, just 20% left. Oh, but Wolf Disco goes down. Okay, they have a quick battle res if they want it. Are they going to be able to send it out? Crippling Pestilence cast now going through.
Oh, and he's got the debuff from the boss as well. He's taking so much damage already. He did manage to recover though. Let's see if they are using the battle res. There we go. Wolf Disco is receiving the battle res. They should be able to finish that off. Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they're not too far behind. If you look at the Tank Buster's HP, and they only have to deal with those 2 obelisks on their side. Now, there's still quite a bit of a death difference though. Self-Reliance on 30 deaths, while Perplexed is only at 20 deaths. So 50 seconds.
Yes, only at 20 deaths. Right, words that we don't hear very often here in the MDI. But yes, Perplexed is in great shape now. Something would have to go horribly, horribly wrong for them for this to be a wipe at this point. Not too much left that should cause them too much trouble. And I think that somehow, despite their best efforts, Perplexed are going to win this map.
Well, okay, so how do you recover from this though? Do you just forget about this dungeon and move on? Or is this actually going to affect you for the rest of the tournament?
You block out the last 20 minutes of your mind. You're just like, that never happened. Junkyard is... What dungeon? There's a new Mechagon dungeon? That sounds cool. I can't wait to play it. That's got to be the response here from these teams.
No, Self-Reliance, no.
Self-Reliance are wiping on the gauntlet part that I said nobody could wipe to.
Oh no.
But they are finding a way.
They're gonna do it.
Perplexed are gonna finally end this though.
Oh, wow. Woo! Perplexed taking game number 2 and ending our joy, not misery, our joy through out this Junkyard run. Self-Reliance doing whatever they can to prove Dratnos wrong, as they do end up dying onto that gauntlet and will be dropping down into the lower bracket. Well, as many of us might have been kind of curious as to why we didn't see a lot of Junkyard the first couple weekends of MDI. Oh boy, have we been able to see this on display, Zyro.
I think if they wiped one more time, we were going to have to start to explain what the Mercy was.
Oh, no.
We were getting pretty close there. I mean, yeah, these affixes are... they're nasty.
Cruel.
And the thing to remember as well is how difficult that final boss pull is already. But once you wipe a couple times, you're out of bots. You don't get zap anymore. So
right.
it just becomes even more difficult, which is why we saw both teams opting to just say, we'll take the L, we'll pull one obelisk by itself just so we can make that final pull doable. And that's what ended up being the catalyst to these teams actually finishing off the dungeon.
It's a little bit of like the obelisk of shame as well there, Dradnos. Just like, just pull one.
Yeah, wow, if either of the teams had pulled the trigger earlier on doing those obelisks, they would have been in great position, I think, to win this match as well. I think that, but of course you can't know that. You can't know that, you're going to be given 25 minutes, right? If your goal was to just complete this dungeon in 25 minutes as safely as possible, any of these teams could do that. It's just that they didn't know that they would have that long from the other team.
They really had no idea whatsoever. And which wipe did you want to cover on this one, Zyro? Do you have a specific one in mind, or is this like a montage, or?
It's just gonna be a montage of the final boss test. I actually had some other stuff we were gonna talk about, but
what happened?
That kind of paled in comparison to what we were talking about on the final boss. Actually, at this point, I don't remember what my old clips were because we spent so long on that final boss that
it's just all clips from the final boss.
It's just cleared from my memory.
Yeah, Method EU could have done like 2 Atals when they were doing that final boss.
Actually, true. Any truers? Yeah, I mean, that was. I haven't seen something this impressive since that King's Rest in the Final Cup of the Chinese region last year. But just the point that I kind of want to make is part of the reason Junkyard is so difficult, regardless of affix, comes down to just how merciless it is if you make any mistakes. If you have any small amount of deaths in this dungeon, you lose your bots, which makes your characters like way weaker. We're talking like you lose a third of your power in this dungeon if you die. So if you run out of bots to power yourselves up for that final boss when you're going for a 4 obelisk pull, there's no way you're gonna pull that off outside of some crazy RNG. That boss room is so tiny, and when you have the Blood of the Corruptor removing area on the ground, when you have the line in the middle coming from the boss removing area on the ground, and then on top of that you have the bots roaming around, leaving more stuff on the ground, you just run out of room to do anything in that room. And it's just difficult to maneuver around that room. I remember Dratnos was talking about how polluted the ground was. I think that's a pretty good way to describe it. It's just, it's pretty miserable in there with the way these guys were dealing with it with no bots.
Yeah, that was a very tough wake-up call, I think, for both of these teams as to some of the errors that can go wrong with it. And that's certainly going to go down in our notes, Nagura, for the dungeons. We always have our notes where we track, like, okay, this team, the last time they did it, they had 3 deaths, and they did it in 14 minutes, something like that. It should be like, big red X, like, don't do this dungeon, guys, please, I beg.
I'm definitely going to note it down.
Thank you. Well, as we take a look at our bracket, we are going to see Self-Reliance dropping down and Perplexed moving on into the upper finals, and that was probably not the way Perplexed wanted to go into the upper finals at all, but they do end up getting to that point, which means we'll be looking to see between Method EU and Deplete from Beyond with our next series as to who's going to join Perplexed in that upper bracket. And if I'm not mistaken on this one, Zyro, I think we had the same matchup with the same stakes last week.
Yeah, and we all saw what happened back then, and it wasn't really surprising then either. I think what was surprising was how much better Deplete from Beyond performed.
Yeah.
They performed way better than our expectations last week, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen this week, especially with what's on the line for them, right? Getting top 4, going to the finals of the season, that's what these teams are playing for right now. Method EU, they're already sitting pretty. They're just playing for bragging rights and to win another tournament. But I feel like the ball's really in Deplete from Beyond's court to make a statement here and show everyone else that they're here to play.
Yeah, they've always been a team with a lot to prove, and they'll be able to put it on display with the next series. But we'll be taking a quick break first to relax our laughing muscles, as we'll be taking a break before Method EU squares off from Deplete from Beyond.
That's real great, Jack. Thanks for that.
We heard him. You guys
anyways, Deplete from Beyond versus Method EU. Basically, if Deplete from Beyond is somehow able to win this, that would put them in the upper finals versus Perplexed, which would propel them into... I think it would be almost assured that they would make top 4, right?
Yes, yeah. You're guaranteed to make top 4 if you make it to the upper finals, right?
Yeah, you're top 3, right?
Yeah.
Top 3, yeah. Would Deplete from Beyond winning this map guarantee them top 4 for the overall rankings? I think it would.
Yes,
right?
yeah, this is a win.
Okay,
if they win this, they make it to the grand finals for sure. But that is a very, very difficult task here, as they are up against Method EU, the Titans of the EU MDI.
That's right, and that's when we look at second versus third seed. It's also the caliber of teams that we've been looking at as well here, Zyro. That Method EU's been setting the bar for a very long time, and there's that big disparity with time trials and tournament play.
Yeah, and I feel like we touched on this a little bit earlier today and a lot last week, where there's a big problem when you're going up against the top end teams like Method EU, Method NA, in the fact that they're usually the teams whose strats you're copying. So when you actually have to play against them, you have to somehow beat that team at their own strategy, which is incredibly difficult to do. So that comes back into the other factor we've been talking about, where even if you can't beat them outright, if you both play perfectly, you have to play them close enough to where if they do make a mistake, you can capitalize on it. Now, that being said, Deplete from Beyond does have some things they can pull out of their hat, but I don't know if they can take out Method EU if they're playing at their best.
I feel like this season, and like this season in general, so many different teams have differing strategies. I feel like in seasons past, we've had a lot of copycat teams, but dude, I feel like right now, even more so than ever, like the strategy innovation coming across all of the teams is super just astounding how much diversity and decision making you have from teams.
There has been, and I'm kind of curious to look at looking at NA and EU with how these tournaments have been developing. As now everybody's kind of switching sides. We've had like Tyrannical for one dungeon. EU gets the fortified version of it or something like that. But we look at the King's Rest. It's going to be starting us off on this one, Dradnos. And I don't think we've really been seeing much. Excuse me. I don't think we've been seeing much teaming out of King's Rest lately.
Yeah, this set of affixes is a little interesting. We got that Tyrannical going, so I think I'm expecting to see Hunters here. I think that my guess is Hunters all the way down due to the
Both
Tyrannical.
Wait. Do you think that there's not going to be a DK?
There can be one DK, yeah. One DK, 2 Hunters, I think, is something that makes a lot of sense in this dungeon.
I think I sign off on that one too, because like it's teaming,
I think
right?
Triple Hunter is also potentially a possibility here. Like, it's Tyrannical, you might save more time from the single target than from the DK, especially there are a lot of bosses onto which you can't easily pull trash. But I think the DK, probably for what it does in that second boss room, what it does in the first boss room, probably makes it worth bringing. But I actually could see these two teams coming up with different answers there.
All right, well, we're going to see what the answers that they're going to be giving us as game number 1 is ready, as we will see Method EU square it off against Deplete from Beyond, and just a moment as well. Just a moment. Had a little bit of a false start here. The Hunters let their beasts out of the cage a little bit too quickly on that one, and we still look at the same...
we do have a nice preview of what comps they're running.
Yeah.
Turns out I was right.
MDI 2?
Yep, Dratno MDI 2. That is the 3 Hunters special. Deciding that what you gain from the DK in a couple of specific moments is not worth what you gain from the Hunter just over the entire dungeon so reliably and consistently. I like this decision a lot from both teams.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of like the catch-all with bringing Hunters, that they're able to just to quickly fill in any sort of issue that you have. Like, oh, okay, we need more single target in any area, First, we started seeing a lot of people going with just, okay, we're going to have more gushing wounds, we're going to stop having Twilight devs, or as frequent of Twilight devs. Now it's just bring more Hunters, everything's going to be fine. And I think it's also interesting, since we've been looking at this season especially a lot more like low trash density dungeons, a lot more bolstering in heavy trash density dungeons like Freehold, for example. So you're saying, okay, whenever there's bolstering in those big dungeons, we're running Hunters. Whenever we go into Smaller dungeons like King's Rest or Workshop, where there's not tons of trash mobs together, we're bringing hunters every single time, and it just catches everything that you need, Tuttles.
Well, in addition to that, they have cooldowns for every single pack, so they're really easy to play around, and their utility is fairly strong. Like Binding Shot is pretty good. Intimidation stun, like the only thing they lack is like an AoE stun, but they do have single target stun in terms of intimidation. Their survivability's not great, but like the way you're pulling, basically if you take any damage, you're gonna die 100-0 anyway, so you may as well just go all in, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
you
and
just lean into it.
You got players like Gingy playing Hunter, like they're not going to die. They're so good at, dodging all that damage and using their relatively minimal defensive kit to its fullest. So it's going to be a really exciting match.
That's right. It looks like we are ready to go as game number 1 kicks off in King's Rest.
Yes, sir. Here we go. And I want to go back to that point we were making beforehand as we see both teams gearing up to deal with the first section of the dungeon. This is a big make or break moment for Deplete from Beyond. They can secure their spot in the not the grand finals, the MDI finals later on this year just by taking out this match. So they have a lot to play for here. This is like that one meme. What is it? It's M Bison, where it's like, for you, the day that I came to your village, it was the most important moment of your life, and for me it was Tuesday.
I don't mean to break up your monologue.
The deaths are bad for sure.
But Dr. J and Clicks, I think, ended up pulling some of those constructs while Rentari was running through with his invisibility potion. The camouflage not powerful enough. I think some mobs got body pulled there. That's rough.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see right away.
Now the minions of Zool are like in a terrible spot.
It's bad. They've messed this whole patrol up really badly. And Method EU, I mean, business as usual for them. They've dealt with almost all the trash already below 20-30%. So no issues whatsoever. They don't need a DK for the AoE damage at all.
Ooh, okay, so something that you can see from Method EU that they're doing a really good job of is historically teams will kite back to where you hit that gong to activate all the trash, but now you can see using those little fire goblets to be able to line of sight the caster mobs as witch doctors so that they can't get line of sight on him, so they're staying grouped up with the champions for a prolonged period of time. That's a very smart play by them.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely smart, because you can see how quickly they dealt with that entire room. Now, of course, the minions will be coming in for them, but they'll be able to just cleave them under the boss, if I'm not mistaken, with like a binding shot, no problem. I mean, they can just beast cleave them down easily in that binding shot. No problem whatsoever for them there. No fears coming out at all, and they can just, wow, I mean, that was clean.
Yeah, now ends up standing in that circle from the Golden Serpent. Doesn't take too much damage there. He's just keeping the mobs stacked up for even longer periods of time, allowing those hunters to continue to multi-shot to get those rapid reload resets so they can get their aspect of the wild up quicker. Now continuing to just tank that Gale Winds, or whatever the ability is called, from the Golden Serpent there.
Yeah, I mean, if you can take the damage and live to it, there's no problem with taking the damage. Your healer is there to heal you, right? If you take damage, just call for one heal and you're fine.
Is there one heal?
Just one. Just one. That's all you need is a tank. Now he's running out of it. Okay, you caster cursed it. Come on, Tettles.
Man, that didn't do anything.
Okay.
All right, so now Deplete from Beyond has engaged the Golden Serpent, approximately 60% behind that of Method EU, while at the same time also 2 deaths behind. They have popped their Bloodlust, however, on the Golden Serpent, trying to chunk through as much of the health of that boss as they can. Rentari doing a good job of he leaps over that construct to dodge out of the way of Suppression Slam instead of trying to get vertical away from it like that.
Yeah, I'm interested in the Bloodlust choice, right? Because you're making your comp right now. Triple Hunter, of course, is really good for single target damage. So I'm curious why you're using the Bloodlust in that section of the dungeon, right? We saw Method EU use their Bloodlust for the AoE, which is not necessarily the weakness of Hunter, but when you're talking about what you would more than likely need the extra help for, I feel like it's definitely better used on the AoE, because your hunters are, they don't scale with the haste that insanely on single target. I feel like it was much better used on the AoE, right?
I think that there is definitely merit in either choice.
Sure.
Because it is tyrannical. You could definitely make a use case out of either one because of the fact that it's tyrannical. I think you may be onto something, though, in terms of, like, you may be better off using it on the large AoE pull. Hunters don't have the most freakish on-demand AoE, especially in King's Rest, where a lot of the times they'll end up playing that Vision of Perfection major essence. But just checking the Method EU hunters, they're all actually playing Blood of Enemy. All hunters on both sides are actually playing Blood of Enemy. So something different than what we've seen historically in this dungeon, where you'll have some people playing Vision of Perfection. But you actually do have Frag playing Aspect of the Beast, while the other two hunters on Method EU are playing Killer Cobra. So there is something that is different between the hunters, at least.
That's interesting. I wonder what the specific choice for that is, because as far as I'm aware, it's not like that crazy of a difference when you're running with the ridiculous amount of corruption that they have right now. But you can see, I mean, just no issues for them at the start of the dungeons, giving them a pretty massive leave already. I mean, a minute ahead on the first boss is disgusting when you're only 5 minutes into the dungeon. That's a 20% lead. That's NA maths right there. And they've dealt with that second set of Guardians no problem. So they're through the most difficult section of the dungeon, in my opinion, in this first section right now. Of course, they have the bridge to deal with later on. But, I mean, the worst part of this section of the dungeon is pretty much over for Method EU.
Absolutely. First crux of the dungeon is definitely that Golden Serpent Room. The next big problem area of this dungeon will be that pull that is after Machimba. We've seen teams do all 3 packs in one. Very, very scary. So the ability to be able to defeat that without a hitch will be monumentally important. Deplete from Beyond has now engaged the Axe Barrage, Guard Captain, Lightning Rod King pack with both of these constructs. Rentari needs to make sure that he does a good job of juking around. Igloo does a good job of canceling that Lightning Rod cast as soon as the rod gets its first tick off. Then you're able to use Ring of Peace, Typhoon, Engineering Belt Knock, DK's Gorfine's Grasp, whatever else you can use to displace mobs, Shining Force, Thunderstorm, whatever else, and then you can knock it. But
those are a lot of abilities that we're never going to see in the MDI setting.
Oh wait, why are you flaming my Thunderstorm?
We actually did see a lot of those
reference.
We had an Ellie Shaman. We had an Ellie Shaman in the first season of MDI last year, so a year ago now. We've seen like maybe one Disc Priest ever. It's Ellie.
Yeah, we saw a Disc Priest in the China regional match of the last season of Legion. Last year from Team Sun Sky.
Sun Sky. Hey, they did better than my team did it at the grand finals, so
with their disc.
With their Disc Priest. Smiley face. But Method EU is now gearing up to do this massive pull in Machimba's room with all 3 of those constructs like you were talking about. I mean, this could be dangerous. They don't have a DK to really destroy these blobs, but I mean, the hunters are going to make pretty short work of them still, right?
Yep, you saw Miras, he gets trapped. Instantly pops it, or he gets entombed, and he instantly pops his turtle to make sure that he's not going to be getting hit by any of those embalming fluid circles while he's inside of that entomb. So that's a really good heads up play on his part to be able to deal with that. They immediately down the purification construct, and they know that they're a little bit behind on their cycle on the entomb cast. Actually, no, they're just gonna
killed one of the internments. Yeah, I think the turtle was also just to dodge a potential purification beam cast, because there could be some RNG timings where maybe you pulled the purification construct a little bit later, and then when you get broken out of the tomb, there could be a beam right on your face at the time, and there's nothing you need to dodge it because you have to jump out in one particular spot. So you put the pre-turtle there just to make sure that he doesn't take any potential damage there. I mean, heads up play. These guys know what could potentially happen, and being able to prevent that just shows what level these guys are on.
So look at that. On the side of Deplete from Beyond, they were actually playing the Purification Construct by itself on the bridge, where Method EU is playing the whole entire thing. So it's just a little bit more aggressive of a play coming out from the Method EU guys than Deplete from Beyond. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing that Purification Construct by itself. It's very dangerous to pull into this. And if the consistency's not there, then you just kind of have to play it by itself, right?
Yeah, but Perplexed isn't even pulling this into the boss. They waited so long to pull this trash into the boss. It took them so much time.
Well, so they have to wait somewhat. Basically, you can't do it until the first entomb comes out for both sides. But they're making sure that those 2 constructs that cast the entomb go down immediately before that purification construct that is present on teaming inside of this Machimba room. They're just going to be looking to dodge this purification beam here.
Well, yeah, I mean, they had to wait for the first entombs, but it felt like they They waited a little longer than Method EU did. Maybe just a little bit less crisp with their movement is the point I was trying to make. But I mean, yeah, it's still able to pull off this pull for the most part. They still do have the purification. Sorry, this one construct left to deal with by itself, but just dodge the beam and you'll be fine, right? That's all you gotta do at this point.
I mean, Rentari is very scared here. So basically, they utilize a clever use of game mechanics on Machimba the Embalmer to where if you immediately click the sarcophagus or coffins or whatever you want to call them, then you can get your friend out immediately, or spawn a mummy if you click the wrong one. But if you get your friend out immediately, then Machimba no longer does abilities. Machimba will then thwomp your tank. He is one of the hardest hitting bosses in now 100-0 by he got meleeed in the back by the brute.
They can drop combat. They can drop combat. They've dropped combat. They have dropped the combat perfectly. Of course, they have ways to do that, right? They've got feint. Wait, have they? Zalia has. One of the hunters hasn't.
Not looking ideal. Okay,
they're fine.
Honestly,
cool.
Not even close.
They're good. They have a totem to deal with, though. There's a totem in their face. Look at that healing tide totem just sitting there.
Holy moly. Now got melee from behind because the brute spawned 2 yards behind him whenever he immediately spawned, and that kind of caught Now off guard, I think. Oh, dude, that's a scary point. Now it gets knocked up by the brute. Doesn't block, or he doesn't charge back down. You can actually block the brute's knockup. The damage from it, so it's kind of fine if he stands in it. Dude, they're kiting everything back into the chamber room. Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, they kind of needed to at this point, right? They already kited it into the hallway. That was really their only choice at this point, was to keep going down the hallway. They're probably going to go back up it now just to make sure everything stays stacked up. The problem here is with line of sighting your healer. I don't think they'll pop the Bloodlust here. They could potentially do it, but at that point you wouldn't have it for the 4 obelisk pull, which it looks like they're gearing up to do for the final boss, so I don't think there's any way they're planning on doing that. They could use a lot of pet taunts here to help out their tank on just random mobs, but of course that would reduce a lot of their overall potential damage output if their pets do go down. But look at how dangerous this pull is. Now it's just getting trucked, and that Grievous Affix isn't helping it as well, but Zalia is going to be able to heal him out of it. Man, I mean, you could tell just how dangerous this pull is, but Method EU's presence of mind and mitigation to deal with this pull, the fact that they didn't full team wipe there is pretty insane. Deplete from Beyond, however, is pulling off this pull a lot easier, albeit pulling a lot less than what Method EU did.
Oh, absolutely. I think Now probably popped like one of his major defensives at the very beginning whenever he died, and I suspect that that's why they had to kind of play that pack the way they did, because that's obviously not ideal, right? That's so scary. Method EU is still actually in the lead, even though that they had that major blunder, but this gives Deplete from Beyond a little bit of room to work with, a little bit of room to be able to come back if they are able to capitalize on those mistakes. Method EU have now entered their obelisk realm, and they're all light-footing down the edge. It looks like some of their hunters are not in that Nyalotha realm. They're going to probably be pulling this council boss to be able to pull some of the guys out of that realm. You see Zalia frag, and now we're in that realm. Like I said, Genji and Miraz use that camouflage to be able to just run all the way up, tag Cool the Butcher. Everybody gets pulled out immediately. They don't deal with the obelisk. It just kind of resets.
Yeah, and the thing about Method EU here, the thing to talk about is, like, what this means, right? That should have been a full team wipe, and for other teams it would have been a full team wipe. We saw it earlier today. I believe it was on Workshop where one of our teams had their tank die instantly on the pull. They tried to all run back from the boss. They tried to feign reset. They tried to shadow meld reset, and they couldn't pull it off. Method EU, you saw the second Now went down, all 4 players just left. They were gone. Didn't try to go for a res. They knew that there was no chance of saving that pull. They were gone. All 3 hunters feigned death. Zalia shadow melded. And even after the fact, when they saw that one of the hunter was potentially still in combat, Zalia knew he had to get even further away. Like, these guys are so on point with their awareness that they can take a potential full team wipe right there and turn it into just 1 death for the team, plus a res cast, able to save the pull. That's why these guys are so good.
I was talking to a friend the other day, and they were asking me why more teams don't practice, like, after you make a mistake. Like, you don't practice from coming back from it at all. And I feel like Method EU definitely will play out some situations that are a little bit more difficult, as opposed to just, oh, they see Now die, they full team wipe, they zone out, they reset the instance, they go again. Because they're on the tournament realm, they have the opportunity to be able to just blast through and do as many runs as they can. But I think the presence of mind, like you were saying, to be able to pull through, very important there.
I think, yeah. I think a lot of people have this idealistic scenario where like you don't think you're going to win a match if you don't play perfectly, so there's no reason to practice if you don't play perfectly, but that's just almost never the case in the MDI. One team will make a mistake, almost always. I don't think we've ever... I think the amount of times we've had perfect dungeons with 0 deaths on both sides is probably like less than 10% of the time. So I agree with you and what your friend said on that aspect. Like it's definitely worth playing out dungeons where you make minor mistakes. Now maybe if you make a full team, if you have a full team wipe in the first pull, you don't want to play it out, obviously.
Oh, no, that's a zone out and try again.
Yeah, that's a reset. That's a weekly lever key.
Exactly. Now, Deplete from Beyond has Xanazal the Wise down to 40%. They're probably going to get one more set of totems. As soon as they end up killing the explosive totem and the earthquake totem, they should be pretty good to go. Method EU on Aka Ali, DPSing him down pretty quickly here. Once he does end up dying, that will be the final boss of the Council of Tribes, and then they will be able to move on. I think they're probably going to pull the 5-pack plus the 2 Berserkers, right? Because it's 76%.
Yeah, likely, and then if I had to guess, they'd probably end up pulling that 3-pack on the bridge into the Shadow of Zul, something like that for the rest of their percent.
Yeah, because it's teaming. I suspect that that's probably close. Important note on teaming, awakened mobs do give 6 count per. Under normal circumstances in dungeons, awakened mobs give 4 count per. So that's just something that differs on teaming that these guys have to factor in whenever they're creating routes for these dungeons.
Yep, absolutely, for sure. And we're going to see them pull this double Berserker pull with the 5-pack behind it, which is dangerous, but is definitely mitigated by those Hunter pets being able to tank some of the bleeds. We haven't seen too many major issues on this pull. Of course, if there are any deaths, the teams will be able to mitigate some of the problems by releasing instantly since they've unlocked that waypoint by the first boss, but you can see 2 bleeds have now gone on now, and he's able to just get healed right through it. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of damage going out on the take there.
That was a dirty leg sweep by Zalia once everything got grouped up to be able to mitigate a bunch of damage on now. Currently now is getting bolted by that Hex Priest, but lines down the stairs to where the Hex Priest walks into melee. As soon as he walks into melee of those pets, immediately goes down.
Well, this is interesting. The Berserker is patrolling. I don't think they plan on pulling this, right?
Yeah. So you see Zalia there. I think he popped an invisibility potion is what it looked.
Yeah, the brute. Oh, maybe they're just going to pull it in.
Oh, there's...
No, they're going to reset it rather than pull the 3-pack, maybe? Yeah, that's what I think that's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah, so Zalia didn't have meld up, so he instantly invisibility potion. That's why he popped it. I was kind of confused as to why he used it there, especially since everybody else was melding, but he just didn't have Shadow Meld available. Totally fine play, honestly. Totally fine play. Rentari just got knocked up from Deplete from Beyond and instantly died to fall damage on the brute.
Here comes the 3-pack.
This is looking kind of awkward, I will say.
Oh, they're doing a very weird pull here. I mean, the trapping of the 2 Berserkers and then pulling the rest of this trash. This is like, yeah, it's a safety play, but it's super inefficient unless they're just planning on not pulling the Berserkers at all, which based off of their trash count, I don't think they'll actually need to pull, so it makes a little bit more sense. But it still doesn't look like the most efficient way to deal with this because they're just going to end up skipping it anyways, right? That was weird from Deplete from Beyond.
Well, I think the brute just may have been in a really bad patrol. Then Rentari got knocked up before he could intervene. And like before he could intervene the brute to be able to mitigate all the fall damage, he just couldn't come back down and then died to fall damage. It's just like, oh, that's not great.
Whoops. Smile.
Yeah. All right. So Shadow of Zul has been defeated by Method EU. Shadow of Zul sitting at a nice 50% health there on the side of Deplete from Beyond. Rentari dropped pretty low there, but Igloo able to heal him through. Basically, now Deplete from Beyond needs a mistake from the side of Method EU for them to be able to catch back up. I mean, we've seen crazier things happen. 4 obelisks with King Dazar on Tyrannical. Very daunting task, I will admit.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see them instantly cleave down Voidweaver Malthair as much as possible because they do have 3 interrupts. They're pretty light on interrupts for Voidweaver Malthair. So after about 5 casts from Voidweaver Malthair, they're going to start running out of interrupts and casts are going to be leaking through. So their single target focus is going to be all on that. It'll be the first thing that goes down. Once that's dead, they'll probably end up going for Beckoner of Chaos afterwards. And then once those 2 are dead, they'll be fine. But Jinji ends up going down to a Quaking Leap.
No, that's just unlucky. So
it was just unlucky, yeah.
Yeah, he got feared mid-disengage cast, and it canceled his disengage, and then he got Goomba stomped, and that's just RNG, sir.
Fraki going down 2 here. They do have 2 battle resists, but they have to somehow get them up now. There's absolutely no way they'll be able to deal with it. it's just one DPS. They have to go for the res right now, and I think it has to be Mira's because Zalia has to be healing people.
All eyes on Deplete from Beyond, dude. Look at that. They have now started passing Method EU and King Dazar's health. As long as they can make sure that this stays clean, Clicks and Igloo get kind of low there, but as long as everybody's able to get up health-wise, now goes down from the side of Method EU. This is going to probably be a full team wipe.
Yep.
Deplete from Beyond, dude. If they're able to down these obelisks, they're going to be in position to be able to take this first map.
How about that being the way that you lose a map for Method EU? That's what it takes for Method EU to lose. Not dispelling the right person. You didn't know that the Quaking Leap was going to go on Gingy. Getting feared mid-disengage to stop the disengage into the Goomba Stomp, and then it all just cascades from there. But it's not yet over for Deplete from Beyond. They have to deal with 65% of a tyrannical boss, and it does do a lot of damage to the tanks, but let's be honest, the most difficult portion of the fight is over.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think we give these teams, so we see a lot of teams playing 3 and 4 obelisks with final bosses, and I don't think we give these teams enough credit for just how freaking difficult that really is. And that is just perfect case and point as to why it is so hard to be able to deal with that. Gingy just, by RNG nature of the fight, ends up getting insta-killed by King Dazar. Now, Deplete from Beyond is in position to be able to kill King Dazar. Now, once Dazala gets dismounted, the fight's fairly over. Basically, all of the damage now that's going to come out is going to be incidental damage via Quaking Leap, and then Rentari is going to be taking the Blade combo. Prot Warrior is really good versus Blade combo. But, dude, I think we don't give enough credit for how hard it is to play 4 obelisks with the final boss.
Yeah, I mean, tyrannical as well. You got to remember, these bosses are much more powerful than they would normally be unfortified. In dealing with all that extra damage input as well as just, I mean, these tanks can deal with it to a certain extent, but man, if one of your DPS goes down and those mobs live a little longer than they're supposed to, you're gonna eventually die, and that's what we saw happen for Method EU here. King Dazar now down below 30% for Deplete from Beyond, and there's nothing but the horizon for them. They've got a clean shot to a Game 1 victory against Method EU. It's just going to require some dodging of tornadoes and spears for them in their home free.
I mean, Igloo's starting to run low on mana because it is Grievous, and it's kind of hard to get people topped up quickly while not just burning through all of your mana as a Mistweaver Monk. But with King Dazar being at 15%, I also seriously doubt Igloo has used his healing potion or anything, or his mana potion or anything. He's probably chilling. King Dazar is going to be going down here, allowing Deplete from Beyond to have a 1-map lead over Method EU.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought as we started this dungeon up and Deplete from Beyond pulling through, and what we've been talking about a lot now at this point, Dratnos, where teams need to be able to stay in a position they can capitalize on anybody's mistakes, and every once in a blue moon we'll see a mistake like this out of Method EU.
Yeah, that was uncharacteristic from Method EU, but great job by Deplete from Beyond staying in this map, and yeah, being within a couple minutes of Method EU's, normal speed is a really, really good place to be for any MDI team.
And, as teams start, kind of buying themselves more time and getting further in the tournament to make sure that they can qualify for that globals, it's not the best feeling of a win, but a win's a win at the end of the day, Tittles.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. So Method EU had problems after the Machimba room on that pull with the Brute with now getting melee from behind, but that was even recoverable. The wipe on Dazar with 4 obelisks, that's just catastrophic. That's no way that you can even recover from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen so many times where we've seen, they've taken care of 3, they've taken care of 4, and we don't always, it's very different from being able to watch it, for example, versus being able to carry it forward and actually play through it themselves. So let's go over some of those replays. That last boss was ridiculously tough, but the rest of the dungeon also had some big challenges too with these affixes.
Yeah, Method EU did a great job of recovering from Now's first death as they went onto the bridge there. That was kind of a characteristic, Method EU, something goes wrong and it's not actually the end of the world for them. Whereas on the last boss fight, it's really not possible in the same way. And on the last boss fight with 4 obelisks, Method EU kind of hung in there for almost a minute after their first death, but things were spiraling out of control and they were never really able to stabilize and recover from there. And the problem is, once you have one hunter going down, you are losing damage, so you're going to get extra overlaps that you normally were able to beat. You're losing pet taunts, you're losing interrupts. If somebody goes and tries to get a res, there's 70 million abilities that can zone you off of that res. If you don't try and res them, then you're playing with a person down for the hardest part of the boss. It's a really, really challenging thing. I think Method EU, came pretty close to being able to recover that, but I don't blame them for not being able to there. It's a really, with 4 obelisks on the last boss, 1 death is often going to be the end of it.
Yeah, and especially because it takes such a long time to be able to res. I mean, you guys were talking about it in the moment there, Zyro, where it's like, it's going to require the last hunter to run over, res, without dying, without taking too much damage from Grievous, to burn the healer mana down when you have Tyrannical and Grievous, which is another affix combo we don't even see on live servers anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to do it with the turtle, right? He was trying to get the cast off, but at that point, the tank died and the pull was over for them. Now, the thing I want to look at, this same thing happened to Method EU and Perplexed, by the way, in the semifinals last week. They both dropped the first map of a 3-game series. I'm interested to see, because these two teams, Method EU specifically being our top team, they don't really go on tilt. This isn't something that we'll see really affect them, or we haven't seen it really affect them in the past. The only time we've ever really seen Method EU drop a series to what's looked like tilt was at the grand finals of our Springland in Australia last year, where they lost 0-3 to Method and A. Since then, we've never seen anything like that from them. So I would be really surprised if they didn't bounce back and win this game too in Waycrest Manor. That being said, Deplete from Beyond, we know, has a very good Waycrest Manor strat. Of course, not having Dr. J on their team.
I was about to say, J-Crest Manor, there's a reason that it becomes his Haunted Mansion titles.
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, it is bolstering Waycrest. So
you mean Hunter Waycrest?
Yes, I think everything's I think everything's thrown out the window in terms of strategy for how you deal with Waycrest Manor once it is introduced that is bolstering, because we've seen every team is pulling the whole entire courtyard with Soulbag Goliath and weird stuff like that. So now you just kind of have to reinvent your strategies and how you want to pull the dungeon. So I think that's a big equalizer for Deplete for Beyond. I would be very thankful that they don't have to play against Method EU's Waycrest Manor without bolstering.
Yeah, but I think this is also just the striking zone as well for Deplete from Beyond, because everybody knows about the Atal'Dazar for Method EU, and nobody wants to be in a position where they have to decide their tournament life by playing against Method EU on Atal'Dazar. So let's see how these teams do as game number 2 gets started in Waycrest Manor.
So immediately,
the thing to remember. Hey, let's talk over each other again. Go ahead, Tuttles.
Immediately, Method EU, all 3 of their hunters pop turtle, was what I was going to say. Sorry, Zyronic, what were you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything important whatsoever. Let's not worry about it. Actually, the thing that I was going to say is, I'm kind of rude to the Atal'Dazar game 3 here. That's really all I was going to say. But the difference in strategy, you're seeing the Soul Essences pulled for Deplete from Beyond. That's a huge question mark right away, whereas Method EU goes for the typical strat of going straight down to Heartsbane Trio.
I think we saw this earlier in a match. Dratnos and I decided that we did not like the Soul Essence first pull. It does give you some leeway for count, but the amount of time it takes to pull those Soul Essences for 3% enemy forces is... there's easier ways to make up 3%, especially in bolstering, we feel like. But maybe it is really challenging to be able to make up that differential of percent, and you just rather get it by those Soul Essences as opposed to getting it somewhere else.
Yeah, but the question at that point is how efficient is it to get that 3% trash count now versus skipping a trash peck later on and coming back afterwards and doing a larger trash pull, right? That's the question that I have. But of course, I'm just a caster. I'm not a player, so my lowly opinion doesn't really matter.
I mean, they play the domain far more than us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely do. So, but you can see the difference here, just in how far ahead of the boss that 3% trash set Method EU. They're already on to the second to last boss, whereas Deplete from Beyond is just now getting to the halfway point of the boss, so pretty big advantage for Method EU, I think, in my opinion, just for the 3% trash that they got on the board.
Yep, now Method EU has down Malady. They're focusing their eyes on Sister Briar. You do see some Toads and Acolytes. Actually, the Acolytes off to the side are both trapped, and they get a bunch of Toads underneath Sister Briar, making sure that Sister Briar dies before those Toads do. Those Toads, for some reason, still do on-death affixes. Would bolster up Briar. Perfect, very perfect execution by Method EU. Deplete from Beyond is going to be downing Briar. It looks like with the guard and the captain that patrol out in the hallway, going to be downing those simultaneously as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is interesting as well because we normally see Method EU go for like we've seen this in the past where they'll go for like a patrol pause when they're dealing with when they're dealing with Heartsbane Trio. They'll have their healer go out and paralyze one of the mobs in the hallway, and we see them pull that off here, just able to pull trash on top of the patrol, deal with that cleanly. Whereas we're just seeing it mostly skipped by Deplete from Beyond, and this is going to be already just a trash advantage for Method EU. The difference, of course, being that Deplete from Beyond can start to sort of whittle down some of these mobs in the courtyard easily.
I like that Deplete from Beyond move from Clicks there. He pulls the triple witch back. Basically, it's teaming, so there's a witch in that pack for some reason. Or actually, it's double witch, but there's a witch in that pack, and then there's like a witch that can also spawn naturally via the dungeon. So there's the opportunity for 2 witches. There could potentially be 3 in the hallway, but there's not on MDI Realms. So Clicks did a really good job there, pulling the trash pack back, using his turtle, and then feign deathing it all off. Deplete from Beyond now has pulled a bunch of the hallway trash, merging it with some of the courtyard stuff. Dr. J dropped pretty low there. Igloo doing a good job of keeping him topped up. Method EU has now began a similar pull in the courtyard, matching trash count between both teams right now.
Yeah, and the thing to remember here is that Method EU is actually pulling more trash here, right? They're going to end this pull with a higher trash percentage. So, I mean, the fact that they were able to catch up on this trash percentage right here, they've dealt with the bolstering aspect of this dungeon a lot better than Deplete from Beyond has so far. That being said, there's tons of time in general left in this dungeon, so small mistakes on bolstering, especially with mobs maybe getting soul fetishes off, like they have here. Those thorn cards are kind of scary, but the binding shot should seal the deal for them. That was not clean at all from Method EU.
Right as Ironic said something about a soul fetish, I saw a 5 buff thorn guard that had 10% health left, and you're just like, I think I found it.
Definitely spoke too soon there. Both teams did finish off at 25%, so same trash count for both teams. Also, both teams going for the skip strat, having a hunter pull to the side, pull aggro. He's going to run away and feign death the aggro off.
Oh, Rentari's dropping low.
Ooh, Rentari. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that was scary, but the skips pulled off clean for both teams there. Wait, not quite. Gotta wait for the Thorn Barrage from Matron Brindle. There we go. Okay. Whew, scary.
Everything's okay. Not even close. Pretty even matchup for both teams here. Deplete from Beyond is 1% head in enemy forces count. Basically a trivial amount, right? 1% is not going to equate the difference in one full pull. It may equate the difference in one mob. Like it rounding is a thing in terms of like how we see the percentages. We don't see like decimals, so it could literally just be a few count difference, not even a few full percentage points.
Yeah,
right?
that 26% could be like 25.8 or something.
Precisely.
We don't actually know.
Yep. Soulbound Goliath is starting to drop sub 50% for both teams. I think it's likely to suspect that both teams are going to pull that corner pack with the double Thorn Shaper and the Thorn Guard, and then potentially the Acolyte Guard Captain pack that's in the corner in the hallway. Maybe both together?
Definitely one or the other. I don't think you'd pull both, right? That seems like it'd be a little bit... On one hand, if you could pull it off, it's definitely possible, but I feel like getting everything stacked underneath the boss for the cleave would be a pain, because there are some casters in both packs, right?
Sure.
So I think you would just go for one or the other. We'll see what they end up doing here, because they're going to start pulling them if they do pull them pretty soon here. They'll usually do it around 20% on the boss. We see now jumping towards the fountain, probably just to get the boss into the fire. So not actually pulling trash just yet. But I mean, if they're gonna
starting to open up a 10% boss health lead, even though both Method EU and Deplete from Beyond pull the boss at the exact same time. Method EU accidentally kites Soulbound Goliath into another patch of fire just due to RNG of how the lightning ended up spawning, forcing Zalia to be able to spam heal. Now you see Genji and Fragnets grabbing both of those corner packs like we were talking about together. Deplete from Beyond doing something that is mirrored. I'm having deja vu's, ironic.
Yeah, I mean they just said, nah, that's easy. Watch. We'll pull both of them. Watch us do it. Now, they do have to watch out for their bolstering management. There was a high HP Thorn Guard. I wonder if they got one of those heal casts off. I feel like it would have to be with how high it was, right?
That is a full health Thorn Guard. Yeah, I suspect that the Soul Effigy the Effigy reconstruction almost had to go off.
Yeah, for sure.
Deplete from Beyond with the triple hunter comp.
Well, both teams actually had a heal go off. Both teams did. Method also had a heal go off, so they both ended up having to full single target one of the Thorn Guards down, but no issue for either team. Bolstering, they spit in the face of bolstering. Easy mechanic for them. like the spits they have on all of their players right now, with Fraggy
Frag.
dropping down to 5% HP. He had so many spit debuffs on him.
I saw
But Zalia able to
single
weigh the crane through. Zalia actually out DPSing Fraggy on this pull because of that as well, because he had to
Clicks.
get out of dodge. Wow.
This goes down for Deplete from Beyond.
Hey,
Not going to burn up. Okay, so now they're going to start burning
Yeah.
a battle res. I don't know. I don't know if that's worth.
I don't know about that. Yeah, that's
Because now he has to summon his pet, and now he has to.
I wonder if the reasoning for that is because they're playing against Method EU. I feel like it has to be, right? You can't. Yeah, that has to be what it is. You have to go for that battle res. Either that, or they're so confident in their strat that they know that they don't need that battle res for the next 2 or so minutes that they just say, you know what, use it. We need it now. We need to go for the fastest possible strat here. It's got to be one of those things, right?
I wouldn't hate the confident play, to be fair.
I wouldn't either.
I mean, you got to go for it. Something that is interesting from Deplete from Beyond that we don't see from the side of Method EU is they are running triple dwarf on their hunter, which allows for easier dispels from Samrak the Beckoner on the final boss. Beyond that, it's I don't think Dwarf Facial maybe is useful for some of the Thorn Shapers that are out in the courtyard area. You can probably dispel off their Jagged Thorn cast. Anywhere else that you can think of that's super useful for that, Zyra? Maybe the Jagged Nettles?
Particularly. I mean, the thing is, I think it's more specifically that you don't like necessarily
Need
the Night Elf. I mean, the meld is just like an extra aggro dump just in case, or an aggro reset just in case.
You're a hunter,
Yeah,
though.
I don't know. You're a hunter. Yeah, you can just feign death. So I don't really know why you need an extra one. That's
You're a
an
hunter
interesting
with a
choice.
Pet that does 50% of your damage in a misdirection.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. An
Oh,
interesting choice, to be fair.
I think that it's probably the fact that, like you said, it's just splitting hairs at some point.
Yeah, for sure. Now you can see that Method EU did leave that one corner trash pack up in this room over all the gluttonous. They'll probably end up pulling that into the boss at the end, like we saw with Soulbound Goliath. Maybe potentially with the witch from the kitchen as well, something like that. No, now it's just going in right now to pick up things right now, because the witch does actually have a pretty large amount of HP, so they can just easily cleave it down.
Okay, so the third Tenderize is coming out here. Now needs to make sure that he's back in melee. Otherwise, that was very scary, because Rawl he'll cast a Consume All ability, and basically if it goes off, you wipe. That's about the long and short of it. If it goes off, you wipe almost 100 to 0. It does a significant amount of your health. So now Rawl the Gluttonous is hitting 55% HP. That Rune Weaver is starting to get about that as well.
Yeah, they're gonna have to stop cleaving pretty soon, right? Because you don't want to accidentally bolster the boss. Now he is getting pretty low to where it's not going to matter too much, but when they do end up pulling that trash pack in, they're going to get incidental cleave onto the Rune Weaver as well. So making sure they're single targeting the boss down as much as possible here. The Rune Weaver's already low enough; they don't need to do any more damage to it. That's going to be the focus, and you can see they're pretty much stopping damage on the Rune Weaver completely here.
Yeah. So now you see Deplete from Beyond while Rawl has hit 50% health. Rentari went and grabbed that Rune Weaver and all of those maggots outside of the room, being able to just DPS those down. It's fairly free cleave. So look at the count differential. We're actually seeing the exact same count differential as we saw on the Soulbound Goliath encounter. It's that 1% count differential, which, like we were talking about earlier, doesn't really change anything. Like, it's not going to change one more or fewer pulls. It may change one mob.
I'm interested to see what the difference is in like pull strategies between the teams when we get to the second half of the dungeon after Rawl. We've seen some teams like pulling the dungeon section and skipping the Gloom Horrors later on, and we've also seen some teams just opt to pull the Gloom Horrors instead. Usually that's in a situation where you can pull the Gloom Horrors in with a final boss, though, which we know you can't do in this bolstering affix. So I think the dungeon pull's kind of favored here. What do you think?
So we know that Deplete from Beyond versus Paint for Fem, they pulled the Gloom Horrors by themselves, which, I don't know, I didn't think it was terrible. Definitely could have, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to know what the best routing is in a bolstering environment, because there's just so many ways that you can just make a minor mistake and then you have like a full health mob, or like the mismatch in health in this dungeon's pretty brutal in a lot of areas. So you kind of have to, like, would you rather play the Huntsman Lodge, or would you rather play more of the stuff that's downstairs in the Manor? You have to just kind of decide and make like major decisions as to where you want to go in the dungeon. I don't hate how Deplete from Beyond played this, but I think that there are some optimizations that could be made. It's just very challenging. Deplete from Beyond here is playing double Obelisk. You see that they have Urgroth and Samrak the Beckoner here together.
Oh, I love this POV that we have right now. Jinji is setting up the pull while they're finishing off Samrak the Reckoner. You saw him feign death, drop aggro, leave the rift early, and he's already set up CC so that they can pull this with the exact trash count they actually need from this dungeon. That was a beautiful POV from our observers. Major ups to them. Of course, Matron Alma does have much more HP than everything else, so they'll have to make sure they focus her down. But with the Hunters doing relatively even cleave, it should be easy for them to deal with that.
Rintari.
Ooh, scary moment for Rintari there, but they're going to be able to heal him out of it.
Yeah, Rintari got feared there at the last minute. Both Method EU and Deplete from Beyond playing those double Obelisk mobs. Method EU has began their trash pull. Now has popped his shield wall there to be able to deal with Matron Alma. Everything's starting to drop pretty low except for the Matron herself. That mama needs hitting.
Yeah, she does, and she goes down. That could have been scary. If she was like maybe 10% higher, ooh, that could have been dangerous. But they do have soul essence mobs available that now is not going to want to be anywhere near those.
That is a good Stormbolt there coming in from now.
Could have been bad. Could have been bad.
Yeah, to keep that 5 buff mob away from him. Now they're pulling all of the mobs down in this Lord and Lady Waycrest area, except for that Diviner that is in the corner. That because these soul essences have such mismatched health compared to the soul charmer and whatnot, you have to kind of cut your losses, and you pull that corner Mark's sister in with the bottom part of Lord and Lady Waycrest.
Yep, I mean, once again, no issues with bowstring for either team here, as Deplete from Beyond has also opted to pull most of that dungeon there, and they're still missing that trash count, but of course that's going to come from mostly from this room as they're Rintari hops down right now. But I mean, you can see the advantage at this point. Method EU already onto Lord and Lady Waycrest, while Deplete from Beyond still has to deal with the rest of this trash here. I mean, it's the Method U's in the driver's seat. They're probably a solid 40-45 seconds ahead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say that. I would say it's about a 45-second advantage. Okay, so for Method EU, you saw something really cool that Now just did. He heroic leapt away from Lord Waycrest. The reason that he's doing that is he's trying to make sure that Lord Waycrest doesn't cast his Wasting Strike on him. And by creating separation from the boss, you are able to just delay that cast. Then Now is able to get his Spell Reflect up for every single Wasting Strike cast, and like the damage that you're able to do back onto Lord Waycrest with that Wasting Strike being spell reflected is monumental. It is a significant amount of damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I almost, there's a mod that you can download for details which actually shows spell reflect damage in details. I wish we should actually try to look into getting that for the MDI cast too, because I'm pretty sure it's just a module that you can install. That'd be pretty cool to see, because it is a very significant portion of their damage. I mean, there are some fights, like for instance in Shrine of the Storm, the third boss, they can do as much or more damage than a DPS player. If it actually shows all of their spell reflect damage, they do a lot of damage sometimes.
I agree. It's astounding how ridiculous spell reflect is. Notably on Heartsbane Triad and Lord and Lady Waycrest, I think is where I've noticed the most amount of damage. Obviously, there's also some stuff like Temple of Sethralus, Adderus, and Aspects you can reflect Cyclone Strike. Really overpowered there, too. Lord Waycrest is going to be going down here momentarily. The Mark Sister actually did not get pulled for Method EU, so they don't need the count from that, whereas on the side of Deplete from Beyond, they're the exact same... okay, so they're the exact same enemy forces percent that we currently see, but Deplete from Beyond has pulled that Mark Sister, so maybe they need the additional count?
I wonder if we've been splitting hairs this entire dungeon and we just missed that they somehow messed up a Shadow Meld skip or an Invispot skip at the start and had to pull it because of that. That would make way more sense than what's going on right now.
Well,
I mean...
Well, no, Deplete from Beyond pulled the Mark Sister the last time they were in this dungeon.
No, not this Mark Sister. I'm talking about the 3% trash they pulled at the start of the dungeon.
Oh. Maybe.
I feel like
No, they pulled it the first time we saw it.
That just feels so...
It's
weird
bad.
In general.
I agree.
That's not ideal. But Method EU has now engaged Gorak Tool. The Bloodlust has popped. They only have to deal with the 2 Awakened mobs with Void Weaver Mouth here and the Blood of the Corruptor. So really neither of the major difficult ones. Of course, they're gonna just evenly cleave all 3 of these down because there's not that much danger of death with only these awakened mobs alive. This should be an easy map 2 win for Method EU at this point.
Mira's taking a bath there in that in that goop there momentarily, jumps immediately back out. It's like we were talking about. It's like I was talking about earlier. If you guys were watching Waycrest Manor whenever we were casting it, you can kite out the Blood of the Corruptor. It can be the last awakened mob to die, and if you kite slow enough, that Blood of the Corruptor's pools will actually despawn in the Gorak tool room. It's pretty dangerous, but as long as you make sure that you're stacked up in a melee and moving as a consistent group, you can constantly kite the Blood of the Corruptor's pools to be able to deal with him pretty consistently and pretty easily, just as long as you take it pretty slow. Gorak tool is dropping down now 22%. Method EU has reached 100% enemy forces count. Deplete from Beyond here. Once they do end up killing their awakened mobs, they will also be at 100% enemy forces count, but I think it's a little bit too little too late. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, an absolutely fantastic map from both teams. Only 1 death for Deplete from Beyond and a clean 0 death run from Method EU. And boy, I'm excited. We get to go to a map 3 at Atal'Dazar where Method EU can show off that sub 10-minute strat that they put up in time trials.
Oh, that's right, Zyro. And that's got to be a nice boost of confidence after that King's Rest fail they had earlier. So Method EU's tying up the series, and now they're going to one of the dungeons that, you know, they've been bragging about, and they have every reason to, Dranos.
Yes, this is gonna be, you know, this is exactly where Method EU wanted to be, except for they wanted to have won the King's Rest as well.
Just faster, you know?
Yeah, but it's a good last map for Method EU to be moving on to. We are finally going to get to see this at Atal'Dazar. I'm really, really excited for this one.
Mm-hmm. And with this... Oh, sorry, go ahead and tell us.
It's a fable to Atal'Dazar. It's sub 10 minutes.
Well, they've been hyping it up, all right? They've been hyping it up the whole time leading up to this week. You know, they've even started...
Beyond doesn't have a bad Atal themselves, right? Deplete from Beyond's Atal is 10:43. It's a minute behind, which is significant, but it's not outside of striking distance, right?
I mean,
exactly.
It's a 10-minute dungeon. Being a minute behind is a pretty big deal.
I mean, 10%.
My math says 10%.
Math. Woo! Great job of math.
I don't know.
Independently
Junkyard
verified.
Problems with math today.
Like, Junkyard's a 14-minute dungeon, but we've seen a 25-minute run of it, so there's
You know,
wider
there's a lot of variety that you could go to. Good point onto that one. Oh my goodness. But this Waycrest, before we go too deep into it, I think it was very well played, but man, those affixes really started putting like the punishment there, Zyro, having the only 5 boss dungeon on Tyrannical with high trash density on bolstering.
Yeah, I mean, there's no easy part of this dungeon. Bolstering, you really have to manage your trash. You can't just go and say, okay, it's tyrannical, let's pull the entire dungeon. You really have to make sure you're managing your bolstering. And we saw, for instance, the courtyard. You can't pull the entire courtyard on one pull on bolstering. They had to go in, deal with all those little pups out there early, and then pull the rest of the dungeon. It just slows down the dungeon so much. And then, of course, 5 bosses on tyrannical. That's a huge chunk of time, too. I mean, these times were probably 3 minutes slower than last week, just because of the affixes. Yeah. So definitely required a lot of coordination. And the thing that's impressive as well is just, like we talked about before this map, Method EU, able to come back from that, you know, sort of a tilter in King's Rest and able to play 0 death clean in this dungeon and take the win.
Yeah, without question. And let's start going over some of those replays that you got for us right now, Dranos.
Yeah, so I loved this play from Deplete from Beyond, where they had an unfortunate death, their only death of the entire run, and they made the call to commit a battle res that probably saved them 15 or 20 seconds over the course of the dungeon. That's a move from a team that is competing with Method EU and Perplexed. You know, that's the kind of battle res that signals you're here to game, and you're not, you know, you're not gonna try and save your battle reses in case something goes wrong. You're gonna play like the rest of the dungeon is gonna go well for you, and I think that is really a different Deplete from Beyond than we saw in the first cup. So great, you know, showing up from this team this week. Method EU had a cool little innovation with their double obelisk, focusing down one of the awakened enemies and then using the other one as a kind of a springboard into this cellar pull. They had Gingy feign death and go and take the first portal that they made back out down into to go and open the cellar door. Pretty cool little technique from them that I think saved quite a bit of time and I think that was where they made up the most, or they opened up the widest lead that led to them finishing the dungeon solid 30 seconds to a minute faster than Deplete from Beyond would have.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest things that we never really... It wasn't something we instantly started thinking about with the Awakened Affix. We saw it a couple times with, like, King's Rest, for example, of being able to pretty much just utilize the awakened mob as kind of like a shroud skip. That way you have somebody else skip ahead, pull the boss, it brings everybody out, something along those lines, right? We've seen a couple different ways that it's been utilized, and I'm always surprised, Tettles, at how many different ways there are to finesse through Awaken that instead of actually just dealing with the mob regularly.
Well, ideally you just play it with the final boss. That's going to be the most efficient thing, right?
I love some finesse, though.
Or you just kite them around.
That's the ultimate finesse, all right? That's the top tier finesse.
Do you suspect that they... Okay, I don't believe that there's any way that they can kite Awaken mobs on Necrotic, right?
I would say no. I mean,
What do you mean? Why not?
Sure.
Yasma's gonna beat down your tank.
Yeah.
Just block all the damage.
Yeah, just kite away. I mean, you're fine.
block the Necrotic out.
Are you being serious?
Sub 10-minute
It's fortified, dude. It's fortified.
The boss dies in like what, a minute?
What part of a sub 10-minute run is going to include reasonable, safe, sensible strategies?
It's true. Probably the best way to put it.
You know what? I wave my white flag and I agree with Dratnos. I think you're right. I think they probably do kite them somehow. It's
seen
also
it in action.
skittish, so that's rough as well.
You know,
No, that skittish is a bonus to the kiting strategy because your tank is
Yeah.
less likely to snap back the mobs. It's actually a positive affix for them here.
Wait, is it? Okay, explain. Because
Yes, skittish nerfs tank threat specifically.
True.
is it
Actually,
only
true,
tank
yeah.
threat?
Yep. Every other player's tank or threat coefficient is unaffected. The tank just generates slightly less bonus threat than they normally would.
Never mind. Okay, maybe this is an advantage.
in-
It's the dream. The stars are aligning.
I want to
It's
point
time.
something out. Checked Twitter, just curious to see if anyone's tweeting about this match. Now just tweeted, I'm nervous for Atal'Dazar. You know what this reminds me of with how fast this dungeon is run? I think, and Tettles, you can attest to this as well, I think the most nerve-wracking dungeon that I ever played in the MDI was that very first Maw of Souls. Because it's so quick and so fast-paced that if one pull goes wrong, you're going to lose the dungeon. And the timing is similar to this Atal'Dazar. A good Maw of Souls run was like, what, 9-10 minutes back
Like
then?
eight
Just
and a
like
half
what we
to
have right
9,
now. Yeah, I mean, if one pull goes wrong on this speed these teams are going at, you're going to lose the dungeon. So this is going to be a very fast-paced dungeon where if one thing goes wrong, you're probably just going to lose.
And especially since we already have kind of established that Deplete from Beyond is going to be in striking distance as well. So, but how much of an extra time advantage do you get from kiting obelisks at the very end versus trying to cleave all of them down, Dratnos? How quick do you think of a difference it is? Is it the 1 minute between Deplete from Beyond?
I don't think I don't think it explains the entire 1 minute, no, but I think it is like a 30-second faster last boss to kite the obelisks versus cleaving them down.
Interesting.
But it is,
But
that
a lot
risk.
sketchier.
Yeah.
What do you guys think the Bloodlust usage is going to be? Because it's
On
a
the poll. It's
944.
one lust.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
They
a
only get
one lust dungeon.
Where do they use it though? Do they use it on the start at the very big pull? Do they use it for Yasma, or do they have some massive pull in the middle that they use the Bloodlust for? What do you think?
I mean,
Wouldn't they have it for the last 30-40 seconds if they used it the second the key started?
nope.
no,
944.
Oh, that's right,
944.
944, yeah, okay.
there's like multiple ways because you could say that you use on Yasma to be able to burn, but there's probably some huge pull that we're going to see. I guess we're going to watch right now. We can stop
Yeah.
speculating.
No more time for speculation. It's time for action as our deciding game is about to go underway as Method EU and Deplete from Beyond fight for that upper final spot.
Ooh, Method EU running straight down the
And-
middle right now. Running all the way to the mid pack is grabbing everything in his path. Deplete from Beyond has ran up to the right side, and they're grabbing a bunch of random stuff as well. Oh, reset. Ah.
Yep. It's unfortunate, but we had a little bit of a false start on that one, so we will be getting a quick reset rolling, so that way we'll be able to get everybody on the same page. We got a little preview there.
I'm gonna guess that that's not what their pull is.
Can you
It's not
imagine?
gonna be him running right down the middle, pulling everything. I don't think that's quite right. That was
not-
interesting to
not
watch.
the play.
Run it down mid is not the move.
Run it down mid.
Rush B.
I don't mind the run it down mid strat. Well, okay, so what we did see from Deplete from Beyond is probably their strat. They ran straight to the right side and then did a very similar snap from what we saw from Method EU last week, where they're grabbing all of the right side mobs. They're waiting for the bulwark of Juju casts to come out. Then Rentari shockwaves it. Then they immediately snap all of the mobs towards Razan. Double DKs blow it up.
I'm ready for that.
That's dope. It's a dope strat.
You don't think they're just gonna yeet it right down the middle?
I want to see go right down the middle.
Run it
I
down
want to
mid?
see. I want to see what we saw out of. Oh man, now the name is slipping me. I want to see
Angry Toast?
Angry Toast. Yes, I want to see mobs getting tricked. I want to say the tank getting tricked, or I guess misdirected in this case, and then the boss being pulled so he gets teleported to the boss
That's-
with all the mobs
I think that's what
around
they're
That's
him.
what
gonna do.
Deplete from Beyond did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I think Method EU is going to do that as well. I think that's what them like running down mid is doing. I think that might actually be
I
part
thought
of the
that that
strat.
was their actual pull. They were going to just run it down mid, grab the double Dinomancer, and then snap
Snap it to Razan, yeah.
Yeah.
It's first
the
pull.
whole dungeon to Razan and just pray it dies
If you
before I
s-
die.
Yeah.
You snap that Diamondster pull as well, and that makes the kiting. I think that's. I'm not sure if that's required for the kiting, but it definitely could help with the kiting the obelisk. So that's the plan at the end, boss.
That's what I want to see. If you guys are missing out, we just had to get in a restart. So the teams just had a bit of a false start. So to make sure that the timers go at the same exact time, we are just making sure we restart, get everybody's cooldowns back available, everything that they need, and then we'll be able to start up the game once again. So we got like a very tiny preview as to what we're going to be seeing. But right now, they're going through the final bit of just waiting for cooldowns, preparation, and then we're going to get ourselves started. So this is going to be a very, very fast-paced dungeon on this one in Zaro, and it's just like the hype building up for it, because like you were just talking about before we false started, any little tiny mistake, and that's it.
I mean, there were some good bants in chat as well. I think if Awakened wasn't on one of the keys, and that's
Yeah, I saw
Method EU
that.
was
Oh.
like Method EU said that's how we got our 944 no Awakened.
Got him!
Dude, I'm so excited to see this. I just want to see how they pulled this off, and even if they're not able to pull off as fast as a time in competition, which would be pretty normal, just being able to see how they did it and maybe get some RNG going on their way to go close to that fast is going to be cool, because we're 2 years into the expansion, right? At some point you have to think that there's no new things that teams can figure out, but somehow throughout these 2 years they kept managing to figure out, and we're about to see it right now.
All right, guys, we're ready to go. Method EU, Deplete from Beyond. Winner goes into the upper finals.
All right, so we know Deplete from Beyond immediately runs right. Rentari is going to grab some of that trash. Now is going to continue with the running it down mid strat. Pops the Lightfoot, jumps straight into the pack. He's waiting for that Dynamancer double dinosaur pack to patrol. Actually, no, he's not even grabbing it. That is a 4 Sarid pack snap into the immediate binding shot to not let anything leap out. Oh my god, those swords.
Dude. It's all dead. Oh man, that's
What a
nutty.
loss.
Yeah, that was 4 sword packs, 4 sky screamers, and then of course the way Razan snaps work is if you have if aggro is if Razan's aggro to you, you get snapped to the boss. So that's the tech play that we're seeing teams pull off, and it's all because of our 10th seed from the first North American Cup, Angry Toast, bringing in the tech that the teams are abusing, and that is where they use the Bloodlust on both teams on this pull. That's just so cool to see. Actually, Deplete from Beyond ended up pulling off more percentage because they went to that right side pack, but still, I mean, super impressive to see from both teams.
The right side pull is very scary and hard to pull off, just in terms of like the technicality of how you end up having to get rid of some of those mobs. Like you wait to shockwave and then you immediately get snapped, and it's just like a bunch of random stuff. So Deplete from Beyond is going to be downing Razan here within moments of Method EU, but Method EU with the crazier snap, I will say, is now running towards that living side area. You see Genji walking around. He's going to assume the spot, I think, on top of the ledge.
Yeah, he's getting in position to misdirect that top pack with the construct, so they end up pulling both constructs. This is an absolutely massive pull. It's bigger than what we ever see here, even on the teaming affix, and they have to make sure they have it all knocked up. But I mean, it's all stacked up. It's easy for the DKs to just burn right through it. Even if the bubbles go off, it's all already dead. Only the Colossi are left, and now it's just gonna get out of there.
Later. Doesn't even need Dwarf Racial. What is this? His Dwarf Racial isn't up from the first pull. He actually just... Huh?
Oh my god.
Huh? What is this dungeon?
This is just DK abuse to the highest level.
Dr. J. Hunt goes
silly.
down on the side of Deplete from Beyond. Rentari kiting out the last Juggernaut with 43 stacks of Necrotic. Dr. J is going to be walking back here momentarily. Deplete from Beyond is not in a bad position.
They're definitely not, but with the way Method EU is playing with 0 deaths so far, going for an even bigger pull, you can see they have that 7% extra trash on the board, and you have to remember, their first pull was 3% lighter than what Deplete from Beyond, so the pull they just pulled off with the Colossus was 10% more trash percentage from Method EU. That was an absolutely massive pull from Method EU, and the fact that they're able to pull it off cleanly and then go straight into Priestess Lunza afterwards with this advantage is crazy. These guys are still just going so fast through this dungeon. Yeah, Deplete from Beyond is also going fast, but you can just see they're half of a boss behind right now, and Method EU is pretty much dealt with the trash. Now dropping low, you can see he's got 40 stacks of necrotic there,
sir.
and no dwarf racial to remove it, so he's just got to get away. But with all the trash dead, he should be able to reset that necrotic. Man, that's a scary moment there for your tank.
Frag and Mira's both taunted the boss to take melees, like alternating melees on Priestess Lunza to allow now to walk away from the boss to reset necrotic stacks. That's the presence of mind there to know, to do that is wild. Priestess Lunza here is going to be dropping about 5% health right after the transfusion. Transfusion ends up actually taking her down. Deplete from Beyond is at 50% health. They do have double priestesses still out, and Rintari's dropping pretty low. This is very scary. Rintari heroic leaps away. The boss, he has like a ton of necrotic stacks on him right now.
He is able to get the reset off, though. That's
Okay,
the important
he's
part.
actually
to
okay.
Get the reset. As long as they can get the boss relatively low here, the priestesses should die to the transfusion cast, but they're going to end up interrupting them anyways. As long as this final transfusion goes clean on Priestess Lunza.
Oh now.
I don't. Oh, okay. Oh, now it goes down. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
they have the battle res.
Now was in the snap
how is
spot.
nobody dead?
Okay, so he got 45 stacks of necrotic and then just got melee down. There's only one trash pack left here. It's just that trash pack that's at the bottom of the stairs. There's no Saurids or Skyscreamers left in the pack.
Okay.
The Augurs have stopped casting their Wildfire. This is going to be okay. That was not ideal, but got a battle res. May as well use it.
That could have been a lot worse than it ended up being.
Absolutely.
I mean, just dropping the battle res, I'll take that any day of the week in a situation where your tank goes down. So good on them for that. Priestess Lunza is now down for Deplete from Beyond. I mean, both of these teams are like they're sitting on the edge the entire time. You can see how dangerous these pulls are. Tanks going up to 40 plus necrotic stacks and kiting it out, barely getting the resets off. This is, like we mentioned, about as dangerous as it gets.
Okay, so Karisu actually goes down to what I assume is the fire totems from Deplete from Beyond, getting rezzed here, and then Deplete from Beyond will momentarily do a substantial pull with a bunch of Saurids, Skyscreamers, and probably this Augur Honor Guard pull. Whereas Method EU has done the pull that is at the bottom of the Volcall stairs. They're at 100% trash count, so they're definitely
That's
kiting
it.
obelisks.
They got two bosses left, and they're done with the dungeon. At 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the dungeon.
This is whack.
Is this going to be sub 10? Are they going to pull it off in tournament?
On broadcast.
On broadcast. No cap.
No cap. Deplete from Beyond here is staying in the match. Like, for what it's worth, Deplete from Beyond is positioning themselves to be able to have an 11-minute Atal'Dazar.
Yeah, I mean, you can't knock the 11-minute Atal'Dazar, which they're actually still on pace for, even with the mistakes they've made. Looking at what we have from Method EU, then they're going to go on and pull the same trash pack we saw from Method EU. Yeah, there we go. Rintari just running up the stairs to get the Stalker Patrol as well into this trash pack, and they're doing a lot of trash here. I mean, they have that one Skyscreamer pack that they didn't end up pulling into the first boss in lieu of that right side pack, so they'll have to actually interrupt that as well here. So there's a lot of interrupts that need to go out and a lot of stuns that needs to go out, but it looks like they should be fine with the DKs. But I spoke too soon as Dr. J goes down to an errant Venom Blast, it looks like, and he's going to release and run back to the group, opting to not use that battle res.
Yeah, Rintari uses that Dark Iron Dwarf racial, which works effectively the same as the Dwarf racial to be able to remove his necrotic stacks there. It looks like everything's going to be going down seamlessly, even though Dr. J got killed in the crossfire. The pull is still... Deplete from Beyond has had some minor problems, like just a little bit rough around the edges with some of their execution for these things, having like 1 or 2 minor deaths. Again, they're still in it. Volcall is down to 33% for Method EU. Deplete from Beyond should be pulling Volcall here in the next 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, but I mean, as impressive as the runs both of these teams have put together, I think right now all eyes are on Method EU to see how they can pull this off. Volcall is going to be going down now at the 7-minute and 25-second mark. In order to come closer to time trial times, they have to get to Yasma, pull and kill it within 2 minutes on Fortified 19? That seems like it's easily doable. I mean, they could beat their time trial time here.
Okay, so something that you can see right there is that they've left the middle pack up. This means that Xaylia is going to have to kite through the fire totems. He's going to actually have to hook around to the right side to be able to make his way through the fire totems because that middle pack is left available still. That's
does the middle pack community aggro? If you pull the awakened mobs through community aggro, Xaylia, those spiders are not friendly. I know you don't have to do the boss fight, but you can't hit those spiders. Come on, man.
Not even close.
Not even close, baby. Yasma now engaged for Method EU. They don't have the Bloodlust available because they used it on the first boss, and they're only 8 minutes into the dungeon. Xaylia now getting aggro on the 4 awakened mobs, and he's going to go off to the races, like we mentioned, kiting those awakened mobs. And all that's left for Method EU is a 19 fortified boss. And this isn't going to last that long. All Xaylia has to do is make sure he dodges that middle patrol.
It is necrotic, but now does have access to his dwarf racial. He also has rally. Apparently you get a natural reset on necrotic from Yasma approximately every 45 seconds. You see Xaylia here running towards the side, again dodging out of the way of that middle pack. He's going to be walking up towards those fire totem area. Not ideal, but you kind of just hope that you're going to make it through, I guess.
Looks like he's got a good timing on the fires. He'll be able to make it through. He's got a great timing on the fires. The only other dangerous portion of the fight is going to place down his Transcendence here. He's going to do a quick little 180 around the room. And then once all of the awakened mobs are up, he's going to have to port back down. And at that point, if the fire is there might be a little bit of danger where he'll have to like take a cast from Woodweaver Malthier. But after that, he's home free. He can run back towards the center and towards Yasma's platform. Right now doing the 360, he's going to let the melee mobs run close to him. The second they get anywhere near him, you're going to see him port onto those stairs. Where is Urgroth? Wait. Where is Urgroth? You're right. Wait, he's not going to go down the stairs at all. He's just going to go this way.
Urgroth.
He had to go this way because of Urgroth. Yasma down at 20% for Method EU, and at this point, I mean, he's just got to run. He can't take any damage from that Juggernaut, right?
That's at this point, he's just praying that Urgroth doesn't snap back. If you get too far from him, he'll snap immediately to your tank. Now would probably die fairly quickly to Urgroth plus Yasma without a healer, but
they've
Method EU does it.
Oh
my god!
Sub 10 minutes in tournament on broadcast. It wasn't the 944, but who cares? 950. That's insane. That was an impressive run.
Wow! Oh my goodness. I just lost 10 seconds or something like that. Just having that one death or something, but that is ridiculously incredible. Method EU pulling off a sub 10 minute Atal'Dazar. That is just ridiculous, Dranos.
That is unbelievably good. They did a Atal'Dazar in 10 minutes in 7 total pulls, and wow, that's
oh my goodness.
Okay, I'm not an expert here, but I think that you may be supposed to use your ban against Atal'Dazar if you're paired up against
anyone else.
I'm not 100% convinced on this, but I think that's what you're supposed to do.
That's I'm pretty sure Xaylia had to
you had to know.
Audible at the end there because of Urgroth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, had to.
Because ideally, if everything's above you, then you can just bait in Urgroth, allow it to do its tank buster, and then you're able to transcend far enough away that you'll outrange it or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But at that
Xaylia
point,
hit that spider intentionally to where he's able to heal himself up to be able to generate healing.
That's what I've been telling you guys.
Stop stealing my replay content.
That's what I've been telling you guys. Taking extra damage helps you guarantee that you're going to be able to keep that healing threat. And all right, Dranos, we're ready for you, okay? Content.
All right.
Give me the content.
All right, so starting off with that very first pull of the dungeon from both teams, we have this beautiful Angry Toast snap. Shout out to Angry Toast, 10th seed in America's first cup that ended up through 2 teams not wanting to compete, making it into that first cup and showing us this snap onto first boss. And both teams have a different take on which trash to pull in particular, but Method EU had a pretty cool thing that cleared the pathway through the middle for them later. They killed a bunch of Sky Screamers and Swords that made it a lot easier for them to get through that part of the dungeon without having to spend any pulls on it later. Deplete from Beyond did a similar pull though. Method EU had this death from now on one of their snaps, but somehow they were able to survive it with a quick battle res and a quick return of threat to him, which is very impressive that a tank death in this dungeon with the pulls the size they are didn't wipe for them. Deplete from Beyond though were also playing very well. Rentari kiting like a madman on Priestess Lunza to avoid resetting Necrotic. Looked very, very hectic, but was somehow able to drop stacks of that, so very impressive. And then, yeah, Xaylia hitting a spider on the way up the stairs. It looked accidental, but it may have been intentional, because if you're at 5% health, you can calculate that, at this key level, you're not going to die, and then you have extra healing threat you can generate on pull by healing yourself. So kind of a brilliant move, maybe. And then we saw this cool new kiting pattern of going around, the left side of the dungeon instead of down into Razan's pit. It looked pretty scary. I'm not going to lie to you. That looked like a very, very scary kiting pattern. I don't know what you're supposed to do if you get to the stairs and the fire pattern is bad, but it wasn't. So that was really fortunate for Xaylia, and maybe there's enough wiggle room in that kiting path for it to always work out, but man, that was a heart-beating 10 minutes.
Yeah, and he wouldn't even have his dampened harm back. He would have no defensives to be able to go up against that. So he would have to find some new direction or somehow be able to dodge past everything else in the process. And yeah, like you mentioned, maybe I noticed how he didn't end up topping himself off completely. He ended up dropping an enveloping and then letting the enveloping mist do all of the healing as he popped all his defensives, popped away the crane, and grabbed all the mobs in together. So maybe you said, maybe it's just a little bit of extra, heavy IQ strategies. We're taking a bit of extra damage, guarantees that he's going to be able to have the threat and the aggro that he needs. So that was just an insane job by the EU all around. And, it looks to one thing, it's just oh yeah, just run away from the mobs and they're not going to hurt you. But it's so much more than that, it's ironic. We've seen so many times where it's gone wrong for teams too.
I mean, the amount of practice needed to make sure that you can pull off that kiting with, a success percentage above what you're comfortable running in a typical dungeon, something above 90% maybe, is you have to practice that a lot. And of course, there's only a certain amount of time that you have to practice for, generally speaking, right? You know how long a boss is going to last on average based off of your DPS in practice runs. So they kind of have planned out routes, but seeing what happened with Xaylia at the end there was crazy impressive.
Okay.
The fact that he knew that he had to do that was kind of nutty.
That was mega impressive. The fact that they're able to play Priestess Alunza with delayed cooldowns because they just bombed into the double construct right before that. So they have absolutely nothing playing Priestess Alunza with all of her trash without anything. I just look at that and I'm like, how in the world do you even get through that?
Whose idea was this as well? Who is it in practice who was like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do all this trash, and then we're just going to do a Lunza with nothing. Let's see how it turns out.
Yep.
Most teams stand there, wait for their cooldowns to come up, or play the obelisk in order to be able to get their cooldowns back up, but Method EU plays the trash pack without anything.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Absolute madmen that are moving on into the upper finals to square off against Perplexed for tomorrow. So now they get to catch their breath, and we'll be seeing more of them tomorrow as we have two last games to wrap up our day between the boys in Diegal Way and between Paint for Femme and ECLATAX right now. So again, the boys in Paint for Femme, they've been in these spots before, but this is really going to be the tough road for both of these teams to try to make sure that they qualify for the tournament titles in the summer.
The boys or?
The boys or.
I mean, it starts right now, right? Everything starts, the runs that both the boys and Paint for Femme need to make to try to get that top 4 slot or secure that top 4 spot need to start right now. If the boys got knocked out by Diegal Way, that would... do they even make it? I don't even think they make it. I think they're just
they're
automatically...
8th place finish is bad news for either of these teams. Yeah, that's the end.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah. And at that point, there's nothing more that they can do, so they got to be able to buckle down and start getting some wins. We'll be taking a quick break before we get into it. Don't go anywhere, guys. The Mythic Dungeon International will be back right after this. Welcome back as we're getting ready for our lower round games as we speak, as we just saw Method EU tearing their way to the upper finals. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and as we start getting into our elimination games, I'm joined right now by Nagura, Tettles, and Zyronic, and now we're going to start seeing if the boys is going to be able to fight their way out of this lower series against Diegal Way, who has had some pretty good dungeons that they've been practicing, and then they've had they just haven't had the depth of other teams throughout this one, Zyro.
Yeah, that's just kind of one of the disadvantages you come into the tournament with if you're one of these newer teams that's playing in your first MDI. They're not going to have a very comprehensive idea of how to run these dungeons at an MDI setting. On top of that, Diegal Way kind of likes to run this off-meta comp, which already puts them at a disadvantage as well. So I would find it hard to believe that they could take out the boys who have looked very promising in some of the previous MDIs. That being said, all of the pressure is on the boys right now. Diegal Way, they're just kind of here to play spoiler at this point. The boys has to win to keep their finals chances alive. So we really need to see what they can bring to the table right here, right now.
Something funny, Tuttles? You okay, buddy?
Dude,
feeling a little nervous?
If somehow Diegal Way was able to take this series off the boys, that'd be so sad. It's just the boys got third place the first cup, and they're in a good spot to be able to get that third, fourth place spot as long as they continue to play their game. If they got spoiled by Diegal Way, that would just ruin everything for them. I would feel pretty bad.
Yeah, that's really the power that some of these lower seeded teams have at the moment, right? Before we even really start looking at whether or not some of the other opponents like Deplete from Beyond are going to have to go up against these guys, or Self-Reliance are going to go up against these guys. They've got to get through those lower rounds, and so far we've had a strong history throughout this season, Nagura, of this 7th and 8th seeded teams leaving early, but that could change at any time if anybody else is slumping.
Yeah, especially when you have Junkyard in the map pool.
That's
where
right.
Things happen. And we see...
What kind of things? what kind of things?
I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
Things.
We're having back-to-back Mechagons. We're starting off with Workshop, and we'll follow it up with Junkyard. So that's going to be guaranteed. And if you needed any more excitement than Junkyard being Game 2, we have Tol Dagor to follow up as a bit of dessert, Tettles.
That's not dessert.
That's getting grounded after dinner. You didn't finish your greens.
Yeah, that's like getting grounded for not eating all of your peas.
That's very specific, Tettles. Do you have something you want to share?
No, I was a good boy. I like to eat my fruits and vegetables as a young child. I still like to eat fruits and vegetables.
I was gonna say, you still are a young child, so. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you still like to eat those things. I gotcha.
I'm a grown man, Jack.
Are you?
Really?
Yeah, I'm grown.
Getting some X's to doubt onto that one, but it does look like we are going to be ready to go with our first series. Let's start it up as Workshop gets underway.
Alright, so we already see the different comp here, this off-meta comp being run by Diegal Way, with the Holy Paladin, Mage, Rogue, and Havoc Demon Hunter, not a single Hunter. Do you think they just don't like Hunters, or do you think they just don't like Hunters?
So, I don't hate the Holy Paladin, I don't hate the Mage, and I don't hate the Demon Hunter. I am not huge on this Rogue in this dungeon. I think Rogue in here is not ideal. Sure, it's I suspect that it's more of like their live key pushing composition. It's what they're comfortable with. I'm sure they're going to be able to put up a pretty respectable time. As for ideal, it is not. The boys here, we saw how they played the Vengeance Demon Hunter in their run earlier inside of Workshop. It left a little bit to be desired just because they had some mistakes with how they were dealing with the living wastes and just the waste processing units. I think the boys are going to be able to come back and be able to recover from those mistakes in that from that Workshop that they played earlier here.
Yeah, it looks like they have some issues though as they get the last vent jet out of the boss. Usually you shouldn't be getting that one. They should be skipping that. But now it went down, so they only have to deal with the Platinum Pummeler now. But Diegal Way, not too far behind. They also popped their Bloodlust on their side. Now, one thing I do want to mention is that almost all of the teams are using that Bloodlust here on the first boss. But last couple of cups, we've seen some of the teams save the Bloodlust And they weren't actually that much slower in the first boss because a lot of the damage comes from the hammers. And the hammers, they're obviously not affected by Bloodlust. So I think if you can do a pull right after the first boss where you can commit your Bloodlust, it might just be better. But of course the problem is that if you delay it too much, then you don't have it again for the last boss.
I'm gonna write that one down. The hammers are not affected by Bloodlust. So the
Glad I
boys
can
here...
teach you things once in a while.
Exactly. It's what you get whenever you've been tanking recently, Negro. Your brain is just expanding.
Yep.
The boys have now melded off the threat from those waste processing units, and now you see Rad's Paper, the Vengeance Demon Hunter, trying to tank all of these waste processing units and all of these living wastes. Oh my goodness, the immunities come out from all of the hunters. Rad's is just gonna get healed all the way through that. Okay.
He did not proc, or did he? Doesn't
No.
look like he procced, right? So that is
No,
very
he
good
didn't.
for them.
Proc is cheap. What the?
That was really close though. Like I was
How?
thinking he would proc it any second, but somehow he did manage to save that one. That is very good for them later on. So this is a massive improvement
Oh.
compared to what we've seen the last time, right?
So he's playing Touch of the Everlasting Major. It's a cheat death Major essence, basically. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, Rad's. This is why they played Vengeance Demon Hunter. I had never understood. Okay, so I would look at their times and I'd be like, I don't feel like that's a very good pick. But now it makes a lot more sense. The boys now have Cujo down to 82%. Diegal Way, they're doing a pretty good job. They're trying to kite out these waste processing units and Junkyard dogs. They got rid of their living wastes. Raz goes down from the side of Diegal Way. They're going to commit a battle res. It'll probably be fine. Those waste processing units are kind of hard to deal with, I will admit.
Yep, so they did use the battle res to get them back up. They need to use an engineering res as they don't have any battle res classes in there. But they managed to get them back up. They should be engaging Cujo now. There we go. Still have some of the units up, but should be able to finish them up, no problem. Just gotta be careful with the frontals, of course, if you're a melee, and with the area of denial that those processing units cast. But the boys, on the other hand, doing a very good job this time around. So they're on 0 death still. 4 minutes in, and they're about to finish up Cujo.
Yep. So, oh, that was a really good job by Chaya. He feign deaths off the Cujo leap. The Cujo leap is actually pretty hard to get as a hunter. You have to like basically press feign death almost immediately. Otherwise, Cujo will still leap on you and all of your friends. So the boys, being a group of hunters, know that. They pre-position anyways to make sure that that goes swimmingly. Diegal Way now has Cujo down to 50%. They're staying in it even though they had some problems there with those waste processing units and living wastes. But they are 8% trash count ahead, which will allow them to skip 2 of those robots that are on the bridge later on. Do you think that will come at an advantage, or do you think the boys' route is going to be slightly better?
I don't think it will matter too much. I don't think it will actually make a huge difference. We've already seen the 2 different strats come into play. I think it was the boys against Self-Reliance, and Self-Reliance did. I think the boys actually didn't pull those 2 mobs because they did some more trash later, and it was barely any difference because overall it was the same amount of pulls, and so therefore you just saved a little, some seconds here or there, but they had to put the extra seconds into the first pull, and therefore it was basically the same thing.
You know what they really need here? They need Disc Priests.
That is what they need.
For anti-personnel
think it
squirrel
would be really
mind
good.
controlling. I heard rumors that some people were trying it, but decided that it was going to waste too much time trying to practice it and learn it.
Yeah, maybe.
Than it would be saving. I mean,
Also,
ideally you carry the Tinker around with you the whole dungeon, right?
Yeah, I mean you can't really, right?
Exactly.
And
I mean,
you can only get it on Spark Flux, and there you pull the trash on top of the boss anyway, so it doesn't really matter how fast you kill the trash there for dungeon speed, right? It makes it
there's
safer.
a Tinker also at the bottom of the bridge after Spark Flux 2. I don't know. There's a bunch of Tinkers that they could get. I'm sure there may be something, but teams deemed it not the most time efficient for.
Maybe you could get it earlier, but yeah, I think Spark Flux is a bit late. I don't think you can make up that much time.
I think I agree with that sentiment. So now the boys here are onto this robot where Diegal Way is 1 full pack of trash behind. So they still have the Mark III robots and then this large Blastotron bot to be able to chew through before they even become even. So at this point, I think they're probably about a minute behind, right?
Yeah, look at the amount of damage Bob is doing here. 55k DPS, single target on that mob. That's a lot of damage, actually. I think Bob is actually one of the healers who really is like looking to min-max his damage a lot. I mean, almost all of the MDI healers, of course, are trying to do as much damage as they can. But whenever I am comparing the damage, I think Bob is always on the higher end. And he really is pumping a lot of that single target damage specifically.
On the side of Diegal Way, you actually see Diego on that mage. He's doing less damage than his healer currently. So
it is a paladin, okay? They're cheating.
Okay,
with their wings,
so
you know?
it is a paladin. They're cheating according to Agura, but this is just the feast famine nature of mage, and this is why whenever people are kind of surprised that we don't see more mages in the MDI, that's absolutely why right there, is that they don't have damage pull to pull. They'll go 130k or 150k DPS one pull, and then the next pull, they're literally doing less DPS than your healer. Like, no, that's probably not that great.
I mean, think about the Atal that we just saw by Method, right? They do one big pull into another big pull into another big pull. Like, you just keep pulling big. And if you have a mage that needs to wait for their combustion, it just doesn't work, right?
Exactly.
You need classes that can consistently do damage, which is mainly hunters and deacons.
Diego is going to ascend on Sparkflux though. Like,
that is true, yes.
He will do probably 200 to 300k DPS on pull against Sparkflux and just melt the trash pack, but the time and the act of getting him to the point where he's able to melt Sparkflux or melt King Mechagons, awaken mobs that spawn with him, it costs you too much time, like Nagura was stating.
Bob actually jumping really low. There's a bunch of explosives that spawned, and 4 Grievous Sacks on Rat and Bob. Did manage to recover a little bit now, but still has those 4 Grievous Sacks on him. Now needs to make sure he gets out of that. But everyone's just kind of dropping. They did finish off the trash now, though, so should be able to recover. But this is a scary pull right there.
Yep, but once all that trash ends up going down, the pull is significantly easier. Basically, at that point, you're just kind of dodging cogs and you're dodging these flame jets. There's going to be some orange circles that appear on the floor once you end up killing the plant, and then like it spawns oil, and then once the oil gets hit by the flame jets, then it will spawn those orange circles that you see Naladra running away from right there. Head Machine and Sparkflux is getting down to about 20%. Where on the side of Diegal Way, they have just recently downed Void River Mouth here. They're going to be looking to pull a bunch of trash into Head Machine and Sparkflux, and that's where you're going to see Diego pop off, doing mega dam.
Alright, let's look at Diego here as he is ramping up his damage. Let's see the combust as he has 2 debuffs on him. He had 2 debuffs, but
Rune Power?
did get the dispel now, so it should be okay.
The bust?
Where's the damage? I'm just waiting. He's ramping right now. He's ramping. There we go. Everyone's pretty low actually. The bubble is being popped by Fredo. But everyone's getting hit by the beams here, and there's explosives everywhere. And mages are not very good at dealing with explosives, but they have the rogue to deal with it. Wealth is dropping really low as well. Let's see if Fredo can actually manage to get everyone back up. But everyone's just so much damage, and everyone has 4 Grievous Stacks.
Fredo, I'm gonna have to ask you to heal. Please, bro. I see you're doing 120k HPS, but I need 1 heal. All right, so it looks like everybody's going to stabilize here. Fredo doing a great job of being able to stabilize everybody's health, popping off with 130k HPS. The boys have downed the spider tanks and are now going to be making their way towards that bridge near where King Mechagon is.
Ooh, Fredo! He died. They don't have a Battle Rush class, so they need to use an Engineering Battle Rush, which takes quite a while. Diego popping that Ice Block, but Wildfist 4 Grievous Stacks. Oh no, this is going to be a full team wipe for Diegal Way, unfortunately.
Be a shame. All right, now the boys here are on to their double Mark III robot, double Defender pack. Basically, if you these Mark III robots do an ability called Short Out, and then they also do Arcing Zap. Arcing Zap is a dot that can be dispelled. The Short Out is just an immense amount of AoE damage. However, whenever you have double Defender, you're able to overlap these shield generators like you saw from the boys, and whenever they are overlapped, you can stand in both of them and virtually take 0 damage. So the double Short Out is basically a it's a trivial amount of damage for the boys.
Yep. They have the 3 obelisks still up, of course, which they are going to deal with the last boss. I think there's not much variance when it comes to the obelisk play in this dungeon. I think almost all of the teams are playing 3 obelisks here. The only time we saw a difference was, I think it was Complexity Limit that dealt with 4. They didn't play Void Weaver, but it ended up not even saving them any time because they didn't manage to do the gauntlet properly. So that's why almost all of the teams chose to do Void Weaver before the last boss, just because otherwise you will have to go through the gauntlet with the bots, and it can take you more time than actually just dealing with the Void Weaver. So this is why almost all teams just go with the 3 obelisks, and it is pretty hard to deal with on this last boss, but it's totally doable, specifically because you're running this triple hunter comp, and hunters just make this obelisk play here in the last boss a lot easier.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in addition to that, the fact that they're on a Vengeance, like, Rads is on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Vengeance Demon Hunter just takes way less damage than Protection Warrior, generally, especially versus stuff like Urgroth and just melees from the Blood of the Corruptor, as long as they have their active mitigation up. With Rads also taking that Touch of the Everlasting, sure, he's going to have a little bit less uptime on his Metamorphosis. In addition to that, he is also playing Spirit Bomb instead of Gluttony. But even still, dude, Vengeance Demon Hunter is pretty solid right now. Basically, for people who are looking to learn how to tank high keys, I would almost recommend Vengeance Demon Hunter as the tank to look into playing if you're looking to get into it. Protection Warrior is kind of hard to... No, Nagura, not Guardian Druid. I would recommend you playing a Vengeance Demon Hunter too. I've watched your Guardian Druid streams.
Hey,
maybe
pretty
you should
good.
stick to... Maybe you should stick to...
Don't
not
say
Guardian.
it.
Maybe you should
Flat
stick to healing.
Wow. I heard you were playing Feral recently. How did that go?
And I timed to 21 while I watched you deplete
Nice.
15s.
Hey, I timed the 22 as a Guardian. That's more than you timed with
Did you
your
have a
Moonkin.
second tank in the group?
Wow. All right. Moving on. The boys, they are trying to finish off aerial units here. The ladder actually dropping pretty low. Should be able to recover though, as all of the awakened mobs are down, and the rest of this fight really should not be a problem for the boys. Because, I mean, it's a fortified environment. It can cause some issues because of Grievous, but it really shouldn't be a big deal for them.
They're also able to feign death the Mega Tase that is on the players if they press their feign death early enough. It can be kind of hard if you're a little bit slow, but the Hunters are able to mitigate a bunch of those stacks with the Turtle, with the feign death, with the Shadow Meld. There's a lot of damage that can be mitigated from the Omega Buster just via that. So the only thing they really need to watch out for is those blue circles from the Recalibrate, and then in addition to that, they really need to watch out for the Magneto Arm.
Yep, and that's also not a big deal for Hunters, as obviously they can just move as far away as possible without even losing any damage. And of course also shouldn't be a problem for Bob or Rats either. Now Diegal Way did manage to finish off their boss as well, and they're now moving on to the bridge. And I mean, to be honest, up until that wipe they had, they didn't do that bad, right? Considering that the comp that they're running is obviously not meta, and they're running a rogue, which obviously, specifically for a dungeon like Workshop, it's quite a bit worse compared to a hunter. And the rogue also doesn't have any, like, they don't have a monk, right? So they don't have the damage amplifier for the rogue either. And yeah, it actually didn't go that bad up until that unfortunate wipe they had, though.
They were keeping in the match. Diegal Way is also they pulled everything, like all of the waste processing units and living wastes, but so they're able to skip some stuff that's on the bridge here, but it's a little bit too little too late. The boys down King Mechagon.
That's right. They were not able to elude any targeting systems on that one, as the boys taking game number 1, and Diegal Way just really wasn't able to build up any sort of momentum on that one, Zyro, and that wipe during the Machinist Garden just started sealing it.
Yeah, I think, well, really, I don't think Diegal Way could have done anything here in order to, like, take advantage of anything in this dungeon, because the boys were just on point. Now, the boys they didn't have, like, necessarily the fastest, most blazing fast run they've ever seen, but this is absolutely a run that can do what we keep talking about, what the lower end teams need to do. They need to have runs where they can take advantage of the mistakes that the top end teams like Method EU make, and this is absolutely one of those runs, and it'll compete with the other 3 through 6th place teams that they need to beat in order to make it to the finals later on this year. So I loved that run from the boys. It shows that they know they're in a position where they have to win right now, and if that's the run they put out when they're under pressure, these guys can definitely live up to the challenge.
Yeah, and that's one of the kind of unfortunate things as well, Nagura, is like looking at what might have been if we're able to see, more consistent 7th and 8th seed teams that are able to start putting more pressure on the rest of the crew, This is unfortunately our last weekend for Europe.
Yeah, and obviously, it's still nice to see those teams try to compete. Obviously, they know even if they do really well in this cup, it's still a very low chance for them to make it anywhere. But because they're still trying, they get some practice done. So maybe for the next MDI, they can learn the meta classes, they can get a little bit of practice in this time around, and it will help them out for next MDI. So I like to see new teams come in and not be discouraged by even it being the 3rd cup and they not having any practice. So I like it. And even, ECLATAX, which will be the next round, they've had some really good runs today, and they showed some really nice time trial times as well, even though it was their 1st cup.
That's true. We have been seeing more promise in there. Let's start talking about that workshop a bit more in depth, Zyro.
Yeah, I don't really know how in depth we can go. We did
All right,
see
well, thanks
sort
for
of
trying.
We did see more of the power of them. It was a typical workshop run. The boys, the impressive thing here is 0 deaths, right? They pulled off the strat cleanly the entire way through. Of course, like you mentioned, the area that Diegal had problems with was in that Sparkflux room, but I don't think you can really go in too much on Diegal. They're a team, like we've mentioned already multiple times, that have come in this 3rd week of the EU Cup, kind of at the end of it. They were able to get into the top 8 by playing well in time trials, and clearly they just haven't had enough time to practice. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's cool that we have new teams in the tournament, and like you're mentioning, I hope they come back with maybe some more meta picks later on. It's just we're in such a well-defined meta right now that you really need to have Hunter, Rogue, and DK down and know when, and have players that can play both of them or all 3 of them well enough to set yourself up for success in the dungeons that each of those are good at. And they just, they don't really have that right now, and they're setting themselves behind by quite a bit.
Yeah, and not having that flexibility is one thing that, we started kind of talking about the boys last season, Nagura in particular, was they didn't really have as much multi-classing under their belt until we started seeing this season. They really stepped it up a notch. Yeah,
and even on the 1st cup, I believe they played some of their comfort picks as well in some of the dungeons that they didn't practice too well. We saw Bob playing Druid in some of the dungeons, and we saw Naladra just go back to his Rogue instead of playing DK or Hunter. And we saw them grow quite a bit over those 3 cups, really. And now they really are sticking to those meta comps all the time, and they show us really good strategies and how well they're doing. And to be honest, they're very promising. They're a very promising team, and I think they're definitely going to make it out of this lower bracket here. And I just hope to see better sets for them tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things we're looking at is just how competitive not only we're seeing 7th, 8th seed teams being versus their opponents, but also and how well they're going to be able to close that gap, but also how well we're seeing 3rd through 6th keeping up with their opponents throughout this one. So Junkyard's coming up. We had a major Scuffest last time, Tettles. What are we going to be looking for in this one?
Consistency with people not losing their spark or with their shock bots is by far the most important thing. You can get away with doing the pulls without the shock bots for some of the trash stuff. The shock bots only average out to be somewhere in the range of 10 to 20% of your damage in MDI scenarios. You cannot get away without the shock bots for the obelisks, though. Unfortunately, the quad obelisk with the final boss is just not very doable with the final boss, as we saw from
we learned firsthand.
Self-Reliance versus Perplexed. That was an interesting one, I will say.
You can pull off the pulls without the shock bots, but in that same vein, you can dunk a basketball if you're 5'6". It's just a lot easier to do if you're 7'6".
I think that's how math works.
Wrong.
Yeah,
it's possible, but you don't really want to.
Can you dunk?
Yes, I can.
Ooh.
Can you dunk, Jack?
But I'm also tall, so
probably not anymore. My jumping skills kind of failed.
But yeah, I would be really impressed if the boys are able to put together a 0 death run, not only because we haven't seen a clean Junkyard yet. The cleanest we've seen is a 3 death run, I'm pretty sure, earlier today. But that would also point us to where they are in relative to the other teams right now in that 3 to 6 range. That would just be a super impressive run because we know how difficult this Junkyard is. Even, I mean, with these affixes, it's even more difficult, but a 0 death run on this Junkyard with these affixes would be pretty insane.
That'd be a great sight to see as well. And was it the boys, or did we see Self-Reliance who was using that corner pocket strat as well before Nagura? I think it was
Self-Reliance, I think.
Self-Reliance, okay.
But,
that's what I'm kind of looking to see, how some of these teams are going to like weave in some of those strategies, maybe for tomorrow, maybe in the finals when we see it this summer. Let's see how they're going to start mixing together what's going to be the best possible Junkyard. Let's take it away as game number 2 gets going.
Yep,
all right.
And the boys with the triple DK again. Just starting off where Diegal Way, again, running their tried and true consistent composition. They're making their way towards Gunker, so they're going more of like a live key route, right?
Yeah, this really looks like a live key strategy where you pull those 2 mobs here to start into this trash pack. And this live key strat allows you to get a lot of shockbots at the start. You see the Holy Paladin already mounting off to get a shockbot somewhere, and everyone else just kind of spreading out to get the bots. While on the other hand, the boys, we know that they do this huge pull at the start here with the Vengeance Demon Hunter and the triple DK just nuking everything down with Bloodlust.
Yep, the Vengeance Demon Hunter really needs to make sure, like, using all of your CDs here at the very beginning on Vengeance, there's a very little way for you to die unless you stand in like a Raging Shockwave or something like that. So Rad's paper, not becoming the paper tank that you hope to avoid in your pug groups, becoming the strong man that you really hope to keep. So did he solo that charge from
I think he does,
Gaba?
yeah. I think he did last time as well.
It's kind of nasty.
Yeah, also, he didn't charge he didn't charge the pillar here. So, do you think they're doing this on purpose? Like, not charging the pillar to get, to give the DKs, like, more amplifiers of damage? Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so look, their second D&D just came down. You saw it on the ground right there. So that was allowing them to stack up more Festermite. So they're just blowing up Gabamac. Gabamac ends up going down a minute 39 into the dungeon. The boys are at 16% enemy forces count, 17% enemy forces count now. You see Rads is running off to the side to grab a shockbot that's actually inside of that cave area, where the boys, it looks like they may have mispulled that scrap pot. I don't think that was intentional.
I mean, they have Shadow Melt available, so if they mispulled it, theoretically they could melt off the aggro, unless they need it for a skip later on. Either way, it looks like they are finishing this off. And yeah, it doesn't seem very efficient. Definitely doesn't seem like this was part of the plan. But they are now moving on. Diegal Way, on the other hand, they're taking a completely different route. They're still fighting the trash here in Gunker's area, which is required to spawn the boss, so actually needs to be played. At least a Monstrosities needs to be placed. But the boys, we know that the last time they actually tried to do 4 obelisks with the last boss, ended up wiping, and then they lost because of it. Now, do you think they should just play it safe and deal with some of the obelisks here as they're playing against the number 8 seed?
I don't know if I would personally. I think even since you're playing against the number 8 seed, that gives you more of a reason to play 4 obelisks and really try to push your limits because you know that you're not going to be punished for it, right?
But
I don't know. You absolutely can take a safer approach, and that's absolutely a strategy that they could potentially do. I feel like you have to just continue to play your route, and like calling an audible mid-dungeon in some cases can be beneficial to you. I think by and large you're better off just learning. I think they would be better off like for future runs to be able to learn how to play 4 obelisks with the tank buster at the beginning, at the tank buster at the beginning.
yeah, I guess they can decide on the way, right? They don't need to immediately deal with the obelisk. If they, like, at the end of the dungeon, if they pay attention to the stream, which is delayed, right? But if they know they're, like, really far ahead, then they could just try. Because, practice, as you mentioned. And if it doesn't work, just finish off some of the obelisk and then kill off the boss. Either way, Diegal did have some issues here as their Holy Paladin and their Demon Hunter went down, unfortunately. Now it looks like the Demon Hunter and the Paladin are off finding some of those bots that they lost. So a little bit of a time loss on their side, while the boys is fighting Trixie and Nano still.
Yeah, so looks like Diegal Way is about to start pulling that toxic monstrosity that's off to the side there for them. again, it is raging. So there's a lot of incidental damage that are coming from things like the no meeting slimes and whatnot that Diegal Way needs to really be cognizant of to be able to dodge. But overall, they should be pretty good, especially with the way that they're playing this dungeon. They're definitely playing this like an aggressive variant of something that we see on live with how they're going to Gunker first. The boys now have down Trixie and Nano, and now they are making their way towards Gunker. They're going to do double monstrosity pull, so this is going to get spicy here pretty quick.
I mean, if you're Diegal Way, I think it's not even a bad idea at all to run your life strat here, because I mean, if they would have played against Reliance or Perplexed earlier, if you run a life key strat, you would win, right? As long as you just don't make any mistakes. You can even finish off all 4 obelisks before you go to the last boss, and you would have won. So I think it's a good choice for them. It's a good choice to just run that life strat. In my opinion, one downside is not having that revival here for the consume cast, so you can't just have your melee stand in. While on the other hand, the boys can do these huge pulls as you're seeing right now because of that revival that Bob has. So you can just stand in there, revival off all of those debuffs, and finish it off.
Yep. So either AMS or revival used for everybody to be able to get those toxic monstrosity consume debuff off. Everything goes down incredibly quick. And now the boys have surpassed Diegal Way in trash count, but are also 2 bosses ahead.
Yeah. So this is pretty significant. Even if it's fortified, it's still a pretty big deal. Now the boys are just doing the last pull, I believe, before they will engage the boss. So after this, the boss will spawn, and then they will pull the rest of the trash on top of the boss. This time they need to walk out of the consume cast because they don't have revival ready anymore. And you just don't want to deal with that huge absorb that is being put on you. It can be healed away, basically. It's almost like a lasher cast in Underrot. So if you heal the absorb, it will be gone. But it's so much healing required, especially on that plus 1945, because it scales, that it's almost impossible to heal away before the person dies.
Imagine if it's enraged. Then you just immediately die. The boys here have killed the final toxic monstrosity. That will be spawning Gunker here momentarily. They're going to grab these double slime elementals and 1 lurker off to the side while you see that squirt bot is running into position to be able to spawn to be able to spawn Gunker. Diegal Way has pulled the blood of the corruptor and all the mind-ridden tentacles from the middle obelisk there, and they're making their way towards Trixie and Nano.
So one thing to note about the ads in the obelisk, they don't actually give percentage at all for your enemy forces. And on top of that, they're also affected by almost all of the affixes. So they actually, they bolster, they drop sanguine, and so on. So they want to... So they're actually really annoying to deal with, specifically because they don't give any enemy forces. I always feel like, I mean, if I have to kill them, can you at least, let me give enemy forces? Or at least not have them be affected by affixes? But no. They are. So that's why Diegal Way had to deal with them in that way as they did. The boys, on the other hand, now fighting Gunker. The trash seems to be... so they dealt with the trash. They're now at 58%, and Gunker is going lower and lower. I like the clean run by the boys so far. They've definitely improved from the first time they've run this Junkyard earlier today.
I mean, it's just refined, being a little bit more refined in their strategy. I really want to see them push and try to do that for Obelisk with HK8 aerial oppression unit or whatever his name is. That would be just the cherry on top to be able to seal the deal. They still have all of their robots and everything, so they should be able to clinch it. But I guess we're going to see. Now the boys are mounting up. They have downed Gunker, and now they are making their way towards Cat Island, where Diegal Way is in the Trixie Nano area, dealing with some of these blasters. The blasters are actually fairly dangerous, and they're also doing double scrap bot, which does an exhaust cast and the gyro scrap. Dodging out of the way of both of those is fairly important.
Alright, so now they should be gathering for a pretty big pull here on the boys' side. We've seen lots of teams actually struggle on this one, so keep an eye on the boys. Jai actually going down almost immediately here.
Nagura?
Used all of the defensives as well and still went down. They do have a battle rush available, but it looks like they don't want to commit it.
You cursed them.
I did. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay, so leg sweep's coming out for Bob. You actually do see the cavalry has leapt off to the side. The cavalry's pretty easy to just outrange. Okay, so Bob, that's a sick move. He melts off the cavalry out of combat and then single target reses Chaya. In this area that Chaya and Bob are standing, there's all 3 bots.
Yeah.
So just a little bit of time there that was wasted. Maybe a little bit of desync of cooldowns, but nothing lost too much there.
Yeah, that's actually... That's probably like the best situation to die in this whole dungeon, right? You just get rest and you have 3 bots there immediately to just use. I think they definitely didn't lose a lot at all here, so well done to recover and well done to not commit a battle rest. Oh no, what?
Diegal Way has pulled the crawler with Trixie and Nano. Fredo got ran over by the car. Everything's gonna be fine. Honestly, everything's okay. I was a little bit overreacting.
You definitely were. They're totally fine. I don't know what you're talking about. But the boys on the other hand doing a pretty big pull. They gotta be careful because this pull, it is 45 raging, and now they're all in raging. Now the rapid fire comes out. It definitely one-shots you on a 1945 with the raging affix. So don't want to stand in that. We've seen some healers die to this already. Twice. Furo.
Nagura throwing shade once more.
I'm sorry. Furo is the best. But now the boys moving on. They're doing the last trash ball here. Now they haven't dealt with an obelisk yet. So I want them. Oh no, Red's going down.
Oh no, Reds! Right as Reds goes
too.
down, Bob cocoons himself, so you could see that Bob was trying to cocoon Reds at the last final millisecond. Uses on himself. Bob doesn't have meld up here. Everybody on the boys' side are going to be losing their shock bots. All right, Nigger, I concede. I think they should probably play the obelisk.
Yeah, but I really wanted to see them try the 4 obelisk, but now they'll probably have to do it, right? Because without the shock bots and everybody, it's going to be too hard for them to try. Looks like Reds is going off. Oh, they're dealing with some trash now, maybe? Because
no, Reds is grabbing the bot.
Yeah, they're grabbing the shock bots. Oh, he can gather everything for them to get the bots, and then they can just shut them out off, right? Mm-hmm. So it looks like they're just on a mission right now to get buffs. There we go. There's another one.
We love Alliance.
Did the ladder die again?
Shadow Meld used to be able to drop combat. Diegal Way is down. Trixie and Nano, now they're making their way towards Gabamac. I think that they just took the Gabamac area a little bit slower than other teams normally will. I think doubling up on that Toxic Monstrosity with the Mistweaver Monk is just such a time save, right, Nagura?
Sorry, what did you say?
Doubling up on the Toxic Monstrosity is such a time save, and Diegal Way probably should have done that to be able to make sure that they were still in the match.
That is definitely the play here on their side. I mean, they're actually still missing the first boss, right? I completely forgot about that. They still need to... Yeah, because they took the completely different route, right? Mm-hmm. Junkyard actually is such an open dungeon. You can go almost whichever way you want. So it's very interesting to see Diegal Way just choosing to do this. Oh no! Resgola going down. They do have a battle rest. They need to use the engineer rest though. They haven't engaged the boss either, so theoretically they could just go let him release. But no, they're committing the battle rest. And the boys play an obelisk. Oh no.
Yeah, yep, so they're playing Sandbreak the Beckoner. This is probably a pretty good obelisk for them to pick. The fears on the Tank Buster robot are fairly dangerous because if you get feared out of the arena, you immediately get zapped back in. And unfortunately, being zapped back in doesn't let you control where you're going to be standing. So pretty dangerous. Diegal Way here is going to be downing the double bully pull that they have started here momentarily, and then they will be on to Gabamac, where the boys should be starting the final boss of the instance here in just a second.
And I just feel for this Demon Hunter. I feel for the Demon Hunter because he went down again, but they should be able to finish this trash up and get the rest up on him, so not too much time lost. But the boys now are in front of that last boss. They do have the Bloodlust available if they don't forget to use it. And then they deal with the 3 obelisks. Now, the worst Awaken Mob to deal with is probably, I would say, the Tank Buster, because they don't have the Hunters to deal with the Spirit Breaker. Yeah. So it's going to be on Rats here, the debuff, which does increases damage taken. Interrupts should not be a big deal because they have 4 melee interrupts, right?
Yeah, and they are all ranged as well. Mind Freeze is Bob goes
Bob.
down. He got chains. He got sigil of chains. Both of the shock bots right on top of him. That's when you blame
Petco?
somebody else for
Petco went down again. I mean, they have another battle rest, so they could get Petco up as well. This can cause some issues though, because now they're missing bots on 2 players again, and Grievous and all of the incoming damage here is just causing a lot of issues. You see the Awaken mobs being pretty low though, so hopefully they're able to finish them off without any more issues, because now they're actually out of battle rests. So any other death cannot be saved anymore with a battle rest. We've already seen a team finish off this boss with 4 people though, so it is totally possible to one-face this boss with only 2 damage dealers.
Yeah. This dungeon is such a pressure cooker. Basically, once it starts cascading out of control, it falls out of control really quickly because you lose momentum, and then on top of losing momentum, you lose shock bots, which is an ample source of your damage. I know I said that was probably about 10%. That is still 10% that is going to elongate your pulls by a significant amount, and then at that point, it's really hard to tell if your tank or your healer are going to be able to allow you to live through that. Rads is doing a good job of hacking the mainframe here. The only one who has made it to the overcharge station at this point, while everybody else is...
Look at Shaya. Shaya is struggling so much with this gauntlet. I think this is the second time he got hit by it. And he tried to jump over, and then he... Oh no, Lalavra actually went down. Oh no, they actually need to be careful now, because everyone has 4 stacks of Grievous on them. And Bob has a hard time healing that. Bob is actually completely out of mana. And Rats is dropping really low. Like, they actually need to be careful here. Rats went down. I'm not sure if they can do it at this point. Bob's completely Does he have a mana pot? And now they are not even down. I don't think they'll make this. Yeah, this is going to be a full team wipe, actually. Because there's no way they have enough damage with only 2 damage dealers and the healer. And they're going to have to do all of this again now. And this time without that. Okay, so this can actually be a disaster here. If I was them, I would deal with obelisks now. I would not immediately go to the last boss again.
What is Diegal Way doing?
They're going for a walk.
I don't know what they're doing.
Wait, what are they doing?
Oh, hello, Urgroth.
Oh, snapped Urgroth.
Glad you could make it.
There we go.
Now, Zyro has just joined the channel, and now Zyro is crying, laughing from just Urgroth snapping up to Diegal Way. Diegal Way is at 76% trash count. The boys now are downing Blood of the Corruptor. If Diegal Way can get enough trash count and kill the final boss, they are also at a 8 death advantage over the boys, too. This is going to be closer than it should be, I feel like.
Okay, so they so they actually dealt with the obelisk now. I like this. Because the biggest problem we had earlier when Perplexed played, they just didn't, like, they just tried to do 4 obelisks over and over and over without having the defensive or offensive cooldowns and without having all of the bots, right? But now the boys, they know we don't have Bloodlust anymore, we don't have bots on everybody, we don't have battle rests, we're just gonna go and do the obelisk. Okay. And I think this is actually the smart play here.
Mage on the side of Diegal Way. Diego was sustaining 300k DPS, and that is the power of Mage right there. Blowing all of his cooldowns, he's able to instantly kill... he's able to instantly kill those Awakened mobs while cleaving onto that Tank Buster bot and successfully blinking through the hackathon over here. All right, so now everybody from Diegal Way makes their way back down. They're going to be attacking the HK8 aerial suppression unit once that does activate. Okay, so the hack has completed, and now they just have to DPS down the boss. Look at the trash count differential, though. Diegal Way still needs 20% trash count. I know for a fact that the pack at the top of the landing gives 21 count, and this is like, I think, a 300 some odd count dungeon, so it's not 20%. So they're going to need probably 3 more packs of trash, if I had to suspect, if they're pulling them one by one. Okay, so probably 2 more pulls.
Yeah. The boys actually dealing with Void Weaver as well. So not only did they deal with the blood, but they also deal with Void Weaver. So now, that is interesting. Okay, so dealing with Void Reaver as well means they only have to deal with one obelisk on the last boss. I feel like if they would have only dealt with blood and would have tried to do the double obelisk at the last boss, they still would have had a chance of winning. But now that they deal with the Void Reaver as well, I think this is gonna be almost, I mean, unless Diegal Way has a lot of issues.
Why did Diegal Way not one-phase the boss?
Oh, they didn't?
Okay, we watched a team, four-player the boss with one of their DPS down earlier.
Oh no,
Diegal
did they not
Way-
have combustion?
No, they didn't have combustion.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, I thought they were gonna win.
I thought they
Straight
were gonna
up.
win too, but now, I mean, I thought there's no way they're not gonna one-face it.
But they didn't have bloodless. Did
Well,
they? No, they have bloodless for the obelisk.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Did they not manage to get down as well? Like, were they all still
No,
up?
they did. They were clean
did
on
go
their
down?
they were clean on
Okay.
their descent.
Huh.
I think it was just cooldowns. I think they blew literally everything into the boss at the beginning, which is fine. Like I
I
totally
mean, yeah,
get it.
they have to deal with
They
the
just had
obelisks,
nothing.
right? So,
Yeah, they just had nothing left.
and it's really close to you. Maybe they just didn't get any procs. Corruption, please.
That one Twilight Death rock.
One toilet there.
All right, so Diegal Way, there's still an 8 death differential, so there is a chance that they
Yeah.
are able to win this, even though I think we would suspect that the boys are going to one-phase the HK8 aerial oppression unit.
Well, it looks like Diegal Way is now gathering some trash. They're actually pulling quite a bit here. This can be very dangerous for them, as
They're going for
Diego doesn't have combustion ready. This is going to be super hard for them to finish off without that combust. And it looks like their Demon Hunter is not even here either. I don't know
Where
where
is
their Demon
Rez?
Hunter is. I don't know.
Oh, Diego is spell stealing that gigantic buff off of the
The enlarge, yeah.
yeah the enlarge. It's from the I don't even know what the name of the mob is that casts it. I'm trolling at this point.
It doesn't matter.
But
don't worry.
anyways, yeah. Oh my goodness, Diegal Way has now pulled.
I don't know where their
hat.
Demon Hunter is.
Where is their demon
Is he
hunter?
going? Is he?
Rez.
No, he's going down. No.
Where is Rez?
Where's Rascal? Maybe he's looking for a shock bug.
I hope
Oh,
he's not
there he
looking
is.
for a shock bot.
Oh no, do you think he disconnected maybe?
Oh my god.
Oh, that would
No,
be
I
that
hope-
would be so
I
sad.
hope he did not disconnect. I hope he was.
No. He's meta
Wait,
ready
the boys
as well.
have somebody dead. Are they
Oh, no,
gonna
no,
miss
Meta
the
died.
one phase on the boss?
They have a
No,
battle rest
dude,
though.
please.
Where is he?
If they don't one phase the boss,
Bob is so low. He has no mana.
Please one phase the boss.
Okay, there we go.
Get
Yeah,
me
this
out of
might be hard.
Junkyard.
This might be hard for them to one face though. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get it.
Please get me out of Junkyard, dude. No, they're not gonna one phase the boss. Raz, come back,
Can they
man.
do it? Ooh, no, they won't. They won't.
No, they're not gonna.
They're
do
not
it.
making it. Oh my god.
Help! I'm trapped in Junkyard. Weekly no lever.
Where is the Ladra? Why didn't they get a rest off? Oh, yeah.
Raz is back, bro. Easy game.
Ooh, Raz is back. Okay, now, wait. They're gonna win now, right?
Yes,
they also have
they're
5 seconds
absolutely going to
advantage.
win.
Okay, they need 14% trash. All eyes
There's
on
a 5
Diegal Way.
5 death advantage.
Yep.
So 25 seconds, and they just need to get 14% count. This pull is not going to be 14% count though.
Alright, they'll just have to find a little bit more trash after this pull here. Well, the boys only has to deal with it. Okay, this is actually going to be really close. Like, this is going to be super close. As Diegal Way is trying to deal with this trash here. It looks like they're dealing with... So you're saying this does not give 13%?
No. This
Okay,
is
so
not
they
a
have
good
to
pull
find
count.
something. Ooh, it's dropping so low though because of that raging
That was a
45
fat
combination.
coil bear.
Oof.
Oh, we
They're actually going down.
No. This is not how this ends.
They're kiting it. Okay, so Diego is kiting it. Diego is the
There's a lot of
savior of
percent
this
left.
pool.
Wait,
4%.
is this actually
They can do
everything?
it. They can do it. Maybe this is it. This seems to be it. Oh,
I was
Diego
here?
went down. But now they're only 10 seconds.
Please.
Yeah, this is it. Or 2%.
Is that coil? Is that coiler? 2%.
I'm not sure. It better be.
Get me
Yes,
out.
there we go.
Oh, wow! Just when you think They were down and out. Diegal Way finds a way to get out of Junkyard first. Congratulations to them, but wow, Zyro, that was like a sequel. That was like a scary sequel of the last Junkyard run we had. You okay? You still with us?
No, I'm pretty not okay. Why do teams let this through? It's Fortified Raging Junkyard. Nobody wanted to play Junkyard before this weekend. What made them think, oh yeah, Fortified Raging, that's fine, let's play it for the first time?
It's a game of chicken, man. They just assume their opponent's gonna. They want to use their ban on something else.
Well,
Now we have to go to Tol Dagor, dude. No.
Yeah. That's right. Now we're gonna go on to Tol Dagor. Whew. This series is the gift that keeps on giving, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, I love this dungeon actually. I don't want them to ever ban this ever again.
Thank you, Nagura.
You're welcome.
We'll make sure to credit your credit you. You'll be set. You'll be set in Tol Dagor. You'll be sent to Tol Dagor like Tettles will be. He's bad. He's a bad egg.
What do you guys
I'm a
prefer
bad
watching,
boy.
Tol Dagor or Junkyard?
I think Junkyard. I like the
I'd rather
camera
watch
angles.
Junkyard. It's
Yeah.
more fun to watch.
Yeah, it's like, it's a lot more spacious, a lot more open and airy and everything like that. You got a lot of room to be able to wiggle around, and we saw a couple cool things. A couple corners to hide in, a couple of cogs to snap to. It's pretty good, Zyro. Except for the wipes and stuff.
I think my favorite part of that dungeon
Was it the ending?
was when Diegal Way was just running through the Shadow Realm, the Nyalotha realm, and they're like, where's the Awakened mob? There he is.
Oh, hello.
Reminds me of something that Lighty from Method and A said in Dranos' chat on Twitch the other night. People were like, how are people snapping the Awakened mob so effectively? And the way Lighty put it is, you just kind of run around until you find a pixel. Because those Awakened mobs want to snap. They will snap if they get the opportunity to. And I mean, he was just running down the middle of a pathway, and then there he is.
Yeah.
Must have found a pebble or something. So yeah, it's
Surprise! And that is going to be bringing us, as we had mentioned, to a game 3 onto Tol Dagor. So, I mean, Diegal Way was able to keep in on it, and it's crazy the nerves what must be going through the group, Nagura, when you're having catastrophic wipe after wipe, but you're like, wait, the other team's doing just as bad as we are. We still got this.
Yeah, and I think specifically for Diegal Way, as it's their first tournament play, right? This is their first cup, and now they're gonna be under so much pressure because I don't think anyone expects them to win against the boys, right? The boys are doing really well. They have lots of points, and they're definitely the favorites here. But now they have a real chance to get out of this lower bracket and win against the boys, because Tol Dagor is a very similar dungeon to Junkyard where lots of things can go wrong. So, I mean, there's a possibility for Diegal Way to actually win this. So I think they're going to be they're going to be very stressed now, I think.
I think there's a lot of stress for both of them on
Yeah.
this one. Like, the boys definitely were not wanting to go into that game with that sort of experience, right? And it's kind of another punch in the gut for them for a game that, we assume that they should be winning due to their seeding, due to their experience as well, Tettles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they should be handily beating Diegal Way just due to their experience and due to their seeding. But do you think that you attribute that to their preparedness, or do you think you attribute that to Junkyard? Because, personally, I attribute that to Junkyard. I suspect that they actually have put in a ton of practice on this dungeon. Dude, this dungeon is really easy to fiesta, though. I feel like it's just so easy to just lose control of, and then it's like next thing you know, you're two-phasing HK8 aerial oppression unit, and everybody's just kind of looking at you like, what's happening?
Yeah. I think that was the weird thing, is that when they didn't have the runic power to be able to res their buddy, they just said, all right, well, we're just going to, try to burn the boss and see what ends up, falling out at that point. But it's just painful to see with how we've experienced such clean runs and effectiveness on a variety of other dungeons there, Zyro. It's just kind of weird that we're going to this and we're like, back-to-back Junkyards, complete fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, not only are the affixes incredibly ridiculous to deal with, Fortified Raging itself is bad, then it's hard to deal with on its own. And then you throw on Grievous as well on that final boss.
Yeah, the extra...
Bob was zooming.
You saw what happened to the boys. They should have killed that boss and finished the dungeon off at 16 minutes, but their healer was and everyone had a 4-stack of Grievous. They didn't need their tank to stay alive. If he could have kept those 2 DPS alive, they could have potentially one-phased it with the shock bots, but it's just... it's so difficult to deal with, not to mention just pulling awakened mobs on top of the final boss as well. There's so little room to maneuver there, and I think every single time we've seen that pulled, we've seen at least one player go down. So it's just so hard. It's so hard to deal with, and the boys were doing so well. I mean, they got through the first 3 bosses in like 8 minutes, and then somehow spent 17 minutes trying to finish off the final boss.
It's just that like ticking damage whenever they're hacking the mainframe at that point. Just little extra sparks that, you know, despite AMS or darkness or, you know, any sort of defense, actually it's just all DK. So despite all the AMS in the world, it's not gonna last forever. And Grievous keeps on stacking as your healer's trying to alternate between hacking mainframe and between spamming everybody. And when you don't have anything to hit on top of it, you're just spamming even harder because you can't extend the duration of any renewing mist. So your Vivifies are even less efficient than before, and you pretty much burned all your mana keeping everybody alive throughout all of those obelisks as well. So just absolute nightmare scenario, and I don't really know why we have that extra bit of damage coming out whenever they are doing the hacking system, because, you know, Fortified, Tyrannical, doesn't matter. That extra damage with Grievous is really just the thing that's going to be destroying them on that one. But let's start turning our conversation over to Tol Dagor as we get ourselves ready to see who is going to be eliminated throughout this. Tol Dagor, we've had some incredibly rough times between these teams, but between, you know, multiple different teams, but we've also, you know, had very challenging affixes in the past. We've had Ballstring, we've had Sanguine on, you know, last week on NA, for example. It's a bit more of a breather, but Quaking can still be, you know, quite a hindrance in Tol Dagor, especially Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, in Tol Dagor you have very small little corridors, and Quaking can definitely cause some issues. And then you have Grievous, again, which can always cause some problems, and Fortified. Now, Fortified, not too big of a deal. I think Tol Dagor is actually harder on Tyrannical, just because the trash is being dealt with you deal with the cannons with the trash, right? So Fortified doesn't really matter in that regard. But Tyrannical does make the bosses more difficult, and you can't kill the bosses with the cannons, so therefore I think Fortified is definitely a little bit easier. But this time they don't have Sanguine, so it will also be easier to deal with the cannons. Now you still have to deal with Just Howlist, which we've seen so many teams in the past just have problems with. They always pull a Just Howlist through this cage, and then you just have a tank death here, or you miss an interrupt and the fear is going out, and you have a full team wipe, and it costs you like 3 or 4 minutes. So definitely lots of things that can still go wrong in Tol Dagor, and also going to be very careful there with pulling things through walls or ceilings because of corruption procs, for example.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The final game between the boys and Diegal Way is getting underway as Tol Dagor gets rolling.
Alright, so we see the boys already gathering a lot of trash here, using that Bloodlust, and it looks like they're also engaging the Sand Queen. Diegal Way, on the other hand, also popping Bloodlust, but only dealing with trash and not pulling Sand Queen on top.
So big distinction between the two teams right here is you actually do see from the boys, they're running with that Vengeance Demon Hunter. It gives you a little bit more control over the cannon pulls. It gives you a little bit more control over this first Sand Queen pull, where Diegal Way is playing that Conflict and Strife Protection Warrior. Very good at kiting out all the crabs and the Vice Jaws with that Thunderclap root, but just a little bit less control. I think Diegal Way not running the double DK is the reason that they can't pull all of this trash into the boss. Like the boys, Rads is able to tank the Sand Queen plus all the trash because he knows, like, all of that trash is on a time limit, whereas Diegal Way, the time limit is just significantly larger on how long that trash will take to die.
And one thing we haven't really talked about yet, I believe, is the fact that Diegal Way with their Paladin pick, their Holy Paladin pick, has a pretty big disadvantage for some of these dungeons because they don't actually, they can't be Night Elves. A Paladin cannot be a Night Elf, and therefore they do not have Shadow Melt on a Paladin, and there's no other way for them to drop combat. So if there's some sort of skip that you want to do with Shadow Melt, or if you have, let's say, a wipe and you want to Shadow Melt off and then do a Mass Stress, that's something that Diegal Way cannot do because of that Holy Paladin pick. While the boys, of course, they're all either Night Elves or they are Rogues, which can just vanish.
Yeah, exactly. The boys here have now made their way up to the Blood of the Corruptor obelisk. They're going to be moving those eyeballs on a stick in trying to line of sight them to cancel their Mind Flay cast to make sure they teleport into melee. Once they teleport into melee, then the Death Knights will be able to blow them up immediately, as well as Petco. We see Petco on that rogue. I think we saw earlier it was Method EU that was electing to not play a rogue in Tol Dagor. I do still like the rogue pick in Tol Dagor. One of the tried and true dungeons for rogue is that TD, because you are able to misdirection the healer with that Tricks of the Trade threat on those cannon shots. Makes it just really easy.
Yeah, definitely. I agree that the rogue has so many advantages here in Tol Dagor, and overall it's probably just the best pick, unless you really can make up for the rogue. But yeah, it's just makes it so much easier. But we've seen freeholds being played now without rogues as well, where the hunters are basically just taking over the job of a rogue. But I think in Tol Dagor there's still more things, like bigger advantages compared to freehold. So I like the rogue pick here. Just interesting to see Petco actually playing the rogue, because Naladra, which is playing the DK here, mains rogue on live servers for like a really long time. But I assume Petco maybe just doesn't know how to play DK? No, he actually
we saw
played DK.
Petco play DK last dungeon.
Yeah, so why isn't Naladra playing rogue? That is actually interesting. I'm gonna have to ask them about that.
Well, Petco may be that may be their better combination. Like Naladra as a rogue main on rogue may be worse than like Petco on rogue and Naladra on DK, or a Petco on than Petco on DK and Naladra on rogue. It's just like the combination may be worse.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what.
Interesting.
It's just practice, right? It takes a lot of practice. And Petco has a very geared rogue on live that he plays a significant amount.
Yeah, maybe he's just more comfortable in rogue compared to DK, and he hasn't been playing DK that much, right? I think it's just in that like triple DK dungeon that they're playing, and let's be honest here, it didn't go too well. So. Well,
he's the first person to go to Hunter, right? Yeah. So
true. Yeah.
He's the first person to go to Hunter, so it doesn't really make sense for him to practice DK a ton if you have two other DK players.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, Diegal Way is dealing with Void Weaver here, actually. So they're dealing with that first obelisk. Well, the boys, they're already in the Just Howlist area, dealing with this big trash pool. This is one of the most dangerous trash pools in the whole dungeon, just because there's so much cast going that need to be interrupted. And this trash group is actually easier to deal with when you play Horde, because the Watery Dome can be dispelled by using the Blood Elf Rachel. But they're obviously playing Alliance, so they don't have that available to them, and they don't have any other way to get rid of that that Watery Dome. So definitely a little bit easier to deal with on Horde side.
So Diegal Way has played Voidweaver Malthier Obelisk after the Sand Queen, and has brought it up to this floor that is right beneath the Jess Howlist floor. Now they are playing all of these looters, these little rat Vulpira things, these rodents, and are killing them in the corner with the Thug. A pretty standard pull from Diegal Way, honestly. They're doing, again, it's very similar to what you would do in more of like a live key scenario. They're doing like an accelerated live key route, where the boys here have pulled Jess Hallis. They're making their way down his floor to be able to DPS him down with Bobby at the very end here. They're not pulling him through the wall, which, I mean, I don't mind. I think we watch a lot of teams wipe to that, right?
Yeah, I think that is one thing that we've seen happen so many times and so many teams wipe to. I really wondered why so many teams are actually trying to do it when it fails so many times, specifically in that Tol Dagor, especially when you have like difficult affixes to deal with. But teams just are trying it over and over and over, and it just didn't work out. So I think I actually like the boys dealing with this, especially because this is the lower bracket game. If they lose this game, they're out. This is very, very important to them. And we saw in the Junkyard that Diegal Way, they don't have those fast strategies like some of the other teams, right? Because this is their first MDI. They are not running this meta comp. So they definitely run slower strategies. But if the boys, you know, like if they go super big and they mess it up, like we just saw in the Junkyard, then there's definitely a chance they lose. So I think I like that they maybe just try to go a little bit safer, just deal with the Just Howlist room before you pull Just Howlist, and so maybe dealing with some of the obelisks that they would deal with otherwise. You see they're dealing with this one here as well with Samrak. And I think as long as they play cleanly, they should overall just be ahead. So I think I like what they're doing here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Now they're playing Samrek. Overseer Korgus is really hard to play with more than 2 obelisks, and the reason for that is because these awakened mobs and the Heartstopper Venom combo, like it's you can't move is basically how the Heartstopper Venom works. And so with that being said, getting feared in an uncontrolled direction is not exactly ideal, or playing the Blood of the Corruptor is just like, can't move out of that. Okay, I guess we can't play this. We must play him by himself. So the boys downing the 2 mobs that make you move the most with Samrek and the Blood of the Corruptor here. And then they're gearing themselves up to be able to look to do a pretty substantial cannon pull right after Samrek goes down.
Yep, and they're up to 46% trash on the boys' side, while Diegal Way is slightly behind, 39%. But, I mean, Diegal Way, they're not too far behind, right? They definitely are a boss behind, they're just halvest behind. But if the boys make a mistake here in the cannon area, which always costs you a lot of time, any sort of mistake here in the cannon area, specifically if the mistake happens after you've already used the cannon shots, that will cost you a lot of time. But we see the grip come in by Rats here on the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and now the Ring of Peace coming out to be able to gather all of this up, and that was beautifully done actually. So no problem for them as they get up to 65% trash with that cannon pull there.
Yep. No drat, no math here from Nagura. Definitely up to 65%. Now you actually see Rads is trying to group up this Marine and these officers and these Flamecasters. They're going to group line of sight these mobs around the corner to try to get everything grouped, and once those do get stacked up, Rads will then peek out. Actually, Bob peeks out around the right-hand side, grabbing that backpack. The backpack patrols all the way through the front pack, proxy combating it. Now Rads is standing in the middle of everything, trying to get it grouped up on that corner. Then Petco will jump in the heavy cannon and firing off all the shots. Rads drops incredibly low, but it should be fine. Ring of Peace comes out, and now 5 shots will just be the end of this trash pack. The boys, it's looking pretty solid right there.
Yeah, and this is the power of Vengeance Demon Hunter for these kind of pulls here as well, right? Oh no, actually, Peko killed Naladra here with the last cannon shot, unfortunately. But thankfully, it was the last shot. It was the last shot, so they can mass rest him back up. And Diegal Way having a lot of issues here in this trash pull, unfortunately. We saw Rasgola, Rogue, and the tank go down. Looks like they're trying to kite this out, but Fredo, see, this is a problem of not having Shadow Melt. If he actually would be playing a Night Elf class, he would have been able to run off Shadow Melt and rest everyone back up. But because he's playing that Paladin, that's not an option here, unfortunately.
Yeah, the boys here are playing Urgroth's Breaker of Heroes instead of playing him with Overseer Korgus like we've seen some teams do, and just standing in the Dark Fury, then focusing him down. They elect to take a significant safety strategy and just playing him by himself. I don't hate this.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I mean, I think when if you're the boys, right, and you're in this lower bracket and you play against the number 8 seed, you win the first game and you're confident, and then the second game happens, right? The Junkyard happens, you lose, and maybe at first they were like all in good mood and everything was fun, but after you lose that Junkyard, maybe you're just like, okay guys, we need to play this engine clean. We do not want to end up, I don't know, wiping 3 times to the last boss because we tried to do it with 4 obelisks or whatever. We just need to play this cleanly, and we definitely gonna win. So I like the call here, and everyone is 100% focused, having good execution. This is definitely not a time or a strategy that they would be playing against, let's say, a Perplexed Method EU, right? They definitely wouldn't be playing 3 obelisks then before the last boss. But I like that they adapt this strategy and play it this way against Diegal Way. I think it's a very good adaptation.
It's a good audible. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now they're on the Nightcap Theory, which is basically, please don't let my barrels get in an infinite chain, and then you're kind of home free. We saw a team wipe on this boss last weekend in a region. That would be. If the boys were going to chain infinite barrels and wipe on this boss, I'd be so upset.
That happened last weekend, right?
Yeah, I don't remember who it was. It was just like, I think Jack and I were casting. It was just a mess. Basically, okay. Tip for you at home: as the healer, it is your moral obligation for you to move the barrels, but that doesn't mean your DPS can just not move the barrels too. Like, everybody should be moving the barrels. DPS, tank, healer. Dude, if your healer's trolling and trying to like do as much damage in melee, you as a DPS still move that barrel. I know it sucks. I'm sorry. It's not fun. But like, dude, getting yourself caught in an infinite barrel chain is just infuriating. Because this is the dumbest boss to wipe to.
I feel like the healers shouldn't always be blamed. I mean, why don't the damage dealers just help a little bit once in a while, you know? Right?
Did the boys miss
Oh,
count?
they're missing
The
count.
boys missed count. They
Yeah,
need
they have to go
88%,
back.
don't they?
Yeah,
They need
they're actually missing
88%.
count.
Oh my goodness.
We praised them again, and this is what happens, right? We say how well
Wait.
they're adapting their strategy, and then they end up not having enough percentage.
Wait, hold on. They have one obelisk left to play. Are they actually
Yeah.
missing count? It's 88% without any obelisks. I don't know what it is.
It's
with
hard
an
to tell,
obelisk.
right? Because they have percentage. Like, we don't see the enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
like,
We don't see
count.
count. I don't know. I
So-
don't know what it is. Yeah.
I mean, I assume they know what they. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running back, right? So they definitely know they're missing count. Otherwise, they would not be dealing with this officer here. But yeah, it was just a little bit, of course. Like, obviously, it's not a huge deal that they were missing. Maybe, I assume this officer should have been pulled on the first cannon pull, and maybe Rats just forgot about it, or it reset weirdly, or I don't know.
reset or something.
Yeah, maybe it reset,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyways, back to our rant. Healers are not people and absolutely should be moving the barrel. I'm not Captain Leary. Thank you, Jack. I don't know if we have Jack's mic, but he's in the background going. Anyways, but yeah, move your barrels for your healers. Help them. It was more the point of everything. All right, so the boys here are grouping up all the mobs. You do see that Sigil of Misery coming down. Sigil of Chains there right after the first cannon shot to group everything up. Mobs are starting to get a little bit spread, but 2 kicks come out from the DK, and everybody's kind of chilling.
There we go. They're up to 98% trash now. That should be the amount that they need. Now they obviously still have 1 obelisk to deal with the last boss, so that should be the rest. And they also have their Bloodlust available for this boss fight. It's Void Weaver, right? So they have to deal with Void Weaver, which, if you have 4 melee interrupts, so 1 tank plus triple melee, it really should not be a problem. There shouldn't be any cast going through. And even if a cast goes through, they have defensives to deal with that one, so they should be alright. They have cloaks and AMS on their melees. Now they're just gonna be a little bit careful with those explosive bursts, but with a triple melee comp, the explosive burst, even if you get doubles, it's not actually as big of a deal. Bob actually dropping really low though.
Yeah. I just read something in chat. It says I told them not to play the Dratnus expert route. Do you think backtracking is part of the Dratnus expert
Oh, Bob
route?
going down actually.
Oh
They
my
do have
goodness.
battle res available, so they're
Please
getting
res.
back up. There we go. Bob is back up, and they should be able to do this. But yeah, actually some issues here, unfortunately, on the boy side, even with only having to deal with the Void Weaver. Now Void Weaver actually going down though. I mean, Grievous does make this boss a bit more difficult. Bob going down again. They have another battle rest, but this is going to be hard for them to recover because they have Grievous and everybody.
Everybody's so
yeah,
deep in
everybody's
Grievous, man.
really low, really high in Grievous stacks, and this might be difficult. Petco going down. They have no more battle rests. And Bob is super low.
The boys,
Bob is
please,
going down.
no,
Okay,
what?
this is a full team
Are
wipe.
they getting melee through the floor? What are they dying to?
I'm not really sure, but this is a full team wipe, and Diegal Way
They have to
is
be getting
on
melee
there.
through the floor, right? They can't be dying to any, like, what? Is it getting breathed on by the wind?
I mean, explosive burst? And the Grievous stacks, I don't know. I mean, I think it was just... I mean, I don't know, but the Diegal Way, they definitely have a chance now.
These guys do
catch
26s
back
on
up.
live. There's no way they're wiping to a 15
Yeah,
or
that-
to a 19.
I mean, yeah, that definitely seems weird. They do have to deal with the Deadeye cast, right? Because they don't have a Havoc Demon Hunter to like Blade Dance it. But that shouldn't really cause any... I think that was why Bob dropped low the first time. It looked like, at least, that it was a Deadeye cast that he dropped low off. And then he just didn't manage to get out of the Grievous. But anyway, they have to deal with the Spider again. Now this can actually be a huge problem for them because they don't have Bloodlust available. They're missing some of their other offensive cooldowns. and they are out of battle resist, so they need to be very careful here to be able to finish this off.
Yeah, well, no bloodlust is pretty bad. As long as they can continue to rotate kicks through Voidweaver mouth here, should be fine. I think you were right. I actually think that their cast sequence on Korgus was just terrible. They were getting doubles, but they were getting a Deadeye in between the doubles. But I don't know.
I think like tanking the boss here also makes it a little bit more difficult because you're running triple melee, right? So you already have pretty limited space, and then you have to tank it here because of Voidweaver, and you're like really boxed in. And then on top of that, you have Quaking. You see how Quaking can cause some issues here, specifically because you get stunned if you move too much. So if you have to spread out for Quaking and Explosive Burst and so on, it can definitely cause lots of problems here. And Grievous really does make this fight more difficult. It's not tyrannical, but if you get a bunch of double Explosive Bursts and you have Grievous and everybody stacking up and then Deadeye cast in the middle, can definitely cause me. There's another double as well for them. If you get Explosive Burst after Deadeye, it's a double cast for sure, and this is why we see them actually drop pretty low. But this time they did manage to recover, and it looks a lot better for them now. So they should be able to do this as long as they manage to spread out for these Quakings.
I mean, Diegal Way, now on to Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. They have down Knight Captain Valeri. I would say a little bit too little too late. Would you agree, Nagura?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit too late for them. I mean, they're dealing with all of the obelisks, actually, which, to be honest, I mean, everyone is doing that on live servers here too, right? No one is actually dealing with an obelisk on Overseer Korgus on live servers. I think that's definitely like an MDI thing that you do, because Korgus is one of the most difficult bosses to deal with when you have obelisks, because you can't move, there's very limited space, you have the ignition, you have just cannons shooting everywhere, and it really makes it difficult. But now the boys are actually downing Overseer Korgus here, and I mean, that was closer than it should have been, as they're now winning against Diegal Way 2-1. But oh man, they must be relieved on that one.
Relieved?
I mean,
I would think they'd be tilted.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting late on the EU side, and they need to work out whatever's going on and get some good night's sleep, because they cannot be playing like this tomorrow. The boys pull through and win in Tol Dagor over Diegal Way, but you know, past couple games are just absolutely not pretty at all, Zyro. Yep. This is Zyro.
Thank you, Zyro.
Wonderful.
I'm at a loss for words. That's definitely the case. I mean, they're not going to be able to do anything to Deplete from Beyond tomorrow if they play like that. So
okay, so as a point of reference, the boys in Deplete from Beyond are right now tied, I believe, for the third spot in the standings. The boys are playing like Self-Reliance and Pain for Fem are still within striking distance, and if the boys play like they played today, tomorrow, I believe that Self-Reliance or Paint for Fem absolutely can pass them.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's just an absolute time for these teams to just really step up and figure out what's going on.
So Rads did confirm it was a mob hitting them through the floor, which is what it looked like. That's what it looked like. Bob was dying. I was like, what did you just get hit by? Is this just breathed on?
Of all the things, like we kind of hinted at the start of the dungeon as well, Nagar, the ability for these mobs to start hitting players through the floor is just absolute disastrous.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it either. I mean, there's no way Bob can out-heal that damage, and it's aggro on him as well, right? And there's no way the tank can over-aggro the healer aggro there, and it's just horrible when it happens, and there's nothing you can really do against it either. So just unfortunate for them that it happened on the last boss, but thankfully they managed to pull it off anyway, because that would have been heartbreaking if they ended up losing because of that.
Yeah, and well, this is certainly a very rough series for the boys. We've already seen what they are capable of, and that's probably what makes it the most heartbreaking as well, Tettles, is we know that the team is better than this. We know that they've been able to pull off some big wins when it counts. So back-to-back rough series is just like, What's going on? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, even the Corgus thing is almost whatever to me. The
Yeah.
fact that they missed count is like...
I think they miscount because they adapted their strategy to play safer, right? Like, there's no way they deal with only one obelisk on the last boss if they would be playing against, let's say, Perplexed or whatever. So I think because they adapted their strategy, they maybe didn't like have 100% count because of it.
Sure. It would have to be that because,
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at, what we knew that they were able to do previously, and I guess that's one of the things that we've kind of talked about before, Zyro, where, if a team pumps the gas, if they say, all right, let's just make sure we get this done, let's make sure we get through this, and then they end up starting to mess things up very slightly because they're not running the same route that they're used to.
Yeah, the thing to remember is that a lot of these routes are like very nailed down to the point where they have cooldowns planned out for each pack. So if you try to make some on-the-fly calls in the middle of the cup just because you're playing against a team you don't think you need to run your fastest route against, you could just not have cooldowns prepared for packs that you would normally have them for, and that's one potential problem with just pumping the brakes a little bit. So I'm gonna chalk it up to maybe some nerves, maybe Junkyard not being practiced, and of course you can't really do anything about a mob hitting you to the floor until that's just
course.
unlucky.
Yeah.
So they really need to get it together against Deplete from Beyond tomorrow, because the thing is, with the way that this bracket is actually like shaping up, if Paint for Fem wins this next match against ECLATAX, the loser of this match, the loser of the next round match between the boys and Deplete from Beyond would be in a tie for top 4 with the winner of the Self-Reliance and Paint for Fem match, if that person goes on to lose in the semifinals.
We're gonna have a tiebreaker this weekend, aren't we?
Yeah, as we check out this bracket, like you mentioned, Paint for Fem, we're kind of expecting them to move forward past ECLATAX as well, but we'll see, because that's going to be our final series of the day. And there's going to be a lot of teams vying for those spots, and it's a very, very crowded tournament right now for those 3rd and 4th place positions, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams who want to get that 3rd and 4th spot, and it's so incredibly close. And Pain for Fem is one of those teams, right? We're going to see them play against ECLATAX now, and Pain for Fem did not have the best performance in their first game today. And ECLATAX kind of surprised a lot of people because this is the first tournament, they're the number 7 seed, but they had a pretty impressive Freehold strategy where they were even ramping up to kiting the last Awaken mobs on the last boss, which is something we have never seen from a new team before, just really adapting to the strategies. And it also looks like they're really good at multi-classing as well. They're playing the meta comps in almost all of the dungeons. So, I mean, there's definitely a chance that ECLATAX can win against Paint for Fem. So, Paint for Fem definitely needs to bring their A game here.
That's right. They can't really fall in the same kind of trap that the boys did in this past series, even though the boys did get through it. But we're taking a quick break before our final series of the day between Paint for Fem and ECLATAX. So don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back in just a few.
Yeah, I mean, just this game before, right? The boys and Diegal Way, I mean, it was a lot closer than we thought. And ECLATAX also is one of those teams that it's their first cup, and they're looking better than I think any other like 7th or 8th seed that we've ever seen before. So Pain for Fam definitely needs to make sure they're playing well here, because they're gonna be out if they lose this one. So this is an elimination match, and Pain for Fam needs to do well here, because they need to get a pretty high spot if they want to make it to that global later this year.
Yep, and it just becomes more and more difficult for these guys to be able to make it to those globals as well here, Tettles, because the bracket just gets tighter and tighter as you go forward.
Absolutely. Jack, did you catch that lower third?
So
It's just
I just saw a little like phone call emoji as I looked over, and then it disappeared on me.
Oh, you didn't miss anything. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. I know you always got my back, my best interests at heart.
but yeah, dude, I feel like ECLATAX, if they started this this run earlier on, like in the first two cups, I felt like they could actually be contenders in the Paint for Fem, Self-Reliance, the boys, maybe even the Deplete from Beyond range of teams. They also have the most support out of a team that I've seen in a hot minute. People spamming saxophones that say, spam the sax to support ECLATAX. And then the Raka Take My Energy meme as well.
That's right.
I like the support. I like it.
Crazy support.
I like the support. I love the support.
Yeah, but you gotta have people watching your back as well. But let's take a look at our standings real quick here, as we're looking, like I was mentioning, about how tight this is going to be for teams, and a lot of tiebreakers potentially throughout tomorrow, Dranos.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paint for Fem and Self-Reliance are the two teams that are kind of most under the gun here. Deplete from Beyond in a pretty good standing right now. They are so Deplete from Beyond and the boys, they are looking for 4th place or better, whereas Self-Reliance and Paint for Fem are looking for 3rd place to guarantee that getting through. Anything slightly worse than that is probably going to land each team in that tiebreaker scrum. But because of the way that our bracket lines up, we are basically guaranteed to get to that point, unless we have some upsets relating to like the 1 and 2 slots in our tournament this weekend. Unless those 1 and 2 slots aren't Perplexed and Method EU, then is going to be a tiebreaker after the grand finals tomorrow, which is going to be hype.
It'll be extremely, extremely hype onto that one. So let's start talking about our next matchup, as we see it, our final one as well, between Paint for Fem and ECLATAX. Nigger, we're talking about how we're going to be looking at Atal'Dazar to start us off with time trials once again.
Yeah, and Atal'Dazar dungeon where ECLATAX actually had a pretty good time. They're 14:44, while Paint for Fem has a 13:42 time. So it's just 1 minute difference between those two times, and anything can, if you have one mistake on Paint for Fem's side that cost him a minute, then it's definitely a place for ECLATAX to win this dungeon. So interesting to see that Paint for Fem banned Freehold, because we've seen ECLATAX play Freehold before, and we were complimenting them on their strategy because they were ramping up to do this whole kiting on the last boss. So I think Paint for Fem actually a little bit scared maybe of their Freehold strategy, that it might be closer than they hoped, and then therefore they just banned that Freehold.
Big shout out to ECLATAX though, banning that Junkyard.
Yeah.
That is like
Heroes, honestly.
That's right.
That is a big move. Earlier today when I was like, oh, I don't think teams are going to ban Junkyard against Paint for Fem, that was after Paint for Fem lost a Junkyard with like a 16-minute run that would have been better than like almost every other Junkyard we've ever saw since. So Paint for Fem might be relatively excellent at that map, actually.
Well, then we're also getting, like a nice quick dungeon to get us started as well. So, nothing, hopefully, I think, knock on wood here, as we look at it, Settles, it's going to be dipping in too long, seeing Atal'Dazar to start us off. Motherlode shouldn't be too bad. I think it's just going to be Sanguine.
Yeah, basically, so Atal'Dazar, necrotic management, whether or not your tank is able to get the fattest dwarf racials of 2020 and be able to remove his stacks, and then, yeah, like you said, Sanguine management for Motherlode.
That's right. All right, we're ready to go as Paint for Fem and ECLATAX are fighting for their tournament lives in Atal'Dazar.
There we go. We already see a mirror comp. So ECLATAX definitely showing that they can play these kind of meta comps in all of the dungeons so far. We see the double DK plus the Hunter for both of those teams, as both of them are gathering a really big pull. ECLATAX doing this big pull, while Pain for Femme is actually doing a snap onto Rasan.
Yeah, Pain for Femme using the Angry Toast snap to move the entire team to Razan here with a bunch of that trash from the left-hand side. Wow, this this is really sketchy. They are going to be okay, though.
So Alex
ECLATAX,
going down
though.
and their tank going down as well. They did manage to finish it off, or it looks like at least. But yeah, they're already up to 3 deaths, though. Just a chain reaction here from one of their DKs going down, then they're missing interrupts and the damage, and therefore their tank goes down. Oh no, this Colossus is actually so huge because of all of the trolls dying around it.
Oh, it's coming.
They're just trying to cut it out, but...
Oh, no.
It does so much damage. Oh no. There we go. They didn't manage to finish it off. But yeah, that unfortunately cost them quite a bit of time.
That's... that was spicy there for a moment, but ECLATAX able to get through with only 4 deaths that first pull, getting them 29% count. Pain for Femme getting a little bit less trash count, but they are killing Razan in the meantime, so definitely an efficient strategy coming out from Pain for Femme. Meanwhile, ECLATAX going into that obelisk. That's going to allow their cooldowns time to reset while they make their way to Priestess Lunza.
Yeah, and it looks like there's still some Sky Screamers up here for Pain for Femme as well. Now they're up to 25% trash, and of course also Rasan being down, and their Bloodlust committed as well. ECLATAX, on the other hand, do you think they forgot about their Bloodlust? They must have forgotten.
Maybe, or maybe this is a very optimistic, we're only getting 1 Bloodlust this dungeon, let's use it on Yasma.
You think
But
so?
I don't think they're in the sub 10-minute range with their pathing here like we saw from Method EU. So yes, I believe that they probably made a mistake there with the Bloodlust. The question is, maybe they're planning to use it on this pull. So if they use it right now, they'll get it back right like at the middle or end of Yasma. So yeah, here it is on this. This is surprising to me though. I think this pull is easier. Oh, they're pulling in the side stuff too. So that might be they may be only able to do that with the Bloodlust. Those 2 side enemies. That's going to get them quite a bit of count. Meanwhile, Pain for Femme snapping the mid pack and a bunch of other things. Femme taking so much damage.
This is so interesting.
All of his defensives used here.
This is so interesting to see because all of the Atals we've seen so far had completely different strategies by all 4 teams that we've seen. And this is a time trial dungeon, right? And all of the times we're very close to one another. But all of the teams just managing to get the time for time trials with completely different strategies. This is really, really nice. And I like that Atal is such an open dungeon where you can really do those kind of different routes and strategies.
Yeah, and the affix is really changing what's possible in here this week relative to previous weeks when we've had stuff like bolstering in here, really throwing a wrench into things. ECLATAX about to get their first boss done, but they still have Razan alive. So they're going to need to find a way to get down there. Maybe they'll do a snap down as well. Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's reset.
Oh, no. Oh, that's bad.
No.
That's not what you want to have happen on that boss. So somebody didn't collect a cursed blood pool, and instead of killing the boss, they accidentally healed it. And then they all ran down the stairs thinking it would die.
Yeah, but
it did not die.
It looks like they all had the debuff. Maybe someone picked it up too early? I think maybe they picked it up too early, and then it ran out.
Yeah, maybe it expired.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody used something like, I don't know, some kind of immunity or something, threw a wrench into things. I'm not sure, but that is a huge bad thing for ECLATAX.
Yeah, that is definitely a huge time loss. Yeah, Pain for Femme, they did deal with their son. Looks like the observer view is not on the correct person.
We're just taking a look at Alunza performing her ritual here. We'll see if anything happens to interrupt her. Oh no, some adventurers are on the way. That's gonna ruin Alunza's day.
Oh, she doesn't like that one as they're pulling all
Wow, look at all this stuff that they're bringing here. They're bringing that Colossus onto Alunza. Oh, Ricky goes down though.
They do have a battle rest, so they get him back up here, but they need to make sure they immediately get their blood pools for the transfusion cast. But Femme is dropping really low. He does not have any defensives available anymore. No racial, no shield will no last stand. Definitely needs to be sure to recover here and somehow reset his necrotic as well as the transfusion is going out. And it looked like Miwa didn't actually have a blood, so Alunza healed to 96%. It looked like they did not have the blood debuffs on everybody, so lots of issues here for Pain for Femme as well. While ECLATAX now managed to finish off Priestess after getting a reset on her. Now, Painter Fam still quite a bit ahead because, I mean, if you look at the trash percent, there are a lot of trash ahead. So Painter Fam, even with the heal going off in Alunza, still ahead. And then ECLATAX also has to deal with Rezan, which, I mean, Rezan is a boss that takes a lot longer than Priestess does. I mean, in theory.
Unless you heal Priestess, yes,
Unless
which
you heal, yeah.
unfortunately Painter Fam did do. So I think we might be seeing an extra transfusion, increasing the time of this boss fight back up to a normal boss fight time. Very unfortunate sequence of events for both teams on Alunza. The timer's still looking pretty good, though, for Paint for Fem, given how much of that trash count they have, given this is their second boss going down.
Yeah, definitely. ECLATAX also doing some of these snapping pulls here. So they're dealing with some of the skyscrapers. Oh no, one of the DKs. Okay,
they're jumping down
okay,
intentionally.
okay.
Yeah, they want to go Razan.
Okay.
They're not going to be snapping anything onto Razan, so this is definitely a spot where their route could probably be sped up by adding some kind of misdirection here. Looks like they are going to go grab 2 skyscrapers maybe, or maybe they're just making their way over to the stairs for the line of sight purposes, as sometimes the line of sight on this side of the arena can be a little finicky.
It just doesn't work at all, right? Which is what finicky
That was
means.
my diplomatic way of saying that. Yep. they're gonna. The staircase here, though,
as
is
a caster. As a melee, not so much, I guess. But as a caster, very annoying if you have to walk all the way to one side and then walk all the way back to the stairs because of that line of sight mechanic just not working on the side pillars here on this side. But since they are playing Night Elves, all of them, they can just make sure they Shadow Melt off the Fixate cast, and then the boss will not move at all. It will be a little bit more damage on the tank, because if you Shadow Melt off the Fixate, of course, you get more bleed effects on the tank. But it is a fortified environment, so it should not be too big of a deal for them to heal that off.
All right, we got some Skyscreamers getting misdirected down now. They'll be joining the fun for ECLATAX, adding a little bit of count, but this is still not like a massive pull onto Razan like we've seen out of the fastest times in this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean...
Pain for Fem, meanwhile, going into that obelisk.
Yeah, so they're not doing the kiting strategy, otherwise they would not be dealing with that obelisk, right? We've seen the kiting strat out of Method EU earlier with their sub 10-minute timer, but Pain for Fem dealing with that, dealing with the tank buster definitely means that they will just make sure they finish off, which is, I mean, interesting because they're at 100% trash percentage, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what has happened here.
Oh,
with,
maybe they just
with
use it
Pain
for
Fem.
skip. Oh, they're not actually killing it. Yeah, they just
Maybe,
skipping.
yeah, maybe they have somebody in the realm
What?
there, or maybe they're gonna kite 3 obelisks. The first time we saw Atal'Dazar kited, it was 3 obelisks, and Urgroth is actually the enemy that is the most problematic when doing the kite, as we saw when Zaylee was doing it. It's the one that lags behind the most because it spends so long casting those Dark Furies, and you can't get too far away from it, or else it'll go a snapping. So they need to. This might be part of the strategy here. That would explain why they're at 100% count, because otherwise 100% doesn't really make much sense for them to already be at if they're planning on getting 3 whole awakened enemies of extra count. That would imply that they pulled something by accident earlier in the path.
Yeah, it makes sense. So they are doing the kiting strategy, but just dealing with one of them because it does make it a lot more difficult, right? And we saw Zalia kiting earlier, and it definitely did not seem as easy as in some of the other dungeons. I think in Freehold, there's definitely more room for them to kite. Well, here in this dungeon, he needs to take a very difficult path. And then there's the fire gauntlet that can cause issues, and so on and so on. Well, Pain for Fem actually dealt with the middle pack, right? So
yeah,
it looks like Mevo is going to have a little bit more space to kite compared to what Zalia had in their run.
They're really giving him... So there's a lot of different places that you can go in the Atal'Dazar so far from what we've seen. You can go up towards where Alunza was, and you can go down towards where Razan is, and both of those are kind of valid kiting strategies we've seen before. I wonder what made Method EU choose not to do the Razan pit kite. Maybe there was just trash in the way that they didn't want to actually pull as part of their route, and they figured out that you could do the Alunza side, because the Alunza side pathing looked pretty sketchy.
Yeah.
But I think Paint for Fem has cleared out basically all the trash from both of those, so we'll get to see where Mero decides is the best place to bring those awakened enemies, or if they have an entirely new, race car circuit planned out altogether.
Yeah, and ECLATAX, on the other hand, unfortunately, they're still lagging behind quite a bit because of that because of those problems that they had earlier on. They also seem to be dealing with the tank buster here. So they're going to be dealing with 2 obelisks, actually.
You know, if they hadn't reset Lunza, I think that they would be working on Volcall now as well. I think they'd still be behind, but I don't think they'd be behind by a huge margin. As it stands, they are behind by quite a large amount, but it's probably not going to matter too much either way, because they're probably still going to win if Paint for Femme messes up their kite, and they're probably going to lose if they don't. Paint for Femme might have enough time if it goes wrong early enough to go and pull again, but that's really the only thing that is a question here. Is you know, it's Paint for Femme's match to lose from here.
Yep, definitely, as they only have that last boss plus the kite that they have to do. Now, kiting, you know, when you see this kiting strategy and you see the healer just run around, it looks relatively easy, but it's really not, because there's so many things you need to be you need to care about. First of all, you need to make sure that no one over aggroes you, and this is probably the reason why we saw Zalia earlier got hit by a spider to get low HP, and then by healing yourself you get healing aggro, and it just makes sure that no one else can over aggro you, because if you're not with your group and someone drops low and uses a healing pot or something like that, it can definitely cause over aggroing, and then those awakened mobs will snap back to the group, and if they snap back to the group without the healer being there, that will just cause a wipe. And another thing you need to be careful about is to not walk over any sort of snapping spot, because if Mevo, while having aggro from the awakened mobs, walks over, let's say, a pebble somewhere on the side, they will all snap to him and they will immediately one-shot him, because Mevo is not a tank, so therefore definitely gonna get one-shot. So lots of really grave mistakes that can happen here, and if any of those things happen, it will just cause an immediate wipe.
Yeah, this kiting, it looks like he's going to go the Zalia way of up towards the stairs with the fire towards Alunza. This is really sketchy, though. You really want to not get burned by the fire. Looks like he's found an opening to get through here, but very spooky. Oh my goodness. Oh, he gets meleeed by the blood of the Corruptor. Oh, it's going to be okay, though. 1 melee survived. Boy, that was close. Now kiting around to the side here. This is gonna, the reason that you want to go around the side here is because you want to be able to double back so that the spider doesn't get too far behind the others, because the spider's the slowest one because it spends some time casting. So you need to do a little bit of doubling back. It's not as bad as if Urgroth Breaker.
Step back.
The spider ports back. So threat has returned now to the other side, and now we have the spider in on the boss fight here with the rest of the team. They do have some interrupts, so they might be okay, but this is very sketchy. 14%. Oh, Ricky and Shelly go down on the side of Paint for Femme. 13% on Yasma. Femme alive. Voidweaver Malthier gonna cause some problems here. They're out of interrupts, but a Spell Reflect is coming out from Femme. That's gonna send that one back. Crippling Pestilence gonna be interrupted by Sebek.
Wicked Pain
9% on Yasma, 8%.
This curse
2
will go
people
through.
left alive here. Oh, they have to make sure that doesn't make... Oh, the connection with the boss! That's going to kill Seb. Now it's just Femme. Femme, 5% against Yasma here. Has to kill it all by himself. Is going to be getting chain casted on by the spider. There's that Noxious Venom into the Strength of the Warden Major. He gets hit by the Skewer.
Wicked Pain.
3%. Oh, he goes down 3% on Yasma. Pain for Femme have wiped here, unless they wiped. Unless Meo somehow made it back. ECLATAX, meanwhile, have made it to Yasma, and they are in great position to capitalize on Paint for Femme's mishap here. They will be able to kill this boss with just 2 awakened enemies. If they can do that, they are going to secure the 1-0 lead in this series.
I mean,
oh my
this can cause problems for ECLATAX, though, right? Because they actually need to make sure they interrupt the Voidweaver properly, and then they also want to make sure they kite the pools on the ground properly. But it looks like they're doing a really good job.
They didn't even have the Voidweaver. Yeah, they just had the Fear guy and the Blob.
Oh, they had the Fear. Okay, so they did finish off Samrak now. It's only the Blood that they need to deal with. And the Blood... usually not as big of a deal here in Yasma, just because you need to move anyway because of the spiders, so it should be okay. It's a lot more damage on the tank, but yeah, so it should be okay for them to finish this off. But yeah, I mean, Paint for Femme, they need to do the kiting shot again. At this point, they committed,
Paint for
right?
Femme has a They have a 5-second advantage on the death timer here, and they have all their DPS able to just do damage without focusing on an extra target. So they might be able to catch up here, even if nothing goes wrong for ECLATAX, but it is going to be very close. And ECLATAX, once they've killed that Blood of the Corruptor, they just have extra damage on Yasma relative to Pain for Fem because they have that healer contributing that damage, and their DPS players don't have to be so defensive because they are getting healed.
Yep, and it looks like they're
45%.
dealing with the Soul Rend here with the Ring of Peace as well coming out for ECLATAX. If you look at the boss percent difference, it is 45, so 20%. It's not actually a big of a deal, but Shelly going down, they do have a battle rest, so they can get them back up. But this means the 5 seconds advantage is gone now.
Has disappeared,
so it's now even on deaths.
Oh, I think this is it. I think ECLATAX has it.
Yeah, I think
just 15% left on the boss, and they're going to take the win here over Paint for Femme in a very, very impressive fashion. Here, keeping up with Pain for Femme despite mishaps on their own side. They were able to capitalize on things going wrong, and that is going to be a 1-0 lead for ECLATAX here, fighting to stay in this tournament.
Oh my goodness, ECLATAX was ready to go, and it was like right as you guys were talking, Dratnos, about making sure that you weren't staying far away from the caster, and then boom, the caster just ports right back. It was like perfect timing. What I'm saying is that you did it.
I am a genius. That is true.
I don't know about that.
Thank you, Jack.
Oh, no problem, buddy. Tattles, that was we were really looking for a bit of a change of pace from that last series, and we've kind of fallen back into the pit again.
Too much sax music, bro.
Sax is too strong.
Stop that.
Nope. Send you back to band camp, all right? Nagura, do you play the sax? Any musical instruments?
I do not. I played the clarinet. Is that the English
that's
word?
close enough, woodwind. Yeah.
That one,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, quite.
That one.
Yes. I played the trumpet, all right?
You did.
Yeah, that's right.
That says a lot about you.
What did you play, Tattles?
I didn't play an instrument.
Wow, that says a lot about you.
Yeah, I don't. You're
Yeah, what is that supposed to mean? Well, with that Atal'Dazar in the wraps, it wasn't slated to be as quick, but it's very interesting to see, I guess like a lighter version, a normal version of Atal'Dazar is looking like for these other teams, Dratnos, where it was slated to be that 12-30 finish, something like that.
Yeah, I mean that run was getting to the range where Method EU could have done it twice almost in that time, for both teams. But I agree. I think Atal'Dazar is one of these maps that's it's so great to watch because the teams they have such different ideas about what the best way to attack this dungeon is.
Yeah, let's start breaking down some of those as well.
Yeah, so first and foremost, we have the first pull from Pain for Femme. Dude, their snap on Razan is crisp. You see Femme, he walks to the undead, or he walks to the living side. They grab the Colossus, they snap it all to the boss. It gets just nuked down to perfection. That is a great pull. Then on ECLATAX's side, they have a mishap where they reset Priestess Alunza because they believe somebody grabbed the blood, the boss healed, everybody walked away, and then the boss reset. No, dude, that's so unlucky. It's insane. Then it looks like Pain for Femme is just going to play their match. They end up kiting the obelisks. It looks like it's going to go okay. The spider snaps back.
It's not going okay.
Everything is not okay. It's like the house on fire meme, and everybody's like, this is fine. It's like Femme is trying to solo Yasma at 5%. He is that dog. This is not fine. Everything is not okay. And then ECLATAX won the match. Okay, so in all honesty, if ECLATAX started out week 1, how much better do you think they would be? Because they look like a week 1 EU team.
At least 25% better.
I say
better.
32%.
32? Okay.
Yep.
Drados, math?
Yes.
All right. Quite.
Okay, Salute, thank you.
Of course, substantially better, and it's all about like the depth of what dungeons they're confident in and are able to perform at like a high level, for example, because all the teams get better over time throughout this tournament, but by getting better, it also makes them take some riskier plays, and like, oh, now we have time to start working on kiting so it will be more competitive against the top teams. And then you're running that strategy against a lower seeded team, and it ends up burning you, Nagura.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note about ECLATAX as well is not only are they doing some of those like MDI strats that we've been seeing from the other teams, but they also actually, which is more impressive to me, they've been playing those meta comps, right? We see the Triple Hunter, we see the Double DK Hunter, we see even the Vengeance Demon Hunter has been played by their tank as well on some of the keys. And that is something that is not so easy to adapt unless you've been playing it before, maybe on live servers, right? But learning those kind of specs and classes for the MDI specifically requires, you really need to master that class because you need to know what to do in every single situation, not only damage-wise, but also defensive-wise and utility-wise as well. So that is very impressive.
It is, and that's one of the things that we're looking at too, is just the multi-classing and developing that we're, coming to expect from a lot of these teams. Is that, yeah, you can start running in a composition that looks completely normal on live servers for pushing a key, but with how refined the meta has become so far, Dranos, it's just completely the wrong answer at this point.
Yeah, the ability to multi-class between hunters, death knights, maybe a rogue, maybe a DH, protection warrior, and vengeance demon hunter, having players that are able to, pick up those specs quickly. There are not very many people in the world who are capable of doing that and competing at an MDI level, and ECLATAX are showing up here and showing that they're able to do that, which is very, very impressive. So I agree. I hope we see more of them in future MDIs.
Yeah, without question, because they've definitely started stepping up in a very quick way that we haven't really seen out of other teams. Previously, the 7th, 8th teams would come in, have some strategies, have some multi-classing, but generally not as much. And then we wouldn't really see them once again, Tettles.
Absolutely. And it comes down to, you need veteran MDI experience, and you need multiple weeks worth of play to be able to push through. And ECLATAX this week in the 3rd week, they're not going to make it to LAN. It would require them to get first place, and I don't suspect they're going to get first place.
They can't even do it with a first place anymore, unfortunately.
So they can't make it to LAN. But what they can do is get really good MDI experience here, and if they're able to convert it into a future MDIs or continue to be able to push on to create better strategies and have a good fundamental understanding of how the dungeons work, they will be able to improve moving forward and potentially take that into future events.
Yeah, I mean, there's still clout and glory on the line for them here, not to mention prizing for this weekend,
and,
so they definitely still have stuff to play for.
At least 10 YouTube chat viewers that keep typing FC Cucaracha.
What? I don't know if that's pronunciation, although my French is
That is
quite
absolutely
poor.
how you pronounce
Is
that
that
word.
French?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're next door neighbors to France, Nagura, you probably know French.
Can you translate that for me?
Yeah, that's how that works.
FC Cucaracha, right?
Yes, I actually speak all of the European languages.
Ah, lovely.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Please
translate. Yes.
It means Tettles should participate in the MDI.
That's passed.
Anything to get him off the desk on that one.
Yes.
Well, now we're ready to get underway as Game 2 between Paint for Femme and ECLATAX gets going.
Alright, so there we go. We are in Motherlode, and we see the triple hunter comp by both of these teams. We've seen Paint for Femme actually have a very, very impressive Motherlode the last cup around, where they had, I think they almost beat Method EU even, or did they beat them?
They won their first Motherlode against Method
Sure,
EU.
yeah,
So
exactly,
they have got some strats in this place, and we're seeing them do this thing, this meld strategy to activate a bunch of Peacekeepers here at the start. Whereas ECLATAX have a much slower time trial time, but as we just saw in Atal'Dazar, time trial times, you don't just get to turn in a ticket that says I have a faster time trial time and then win the map. You actually have to, execute it properly. Unfortunately, first mistake here on the board is going to be on the side of ECLATAX as Alex goes down on their first pull. That's going to consume their battle res. Very large pull for ECLATAX. Bloodlust still not used here for them.
Yeah, both teams actually holding on to that Bloodlust. Paint for Femme now doing that big Peacekeeper pull and also engaging the boss. They got to be very careful here to not drop Sanguine in a bad position. And we saw Femme use that first aid here on himself, and that was because of aggro. So he wanted to create some healing aggro, and that is why he actually used it. We've seen other teams use that first aid strategy already for other pulls, specifically in Shrine. And I think it's a very, very cool little trick that the team started doing. It's just something that we haven't seen in a long time in World of Warcraft, where people start using first aid.
Yeah, so we have Pain for Femme here. They've got this strategy that isolates like 7 Peacekeepers and pulls it onto the first boss. They do have to be really careful of Sanguine while fighting all these, because one bad Sanguine puddle could lead to all of these, or in the worst case scenario, the boss healing up to full. But if they're able to execute this pull properly, they'll get something like 42% trash count from this first pull. You do have to be careful though, there's a lot of mobs attacking Femme here. If this pull goes wrong for them, they are going to be so far behind for the rest of the dungeon.
There's so many Peacekeepers, and but at least the one thing that is good about dealing with Peacekeepers here in this boss is that if you constantly just move the boss, the mobs will naturally just spread out because of the cast of the shield, right? So even if, as long as you DPS them properly, you want to DPS them from the back to the front instead of front back, because if a mob dies in the front, it will heal all of the mobs in the back with that Sanguine pool that it drops, right? So this is why on Sanguine weeks, you usually just want to start, if the tank is kiting, you want to start DPSing the mobs in the back, making sure that Sanguine drops there instead of all the way in the front.
That's going to be one of them healing a little bit. Not actually a full heal, though. That's fortunate for Pain for Femme. The boss is about to go down here as well, so they're about to get access to this graveyard. If something goes wrong, and something is about to go wrong for Femme, who's getting slapped around by those charged claws. Fortunately, all the mobs decide it is time to cast Energy Shield, and as you say, they are targeting those back Peacekeepers first to prevent the mobs running through Sanguine. Great target choosing from Pain for Femme. This is going to get them up to something like 30% count, I guess, at the start of the run. Yeah, that is not bad. 31% from their first pull onto the first boss. Does mean that they're not going to get any more Peacekeeper count, though, at the start of the dungeon. ECLATAX taking the different strategy here. They're going to get more of their count here at the start, but it's going to take them a little bit longer to get that first boss down.
Yeah, Pain for Femme gearing up to do a really huge pull here right after that first boss. This is very dangerous just because of these mobs doing so much damage to the tank. So now as they're dropping low, we see the Ring of Peace come out as well to separate those mobs because of Sanguine as well, and huge amounts of damage by all of those hunters, all of them doing 500k DPS. Well done, as they now finished all of this trash up. They're up to 44% trash, and looks like they're bouncing up. So this is interesting to see from Pain for Femme, because almost all of the other teams we've seen in Motherlode so far dealt with almost all of their trash with the Peacekeeper area in front of the first boss. But Pain for Femme already moving to that next boss with only 44%.
Femme here doing a skip here. Yeah. Oh, he dies on the skip, but that is okay. That's only going to cost them 15 seconds, right? 10 seconds to cast the res and 5 seconds for the death penalty. So not the end of the world for Pain for Femme. That skip was still successful. They're going to go into the second boss here without doing any of that other trash at so they're going to need quite a bit of trash from both the R&D wing and from the VMZ. Meanwhile, on the side of ECLATAX, disaster has struck as their tank and their healer are both down. They're going to have to reset this boss.
Yeah, this is actually
coming out.
A really big loss for them, because not only, I mean, it's a tyrannical environment, right? So resetting a boss always costs you a lot of time, but then on top of that, they also dealt with some of the trash here. So they'll have to reset the trash too and re-pull it, specifically the Peacekeeper, which was really high HP. And I'm not really sure where they got the Peacekeeper from, so not sure what or how they will get it back. Yeah, so big time loss for ECLATAX, unfortunately. Pain for Femme, though, on the other hand, they're on Azeroth already, 44% trash. Definitely having a pretty clean run so far, except that death on Femme, which, as you mentioned, didn't cost them as much time. But yeah, disaster for ECLATAX, unfortunately.
Yeah, ECLATAX gonna go back into this pull, although they need to res here. So hang on. They've pulled a Peacekeeper, so that means they're not gonna have access to mass res. They're gonna have to do 2 solo reses on their 2 hunters. Because one member of their group is in combat, mass res is no longer gonna work. They're gonna have to just fire off those solo reses. It seems like it would have been faster to just let the mass res happen and then maybe go pull the stuff, but this might still be faster because you have to wait for that Peacekeeper to waddle over towards the boss. Meanwhile, Pain for Femme pulling the Taskmaster here into Azeroth. They're going to get a little bit of extra count here right at the end of this boss fight. They actually have CC on the 2 Earth Ragers. That's not something you see all that often, but is a pretty good strat here to avoid it becoming a problem at the end of this fight. The second set of Earth Ragers.
Yeah, and this is the second team we see actually pull that Taskmaster group on top of Azeroth. I think the very first team to ever do that was Method in A, where they showed that they can pull that trash pack on top. Almost all other teams were avoiding that trash pack because Taskmaster is a very annoying trash pack to deal with because of the shield that he casts, where basically all of the damage around him is like the friendly fire around him is getting redirected to him, and then he also takes reduced damage. So you can deal with the pack, but you need to do a lot of kiting, and you want to make sure you're not inside his shield, and it's not really interruptible. So that's why most of the teams are trying to avoid it, unless you can pull it on top of Azeroth. So well done by Pain for Femme, finishing that off, and now we see another skip towards Rixa Flaxflame. They're up to 50% trash, so it's still quite a lot that they need here.
Yeah, so they need 50% trash or so. I wonder if they're going to kite obelisks, because if they're going to get 50% trash from the final wing of the dungeon, that might be setting up the racetrack for their obelisk kiting. That might be what they're up to here. I'm not sure. They might just be thinking that is good trash anyways to pull. It might be better than the R&D wing.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility, right? To kite the last... But we've seen Method EU attempt to do the kiting strat last cup, where it was Grievous, and they didn't manage to actually do it, but it definitely opened up this like possibility of another team to do it. And yeah, it's possible that they actually clear all this trash and just kite the obelisks, as you mentioned, because all of them are still up. All 4 obelisks are still available for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're planning to do some. They're either going to fight 3 or 4 obelisks with the last boss, or they're going to kite at this point. They could definitely audible to any of those plans. They're not wearing that Bitband logic loop combo that gives them a bunch of extra healing from the hunters. So, but that might have only been necessary on Grievous. That might not be something that they need on non-Grievous weeks. So, yeah, we'll have to see exactly what Pain for Femme's plan is here. They do have a pretty fast Motherlode time trial time, though. Their Motherlode time trial was 15 minutes and 51 seconds, so that is quite quick. That was a number 4 time on that dungeon, which is better than their average was.
Yep, and I mean, at this point I think they're almost certainly gonna kite, because doing all of this trash in the last boss area, there's no way that they think that is actually just the most efficient way to deal with your trash, right? Because of it is sanguine, so the Peacekeeper area is annoying to deal with, but it still just gives so much more percentage compared to the pulls that you have to do compared to this last area here. I don't think we have seen a single team deal with the last trash area except the war machines that you can pull on top of Rixa that we see Pain for Femme doing now, and the trash that you need to do around the obelisk. Almost all of the other trash has been ignored by all of the MDI teams. Ricky going down, unfortunately.
That's okay. They're almost done with this pull. That's not going to be that bad for them. Actually, another fortunate time for a death to occur for Pain for Femme. That's only going to cost him another 10 seconds or something. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think there's basically no reason to pull the entire VMZ unless you are planning on doing the kite. Now, we did see Method EU pull the entire VMZ and then take the 3rd obelisk into the boss and just do 3 obelisks with boss, because they'd practiced their kiting strategy, but they didn't want to actually use it in that one match. So
true, yeah.
That was actually against Pain for Femme earlier. We might see Pain for Femme make a similar decision where they decide that their safest strategy is going to actually be to like backtrack and do this obelisk, especially if they know how far behind ECLATAX is at this point. I think that it makes a lot of sense for them to make that kind of audible here, but I believe that they are planning to be able to do that kite, unless they've just found out a way to do a huge amount of trash here that is efficient count. Because if you think about it, the way that they do those Peacekeepers at the start of the dungeon, it kind of makes that first quarter inaccessible for any further count, right? They basically mined it for all the good count that is there. There is some good count between the first and second bosses that they could grab. You know, those drilling rigs is pretty efficient, and they skipped those. But besides that, there's not really anything huge that they skipped that, you know, you're thinking they really are missing out on to pull this here. So they might just be thinking that this is, you know, one efficient trash pull that they want to do just unironically.
Yeah, it's a possibility, right? We've seen so many teams show us completely different strategies. A disaster for ECLATAX here, as they tried to do one of their Shadow Melt skips here to Azeroth, but didn't manage to get the Shadow Melt off properly, or the Feign Death, and also engaged the boss somehow, and it was a full team wipe. So just more mistakes coming in by ECLATAX here. Very, very unfortunate for them. Pain for them, I mean, at this point, I'm just excited to see if they're doing the kiting strat or not. But one thing to note as well is that if Pain for Fam is watching the stream, it is on a delay, but at some point they will figure out that ECLATAX just had another wipe. Maybe they decide to adjust their strategy, so maybe even if they know how to do the kiting strat, maybe they just end up not doing it.
Yeah,
because they think it's safer, but it doesn't look like they're doing the obelisk.
I don't think they would need to. Actually, yeah, they wouldn't need this last trash back here. They would still need some trash, I think, if they were planning to not kite. But yeah, doing all of this trash here, this is every single trash mob that can, be a problem in the kite path. So, yeah, I think that we might be. Oh, Mero goes down. I believe that might have been a charge shot that was blasting him there.
Also released, so Fem is starting to kite now because no healer to help him out. Did do a huge
that heroic leap away
yeah.
with those shots chasing him. That would be a great time to turn off your UI, take a screenshot, submit it on Twitter with the hashtag #WowScreenshot to our action shot contest. I don't know if any people in Pain for Fem found the time to do that, but that would be a big move if they did.
Wow. I have nothing to say to that. That was great. Keep on talking, Dreadnoughts.
All right, so we do see them at 100% trash count. I believe that does mean that we are going to see a kiting strategy from Pain for Fem. Yeah, there. Look at that. The Transcendence place. You see that really, really cool jump 360 and placing a Transcendence in the middle of that 360 so that it's facing the way that you want it to be facing later. That's another good candidate for the hashtag #WowScreenshot.
Okay, so it looks like they are gearing up to do the kite. So let's see what Miwa can do this time around. Now, they did the kite in Atal, and they had the spider snap back, and it caused a wipe for them. So it's definitely a possibility to happen here again. So let's see what Miwa can do. Let's hope we get the point of view of our Mischievous here and see how he does the kiting. Well, the rest of the team definitely wants to make sure to avoid as much damage as possible, because not only is there no healer to heal them up, but if they have to heal themselves with, let's say, acceleration or a health pot, they will create
Things
from
Beyond. Things from Beyond are chasing down Semic. Oh no! He doesn't have Exil. He's gonna have to turtle a Thing from Beyond there.
Oh no!
My goodness, Fem also very low is gonna need to find a way to survive all the heavy magic damage here. And there's just actions in so many different places here for Pain for Fem. As wow, Mero doing a great job here of keeping those awakened enemies tightly packed together, because if you get too far away from them, they will snap back. It looks like some of them are running back at the rest of the group now.
Yeah,
that is very bad. 2 awakened enemies running back, and they will be killing the rest of the group here. This will be a wipe for Pain for Fem. Unfortunately, as there are 2 awakened enemies that are making their way now back into the fray here. No. Fem goes down, and they're now snapping around and just doing... This is like a Outlaw Rogue killing spree style, teleporting to each person and one-shotting them. Oh my goodness. Pain for Fem with another disastrous failure on the kite strategy. They should definitely activate the obelisk. Yes, yeah.
They should. I mean, they have to make this decision now because they're still ahead. They can do the obelisks and just play this safe. They really should not try this again, I don't think.
And looks like they are walking towards that obelisk rather than around the side here. Ooh. Yes, yeah, they are going to be activating that obelisk. This is a good strategy from Pain for Fem. This is going to make it so that they will not end up losing this series here somehow. That would be... Oh my goodness. I don't know if my heart could take it here if they tried to kite again and had it go wrong again.
I mean, ECLATAX, they're still far behind, right? They're just now engaging Rixa, and they're also on 14 deaths. So still a pretty big advantage for Pain for Fem. But if they would have just tried the kiting again and they would have failed again, then it would have been time for ECLATAX to come back. So I think this is a very, very good decision by Pain for Fem to just maybe scrap the kiting idea. It's too risky. Finish off Samrak, and if they have 3 obelisks, they can definitely deal with that on the last boss. They've already shown in the past that they're able to deal with obelisks at the boss here. And they also have the comfort, right? They have the Triple Hunter, which can taunt off the Tank Buster Spirit Breaker, and they do have the interrupts for Void Weaver as well. So they definitely can do this with 3 obelisks.
They are putting down world markers now so that they'll be able to call out which quadrants of the room are safe. Having a little strategy session before pulling the boss here. And they will now be pulling, let's see, so they could also be trying to do a 3 obelisk kite, but yeah, actually, we do see Mewo pops the dampen harm and is getting threat here. Oh, no. Oh, no. They are going to try it again. All right, so this could be the end of the tournament for Pain for Femme if this goes wrong. This could be where they depart here. It all comes down to whether or not they're able to make this kite work on the last boss of Motherlode. 2 times we've seen teams attempt kiting on this boss. 2 times we've seen it fail. Once was Method EU a couple weeks ago, and now it has been Pain for Femme that has happened to. But there isn't a fear guy in the mix. However, there is still the Spider and the Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, both of which are the most problematic ones in the kite. The fear guy doesn't actually do much of anything there.
The one difference of not having the fear guy is that Miwo can actually, theoretically, if he would get hit by a cast from the Void Weaver, he can dispel himself, right? Otherwise,
that's true, but he does have Tiger's Lust for it either way, but he might be using Tiger's Lust just for the movement speed generally. All right, so we're going to take a look in, and yeah, look how far behind Urgroth Breaker of Hero is. Miro needs to make sure that he doesn't let Urgroth get too far away, and this is going to be the U-turn. The U-turn is the most important part here, as that is where he needs to, yeah, you see that has done a good job of now grouping them all back up together. 1 cast goes through, but that is fine. He can live that. And in fact, it's nice because it means he can get a little bit more healing aggro. Urgroth is catching up. He's going to roll just out of range of that. And they are getting back towards the boss area now. Now, this is also where we've seen there be some problems before, as if you get too close to the boss area, that's where the other members of your group can start to get threat again.
Yeah, and I mean, we still need to kite for a long time as well, because we're just now in the intermission phase, right? They're now in the intermission phase. This means there's also going to be a lot of damage in the group right now. So they're also going to have to heal themselves a lot with acceleration. You see Sevek just used his Excel. So there's going to be a lot of healing aggro being created by the rest of the group. And this is still a long time he has to kite this for. Now the second drill down happens, so you see everyone dropping low, and 1 more drill down, then they can finish up the boss. How is Sebek going to be alive?
How is he going to survive? Okay, I guess he's getting healed up with Spirit Men's. Oh, he's got an Eye of Corruption brocking on him, though. Brutal things happening there, but okay, it looks like they're actually okay, and they've gotten through the intermission. They're working on the last bit of Mogul Razdunk here. Mewo doing the U-turn once again. Oh, Urgroth! Oh, Mewo nearly dies.
That was so close.
He's going to survive. Very, very tight, though, on this kite.
He was already, like, doing the cast, right? The Spirit Breaker, and the only reason why he survived was because he teleported, and if you're too far for the Spirit Breaker to finish, like, for example, a tank leaping away, then it will not finish off. So this is why Miwa actually survived. That was incredibly close, and Mogul Razdunk dropping lower and lower. They should be able to finish it off, but yeah, what a close game. Again, Pain for Femme almost messing that last full up here with the kiting strat. But yeah, Pain for Femme winning the second game here and making it a 1-1.
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
Almost like going for it a second time, almost throwing it away on that one. I mean, great kiting on the second try by Miwa there, but man, I would not try that one again at all, Dratnos.
Yeah, oh my goodness. That was wild. I think I figured out why they did the Fear Spire before going back to the boss. I think it was because Revival was on cooldown, and so they couldn't pull the boss anyways until Revival had come back to dispel those first 2 fears and generate a bunch of healing aggro anyways. So they decided to wait and just do the Spire in the meantime. It wasn't... Because it doesn't make the kiting meaningfully easier to not have the Fear guy included, I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter all that much in any specific area. If anything, you'd prefer to have, like the Tank Buster or Caster taken out or something like that out of the mix.
I think the Tank Buster is the one you would want to remove first because it is the one that makes the U-turning most important because it is the one that lags the farthest behind.
Yep. Wow, very good use out of Transcendence though. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do. But I think he also had to burn his cocoon a little bit earlier there as well, Tettles, as we kind of break down some high highs and some very low lows throughout that.
I mean, dude. Okay, so at the very beginning of the match, Pain for Femme looked exceptionally strong. Their Peacekeeper kiting with coin-operated Crowd Pummeler was exceptional. They made sure that they didn't have any Peacekeeper healing, any coin-operated Crowd Pummeler healing even. It looked great. On the side of ECLATAX was having a few problems. They ended up having like a full team wipe. They were looking like they were being set pretty far behind there. Pain for Femme kind of just keep chugging along. They end up killing Azeroth. They end up killing Rix of Flux Flame with 50% trash count. And you're just like, okay, yeah, they're gonna kite these obelisks. They start kiting the obelisks. They have a full team wipe, and you're just like, oh, this is really bad. They actually, like Drat just said, they almost got eliminated from the tournament and from the LAN in one swift swoop by ECLATAX because of kiting of obelisks in 2 separate dungeons.
Yeah, and
Holy moly.
It just seemed like they would have learned from it as well, Nagura. I mean, maybe if it was just like the obstinance where they just said, okay, we're going to do this. This is our strategy, and we're going to do this.
Yeah, I mean, when they killed Semrek, I thought they would for sure just try and kill off the Awakened mobs properly. But, I mean, if this is the only thing they practice, I mean, I know for a fact that the last cup, they did play the obelisk with the boss. But maybe because of different affixes or whatever, and because they didn't practice it for a while, maybe they just felt more comfortable doing the kiting over actually killing it. Even if it's more nerve-wracking to do and to watch, I think maybe they just ended up feeling more comfortable doing it this way. And it worked out.
Well,
This
what
time.
obelisk are they going to go get?
Well, at that point they only had 3 obelisks left to do. It was more of a question
playing
I think,
with the
of, like,
boss?
whether you could play it. Right?
Yeah, that's what I meant, like playing with the
Yeah,
boss instead of
okay.
kiting.
They have the flexibility to move around as really much as they want across that platform because they all know the safe zones. They have 3 hunters, so I think they would just focus down caster then
Caster then Blob,
Yeah, exactly.
and then Tank Buster last because you got all the pat taunts in the
Triple
lane.
hunter, yeah.
So
I mean, we've seen teams 4 obelisk on that
Yeah.
boss
we've
today.
seen that, and we've also seen Paint for Femme play obelisks into bosses. Not in that dungeon specifically, but it's like there's got to be some kind of muscle memory that's gonna get back into the cadence to be able to do that if they needed to, right? You'd think, right, Janos?
Yeah, I think, but on the other hand, if they practice that kite and the kite works for them, a sufficient percentage of the time, and they believe it's their best strategy, I think that sticking with it is also a reasonable thing to do. I mean, it just depends on really what percent they think that that kite is to work out. Because if it's 95 or something, then maybe. But like they were pretty close to 100% to win that match if they just brought 3 obelisks onto the boss and had 2 attempts of that instead of trying to kite twice.
Yeah, I can see the argument. It's just like after seeing them do it previously, we've seen so many teams, especially NA week, Nagura, I think is a perfect example. We didn't really see Method NA pull out a lot of kiting until day 2, until they actually were facing, upper final, grand final games, the big ones. That's when they started pulling out a lot of the kites. That's what I was kind of expecting to see from a lot of teams, because conceivably it'd be easier to pump the brakes than to be able to speed up.
Yeah, I mean, but if you look at this Motherlode specifically, I mean, is it even faster? Because you have to deal with all of this trash here in this last area, right? Which is usually trash that you don't even want to do. Usually you want to skip this. And it's possible to do 4 obelisks with the last boss. We've already seen teams deal with all 4 Awakened mobs and the last boss at the same time. So in the end, you can do the kiting strat, but if it's not going to give you a huge time advantage, then maybe it's not even worth the risk. It looks like Paint for Femme is thought that it's worth the risk, but you see what happens here. In time trials is a different kind of story, right? Because time trials, you have 5 tries to get your best time on the board. But in the tournament, you only have 1 try, right? So if it's such a risky strategy that it will fail, let's say, 40% of the time, then I'm not sure if that's the play that you want to do in a tournament like this.
Yeah, just putting your life on the line on it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, fighting 4 awakened enemies with end bosses is something that we also see go wrong. It went wrong for
Yeah, that
Method
is
EU
true.
today.
Yeah.
So it's, there's not really, the only safe way to do this is to fight 3 obelisks on your way to the last boss, and so you have to take some kind of risk instead of doing that.
That is true, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what these teams decide is the best answer. In King's Rest, it is not going to be kiting. I don't think
Yeah.
that it's something that anybody has done here.
I don't think that is ever the answer. And, mana becoming a really critical issue as well, Tettles, because of that extra Grievous coming in, especially on the last boss, not only for the jumps from Dazar, but also just people getting hit by tornadoes.
I mean, dude, we watched Method EU wipe on King Dazar. Grievous is not a joke, especially whenever you are playing the triple obelisk. His Quaking Leap cast puts you into typically in the 2 stack of Grievous range. Generally, Hunters, while they do have Spirit Mend, are not exactly the most, they don't have the best survivability, and Mystery Monks burn through mana pretty quickly, so wiping on Dazar is not an uncommon scenario that we've seen.
Yeah, and the pressure really gets on to, how much easier you're going to make it for your healer, how much easier you're going to make it for your tank as well for that, and even in some cases, just the impossible ends up happening to Gurez. The catalyst for Method EU's wipe was just off the back of a fear.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking too, because he saw Jinji just already starting his disengage because he knew he needs to avoid that, and then he just gets that fear mid-disengage, and his character stands still, and he gets one-shot by that jump. So definitely things like that can happen, and getting bad overlaps. Now, one thing I wanted to note was that none of the Method EU hunters actually played Dwarf, because if they were playing Dwarf, he could have actually gotten rid of that, but they chose to play Night Elf instead. Not really sure why some play Dwarf and some Night Elf, but definitely cost them there in that scenario.
We'll see what these teams are going to be pulling out as our decider game is underway, as Pain for Femme and ECLATAX are fighting for their tournament lives here in King's Rest.
And in a story as old as time itself, it is the dwarfs against the elves here. All 5 members of Pain for Femme are playing some flavor of dwarf, whereas it is all night elves on the side of ECLATAX. So I think that means that, yeah, absolutely, as you were saying, Pain for Femme are going to have an easier time dealing with those fears on the last boss. In addition to Revival and the Warrior Fear Immune, each of them has a Stone Form ability as well to be able to remove a fear on the last boss. On the side of ECLATAX, they have that Shadow Meld for the skips, but Pain for Femme, I think they'll be able to get a similar effectiveness out of just using the Awakened portals without actually killing the Awakened enemies inside, doing the whole boss combat pull-out. Femme goes solo, gets the Life Cocoon on this very first big pull of the dungeon. Meanwhile, ECLATAX doing this room in 2 pulls rather than 1, so this is going to take them longer, but it will be safer.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Femme actually dropping really low. The Ring of Peace come out of Meebo here to be able to enable Femme to kite a little bit here as he's leaping away. Should be able to recover, and it's only those champions alive. Actually, there's one Witch Doctor. Shadowbolt Volley almost going through. Need to make sure they finish that off. There we go. So a little bit of a scary moment here for Femme, but did recover. But yeah, interesting to see that they also are running Dwarf on the healer and the tank, since it's not a necrotic environment, but still running that Dwarf here, which means there's no skips available for them. Now, on the Hunters, running Dwarfs is not as big of a deal because they still have Feign Death to de-aggro something for a skip. But when your tank and your healer are running Dwarf too, then there's no way you can do that. But
Femme gets stunned by one of the Awakened Guardians there. He's going to be alive, but very, very
that was
barely.
Super scary. They definitely want to make
goodness.
sure they don't have anything like that happen again, as ECLATAX has some issues on their side as Basud goes down, and Alex Hunt as well. It's going to be super hard for them to recover. They do have a battle rest, but it's only an engineering rest they need to use. They don't have a battle rest
And the
class.
Witch Doctor's free casting.
This might be a
Shadowbolt
full
Volley,
life.
good interrupt on that. Very low on HP though, as they do have that Grievous stack ticking on them, and I'm not sure what caused everybody to wait so long before releasing there. They may have been trying to get that battle res, I guess. That does make some sense. But yeah, that is going to cost ECLATAX a lot of time, and Pain for Femme are once again going to be taking an early lead in this dungeon. But they had an early lead in Atal'Dazar as well, and they managed to lose there, so it is definitely not over yet. ECLATAX needs to keep up from here. They need to stay within a few minutes of Pain for Femme to be able to capitalize on Pain for Femme if they have a big wipe like Method EU did. Otherwise, they'll get in this unfortunate position like they did in the Motherlode, where even if something goes really wrong for Pain for Femme, they're just not close enough to capitalize.
It looks like they need to deal with those minions of Sul. It looks like one of their hunters who feigned death on the other side got some aggros from the minions, as you see to fix it on him. Now Feign Death coming out to de-aggro. Looks like they're pulling some trash as well. I don't think this was intended. I think this was just maybe proximity aggro from the minions of Sul who were chasing that hunter here.
And what is going on here? I'm very confused about what the... Did they pull the Witch Doctor and not the Warrior? How did that aggro?
Oh, they're not actually...
They're not proxy
yeah,
linked?
they're not.
Huh. Alright, well, we got a big pull coming out from ECLATAX here. Not part of the plan, but
They're dealing with it.
This is the pull that they're doing now,
Yep.
so that's the new plan. Meanwhile, Pain for Femme have taken down that first boss, and they just need to execute their route cleanly here. The faster they can do the rest of this dungeon, the more room for error they're going to have on that last boss. So far, they have needed room for error in order to win any of these maps with that last boss so far for them, but this is not going to be a kiting boss. This is going to be actually fighting these awakened enemies, so It remains to be seen if that is better or worse for them than the kiting strategy dungeons.
Yeah, so it looks like Meebo is off pulling those Guardians. Did get feared by one of those minions. So now the minions are on their way to the rest of the group. This time around, we don't have any like bolstering or any other on-death affixes. So it shouldn't be a big deal to deal with those minions. Don't need a perfect timing or anything like that. You see a binding shot come out by the hunters, so now they're just gonna damage them down. They don't have Blood Elf racials or any offensive dispels to deal with those. They're just gonna DPS through the shield to kill them.
Yeah, they're now into this gauntlet room. It does activate in a preset order here on the tournament realm. It's always that one, the top left one, looking into the room, and then around in a counterclockwise direction, which lets these teams plan out exactly when they want to bring in those animated guardians, which pulls they want to bring it onto. We've actually seen different answers from different teams. Kind of the default was to bring them onto the second pull here, because that's when it just shows up if you send your healer to go and get them after the boss dies. But recently in the NA Cups, we'd seen a couple teams delaying them to be into the other side of the room instead. That was a necrotic environment, though, which is not active here in the EU Cup.
Actually, I think I like pulling them into the left side just because of the hunters that they're running, right? Because of the slight damage increase you get by having more than 2 targets for the hunters. I think I like that general idea, but not sure how big of a damage increase it actually is to have them for the other side.
And somebody got mind controlled there and trapped somebody else's pet. That is toxic.
That is very toxic.
I'm not sure how exactly that happened, but definitely there was a trapped pet on the battlefield for Paint for Femme, so pretty
It's a smart
pretty weird
AI.
whatever sequence of events led to that. Yeah, it might have just been somebody's trap was down and then, one of them switched to sides and that caused the trap to go off.
It's possible that the AI just casts trap instantly, because whenever my druid gets mind controlled, it immediately just casts entangling roots on somebody every single time. So maybe that's just how the hunter AI works, just throws a trap on there.
Yeah, there's some nice default ones, like when the demon hunters get targeted on the Heartsbane Triad and they just immediately vengeful retreat always.
Yes.
Very, very, very toxic. Paint for Femme, though, going to be getting through this gauntlet room. Let's see what they're going to do with this obelisk here. If I was Paint for Femme, if I knew exactly how bad things were going for ECLATAX, no matter what my strategy was before, I would be looking to add some obelisks onto my route and take them away from that last boss fight. I'd just be saying, look, let's not do anything too difficult on this last boss fight. Let's do it with 2 obelisks or something and win this match for sure, rather than taking any risks.
Yeah, most definitely. I 100% agree that this is the play they should be going for, specifically with the obelisk, because that is the one thing that costs you the most time in this dungeon, right? Or in any dungeon. If you have a mistake like that on the last boss with the awakened mobs, it will cost you so much time, and they all respawn. That is the worst part about it. Even if you manage to finish off all of the awakened mobs with the last boss, if you then have a wipe, then they will all respawn and you have to deal with them again. And if you then don't have Bloodlust or any defensive/offensive cooldowns available, then it's gonna be so much harder, like we see in the Junkyard earlier, right?
Yes, Junkyard. I'd almost managed to successfully block that from my memory, but thank you for reminding me that happened. Yeah. Paint for Femme, going into this room here now, they've got this teaming purification construct in here. They're going to be doing the whole room together, maybe waiting for that first entomb and then going into the boss, maybe waiting for 2 entombs, we'll see. Laser beam goes around. They have to make sure they dodge that. It does do quite a bit of damage, even on Tyrannical. Ooh, and they have to break their friend out of the tomb, but unfortunately they were getting zoned by that laser, yeah.
Yeah, so fun fact, at the start of VFA, during teaming in King's Rest, there were actually 2 purification constructs on that bridge.
Yeah.
And it was not fun to deal with.
Yeah, you'd get this nice, the beams would be going in opposite directions and there's just no counterplay. Yeah, that was good times. There were some really good teaming pulls at the start of BFA that they, walked back on a few of them, but those were good times.
And then during teaming weeks, you still have the purification construct stand on the right side.
Right.
Because they were 2 in the past, so they didn't reset the positioning of it.
That's a bonus feature.
Makes it easier to skip too.
It does indeed. Machimba now, okay, so you can see traps coming down from the hunters. They're putting a trap in front of each of the coffins that they're going to click on. And that's going to allow them here to click on a bunch of coffins as soon as this Entomb goes out. And you can see they've got some zombies spawned. But because they have those traps... Wow, that was really close to get... Oh my goodness! A damage effect happened to one of them that broke it out of a CC, but yeah, they're going to be okay. So they just need to make sure that they maintain their crowd control effect on those zombies, and because they broke their friend out of that coffin as quickly as possible, that is going to prevent the boss from doing any more abilities for the rest of this fight. Does mean that Fem is going to be getting meleeed very hard for the rest of the fight, though.
Yeah, Machimba definitely one of those bosses that do a lot of tank damage. So not having any of those abilities being cast by the boss means that there's no breathing room for Fem. There's no downtime because the boss is not doing anything other than hitting him. So definitely want to make sure they use their defenses properly, as the last stand is being used by Fem here to make sure he's fine, and Nebo making sure he's healing a lot, as he's also doing a lot of DPS actually. 42k DPS coming out of the Mistweaver, a lot of damage.
That is definitely an impressive amount above the tank. Rare to see that much, but you know there really isn't all that much group-wide damage going on here. So as long as he keeps that, you know, that enveloping mist up on Fem whenever he needs it, he can really just go to town on the rising sun kicks and stuff. All those monk abilities that Jack loves to talk about all the time.
Alright, so now we're gonna be seeing a very difficult pull by Pain for Fem, because teaming makes it so there's actually a brute spawning on top of this trash bag, which is already hard without the brute itself. You have
yeah, we saw now actually just go down to this pull last time, but looks like Fem not gonna have the same thing happen to him. Even finds time to get a Mareka's Fang channel off there. Gonna shield wall and charge back down as the slam comes out, and they've decided they're just not going to move out of that brutal crush. They've had enough. They'll stay inside.
It was definitely intended to. They definitely planned on just taking this hit instead of just moving out and just out healing it. Nebo as well on his Mistweaver, just making sure he wants to stay in melee because he needs to heal the group up with his cooldowns running. They do have Bloodlust available, but definitely looks like they want to save it at this point for that last boss. And we also see a Raptor jumping around, so they did pull another pack on top of it. They want to be careful here because the healing totem spawned, and the Brute is actually getting healed quite a bit.
Oh,
and it was
no,
so low.
no. Oh, no. Okay, they do a good job of getting away from the crush. That was close. Another Brute, though, is patrolling towards them. Let's see if they decide to pull that one. That one is the one that is more commonly skipped. Meanwhile, on the side of ECLATAX, they are inside Machimba the Embalmer's room. They're about 4 minutes behind where Pain for Fem is. 4 minutes here, probably a wipe and a half from Pain for Fem, but maybe if it's one really catastrophic wipe, that'll be enough for ECLATAX to get back in this game. Especially if Pain for Fem wipes before they update their graveyard. That can be a really, really costly wipe in terms of time.
Also, maybe if Pain for Fem decides to actually just deal with the obelisks, while ECLATAX maybe is not. You know, Pain for Fem definitely can afford to deal with them, but that will bring them closer and closer. And if they deal with the obelisks first, as we see them dealing with Voidweaver here, that will actually mean that any sort of mistake, even if it's not a super big one, can mean that ECLATAX does have the chance to win this one. But yeah, it looks like they're dealing with the Voidweaver here and not with the other obelisks. We've seen some teams just do a double obelisk pull here because they're standing right next to each other, so it's very convenient to just deal with both of them. But Pain for Fem just dealing with Voidweaver by itself.
Yeah, generally that's an either or. Like, you either do that or you do the Fear Obelisk earlier, and Pain for Fem decided to do that Fear Obelisk earlier. Yeah. There's not really much of a need to take care of the blood, given they can now just have the blood and the Tank Buster with the last boss. Not a very difficult combination at all when your group is made up of 3 hunters.
Yeah, definitely true. And maybe they didn't actually deal with... maybe their plan is to not deal with the Voidweaver. Maybe they just want to use it as a skip, right? Which we have seen from Method A, where they activate the obelisk, but then they just have one person not go inside, run all the way to the boss. They pull the boss, and because you're in boss combat, everyone just gets pulled out of the Nyalotha realm, and the obelisk mob, their Waken mob, just stays in there. That's a very likely possibility because they're also all running dwarves, right? So they can't be doing any other skips.
Yes, so that if we see them play this map against somebody like Method EU, that might well be what they're planning to do, and then fighting that 3 obelisk. But I think a great adjustment by them to instead be killing the awakened enemy here. This might also just be their plan, 2 obelisks,
Maybe.
not that much slower than 3 and a lot safer.
Yeah, and Hunters are really good at just killing that Void Weaver on the way anyway, right? Definitely looked like they didn't lose a lot of time dealing with that one instead of just running to the boss. So not a huge time loss for them as they're dealing with Kula here. Since they're all running dwarves, definitely Kula not as big of a deal like it could be otherwise, because the Severing Axe, which is the bleed that does a lot of damage, can just be dwarf racialed off. So you just use your dwarf racial and it will be gone. And you also have the turtle as well, which can be used to just immune it as well if you use it in the right moment.
Yeah, that one's tricky because you kind of have to predict that the axe is getting thrown at you. And that requires looking at where the thing is aimed. But because they are playing that dwarf, it is really trivial. Especially because it only gets 1 or 2 of those casts off before it dies. Anyways. It is tyrannical though, so maybe I got that 3rd off either. Anyways, they are on to Xanazal the Wise now, the 2nd of 3 bosses in this encounter. Once they kill this boss fight, they will update their graveyard, and that reduces how bad things can go wrong for them. If they were to somehow wipe to this boss fight, their graveyard is still right at the front of the dungeon, and that would spell disaster for them.
Yep, looks like ECLATAX is now also in this difficult pull here with the teeming Brood on top of the Berserkers plus Witch Doctor and the Spectral casters here as well. They did commit their Bloodlust for this specific pull just because of how difficult this one is to pull off, even in a tyrannical environment. This is just very, very hard to deal with. Now, the Berserkers maybe not the biggest problem here because they do have the Hunter pets to actually take that bleed effect the Berserkers do, and the Hunters are doing a good job to make sure the pets are actually taking it. But not only the Berserkers are a problem here, but also just having the Witch Doctors cast, and also all of these Spectral Bolts plus Hexes that need to be interrupted. And on top of that, you have constantly healing totems that you need to focus down, otherwise the trash will just heal up a bunch and cost you a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely here. ECLATAX making good time. They're aside from what went wrong for them at the start of this dungeon, I think that they would be on the same boss here as Paint for Femme, which is a great place to be, to challenge Paint for Femme and make sure that Paint for Femme cannot have something go wrong without losing the map. Unfortunately, because of that big wipe for ECLATAX, and given that they're already playing that slower route, I think that Paint for Femme has quite a bit of a safety cushion at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Mabo actually jumped incredibly low on one of the barrel throws here, because it looked like 2 or even 3 players dodged the charge, and therefore it didn't split the damage onto them, and Mimo got hit by a lot of damage, but didn't go down, so no problem. They still need 16% trash, 2 obelisks, but definitely need to deal with some trash packs here as well. Looks like they're dealing with the 2 Berserkers, which seems like a really slow pull, but again, at this point they probably know they're really far ahead, so they can just take it slow.
Yeah, this might be kind of the opposite of what they did in Motherlode, where they kind of tried to just do the same strategy even after they knew they were pretty far ahead, and as a result, they almost lost. On the other hand, since they are playing those dwarfs, they do need to get themselves into a position where they can actually invis pot the whole way through. At least Femme and Mewo do, so maybe those 2 Berserkers are just part of the plan. Looks like they're just going to be going into this trash pull, though.
Maybe they were planning to pull the Berserkers on top of this. Just do like...
Probably the normal pull. Yeah, exactly. It's probably supposed to be all of this together.
Yeah.
And they decided to pump the brakes a little bit, given that they are so far ahead. I think that's a good decision for Pain for Femme.
Yeah,
especially
100%.
with teaming active. Getting that Raptor included in that, it's normally a 5-pack, it goes up to a 6-pack with teaming, and adds that Raptor in there, it can be very, very difficult. Pets getting dismissed now, and we do have, so we got Fame Deaths, and actually they can just triple trap, and then 1 Hunter can get next to it, get in combat here, and now everybody else can run through without getting in combat, and then the Hunter who is in combat can Fame Death later. That's going to be the way that they skip past this pack. Moving in to Shadow of Zul. No Fortified, so Shadow of Zul shouldn't be too bad, but it is Grievous, so still not to be underestimated.
Yep, and...
I've seen Method EU fight trash with Zul, but I'm not going to do that.
That is definitely very... I mean, when we saw it for the first time, they did it during bolstering, which made it even scarier. This time we don't have that affix, but it's still a very scary thing to do, even on a non-fortified setting. Just Shadow of Soul doing so much damage, as you can see on Fem with Grievous, and just the incoming magic damage. It's just very scary to deal with. And then you also have the RNG of the AoE zones spawning close to Shadow of Soul as well, which can cause lots of issues. Of course, if it spawns far away, you can just outrange it and nothing will happen. But if it spawns close to the boss, it's really hard to move Shadow of Soul because it just constantly casts. So it can definitely cause some issues. There we go. I see AoE zone actually spawning. Sebek being the hero, jumping into it, but soaking it does also do a lot of damage. So that is why Sebek actually dropped so incredibly low. But now they are done with Shadow of Soul, and they only have to deal with those 2 obelisks this time around, and they also have that Bloodlust available.
Yeah, now all that wait, where is Paint for Femme going? Where? Okay, they're going over to the far side here. I guess this is gonna cause the Okay, I wonder what they're up to here. I guess they're just okay. They're maybe trying to do some outranging stuff, but it looks like they just want to be fighting over here because this is where Tazala ends up spawning, perhaps. Or maybe they wanted to make sure that Urdroth did a Dark Fury cast at the right time. And they are on to this last boss fight with just these 2 awakened enemies. This is all that stands between Paint for Femme and Day 2 appearance tomorrow, which, whew, this is close for Paint for Femme. This is a lot closer than they would have liked up against ECLATAX, but ECLATAX did a really good job this series of making it so Paint for Femme really couldn't afford to have, things go too wrong in multiple dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little bit unfortunate for them that they had this mistake at the very start of the dungeon, falling behind at the very start, and then also having this mispull that happened right afterwards. It just cost them so much time, so it was really hard for them to come back after that initial wipe that they had there in the beginning. But yeah, Paint for Femme dealing with the obelisk pretty cleanly. Blood is about to go down here as well, so now they only have the boss left to deal with, which it is tyrannical and grievous, so still lots of damage going out, and you definitely want to make sure you dodge these tornadoes. Ricky dropping incredibly low.
He got hunting leaped, knocked back into one, huge amounts of damage coming out on him. But yeah, he is going to be alright as Tazala does spawn. This is a dangerous part of the fight. They do not have turtles available except for Shelly, so they're going to get feared on this first fear cast from Tazala. Shelly also letting that one through, might turtle a future one, might just hold on to it for a rainy day. Are they going to be able to get this? I think they're going to get one more fear.
Peace as well.
There it is. Everybody getting set back. Shelly using that turtle, though, to avoid the fear. And they've killed Tazala, now just Dazar left. Soon there will be the spears dropping from the ceiling as well. But that is not usually too bad. Groups usually are able to manage that particularly well, especially by standing in this spot in the room. Depending on which of the 2 patterns they get, if they get the pattern where it circles around the room, it will do basically nothing here. If they get the other pattern, then they will have to do some annoying dodging, but it still shouldn't cause them to wipe.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't be any problems for them at all. We see Maywood dropping in a little bit low on mana, and everyone actually in Grievous range here because of the jump that went out. But should be able to recover, and we also have the self-healing available for all the hunters as well, with the acceleration being ready. So in case something happens, they can still use that acceleration to get themselves back up. They also have 3 battle rests available in case someone goes down. So yeah, this definitely should be Paint for Femme's game here, as, man, that was a nail biter. Both of those lower bracket games earlier as well. ECLATAX, such a close game, and I think they're a really good team, to be honest, for their first presence here in the MDI. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them in the next MDI and how well they can do if they're there from the beginning.
So, I have an update for you about what has happened with Paint for Femme.
Oh, they don't have enough.
They have 98% enemy forces and will be needing to backtrack here. As you saw, a bunch of them move towards where the treasure chest would be. I don't think that this is part of the plan, but somehow they've missed count somewhere along the way.
It's not on the expert route?
This is not in the expert
But it
route.
looks like they had enough. Did their Awaken mob not give them count? I thought they had enough.
I'm not 100% sure either.
something.
They're having a little think here, and they're gonna be pulling this trash mods.
I mean, they have enough time, right?
Yeah, they got
But,
plenty. Yeah.
That Raptor, all they have to do is kill one of these, I think, and that'll be all the count they need. Whew. Another thing went wrong here for Paper Fam. Otherwise, though, a 0-death run, but still, 24 minutes and something like 30 seconds is going to end up being their time here. That is like 3 minutes slower than Deplete from Beyond on a not clean run from Deplete from Beyond as well. So they definitely have to have a faster strategy if they are hoping to compete against those teams tomorrow.
Well, it is, getting late night in Europe, but these guys got to make sure they have a conversation at the end of this and they figure out whatever is actually going wrong, because Paper Fem needs to be ready for tomorrow as they get their 100% of trash count as the last remaining mobs reset. And they will be moving on and eliminating ECLATAX, but man, not in style, Tettles.
That was pretty slow. Like realistically, if they're playing against a top tier team, they absolutely have to be playing 3 obelisks with King Dazar. There's nothing really else they can do about it. If they want to try to win the dungeon, they are just going to have to play 3 and put their foot on the gas. They can't take it slow like this. I suspect that they're probably just taking it slow. Like realistically,
yeah, I think intentionally.
Yeah, exactly. The missing count thing is just like there's no real way that they miscount if they've played this route more than once, right?
Yeah, maybe they normally do something else. Maybe they normally do like, invis pots in different parts of the dungeon and pull different combinations of trash. Like maybe they do that middle pack instead of that double berserker or something.
Yeah.
And that was where they missed that 1 point with that 2% of trash from. That would actually make a lot of sense for what happened to them. So yeah, I think that's the most likely thing. Here, that's my theory. My theory is somebody second potted the boss. They didn't have invis pot available, so they decided to just kill the 2 berserkers instead. And then they killed 2 mobs instead of the 3 that were in that middle pack.
Yeah. So
and that's why they were at 90%, not 100. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, we'll see if we can spot it in some of the replays that we got for us, Tettles.
Oh, none of those replays contain that, unfortunately. I mean, there wasn't really a ton to show. Like in this match, Paint for Fem really played it slow and steady. They were just making sure that there was no way that they were going to lose this match to ECLATAX. Just making sure that Paint for Fem was able to come back tomorrow to try to battle for that 4th place slot versus the boys and Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance, and just try to be able to make it. They were playing some stuff that was like pretty standard. Like they were playing constructs into the boss, and then they were playing some stuff that was not. They were just playing double obelisk with the final boss. Is fairly slow for what we would deem as a top tier European region team.
Yeah, without a doubt, and what our expectations of them are for them as well. So,
yes,
yep, they do come through with the win, and at the end of the day, that's what matters most. So they will be moving on to tomorrow's broadcast as we take a quick look at our bracket to wrap up our day. Perplexed and Method EU for the 3rd cup in a row are facing off against each other in the upper finals tomorrow, while there's going to be an absolute bloodbath in the lower bracket, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, all of these lower bracket teams that are left, they all fighting for the 3rd and 4th seed to be making it to that global final. And I think we're just going to see a lot of close games. Hopefully no Junkyards. I mean, if we see Junkyards, I just hope we don't see any wives, though.
Part of me hopes that we do see some Junkyards.
One more Junkyard?
That's right.
Just one.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot on the line going forward for these guys, and I just took a quick peek, and Junkyard's in a lot of these.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's in a lot of these. So we had eight rounds today, so to start us off tomorrow, we have a couple workshops, but no Junkyards. But as we go deeper into it, okay, we have
there's just one, right?
One yard, yeah.
Okay, we have a bunch of we have a bunch of workshops, but only one Junkyard. Okay.
In the lower semis, yeah.
Aww.
That is a small mercy.
It is, but there's siege scattered throughout all of these, so we'll look and find out who practiced it, or maybe people are going to be playing chicken and seeing who is going to be blinking first. But as we look at our schedule for tomorrow, we're going to start off immediately with elimination rounds. Deplete from Beyond versus the boys, Self-Reliance versus Paint for Fem, and then we're going to be going into the upper finals to see how Perplexed and Method EU are squaring off for the day, followed by lower semis, lower finals, and our grand finals to see who will be taking the final European Cup. We have one NA Cup after this. And between those first 4 teams that we're looking at, Dradnos, eliminations on the line, a lot of tiebreaker scenarios that are possible, and the boys in Pain for Femme have had a really rough day today, but they got another chance.
Yeah, so this is a pretty cool bracket that we've got going in for tomorrow because, so Deplete from Beyond versus the boys, those are the 2 teams that have slightly more points than Self-Reliance and Pain for Femme. So Deplete from Beyond and the boys, the winner of that match is winning into the grand finals. That 4th invite slot might go then to, it might be a tie between the loser of that match and the winner of the other match, or it might just go to the winner of the other match if they can then win another match tomorrow.
So
there's a lot of scenarios.
There's a likely scenario that we're going to have a tiebreaker tomorrow.
Yes, and
it's more likely than not that we will be having a tiebreaker tomorrow, I'd say.
And if we do, that game will be played after our grand finals. So teams, who get into that tiebreaker scenario, will be told what maps they're going to need to be prepared for. They will obviously be from our regular dungeon pool that you see, and they'll have some more time to prepare for it. But I'm extremely hyped to see it. And no matter how you slice it, Tettles, it's going to be rough.
Well, win your matches tomorrow and don't make us play a tiebreaker, I guess is the end result of that, right?
And well, if it is, it's going to be on Junkyard. How about that? All right, I think that'd be a great idea.
What if
Just
we play
3 junkyards in a row.
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. Best
Yeah.
of 3 junkyards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Slow down. Infested.
Infested and Reaping and Split Personality?
Oh, split personality.
Oh yeah, split personality junkyard.
Oh,
Let
my
us flip it, bro.
Oh my goodness, this is terrifying. In addition to an action-packed game on broadcast, we'll be taking a great look and having some great judging for any of your action-packed moments as well. If you'd like to enter our little competition or little contest, be sure to use the hashtag MDI screenshot to be able to enter in, and you'll be taking, some of the coolest animations, spell animations, boss kills, whatever you've got. Make sure that you tag at Warcraft on Twitter. Be able to subscribe to our lovely, lovely YouTube channel as well. And be sure not to miss our tournament tomorrow, as we will be crowning our EU Cup champions. And like we said, more than likely going to be having some tiebreaker rounds coming up as well. Lots going to be on the line to it, and if we're looking at this right now, Tettles, what do you think is the biggest thing that you would tell the boys and Paint for Femme?
Oh, dude, they honestly, I would immediately go and get a nice night's sleep.
Yeah.
Come back tomorrow. Just try to relax a little bit while they're playing. I feel like they played very rigid and very uptight, and if maybe they could just calm down a little bit, their performance would improve. It's hard because I don't know the inner workings of their team, right? I don't know the team dynamics. I don't know how they're actually doing on an interpersonal level.
Oh, okay. So that was weird. Like whenever we had conversations in the Discord, something happened, they always thanked you. So I thought there was some tight knit things going on. Yeah. Then I was like, oh, that's a perfect question for Tettles.
But yeah, no. I think I would just tell them to probably just try to relax a little bit.
Okay. Just friends then. I see. Well, be sure to join all of us friends and work acquaintances back here tomorrow, as we will be having more EU fun from our NA homes. How about that? It'll be at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, noon Eastern, 1800 CET, if I'm not terrible at time zones. Thank you so much for joining us for day 1 of our 3rd European Cup. Have a great night, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.